Chapter 151 Contract Delivery It's 6 o'clock in the afternoon. By this time, it's dark. The night neon lights are also on in the Barton pub. Ziming and Brooke are still sitting on the sofa. From morning to now, they have been sitting here for more than 9 hours. Sitting here for such a long time, Brooke, who has experience in meetings in Parliament, can't sit still anymore. Even though the surroundings are as noisy as a vegetable market, he still yawns one by one, but Ziming is on the other side. But still not moving like a mountain. This makes Brooke have to feel that it is good to be young, and his energy is naturally not better than that of young people when he is old. Brooke thought that when he was young, let alone sit for a day, even if he didn't blink for 2 days or 3 days. Now he is almost 60 years old. Naturally he will be tired, even if he just sits here. However, when he was young, he didn't have the ability to control the market. At most, he was picking up bones behind others' buttocks. But now Ziming is not only able to control the CDS market worth more than 1 billion yuan, but he is also so young. This makes Brooke very jealous. He doesn't understand why such a person can still be so young, why all good things are placed on him alone, which is really enviable and hateful. Finally Brooke couldn't help it. He asked Ziming, "When are we going to wait?" Ziming raised his hand and glanced at the watch, then waved to the bartender and asked him, "How many copies do we have now?" Order. The waiter was prepared for this question. He took out a document and handed it to Ziming and said, "Mr. Ziming, plus the order that was traded a quarter of an hour ago, you have participated in a total of 10 million CDS contracts and 5 million CDS contracts. The total amount you need to pay for completing all the exchanges is $210 million US. Do you need to end today's transaction? Nothing. I think that today I will complete a $200 million transaction at once," Ziming said with some emotion. Listening to Ziming's words, Brooke and the waiter were very helpless, because that $1 million transaction sounds really scary, but the more important thing is that he spent $200 million US and bought more than $900 million US in CDS contract. This is definitely an extremely profitable transaction. Now Ziming still said this with emotion. It was simply a good deal at a bargain. It was really shameless. Well now, today, to be here, I decided to end the closing of the transaction contract. Ziming made a decision. No problem. Do you have an appointment for the market broker? Nothing is wrong without skipping words, the waiter asked. Ziming said, shaking his head, "No, I was not allowed to spare any indirect way to trade. If I may, I would like to be able to face-to-face transactions." The answer is to let. The waiter was a little surprised, because almost all large E-value transactions in the pub are molded by indirect trading market brokers style. This indirect transaction mode is a very special way of contract delivery in the Barton pub. It is delivered through the market broker of the pub. In simple terms, both parties of the transaction put the money in the contract in the pub, and then the broker transfers to the other hand. In this way, the third-party delivery method can avoid direct encounter between the two parties of the transaction, and ensure the concealment of the transaction and the of the two parties. After all, many wealthy people do not like to show their faces. Not to have this third-party delivery model, natural buyers and sellers face-to-face trading patterns have, but common to meet the needs of buyers and sellers. Since many sellers will use the name of the seller to ensure the quality of the contract when submitting a transaction, they generally have no resistance to face-to-face transactions, as long as the buyer agrees to start. Since Ziming made such a choice, and that can only wait, nodded and said, "Good, no problem. I'll arrange for your site." Then Ziming and Brooks went with the waiter on the 3rd floor. There are 3 very luxurious presidential suite, pubs, special VIP reception, and more than $100 million US were traded. Ziming, naturally there is absolutely qualified to be arranged here. Ziming and Brooks sat on the sofa. A short while the waiter took a few people come in. The first object of trading, Ziming have the impression, once it is asked to find their own problems. Caribbean Investment Company Chairman Jamal into the suite on the shocked, Although he was skeptical why would anyone want to buy back those CDS together about, but he cannot imagine how it turned out to be Ziming and Brook. You know he had, but the first to sell CDS together about, this CDS market field collapse is their reason. Say Brook Investment Company is not yet on the verge of bankruptcy. Where do they get the money to buy the contract? With these doubts, Jamal Ziming went to the front and Brook sat down. He looked around for a moment and then asked the two men, "It seems that I was a female seeking deceived. Let me guess. You are today selling the contract deliberately so that the price will fall and then you can buy the bottom, right? You two scammers, your approach makes you not gentlemen at all." Ziming said, "Dear Mr. Jamal, if I remember correctly, when you asked me, I didn't tell you anything. I just made you believe in your own thinking. It turns out that this is also the same kind of deception. Nothing wrong, no skipping." The hate of Jamal's nothing to say. He had to come up with honest CDS together about Ziming and began trading under the witness of the pub market broker, and closing of the transaction. Jamal to Ziming left to hope these contracts can make you money, and then left off the Jamal. The second newcomer was Louis Investment Company CEO Madison. He did not know Ziming, but Brook knew he was, and therefore Jamal, like the first time came in Madison also stunned. With whom IDs on Ziming went in front and Brook sat down loudly. "I just came in the first reaction I think they are wrong room, because you my Mr. Brook, your company is not already went bankrupt it? How will the money to buy it? So I still cannot believe that you actually want to buy my CDS together about, and if so, then you led before the market sell-off is a big conspiracy." Cloth Luke clenched his fists. Ziming have to relax him, and Ziming said, "This is Mr. Madison right, no wrong, a lot of words. I'm curious to have a problem, which is now the idiot also needs someone responsible. Is it? Nothing is wrong, no skipping." Made eggs on Ziming this note Brook around. He looked up and down glances. Ziming said, "You took that Cloth Luke Investment Company of China. Many people it are a free word. I'm sorry I do not understand you say what." "It's very simple. Brook and we never deliberately want to drive anything, we just think it is profitable to sell CDS contracts for 4 million, and then we think it is profitable to buy CDS contracts for less than 3 million, so that would have happened. And Mr. Madison, you don't know, is your stupidity still our responsibility?" Nothing wrong, no skipping. Madison wanted to say something, but Ziming's last sentence made him unable to say anything. Ziming said, "I'm sorry, I am not your father." Madison was going crazy with these words, but he pointed at Ziming but couldn't say a word. In the end, he could only honestly hand over the contract with Ziming and then left angrily. After Madison, Martin, the chairman of San Martin Investment Company, Leo, the chairman of New Dawn Investment Company, and other big men also walked into the room one by one. Of course, their expressions were the same as Jamal Madison. Surprised. After all, Brook's Investment Company is going to close down. How can he still spend so much money to buy these CDS contracts, especially when they all know that before them, Jamal and Madison also came up to sell the CDS contract. These people are all big men in Brighton's financial circle. Whoever has the strength to spend so much money to buy CDS contracts is very clear, and in the current environment of the subprime mortgage crisis, they can dare to take money. The only one who bought the CDS contract with the money was Brook, so they can undoubtedly be sure that Jamal and their contract were sold to the same person. You know, even if the price of the contracts has been falling recently, these contracts are all packaged together to reach the level of tens of millions of dollars. No matter how they fall, there are more than 2 million US dollars. So many contracts add 1 to 2 billion. This even if it is Brighton Bank, it is still a big number. But now Brook can take it out so easily and use it to buy CDS contracts. Why is that? Christo in Adam's Manor of White Mountain, who has the same doubts as these big men in Brighton's financial circle. When Ziming and Brook delivered the CDS contract in the presidential box of the Barton Bar, Their delivery information reached Christo in less than an hour. As the patriarch of the Addams family, Christo is undoubtedly a good player in finance. He has also done many financial events, so he is also familiar with some financial methods, including how to manipulate the market. Just like the previous stock crisis, when he wanted to buy the stocks of a certain company, from the beginning of the morning that day, he let his investment companies sell wildly. Such selling would inevitably drive the price down, and wait until the price after falling below the bottom line. Christo asked those investment companies to recover all the stocks to achieve the purpose of holding more stocks. Now Ziming is obviously doing the same. Although it sounds like Ziming has spent hundreds of millions of dollars to purchase CDS contracts, a CDS contract of the same value may have to be purchased by twice as much yesterday. Using his own resources and judgment on the market to manipulate the market, this Chinese does a good job, but what use can you get these CDS contracts? Christo was very confused, and he picked it up. The mobile phone dialed the number of the Barton's pub. Christo Addams, you are the person in charge of the Barton's pub, right? There are no mistakes in many words. There was still a confused voice on the other end of the phone. Christo's self-reported home made everyone awake. This is Christos' call to the Barton's tavern owner. After hearing Christos' voice, the boss immediately said, "It turned out to be Mr. Christo. So rude. I don't know what Mr. Christo has ordered." Compared to the politeness of the tavern keeper, Christo said directly, "I know someone has just delivered a CDS contract of more than $200 million with you, right? I need detailed information about their transaction." At the same time, Ziming and Brooke left the Barton Tavern. Ziming took out his mobile phone and dialed a number and said, "All contract delivery has been completed, and the next step can be started." Chapter 152. Oh, this Ziming what to do? Bao, thank you Varavaza for your support. Thank you Moxia Bao for your 3 monthly passes. The World Trade Center is a very famous financial building in Brighton. Not only some companies in Brighton, but even many famous companies in the 6 states of New England, they are willing to choose their headquarters here. Like many other skyscraper designs, the Brighton World Trade Tower also has elevators to different floors. However, on November 26, when all the workers came to work as usual, they suddenly found that they were connected to the 60th floor and above. Strict security measures have been added to the elevator entrance. Many security guards with guns and live ammunition are standing at the door, watching every pedestrian vigilantly. It must have happened again. You know, those rich people are so afraid of death. They always think that someone will murder their lives. This is because the money in their accounts is taken from us. People passing by whispering, guessing and commenting, because in the past, although the upper floors of the building were also restricted areas, it was more for the safety of the building, not just for the wealthy people working in the upper floors, but sometimes, when the elevator exits appeared when there are a lot of security guards, there are a lot of rich people who want to come here for meetings, and the building management does this in order to prevent accidents. Most people just take a look and go upstairs to work, but some are curious, on with some kind of fantasy, and a reporter, they will stay down to see what happened. It was 10 o'clock in the morning that someone finally passed the security check and entered the elevator leading to the 60th floor above, which also made those who were waiting finally excited. Look, that is Leo, chairman of New Dawn Investments, Martin, chairman of Street Martin Investments, and Jiml, chairman of Caribbean Investments, and Madison, CEO of Louis Investments. My God! These people are all very famous financial investors in Brighton. Why are they all here today? Is there any important investment meeting to be held? I think it is very possible. After all, the entire financial industry is laying off employees in the current subprime mortgage crisis, but this is not a good way to solve the crisis. On the contrary, it will aggravate the crisis, especially after the bankruptcy crisis of Brook Investment. Think more about yourself. And I heard that they have been discussing several investment projects of more than $100 million before. Today's meeting must be related to this aspect. This is big news. These onlookers enthusiastically analyzed, but the financial investors have already taken the elevator upstairs. And at the same time, if these people can be quiet, they can hear the sound of a helicopter flying. Bryan Seat, one of Dayton's most important financial building, the top floor of the World Trade Center, is designed with a helicopter apron. Whenever a little, often know the people understand the truth. Easy to buy a plane, fly difficult. This means that a private helicopter is only hundreds of thousands of dollars. But anyone who can get a manager level or above in the financial circle can basically afford at least one private helicopter, but in fact it is very few. Some people buy. The problem is that over the no-fly zone in general belong to the city. Trying to get a helicopter flight execution fund license is not required to spend than to buy a low number of private helicopter. While the usual maintenance is also a big problem. It is for these reasons that the only people who can walk around in private helicopters are the wealthy families of luxury families, and those who can have this high profile can only be Adam's patriarch Christo, who is a helicopter. Stopped on the roof. He immediately got off the plane and came to the meeting room on the roof. Then Jamal Madison, financial investors who have been waiting in here. Even though they have been in the eyes of ordinary people and the media are big man, but the face of such a patriarch of a large family of Christos, or just can sit there cautiously like a schoolboy, waiting to ask Christo questions. Christo is no kind of sitting on the seat. He looked around in a circle and then gently nodded and said, since we have been to, it would talk about the situation, since your CDS together to sell to the Chinese people about later. The CDS market field there is not what happened. Face on this issue. Everyone looked at each other, and finally answered by the chairman of the Caribbean Investment Corporation. Jamal said, did not, and since Mr. Your last look over us since we thought that China might use these contracts. What kind of conspiracy? But we have never seen the Chinese in the Barton Tavern in the past 2 days. Following Jamal's answer, everyone else shook their heads and said number. Christo raised his hand to signal everyone to be quiet and said, I already know your answer. That's it for today. You can go back. He said that Christo was about to stand up. This act shocked everyone. No one thought that Christo would leave with just one question. This is too inexplicable, right? There are many words that are correct. Although there is a gap between everyone's identities. They are also the chairman of various investment companies. They have a big position here in Brighton, so they don't say a word. There are no mistakes in many words. Christo seemed to see the surprise and dissatisfaction in these people's hearts. He pointed to the middle-aged man who came with him and said, if you have anything else, just talk to my housekeeper. Leaving this sentence, Christo ignored these people and left the conference room on his own. But after Christo left, he did not leave directly by helicopter, but went to the next room to rest. Only after a while, his butler also came in. Sir, according to the information returned by those investors just now, all of their companies are currently running well, and all businesses are proceeding in an orderly manner. They also brought their company's financial statements. Their steward said it came to an abrupt end here, because he could see that although Christo took over the financial documents he gave him, but after receiving it, he threw it on the desktop and didn't take a look at it. Obviously he was afraid of these. Interested, so he asked, Sir, are you still worried about the Chinese person? Nothing is wrong and no words are skipped. It wasn't until this question that Christo had any reaction. He looked up at the butler and said, what do you think the Chinese is thinking? Why does he buy so many CDS contracts in the market? With him in the subprime mortgage crisis that was created, the value of those contracts has been getting lower and lower. Everyone in the market is selling, and the price is falling again and again. Why does he want to buy such things? If he intends to buy these contracts and sell them later, I don't think it is profitable, because no matter how low the price, someone has to buy it. If no one cares about it, it won't. There may be a deal, and more importantly, He doesn't seem to be going to sell, so what is he going to do? Christo frowned and asked. Perhaps he intends to hold these contracts, just like he defrauded the mortgaged properties from Brooke. He provided those mortgaged properties to those minorities by renting, and then collected rent from those minorities, and promised to automatically own the property after renting for a certain year. This way can bring him very rich benefits in the future. There, Butler went on to say, as far as I know, the prices of these CDS contracts are higher than they are now. The selling price is about 5 times higher. Assuming that the Chinese buys a $200 million contract now, then in 10 years, his $200 million will become $1 billion US. This is definitely a very cost-effective deal, so I believe that the Chinese will also make such a decision this time. You mentioned that, it's just maybe. After all, the CDS contract lasts too long, and his credit rating is also after the subprime mortgage crisis. With continuous decline, even many big insurance companies are unwilling to take this risk, let alone the Chinese. I believe he will never do it. This is his vision, and more importantly, my own intuition. Christo said. There, Butler said inexplicably, excuse me, sir, I don't understand why you think this way. It's just a very ordinary Chinese. But half a year ago, I also couldn't believe that those subprime loans with a credit rating of A+ would change, let alone that Brooke Investment Corporation would face bankruptcy. Christo reminded his housekeeper. It may be just an accident, because no one thought that the Chinese could persuade those minorities to give up their houses and credit, and use this method to oppress Brooke. And then in addition, the idiot Brooke made an unforgivable mistake, and there will be the final result. The butler said, but it's different now. These CDS contracts are absolutely safe. Christo waved his hand and signaled the housekeeper to go out. He put all the company's financial statements on his desk. Looking at these companies, Christo still had only one thought in his mind. What exactly does Ziming want to do this week? In fact, Christo has been thinking about this question ever since he knew that Ziming had bought a CDS contract worth more than $200 million in the Barton pub. But there was always no answer. At this moment, Christo actually regretted making the decision to help Robert avenge him. Although he had done a very guilty thing when he was young, he had to endure Robert and cultivated him. Very annoying temper. Even this time, just to hear him call himself father, he acted on Ziming. But at that time, I just thought I was just an ordinary Chinese. How could I imagine the result of today? But there was no turning back when he opened the bow. Since the things have been done, regretting it will not help, and even if I let myself do it again, I will definitely agree to Robert. But the only thing I need to pay attention to is Ziming's technique. After all, it is Ziming. There is almost no fault tolerance for those things done. As long as he destroys any of them, all Ziming's plans will not be completed. However, no matter how Christo thinks, he can't get around Ziming's hurdle. What is he going to do? Chapter 153 Important cases are accepted first. On September 29, 2005, from 1 o'clock in the afternoon on this day, many reporters were crowded in the press section of the Bundesrat, because today is a very important day. The previous chief executive officer of the United States passed away. The president nominated the new chief executive officer in accordance with the Constitution. Today, the Federal Senate needs to review this nomination. We all know that the chief police officer is the leader of the judiciary. He is not only the authority of the federal law, but more importantly, he also needs to coordinate the relationship between the law and the federal government and parliament. Generally speaking, he can serve as the chief official. Positions are mostly old judges or lawyers with rich judicial experience, but the candidate for the official nomination under consideration today is Judge Candini, who is only 49 years old. This is very incredible, because in order to ensure that the chief police officer is only responsible for the law, the position of the chief police officer is for life, which means that if he can be healthy for a long time without any criminal behavior, He may become the longest-serving chief executive officer of the United States since the founding of the nation. And now, this chief executive responsible for our legal future is waiting for the final vote of the federal Senate. A reporter at the gate of the Senate was very excited, said to the camera. This is not only the reporter's personal emotions, but also because of the importance of the chief executive to the entire country, and even because of his tenure, the importance to some extent even exceeds president. After a few more minutes, someone finally walked out of the press office. The press spokesperson walked to the podium. At the same time, there was a short-haired white man who came out with him. He was the nominated police officer Kendini. During the just concluded deliberation, the Senate passed the nomination of Kendini's official with 63 votes in favor, 28 votes against and 9 abstentions. Although the answer is that everyone has already, it is expected that when the voting stage is reached, it means that the overall situation has been settled. This is just a final cut. Especially Kendini and the spokesperson came out together. This is a positive answer. But when the news spokesperson really said the answer, everyone still applauded and cheered. The result was announced, followed by the introduction of the oath of the chief executive officer and other processes. When everything is over, the interview session of the media will be, "Hello, Officer Kendini, how do you plan to rectify the judicial system after taking office? Many people say that you were nominated because of the current president. What do you think? We know that you used to be the Massachusetts Court of Appeals." The police officer: "You were also the most authoritative police officer before. So what do you think of yourself? Have you encountered any problems in your judicial work for so many years? Are you the youngest chief police officer?" Faced with these strange questions raised by reporters, Kendini replied, "First of all, I am honored to be the youngest chief police officer, and then I am personally in Massachusetts. The court also got a lot of inspiration. And what really made me where I am today is because of a very special case." Kendini looked up at the blue sky and said, "Although 25 years have passed since today, perhaps the case has been sealed in the archives of the Massachusetts court, or the entire union has forgotten the case. But I will never forget it. That sensationalized the whole country, and even changed many super big cases." Time reverted back to December 3, 1990, which is the first week of December. 1. The heavy snow of the night finally cleared up in the morning, and the golden sunlight was refracted from the clouds to give off a colorful glow. An old priest was pulled out of the church by his son. He raised his head and looked at the wonders in the sky. He knelt on the ground and said sincerely, "This must be the glory of my Lord," which means that something terrible will happen. When the old priest knelt down in excitement, a black Buick drove past his church quickly. The road in front of the church was the road to the South Brighton District Court. The black Buick was Ziming's car. At this moment, Ziming and lawyer Alan were all sitting in the car. Ziming saw that Ellen's hand holding the document bag was a little stiff, and couldn't help asking him, "Attorney Ellen, you are my barrister. It's just an ordinary lawsuit. I don't think you need to be so nervous, right? There are no mistakes." Alan first apologized to Ziming, and then said, "Mr. Ziming, this is not a simple lawsuit. It is not only my most important lawsuit, but it may even become a classic case in the entire state of Massachusetts or the entire union in the future. It is very important. Therefore, I don't allow myself to make any mistakes, and I have convinced the firm to devote all resources to this case for the time being until the case is over." Ziming is quite satisfied with Alan's seriousness, and Ziming really needs this case now. The journey to the South Brighton District Court is not too far. A few minutes later, Ziming and the others arrived at their destination. The internal settings of all courts are similar. "I think we should choose a commercial court based on the nature of our case," Alan told Ziming. There was no problem with this, so Ziming and Alan went to the commercial court together afterwards, but when they arrived at the commercial court, they saw a long line at the entrance of the reception room. "I didn't expect so many people to line up," Ziming whispered, feeling something he is also really did not expect. "Although they want to know is not the first time we came to the court, may also am, how there will be so many people." Alan shrugged and said, This is no way the South Brighton area is bustling commercial district. Commercial disputes happen every day, more numerous, with today's Monday. The efficiency of the court itself is and what is criticized is that the weekend backlog will be resolved in the court today. So there are so many people who have submitted litigation applications. I understand the truth, but if I want to submit the application as soon as possible, nothing is wrong, no skipping. Zuming asked. Ai Lun nodded and said, no problem. Our Pulang judge is my friend. Through him we can submit the application directly to the court without having to endure long queues. This answer is unexpected but reasonable, because according to the law, most cases must be accepted by the basic court where the company is located. Unless it is too large, the Court of Appeal and the High Court will not accept it. So once wealthy or officials to court, do not have to like everyone else here long lines along the team. It seems even the rule of law in the United States, nor is it left no method of the door. So Ai Lun took Zuming went court judge found or Pulang. It was a hairstyle with Mediterranean judge. After he listened to Alan's request, very pleased, agreed to help. Later, Oprand took Zuming Alan to apply for litigation, but instead of going back to the original reception room, they walked into the court and went to another room. This is a very comfortable reception room. There are not only heating, but also sofa seats and melodious music. I think this is the reception room dedicated to the upper class. Pulang brought a document delivery to Alan. He told Alan that the proceedings be expedited. Application documents. For this kind of thing, Alan quickly wrote it to Apran. Apran took the document and called a female staff member to give her the document. This is the gentleman's urgent application. You will immediately deal with it. This was originally a normal thing. The female staff member also naturally accepted the document and nodded and said okay, but before she left to handle it, she heard another voice sounded. What kind of case requires that? Urgent? I even put my case aside. Are you going to sue the Brighton Bank or the Massachusetts Insurance Company? Nothing is wrong, no skipping. Following the voice, Zuming and Alan turned their heads and saw a mixed-race black man walking over with a frown, his face full of dissatisfaction. Oprah didn't care about the black man's dissatisfaction. He just said, this is the fact. This gentleman's case is very important, so the court decided to accept his case first. Do you have any comments? Do not skip words. Important. The black man deliberately raised his tone and said, is there any other case that came here to accept that is unimportant? Or do you discriminate against my skin color? This gentleman, I don't. There is no discrimination against you. If you say so, I will sue you for defamation. Apran said, hey, I think everyone has heard it. Just now this gentleman said he wanted to sue me. I don't know if this can be regarded as a threat to me. If so, you, as a court staff member, would do this to others casually. Threat. Can we complain to you right away? The black man said tit for tat. Zuming knew that many blacks suffered discrimination here, and some people were born with a pathological sensitivity to racial issues, especially mixed blacks. Zuming didn't want to cause any trouble here, so he said to him, okay. This gentleman, even if my case is important, I won't rush this minute. If you feel that your case is more than any other case, let you come first, Zuming said as he gave it back to the other party. He gestured to please, but the mixed-race black did not appreciate it. He still raised his head and said, what do you mean by letting me come first? Is this a charity to me? What should I do if there are so many people here? He frowned and asked, so what do you want? It's very simple. I just want to tell you that the cases here are very important. It's not just yours. Do you know him? Nothing is wrong and no words are skipped. As he said, he pointed his finger at the person next to him. He is going to sue the Hanno Hamburg Company, a national chain. After he finished speaking, he pointed to the other side and said, he is going to sue Rhodes Rubber Tire Factory. Also, there is me, the black man continued. I am going to sue the Louis Investment Company. Do you know the Louis Investment Company? That is our top investment company. How about it? You are so scared to say the names of these companies. Let's talk. Zuming is indeed a little bit unable to speak, but he was not scared. but a little bit dumbfounded, because at first Ziming really thought he had a big case. But later I remembered that this is just a basic court. If there is a real big case, or a rich man, I am afraid that he will leave the city court directly. How can he still be here? Sure enough, they are all very powerful companies in Brighton, but I think it's better to let me first, Ziming suggested very politely. He stared at the black. Ziming said, I just said you did not understand me. I say our case is most important. You count what a Chinese person, you can have what case? Said the nigger. He snatched Ziming's documents from the female staff and read, look at you, it's just 45 companies including Caribbean Investment Company, Louis Investment Company, St. Martin Investment Company, and New Dawn Investment Company. There. Black man was very high-spirited when he first read it, but every time he uttered a name, his voice was weaker by 3 points. In the end, his voice became a mosquito. But even so small, the voice still attracted the attention of everyone in the room. In this way, in everyone's eyes, the black man looked up at Ziming incredibly and said, how is this possible? How could you sue these companies? They are all Brighton's most powerful investment companies. Is the law does not support it? Error-free does not jump word. Ziming deliberately asked such a sentence. Alan shook his head in a timely manner and said that it was impossible. Ziming immediately continued. So I came to prosecute today. The black man couldn't help giving Ziming a thumbs up. You are so awesome. 150th chapters. Yekin Ye claims. A beautiful golden-haired girl in the lens handheld microphone. Hello everyone, I am a reporter Susan. Northeast of television, is South Brighton District Court in behind me, and I will now report to you in a very courthouse unbelievable news. Just now, someone submitted an application to the court to sue 45 investment companies including Caribbean Investment Corporation, Louis Investment Corporation, St. Martin Investment Corporation and New Dawn Investment Corporation. The company's name I believe everyone is familiar to detail, because they are very well-known investment company in Brighton. If these companies dominated the funds together, I believe that again and create a second home in Brighton. It's the bank. But it is these big companies with terrifying energy. They were sued in court at the same time. This cannot but make people wonder what happened behind the lawsuit and who did such a thing. Suddenly, there was a noise from behind Susan. Many reporters rushed to the door of the court. Susan hurriedly took the camera to the door of the court when she saw this situation, and squeezed towards the door among a group of reporters. Only a few people were seen walking towards the door. In the lens, one can clearly see a familiar figure, that is Congressman Brooke, the largest investor in Brooke Investment Company. Not over today. Brooke did not intend to reporters, but not much of a middle-aged man walked up here and said, you correspondent friends, hello, everyone, I am a lawyer Alan. My client was feeling unwell today. It is not convenient to accept interviews, but I am solely responsible for this case, so if you have any questions, I can answer them on your behalf. With Alan law, then all the reporters immediately disappointed, but fortunately there is a lawyer at Alan here. We had to question all pointed at him. Attorney Allen, did you come to the court today to sue 45 investment companies such as Caribbean Investment Corporation? Why did you do this? Is it because they offended you in any way? I heard that your client is Brooke. Is the investment company right? Is your lawsuit just because they refused any form of assistance on the verge of bankruptcy? And in this lawsuit, what kind of requirements did you make? It is for these 45 companies to bear the burden. Is there a common compensation? So many companies, what is the amount of compensation? Faced with the many questions from reporters, Alan pressed down with both hands to signal everyone to be quiet, and then said, so many questions, please allow me to answer them one by one. First of all, although I don't know where you got the news from, your news is correct. My client is Brooke Investment Go, and today I am here. The court sued the 45 investment companies for my client, the most famous 45 financial companies in Brighton. At this point, Alan paused for a while and then said, as for offending, If the so-called offense means that they did not help when the Brook Investment Company went into bankruptcy, then this is not true, because this cannot be a reason for the lawsuit, and the court will not accept it. The reason we really filed today's lawsuit is because of another thing. What exactly is it? Make you desperate to sue these 45 big companies? All the reporters asked almost at once. Undoubtedly, of course they violated the law and business spirit. Alan threw out this answer loudly, and then explained, the CDS contract, the credit default swap contract. I think many people know what this is, right? These 45 investment companies have more or less conducted transactions of this kind of contract, and in the process of these transactions, my client believes that these companies have very serious commercial frauds, so we must sue to the court. Alan's tone was very serious and even a little angry. After speaking, he calmed down his feelings and said, finally, my client first of course asked these companies to apologize for their commercial frauds, and made certain decisions about it. The amount of compensation. The specific amount of compensation is $100 billion, and the 45 investment companies are required to pay according to their respective fraud ratios. Hearing the huge number of $100 billion, all reporters broke out. Unthinkable, exclaimed. They all looked at Alan dumbfounded, seeming to think he had said the wrong number. But Alan still stretched out a finger and repeated, I didn't say it wrong, and you heard it right. In this lawsuit, my client has offered $100 billion in damages. But what if I remember correctly, the wealth of the world's richest man is only tens of billions of dollars. But now your client is demanding $100 billion in compensation. Didn't you bring out the world's richest man in a lawsuit, or surpass the original richest man? 10 times the value, such an exaggerated amount of compensation. Don't you, as a lawyer, feel that it is unreasonable? A reporter asked, and other reporters echoed, yes, this amount of compensation is simply outrageous. Could it be? Has anyone figured it out with their feet? Alan did not answer this directly. Instead, he smiled and asked, you are all journalists. Then there is a classic case of a husband who suffered from smoking. For lung cancer, my wife took the tobacco company to court and claimed $20 billion in compensation. According to reporters, gentlemen and ladies, didn't this judgment directly sentence the world's richest man? And our lawsuit is based on the actual situation. It is more of a companies class action lawsuit. Even if it wins the lawsuit, the compensation will be owned by the company collectively. That is, every company's investor is not given to one individual, so everyone can rest assured. Alan finally said, do not overcompensation compared to the billions. My client believe this is a punitive damages. The purpose is not simply for the money, but to this huge reparation, will let companies know their mistakes and correct them, to ensure the future of such errors do not happen again, and finally to a commercial virtuous cycle spirit ring. After all, a lot of things cannot be constrained by moral, legal deterrence need. With Alan, then, the audience burst into enthusiastic cheers. With a click, a remote control was severely smashed on the table and shattered into 2 halves, and there was a cursing sound along with it. These damn chores, the dregs abandoned by God, all die for me. What is the $100 billion claim? It's because of what he can say. And the bastard Brook actually betrayed me and followed that the Chinese are making trouble for me together. They are a bunch of shit, and I must kill him. I know that Brook is still the chairman of the company. Without his nod, this lawsuit would not be established at all. Raw, a glass was severely hit on the table, broken off, and a remote control with call should, if this fellow sufferers tell, cry in each other's hearts. Mr. Howitt up, I heard the terrible sound of the door. Is what makes your life so much gas it? Suddenly the room between the door is opened, a middle-aged man hurriedly came in. He saw the situation on the table, cannot help but be very surprised to see the news and so angry. In addition to the Addams family patriarch Christo does not, there will be others. Christo lift head, looked, his hand pointing to television, said, My housekeeper, I ask you to keep your eyes. Take a look at what is news that Chinese people actually put Caribbean Investment Company, Louis Street, Martin Investment Companies and Investment Companies, etc. New Dawn 45 investment companies have reported on the court, and these companies demand pay 100 billion. You say that he is going to do. Butler did not hurry to say anything, but first looked at trying to get it turned around and stared at the TV, said, "Sir, just a little division. I do not think his words have much convincing, even if there is the 100 billion. I don't think the court will support him for his claim. This is too unreasonable." Face answered to the housekeeper. Christo suddenly looked down and laughed. He did not hurry to say anything, but stood up and went to the window to draw the curtains before brutally laments, "My old partner, what would you think that is this litigation really just as simple as a litigation? If it is just a claim of 100 billion US dollars, it is not necessary for me to come forward. I think that the lawyers hired by the 45 investment companies will be enough to deal with it." The district court appealed all the way to the Supreme Court, taking any piece of evidence to the court for a bit-by-bit refutation. This lawsuit cannot be concluded within 3 to 5 years. Christo stopped abruptly when he said that, and after a while he continued, "But what I am really worried about is the other things behind the lawsuit. If it's not a lawsuit, what can it be?" The butler asked suspiciously. Asked the housekeeper for Christo. I smiled. He turned to the steward, said, "My old partner Meter, 20 years ago from the beginning. I know, sometimes you are too smart, but can sometimes not smart enough. You said that if it were you, one day your boss would take a great project to tell you that if you make a mistake and fail, you will be kicked out of the company. Then you will only honestly will the project be done well, or will it find a way to do it better, and find a way to do it on its own, and then become the boss and kill the original boss?" Christo asked. Butler did not answer, because as he knows Christo has been answered. "Sure," followed by Christo would say, "Ambition is present in the devil hearts of every person. The Chinese people are the devil in the devil." So, Orgzu is now accused of just that 45 investment company, but I believe he will ultimately be directed at me. Christos very confident to say, but he cannot imagine how this time at the moment he has been returned to the car. Ziming, but did not give a different answer. If I did not guess wrong, Mr. Adams Castle Christo, who he must now look at this news, I think he will certainly suit today is directed at him. But I can only say that he wanted to more, if only because he is a person I have not looked down on. I really want for, but Brighton Bank, just 300 years of tradition. Adams family, nothing more. Ziming said. Law Division and Alan Brooks sat beside Ziming. Ziming's despite stunned the world have become accustomed to, but this time let them hear surprised. I think if Christo if he heard, it must smash things up. Although this behavior is a very uneducated cloth. Luke surmised. Ziming shrugged and said this, I think, or perhaps because of their own lack of moral cultivation of relations. Ziming want to say something, but then his cell phone suddenly rang. He picked up immediately, switched on. Lin Muking is a phone call. He thought Lin Muking is to ask what happened today to the court for the proceedings. But no, I want to hear another news that he never thought of. Ziming bad. I just received a phone call home. Lin Muking anxious road. P. Chapter 155. Tang ran running away from home. In the cloth off the rock and attorney Allen later. Ziming hurried back to the hotel. He did not notice and Li Cheng Tong ganged off to with the hotel. Came directly Lin Mu sunny room. Muking's sister, you have just said on the phone received a domestic phone is how is it? Before walking into the room, then asked to Ziming Lin Muking hair, is Ling and my aunt mama call about my cousin who ran the Tang. Ziming did not know you have the impression it, no mistake not jump word. Lin Muking hesitated and asked very cautiously. Face of Lin Muking this problem. Ziming suddenly froze in there. Because he really did not expect to be this thing, even though the road he received Lin Muking phone. Lin Muking also mentioned what it was, can then still in the car where the Brook Allen sitting around. Ziming is really bad then the phone too long, I did not listen carefully to remember, so it was very unexpected problem for Lin Muking, not too out of the accident, along with the memories in my mind. Ziming also feel a little embarrassed. This is Ziming remembered his time in the south. Tang seems to feel good about themselves and then come forward, although not Ziming Tang, although he did some animal things. But in this era when the crime of hooliganism has not been cancelled, this kind of behavior of assaulting sisters at will is to go to jail. Although for Ziming, it was not his own initiative, but the problem is that these words are very unconvincing. Is it possible that if you play handsome casually, other girls will not be able to chase after them? Tang Ran, who works in a public unit, doesn't seem to have such bad conditions. On the contrary, he is still a sweet pastry. Otherwise, her object would not be so hostile to herself when she was in Nanjian. Of course, on the other hand, maybe I am in the United States now, and with my current wealth, the country will not treat myself to anything, but the key is Lin Muking's cousin. If someone really complains, it will still be very impressive. Ashamed. No. Is this really the case? There are a lot of words that are correct. Ziming thought so vainly, but what Lin Muking said next made Ziming dumbfounded. Ziming is very sorry, but I am too naive. Now it is clearly the critical moment for you to plan. You have invested in 45 companies including Caribbean Investment Company, Louis Investment Company, St. Martin Investment Company and New Dawn Investment Company. The company went to court and claimed $100 billion. It can be said that you sounded the horn of war to the Adams family. How can I bother you with this kind of thing? I shouldn't. Lin Muking very much reproachfully said. Ziming looked up at Lin Muking in surprise. Or Sister Muking, you can tell me what happened first. Ziming couldn't help but be surprised, because he originally lowered his head because of the embarrassment in his heart. But he didn't want to be in Lin Muking's eyes turned into trouble. She thought she was irritated by making this fuss at this time, so she was extremely guilty and blamed. Lin Muking still shook her head and said, I have already taken a step wrong. I can't make mistakes again and again. Ziming, the most important thing for you now is your career. You have to unite the three major families to defeat the Adams family. These little things cannot let you worry. I believe I can solve it myself. Before Lin Muking finished speaking, Ziming reached out and hugged her in his arms, and then Ziming lowered his head and kissed her lips before blocking the words behind her in the belly. Sister Muking, since you have decided to be my woman, your business is my business. Don't say anything to believe that you can solve it. It should be said that you have to believe that we can solve it together. Ziming said. But there is still the most important thing for you, Ziming. Lin Muking anxious to say anything, but Ziming has interrupted her and said, Muking sister, do not you see it? Now you do is my most important thing, even if I own a woman's. Ziming things clash. And that him not even a man. Lin Muking eyes wet run, and she listened to the words of Ziming phrase domineering exquisite, feel the whole person must be melted in general, although Lin Muking has long been admired Ziming is very fond of, but at this moment, she felt Ziming is the only one. Ziming smiled and then asked, so Muking sister you still must first tell me what really happened is not it? No mistake not jump word. Lin Muking cry nodded replied, it's real. Don is however missing. Should also not clear is missing but away from home. She left a note came in after the United States. My aunt mom know that I am now in the United States. She called me in a hurry. Came to the United States. Ziming's somewhat loving mind said, this is what happens, Muking sister, and then you can say you understand that. No mistake not jump word. Lin Mu point clear head and said good. Then Ziming to understand the ins and outs of the whole thing. To say it, this thing is not difficult to understand, it simply is because of his reason, Don, and then to the object before the break. The other party cannot agree, however stalker still Tang natural parents however, the age of the Tang big day total also very anxious not to marry, in order to avoid the neighbors day by day behind the gossip. Then Don's parents forced to marry Wai Hua Tang course, is that they give her a phase of objects. Tang then this of course is desperately not answer should be. But not every father and the mother are so open-minded, especially in this age, so parents don and then secretly take account, to help her and then telling Tang Weihua holds a marriage certificate. This incident was secretly, but it was so coincidental. Tang Ran happened to be going to the Civil Affairs Bureau that day, and met his parents. After learning about this, Tang Ran and his parents had a quarrel in the Civil Affairs Bureau. Tang Ran not only scolded Weihua for shame, but went straight to her parents when the pursuit was unsuccessful. He wanted to get a marriage certificate without telling her, and he didn't look like a man at all. Tang Ran also blamed his parents for disrespecting her wishes and wanting to do her his marriage as a remnant of feudal thought. At that time, it was very violent. Not only did the staff of the Civil Affairs Bureau come out to mediate, but later it made people even come to the police station, and there were a lot of people on the street. Perhaps it was because of this that my aunt and uncle felt very embarrassed. She was very angry and scolded her as Jianzhou Jiang. This is what Nanjiang said, which means that Tang Ran is a girl who can't marry her forever. At this point, Lin Muqing couldn't help but feel a little indignant. Later, my aunt and uncle, it was even more excessive. They actually locked Tang Ran at home, and they still had to get the marriage certificate for Tang Ran. But Tang Ran was very smart to call the unlocking company and ran out of the house. She never returned home, only I left a note to my aunt and uncle that she was going to the United States, so my aunt thought of calling me. This is really an irritating story. This is Ziming's most direct thought after listening to Lin Muqing's narrative, because Tang Ran's parents want Tang Ran to marry soon. It's understandable in itself. But it's fine for you to introduce someone to her, even if you introduce a scumbag. It's just introduction, it doesn't matter. But they actually went out to apply for a marriage certificate without telling Tang Ran to take the account book, and lock Tang Ran at home after being hit by Tang Ran, which was too much. Although I know that many people of the older generation are very stubborn, it is too much to force her to marry and lock her at home. Isn't Tang Ran their own daughter? Ziming said indignantly. Facing Ziming's indignation, Lin Muqing's expression was a bit stunned. She told Ziming, Tang Ran really doesn't seem to be my aunt and uncle's birth. Ziming was also dumbfounded next time. He didn't expect to say it casually. An angry sentence actually came true. Lin Muqing then explained to Ziming, I remember I heard my aunt say before that she seemed to have been sick before, so she was unable to give birth. In order to save a child for her uncle, she hugged and raised a child from outside. Tang Ran, listening to Lin Muqing's explanation, Ziming frowned subconsciously, as if he felt something was wrong, but he couldn't tell it for a while, and it was not a time to struggle with other things. Ziming let go of his doubts. But at this time Ziming hadn't realized that the doubt he put down was the key to many problems. But this is something for the time being. Ziming shrugged helplessly and said, well, even if it is an adopted daughter, but after more than 20 years of raising at home, she will always have feelings. There are many words that force her daughter to marry like this. It's too much to lock the house if you don't agree. Ziming sighed and didn't go any further. After all, it's someone else's family affair. That's great, let alone Tang Ran still likes himself so much at that time. So Ziming scratched his head and said, but it's useless to say more, things have already happened, and Tang Ran has already come to the United States. We still need to find her first. So Muqing, you have any clues? After all, the United States is so big. If there are no clues, it will be too difficult to find. Lin Muqing nodded and said, I still know this. My uncle found out that Tang Ran ran away from home and immediately used the relationship. After checking, it was found that Tang Ran was applying for a tourist visa. According to Tang Ran's visa and entry and exit records, she chose San Francisco as the destination. San Francisco? Why did she go there? Ziming was very puzzled. Asked. I think this may be because she is most familiar with it. Lin Muqing said, one of her best friends was in San Francisco. After she graduated from the Carter School, my aunt and uncle took her to San Francisco for a trip. Once, she chose the most familiar place without knowing it at all. Ziming nodded silently and said, it turns out that this is a reassuring news. but she ran to it alone. It's still impossible to come from the United States. Sister Mew King, I think we'll leave for San Francisco as soon as possible. As soon as possible? Ziming, do you really want to go? Nothing is wrong, Lin Mew King asked in surprise. Of course. You said Mew King about such an important thing. Of course I will do it, Ziming replied with a smile. Lin Mew King wanted to say something, but at this time Ziming's door suddenly rang. Ziming went to open the door. It was Tong Gang, Li Cheng and Ilbidov. They were not surprised to see Ziming and Lin Mew King here. Ilbidov also joked, I hope our sudden visit will not disturb the romantic world of the two, but please forgive the two. Because I am concerned about the situation of going to the court today, although we have already seen the news. In fact, the situation is the same as what you saw. Ziming answered with spread his hands. Lin Mew King then said, Tong Chairman, Mr. Lee Dong-il also dooed off. I hope you can persuade him. He said he was going to San Francisco, but also as soon as possible and immediately. This made Li Tonggang Cheng and Erbidov were very surprised because they didn't understand what was going on. Lin Mew King explained, I blame this thing. It's something I said that shouldn't be said, it's some of my family affairs. Although I don't understand what happened, if it's just a family matter, little brother Ziming, I don't think you should leave the things here in Brighton, because nothing is more important than now. It's very important. I can choose to send the person I trust the most and use all my strength to help you. Tong Gang said to Ziming. But Ziming still shook his head. Tong President, I am very grateful for your help, but I think I need to take a trip, and this is not for you do not trust, but because I have a feeling. The first chapter 156 Ziming, I think you are tired. Ziming's black car is driving on the highway to Harvard University. The trees on both sides of the road are constantly retreating, and Lin Mew King is sitting next to Ziming. I think you still need to listen to the words of Tong Gang, Li Cheng and Erbidov, Ziming. After all, you rescued them. With this incident, the relationship between you and them will no longer be the same. It's pure interest, and they are really thinking about you and the current situation. Lin Mew King said to Ziming, even Ziming yourself said that after you filed a lawsuit against those 45 investment companies and claimed 100 billion yuan, the whole chess game is about to enter the final stage. But according to our firm, knowing the final stage is also very important, because if the final official is not collected, then the previous series of layouts and other efforts will be in vain. Is this what you want to see? Skip the word. Moreover, Lin Mew King continued, our alliance with the three major families is not so reliable. The three of them and the Adams family have jointly dominated the Brighton Consortium for 200 years. What storms have you seen in such a long time? Even if they have disagreements over certain issues, they will eventually be put in the Brighton Consortium. They are still one. Now Ziming, you help them seize power from the Adams family, and they will support you. Once the situation becomes clear, will they still support you like that? Or will they try their best to control the situation in their own hands? Lin Mew King said. Ziming knew that the rhetorical questions Lin Mew King was talking about were what Tong Gang, Li Cheng and Ilbidov had said when they were in the hotel just now. Ziming didn't know that this was what they said from the bottom of their heart, and it was not unexpected. Situation. Even Ziming's sanity kept reminding him that if he gave up here to help Lin Mew King's uncle and aunt to find Tang Ran, it would be absolutely stupid, but Ziming always felt that there was a voice telling him, this he should do things, for Tang Ran, for Lin Mew King, for himself as a man. However, Ziming could not explain these words to Lin Mew King. He could only retreat and say, Sister Mew King, I understand what you said. And I am not a person who ignores the overall situation, but I have to go to Edward and listen to what Mr. Governor asked me for. We will talk about other things when we go back. Maybe Mr. Governor wants to give me some new tasks so that I can't get away. Now it can only be done like this. Lin Mew King sighed helplessly, but her next sentence scared Ziming into a cold sweat. Lin Mew King looked at Ziming suspiciously and said, I really don't know why Ziming is so persistent and want to find Ranran. Even my cousin is not as nervous as you, as if she is your girlfriend, which is so strange. Perhaps after I find her, she will be very grateful and marry me." Ziming said haha, in exchange for Lin Muking's angry eyes. Seeing that Lin Muking did not continue to struggle, Ziming breathed a sigh of relief. Ziming continued to drive towards Harvard University by car. This was Governor Edwards' arrangement. When Ziming was chatting with Lin Muking, Tong Gang and Li Cheng Yerbidorf at the hotel just now, he suddenly received a call from Edward and he said yes. Discuss important matters with Ziming. Regarding the prosecution, he was asked to meet at Harvard University as soon as possible. He will be there today due to the itinerary. After about a quarter of an hour, Ziming's car arrived at Harvard and drove directly into a quiet church in Harvard's North Campus. This was a place arranged by Edward. He said that he would hold worship here and discuss things together. Ziming and Lin Muking walked into the church through the entrance inspection. The inside was very clean. The choir of God was singing on the stage. Only Governor Edward, Harvard President Lawrence and Lowell family patriarch Louis sat down at the back. They putting your hands together seems to be praying. Ziming had never been to the church, but he had also watched many foreign movies, so he did not speak, but walked over in silence and finally sat next to Edward. After a while, Edward opened his eyes. He turned his head to look at Ziming and asked, "Aren't you going to worship?" Nothing was wrong and no words were skipped. "As far as I know, today does not seem to be Sunday, and our beliefs may not be the same either," Ziming replied. "Then you should be fortunate that it is not 400 years ago, otherwise you are a heresy hostile to the church and will be tied to the stake." Louis joked. "It's worthy of being the royal family of the French Empire in the past. It seems that you have done this kind of thing in the past." After joking, Ziming asked afterwards, "But today I am not here to discuss the medieval Inquisition with you. I'm more interested in knowing what you are looking for with me than this." Facing Ziming's question, both Lawrence and Louis focused their attention on Edward, and he stood up and said to Ziming, "Before I say anything, I want to ask Mr. Ziming a question. I know you and yours." The lawyer and Congressman Brooke went to the court together and submitted to the court a lawsuit against 45 investment companies including Caribbean, right? "Of course, isn't this what we all discussed? If you want to repent on this, I won't agree," Ziming said. "Mr. Ziming, please rest assured, since we have decided on the matter, we will not go back, but I want to confirm to Mr. Ziming that the lawsuit has been successful, right?" "Nothing is wrong," Edward asked again. Ziming frowned subconsciously, feeling that Edward's words were a bit strange, but he still replied, "It can only be said that it has been submitted. Whether it succeeds or not depends on the subsequent court debate. As long as the submission can be successfully submitted, I believe the next thing is definitely okay." Then as the news spreads, the entire market will know about the fraudulent activities of investment companies on CDS contracts, which will further crack down on the subprime mortgage market. And because these companies are more or less related to Adams, the family has a great relationship. This lawsuit will put great pressure on the Adams family regardless of whether it is successful or not. So in the end, as long as we make a little effort in the Brighton Bank, we can quickly win the Adams family. Edward's say. What Edward said were the countermeasures Ziming had discussed with him at the beginning, but now Ziming listened, his brows were getting deeper and deeper. "Mr. Governor, what exactly do you mean by saying this?" Ziming asked. "I'm thinking, Mr. Ziming, you have done so much. Are you too tired and need a rest?" Edward asked. Hearing Edward's rhetorical question, Ziming was taken aback for a moment and then said, "Mr. Governor, I don't know if I misunderstood it. You said that you want to kick me out of this matter, right?" "Nothing is wrong and no words are skipped." Edward shook his head and said, "How can this be? We are allies, and all the strategies for the Adams family were devised by Ziming. Otherwise, I don't think we can even find the weakness of the Adams family." "How can we? Burning bridges would do such a thing? Just a person's energy is limited. We think of Ziming, you have done so much, and certainly tired. Let the rest of us to help you complete it." Then Edward added, "Of course, all our previous promises to Ziming will be fulfilled. Whether it is your personal safety, your business status in Brighton, or other cash rewards, etc. It was almost the voice of Edward that fell, and Lin Muking was very dissatisfied. Hey, Mr. Governor, as far as you said just now, why don't you let us continue to participate in it? Our alliance has already said it before, no matter what. Do we have to advance and retreat together? But what do you mean? You didn't help when we were thinking about the strategy. Now that our strategy has been implemented and has achieved results, you have come to let us leave. Don't you think that your approach is very immoral? Make no mistakes without skipping words. Lin Muking's angry voice was a bit loud, causing the choir of God on the stage to stop. In this regard, Louis waved his hand to let the choir continue, and then said to Lin Muking, Miss Lin Muking, as a lady, you should not behave like this. Because of what you said just now, I think you seem to misunderstand us a lot. Just like Edward, as I said just now, we did not cross the river to demolish the bridge, just for the sake of Mr. Ziming. You are his lover. I think you should also consider his health. There are no mistakes and many words. Mr. Louis can rest assured about this. Besides his parents, I must be the person who cares about him most. Lin Muking said. Since Miss Lin Muking cares so much, why bother to make him feel sad? Anyway, things have already come to fruition. Isn't it better to taste your own gains? Lawrence also said. Lin Mu clear what would like to say, but Ziming has stopped in front of her, said, I can feel that you are concerned about, but you really sure you know how to do the next thing yet? Although I have already. Those 45 investment companies filed lawsuits, but this is not decisive, and the situation is not so clear yet, is it? But I think Mr. Ziming, you may be suspicious, because at least in our view, as long as the suit filed, regardless of the final outcome, we aim for subprime loans and Bank Brighton is reached. Yes. And the Adams family has also been under a lot of pressure in it. Recently, he has been consulting with us to discuss countermeasures, which can be seen from this. Louis said. Take over the Buddhist Louis, Edward also said, and from another aspect to say, we are also directors of Brighton Bank. Subprime loans have had a great impact on the Brighton Bank, so the next how processed, we will know more about you than Ziming. After all, we just want to lessen Adams family, rather than destroy this 100 years of Brighton Bank. I say you can understand it. No mistake, not jump word. Ziming nodded and said, certainly can, because as if it were me, I will also do it. That what, Ziming, your thoughts? Today we find you are for this. Lawrence asked. My thoughts? Make no mistakes without skipping words. Ziming said, I think, I have been busy with this matter for so long, and the lawsuit is also an application I submitted to the court. It can be said that there are both credit and hard work. Then at least I will ask for my Wharton Insurance Company. The 10 billion interest-free loan is okay, right? There are no mistakes and many words, and if my company has any problems in the future, you must also help. What do you think? As the weak assuming, Lawrence, Edward, Louis and all three laughed, and said to them as the one after Edward, of course, no problem. 10 billion US dollars of interest-free loans. In addition to the three of us can give you an additional 100 million US dollars. In your Chinese words, this is called a red envelope. If this is the case, then I would be very grateful, Ziming said as he stood up and stretched, and that it then I can enjoy their holidays, and squandered the wealth of this huge. Then Ziming left. Just before leaving, Ziming gave Edward left them saying, only hope you do not regret the decision today, because I do not think Adams family had run out of their 100th chapter 57 A man's decision. Ziming's black car was driving on the highway outside Harvard University. The trees on both sides of the road were constantly retreating, and Lin Muking was sitting beside Ziming. At first glance, this familiar scene looks the same as when they came, but it is actually in the completely opposite direction. In the previous chapter, Ziming came to Harvard University at the invitation of Governor Edward, but now he is leaving Harvard. In the car, Lin Muking raised her hand to look at the time and twisted her eyebrows and said, It has only been less than half an hour. It has only taken less than half an hour from when we came to Harvard University to leave us now. This is too fast. Ziming is serious. I don't understand why you are so anxious to agree to them and leave so anxiously. You know that they are crossing the river and tearing down the bridge. Facing Lin Muking's complaint, Ziming nodded and said, Sister Muking, of course, I know that they are crossing the river to demolish the bridge, but I don't think it has anything to do with the length of time, because they have clearly stated their attitude. Under this situation, I don't think I will continue to talk to them. You can gain any advantage by delaying time. On the contrary, you may lose a lot of benefits. Ziming thought for a while and added, perhaps they won't give me the $200 million. That's not a small amount of income, whether it's for me or Wharton Insurance Company. Ziming, you know that I'm not talking about this, Lin Muking said angrily. Obviously she was not satisfied with Ziming's explanation. Allied with them, it was Ziming that you contributed to it. The way to deal with Adams was Ziming, and you figured it out and realized it step by step. When Ziming you started the layout, why were the three major families not so enthusiastic? Now it's hard to rely on Ziming. Your efforts have pushed the Adams family to a dead end. At this time they jumped out to pick the peaches, and Ziming, you don't want to interfere in the following things. It's too much to cross the river and bridge the bridge. Lin Muking's emotions became more and more angry. In the end, he couldn't help but swung his little fan fist a few times. But then she saw Ziming's seemingly calm face, and said a little bit of hatred for iron and steel. Ziming, in fact, can we bring down the Adams family, or how much we can profit from this matter? It doesn't matter, it's just that it's too unfair to you. Ziming smiled helplessly and nodded, this is indeed very unfair, but Sister Muking, we should have been prepared for this, right? Lin Muking was taken aback for a moment, and Ziming went on to say, in fact, this is what you said about Muking. Then when I proposed to unite the three families, you told me that the three major families belonged to the Brighton Consortium, the Masters. Even if they are in conflict with the Adams family, their status determines that they cannot be our loyal allies. It is very likely that they will only use us to achieve his goals. I did say that. In this case, that's just one thing we need to guard against, or since we have expected this, we should argue with them after the incident. And we can't let them cross the river and demolish the bridge so easily. Lin Muking said. Then what should we do? Is it possible that we also classify them as enemies, and directly add more than 100 investment companies to this lawsuit, and involve all these three families? Don't anyone think about getting it right? Make no mistakes, Ziming asked. This. Lin Muking hesitated, and he couldn't answer this question, because now they dealt with one Adams family alone with the help of the three major families, and it was already so difficult. Not only Tong Gang, Li Cheng and Yi Erbi duo, my husband was put under house arrest, and even they had to leave Brighton and live on Rhode Island for half a month. Now we have to add three major families, even if they can't stay in Brighton today. Ziming pulled Lin Muking's little hand on his palm and said, so, my sister Muking, since they have already dared to tell us directly to cross the river and demolish the bridge, it proves that they must be confident, and if we are at this time it would be even more unwise to have a conflict with them, so we can only choose to compromise. There is no way. But Ziming. Lin Muking wanted to say something, but Ziming asked her first, Sister Muking, and at this time I don't think they are doing anything bad for us to cross the river and demolish the bridge. Just let us do what we want to do. Ziming, are you talking about Ranran running away from home? Nothing is wrong. No words are skipped. Lin Muking tentatively asked. After getting Ziming's affirmative reply, she was helpless. How can these two things be compared? Lin Muking really broke down, even though her cousin ran away from home to a strange country. I am very worried, but if you want to exchange Ziming's hard work, Lin Muking can't agree to it anyway, let alone her friend who can help her in San Francisco, at least for a short time. Worried? But Ziming's meaning here is completely different. Of course this cannot be compared, at least in my opinion. Money can never be earned. As long as I am still alive, There will always be a chance to distribute again, but there is only one person, isn't it? Skip the word, Ziming said. After listening to Ziming's enlightenment, Lin Muking looked at Ziming strangely and asked, "I'm really surprised. Why do you care about Ranran things so much?" This made Ziming's heart jump wildly, and then he hit a ha-ha. "I didn't care very much, but it's a fact that the bridge was demolished by the three major families. I have to find something else for myself. I can't hold these funds in my hands and get moldy. Besides, Sister Muking, when we first went to Hong Kong City, we received a lot of care in Nanjing. Now that she has ran away from home, we have to show it a little bit." Regarding Ziming's explanation, Lin Muking looked suspicious even though she did not speak with Ziming. About 40 minutes later, Ziming and Lin Muking returned to the hotel. Tong Gang, Li Cheng and Erbidoff came to ask about the situation as soon as possible. "Little brother Ziming, why did you come back so soon? It's not that something went wrong with the plan, right? It's not a lot of wrong words or what new methods were used by the Adams family, or what happened to these three big families." "What?" the three asked in amazement. It was obvious from their expressions that they had guessed what they had guessed. Then when Ziming told them the facts, they all looked so annoyed. How could this happen? This is the worst kind of demolition of a bridge across the river. Although the three major families crossed the river and demolished the bridge, we also got what we wanted. Not only will the mortgaged property we have obtained will be guaranteed, our business in Brighton will not be affected. They will even agree to give us 10 billion interest-free loans. So I think if we can make good use of these, we will still make a lot of money. Leave this to Tong Gang, Li Cheng and Ilbidoff. After speaking, Ziming went back to his room. Facing Ziming's departure, Lin Muking, Tong Gang, Li Cheng, and Erbidoff looked at each other, not knowing what to do. Lin Muking stood up and said, "In fact, what Ziming said is correct. Since the three, it is already an established fact that the big family crosses the river and demolishes the bridge. Instead of entangled in this, it is better to find a way to make good use of the compensation they gave us," said Lin Muking. Turned her head and glanced at the direction Ziming was leaving and said, "I miss Ziming. May have been shocked, but he will cheer up. We must have confidence in him." Time soon arrived at night. Took the instrument to Ziming's room again. This is as what Ming's bodyguard must do every day. What he holds in his hand is a complex radio detection device. In addition to detecting the normality of the alarm device in the room, it can also check whether there are abnormal radio signals and special substances in the room. After the police ensure the absolute safety of the room, he can rest assured that Ziming can sleep here. In a circle in the room after Ziming said, "Room, and there is no exception. So I go out. If what you have here at any time by pressing the alarm, he'll be able to arrive." It was also an old-fashioned explanation. After talking about, he was about to go out, but Ziming stopped him and asked, "Do you think I did it today?" Nothing was wrong, no skipping. Looking at Ziming suspiciously, Ziming added, "I'm talking about my decision today." Point head and said, "I know about the three families that burning bridges sides and decide going to San Francisco to find a girl who called on course. To be honest, I cannot tell you the decision was right or wrong, because you do not know the relationship between Don and I ran it. No mistake, not jump word." Ziming asked, "This is one aspect, but there is another aspect. In my opinion, there is no right or wrong for any decision. There are only priorities and distinctions between what should be done and what should not be done." Replied, "I understand a little bit, but it seems still not very clear." Ziming said, shook his head, "Then I don't know how to explain it." Twisted eyebrow thought a moment and added, "It's real explanations I ask you. This question is not a good direction, because if I were you, I would think that as long as I want to do, I'll do it instead of letting myself regret it later. I might as well just do it. I think a man's choice should be reckless. As long as he can be worthy of his conscience, he will do it." In the final watch tweak, Ming asked, "That what Ziming, you think you should go to San Francisco it?" No mistake, not jump word. For finally sudden, and he asked. Ziming laughed. "I did not expect you start." I asked, Then this is a freedom you do, Soldier King. No, wrong, not jump word. Shook his head, said, or perhaps it, but this is more my own personal experience, had in the jungles of Southeast Asia where, because of my hesitation, put an end to a life of my brother. That thing is my one thing that I will never forget in my life, is also something that makes me guilty for the rest of my life, said on low head, shed tears of pain, although only a drop, but also let Ziming surprised. He did not think how the king there are so many soldiers actually a piece of history, but it is also consistent with his wait a passionate style. Perhaps this happened, and later when his wife was forced to abort, he would become so crazy. So you do not want me to repeat your cover art, right? No mistake, not jump word, Ziming asked, shaking his head and saying, I don't know if it's right to persuade you this way, but I think a man still has to make his own decision. Even if he makes a mistake in the end, he can find a way to make up for it. If he waits for the loss and regrets it, then it's late. Not to. If I made a decision, you may be with me to San Francisco. I heard that there is law and order. Cannot. How good. You may have to work a lot of bodyguards heavy, Ziming said. She smiled and said, as long as you are not quasi-prepared to destroy a US military base, I think it should be no problem. How? I think I've been had decided that the man's decision, Ziming said. 150th 8 chapters. A field trip. Stay away. 10 at night, Lin Muking and Zhu returned Ming with sweets. Is holding the instrument detects doing in the living room, Lin Muking to a greeting, and then she came to Ziming of the front of the house, her hand going to open Ziming's door, but found that Ziming had locked the door upside down. This makes Lin Muking bit surprised. She immediately annoyed took a hard look Ziming door loudly. Ziming pretended to sleep in the you do not. I know you did not sleep. Lin Muking couldn't help but pause when she said that, because she suddenly remembered that the sex was still here. How she was acting as if she was a woman locked out of the room by a man, which was too embarrassing. For which she was embarrassed to go back, smiled and thought, and then said, I tell you Ziming, Li Cheng Tong Gang, and I just do not feel also have discussed it, is that 3 families burning bridges on the demolition. We really hope to achieve results have been achieved, and so have the opportunity to get an enormous amount of interest-free loans, which is totally unexpected harvest. So now we can use these interest-free loans to strengthen our campaign's strength, and we can continue to return to the international crude oil market. You said that next year, the situation in the Middle East will be very big. Is there a change? Even a war? We can use this loan to prepare now. Lin Muking. Here they stopped. She saw Ziming room not moving, then kicked the door. Kick snappily said, you have not heard how in the end with the death of a kind, not that people are burning bridges. Didn't you just disapprove of you to go to San Francisco? Why are you still having a temper like a kid? I tell you, it's not time for you to rest. There are still many things that you need to do. You must come out to preside over the overall situation. This is your responsibility. You can't escape. After finishing talking, Lin Muking kicked the door of the room bitterly, and then went back to her room to sleep, but before returning to the room, she still went back and told that to take a good test, not to put Ziming in any danger. With Lin Mu's sunny room between, the door is closed. Not long before, suddenly heard the beating spring. Already dressed Ziming opened the door of his house, crept out of here, see Ziming out, immediately throw away the hand on the instrument, grabbed a backpack in the corner that had been prepared a long time ago and opened the door of the suite. Ziming ran to the door in 2 steps. But this time, Lin Muking suddenly opened the door. She saw this scene at the time, shocked. Zhu, you so late. Ming is also prepared to go. Where you go? Nara does not jump word. Muking sister, I'm sorry, I have no time. Solution interpretation, and here to please you. That 10 billion squandered it all to you. How you want to use to how to use it, the stock market or the international crude oil futures, me no opinion. Ziming finished on the back, shouted quickly, ran quickly out of the door. Skill vigorous followed. Lin Muking, this reaction is over. She ran 3 steps and 2 steps to the door in front of Zhu Ming, back loudly. Zhu Ming, you son of a bitch, you actually dare to run what 10 billion all to me? do not you? When I don't understand international crude oil, and I don't understand international politics, how do I know how to use it? What on earth do you think? Just throw so much money to me. Are you still a man? After scolding Lin Muking, she kicked down a trash can at the door to vent her anger. She didn't know how many green tea girls would envy and hate their conversation. After all, it was 10 billion at that time. Participating in the Sanya Grand Feast for a lifetime is not enough. As for Ziming, who randomly throws 10 billion away, it makes everyone ineligible for losing streak in front of him, especially Ziming's own home. On the other hand, Ziming and quickly ran downstairs to the parking lot. After getting in their car, Ziming panted and smiled and said, "Captain, you are still a soldier." Wang, this escape technique is not very good. It was discovered by my sister Muking. I shrugged meaninglessly and said, if you really want to escape, the best way is to wait for your sister Muking to fall asleep, or wait for her to enter the room before she comes back. This time is too risky. You are too impatient. Ziming just smiled at this, even if he had taken it, then drove him to Fenway first. At the Southern Hotel in the district, Ziming and went upstairs to the luxurious suite of the hotel, knocked on the door, and it was Xiaoyan who came to open the door. This was a girl from the finance class, and in the living room of the suite, the finance class squad leader Chen Xiu, Deputy Squad Leader Li Yang and Regiment Secretary Yi Ning are also here. They all stood up happily when they saw Ziming, and they all asked Ziming what task he would give them. Ziming was not in a hurry to speak about this. He first took them to sit down on the sofa in the living room, and then said, I asked you to come here today. It is indeed something important to explain to you, so I hope you can remember and work hard to complete, and don't have any questions. Can you? No mistakes, no skipping. Although it was strange to Ziming's last request, the four of them still patted their chests and agreed. Ziming said, that's right. I believe you all know that I went to Harvard University today. In fact, Governor Edward asked me to go there today. The purpose is to hope that I can no longer interfere with the Caribbean investment corporations. 15 investment companies are in litigation. Chen Xiu understood Ziming's words. Teacher, they mean to cross the river to demolish the bridge. Do you want you to withdraw from the plan for the Adams family? Nothing is wrong. Ziming nodded and said, that's it. I also agreed. The final result is that they promised us an interest-free loan of 10 billion, and also gave me 200 million in cash separately. I will use this money in international crude oil in the future. In terms of futures, because my prediction is that there will be big changes in the Middle East after the year. Now I have put all the funds into the company's several accounts, so I want you to cooperate with Lin Muking's Hong Kong City Joint Investment Fund and make good data and information collection and analysis, as well as the establishment of a new investment model. Ziming said that little by little they remember, the more they may feel strange. Last leaf condensate asked, old teacher, you say let us cooperate. Muking's sister, how about you do that? Brighton, do you want to leave? No mistake, not jump word. Face of the problem of condensate leaves. Ziming cannot help feeling a woman's intuition is really very accurate. He nodded and replied, yes, I have a very important thing to do, and give you a good layout task. I leave soon. The old teacher, is not that the three families? Li Yang blurted asked. Ziming laughed. If he were it would also be easier, but unfortunately things probably much more complex than this, otherwise I will not be so anxious walking up. Then see what they have to say. Ziming stood up and said, well, if there is no what, I'll go first. Question. You also do not forget to promise me that you do not have any doubt. Ziming last sentence a few people did not let them saying. Ziming also smiled and let them work hard. Do not over yet. Final. Ziming Chen Xiu called aside individually very serious account of his sentence. In addition to the situation in the Middle East, also there is concern about the price of international crude oil futures. You should pay attention to the lawsuit against the 45 investment companies of the Caribbean Investment Corporation and other matters concerning the Adams family. By Ziming emotional infection, Chen Xiu also frowned. The old teacher, Is everything about Adam's family do about that 3 families deal with Adam's family thing? You worry about the change? Ziming nodded and said, now may seem Adams are in a very difficult position, but that does not mean that he completely lost the ability to regain the situation. Speaking of the last, Ziming patted Chen Xiu on the shoulder and said, I know this is a very difficult task. After all, there are too many and too complicated things in it. It is difficult to analyze what you want from the middle. But I believe you can do it. Zifeld Ming's trust, Chen Xiu Ting's chest. Old teacher rest assured, I certainly can do it. Regarding Chen Xiu, regardless of his character or ability, Ziming still trusted him very much. After explaining this matter, Ziming left. An hour later, Ziming arrived at Brighton's Rugen Airport. With the flight of a Boeing 737, Ziming also embarked on a journey to San Francisco. For Ziming, this was just one of his headstrong trips, because Ziming knew that Tang Ran would come to the United States because of him, and besides that, he needed to prove some of his own feelings. Not over the whole of Brighton. There's Ming's departure, but also a lot of people feel the accident. Almost in the weeks after the Ming aircraft vacated 5 minutes in a luxury hotel in Harvard, Edward was just a sleep assistant to call up and hear Ming left the news. He was just stunned. Just stay stunned for a moment, then opened the Edward Lawrence's phone. The phone was only turned on. Lawrence said, it seems you have. By Ming know the news of the left. Now even you are saying, then I can clear this is not dreaming. Edward ridiculous sentence, and then subsequently said, not through this way, people very unexpected. Lawrence, you say he is because today we did you leave with anger? Or could there be other reasons? Lawrence thought for a moment there, said, Ziming that person, in my understanding of him, I do not believe that something will be able to defeat him. I'm sure there will be some things we do not know. I guess you remember he also said today that he does have some other things to deal with. Originally I was with him, just casually said, did not expect to actually be true. It seems that we can give him alleviate a lot of trouble, and gave him sent so much money. I suddenly feel that we deal a big loss now. Edward said, even if another loss, I have also need to do, is not it? No mistake, not jump word. Here Lawrence paused, and finally they said, but I'm worried about is another question. Brian information channels Dayton Consortium are basically the same, and when Edward Lawrence got the news here, there has also been Christos news. Christo was sitting on the sofa in his pajamas. His eyes widened, and he seemed to be unable to believe his ears. He asked the housekeeper next to him, old man, you said that the Chinese left Brighton just now. This is news. Is it true? Nothing is wrong without skipping words. The housekeeper nodded and said that it was true, and Christo took a breath. Why did this guy leave at this time? Is it true that the 3 guys asking him to go to Harvard this afternoon are really discussing his withdrawal? Then the Chinese couldn't accept this kind of treatment, so in the end they fell apart and left Brighton as a result. Nothing wrong. No words. Sir, I can't think of any other explanation besides this, the butler said. Christo let out a sigh of relief and laughed. If this is the case, then they are really stupid, but it is no wonder that their so-called alliance is originally a very ridiculous thing. Now that Chinese is gone, ours the opportunity is here too, Christo said with a smile on his face. He didn't realize what height he had put Ziming to. But anyway, with Ziming's walk-and-go trip, Brighton's situation, which was almost a foregone conclusion, has begun to surge again. Chapter 159 San Francisco for help? Dear hello, San Francisco Tower. I'm here for the 31st Deep Blue temporary flight, requesting a landing instruction. The tower has received it and agrees to the landing request of Deep Blue Temporary 31. Please land in 5 minutes. Please note that your landing time is only 10 minutes, otherwise the next plane will kick your ass. Following the conversation between the flight and the airport tower, a Boeing 737 appeared in the sky above San Francisco International Airport 5 minutes later, and then landed steadily on the runway of the airport. When the flight stopped, a passenger elevator came up and the cabin door opened, and two Chinese went down the escalator. These two Chinese were not others, but Ziming, who came from Brighton. And the time now is 8 o'clock in the morning in San Francisco time. Riding machine field of car ferry, Ziming to open the phone to the chairman of the Dark Blue Air called me to thank Mark, because in accordance with the relevant provisions of air transport safety, and have a zero at night, all passenger flights are not allowed to take off. Only interim arrangements. The special flights for China are no longer included, so Deep Blue Airlines chairman Mark happily sold Ziming's face. After all, Ziming was the largest investor in Deep Blue Airlines early on. Ziming's car did not bring along, and he is playing the car left the airport. Their driver was a very talkative black. When Ziming and just got into the car, he was the first to say, "Chinese people, you were the first not to talk. Let me guess. You must go to Chinatown to do." No mistake, not jump word. Although some accidents, but Ziming smiled and nodded yes. That black is also very high-sing throttle, said, "I guess that is so. We have a lot of Chinese people in San Francisco, who said that every 4 of them will have it's a Chinese." I've also visited your Chinatown. It's like a completely different world. It's so beautiful and amazing. Is it? Could you tell us about Chinatown in San Francisco? I'm curious. Ziming said. Black backhead and looked. Ziming sat on a back seat and said, "Hey, brother, it seems you are the first time to San Francisco. Then I simply introduce you to the entire city of San Francisco. This good?" Ziming nodded and said yes, and then we'll open the black car CD machine, and then he had the race unique musical talent, with rap waiter Ziming introduced from the entire San Francisco. It's real. Ziming has been turned over before coming to information on the San Francisco have a certain understanding, but after listening to the introduction of black friends, have more intuitive understanding. San Francisco is the entire north-south Liang Peninsula extending into the bay, the Golden Gate Bridge against are connected with, and San Francisco had this name because of the discovery of gold, with a huge gold rush set up and developed city, then gradually receded gold rush. In addition, gold mines were also found in other places. In order to distinguish it, it was called San Francisco. Of course, his real name is San Francisco, and San Francisco is also called San Francisco based on the first 2 pronunciations. San Francisco's most complex lots basically on this peninsula in the south, next to the airport in the southernmost South San Francisco Bay, and Ziming were going Chinese City, also known as Tangren Street in downtown San Francisco on the northeast corner of the city, next to the financial district. In other words, Ziming and the others need to cross the entire South San Francisco longitudinally to reach their destination. After a half hour, and Ziming was finally introduced onto the same destination, and travel brochures, hanging things for 4 characters in front of San Francisco's Chinatown. Inside the building is also very rich Chinese characteristics, roads, a lot of merchants hung flags and lanterns of all kinds. Not been here. One thing is very strange, many architectural layout is strange. Ziming, say they crossed a street, a barber shop on the first floor, the second floor is temples. This is because the Chinatown close to the most prosperous financial district, can be said that high cost of land, and therefore cannot be the basis of Chinatown on horizontal development, will be able to continue to cover the rise due to a layout. Building is likely half the time difference century, so there will be these very puzzling layouts. Although this was amazing, Ziming didn't have the time to study it. Finally, under the guidance of the police, the car stopped at a block. This is a relatively narrow street, and the buildings on both sides are in the style of half a century ago. Perhaps due to width and layout problems, there is a sign that prohibits vehicles from entering the street. Ziming looked up at both sides of the house and then asked, "Are you sure you are here?" No mistake, not jump word. Point head and said, "Based on my technical art track, as long as you give me the number, and we have no problem with the map in hand, I would not have made a mistake." Ziming Shuang Zuiatan, but the problem is that these 2 things I had not even really given. There is no problem. Then Ziming looked serious again, Not over now. Even Mu King's sister and her family are not contact her. I finally received her messages. The total still want to try. When Ziming said this, he remembered that 2 days ago, at the critical moment when he was preparing to sue Caribbean and other 45 investment companies, he suddenly received a call from Suhan at night. Ziming thought she wanted to I came to the United States because it was what she said every time she called. She missed herself too much. If it weren't for the domestic industry and her parents, I'm afraid she would have ignored her. But this time she did not say, but told Ziming that she had received an unfamiliar message, which was a cross-border message. Ziming, help me, I am Tang Ran. Although it was only a short 9 words, Suhan felt something was wrong, and she immediately called Ziming. Ziming was very surprised by the news, because he hadn't contacted her for a long time since he left Nanjian, so Ziming could understand why she asked for help through Suhan, but she didn't understand why she wanted to find herself. Call for help. Ziming was very strange, but at the critical moment of preparing materials, Ziming put this matter aside first, and after Lin Muking told Ziming 2 days later that Tang Ran ran away from home, Ziming suddenly remembered this thing. This is also the most important reason why Ziming insists on coming to San Francisco in person. Ziming doesn't think that there is a simple family conflict. The girl's willful running away from home, she will have to go around such a big turn to find herself for help, and if she simply ran away from home, she doesn't need to go abroad at all, and she runs away have been here once. At the same time, in order to prevent Lin Muking from worrying too much, Ziming didn't tell her. Not only was he afraid that she would be jealous, of course, there was also another aspect, Ziming's premonition. He always had a feeling when he heard about Tang Ran. I think this matter is not as simple as it seems. Since the first time I answered Suhan's call, the second time after listening to Lin Muking, this feeling is getting stronger and stronger. Ziming didn't know exactly what this feeling was about. In order to verify, he could only come to San Francisco as soon as possible. This is why he didn't want to wait until the next day. After arranging everything in Brighton, he went to Deep Blue, the reason why the airline has arranged special flights after midnight. Of course, Ziming didn't come here blindly. When he put down Tang Ran's affairs first, he asked to track down the number that Suhan received the paging. Through his technical means, it was found that it belonged to a home phone in San Francisco. For this reason, Ziming came here the first time he arrived in San Francisco, hoping to find Tang Ran through this clue. Even if Tang Ran is not here now, he at least knows that she has been here and this family. If it does matter, then you can get other clues through this family, otherwise there will be no clues. To find someone among the 850,000 people in San Francisco, the difficulty is not lower than that of landing on the moon. Zangjia Alley number 12. It looks like this house number should be not far away from the street, Ziming said as he was about to walk into the alley, but suddenly heard the stern sound of the police siren. Ziming looked back and saw 2 police cars roared over and stopped at the entrance of this Zangjiu alley, and then the 4 policemen got off and walked into the alley. Seeing this situation, Ziming's heart suddenly enveloped a very unclear premonition, so he and the police immediately ran into the alley. As expected, the 4 policemen finally arrived at number 12 in Zhangjiaxiang. They were taking notes. The young Chinese girl was talking to them emotionally. It's true, my friend was kidnapped. I had dinner with her last night, but she disappeared early this morning, said the girl. But the 4 white policemen didn't care. Well, according to your description, although I don't deny the possibility of kidnapping, I think she's more likely to just go out to eat and forget to come back because of the food in your Chinatown. It's really good. It's impossible, the girl denied, because my friend, she just came to San Francisco for a trip. She is not familiar with it. She doesn't even speak English well. Why is she? Maybe she just ran out because she was greedy? She would definitely be waiting for me. So Mr. Officer, please help me. There. Policeman waved impatiently. Okay. I know, then do you have more? Is there any other evidence? Did the kidnappers call you? extorting ransom or other demands? If it's just based on what you are saying now, then go to hell. The girl thought for a while and nodded and said, yes, I have other evidence. That was 3 days ago. She called her friend for help. I thought she was playing a prank, but now I want to come to her. She must have been threatened by someone, so she called for help. Now she must have been kidnapped. We haven't received the kidnapper's call, but there will be some in the future. She must have been kidnapped. Okay, I'll talk about it when you received the kidnapping call, but before that I suggest you go to the psychiatric department to check it. Maybe you don't have this friend at all. The police closed his transcript after speaking, and then turning to leave. The girl hurriedly took the policeman's arm and said, Mr. Police Officer, please believe me, my friend was really kidnapped. There. Girl's words only ended here, because the policeman took out a gun was placed on her forehead. I'm telling you, there is no kidnapping here. If you get confused anymore, I can judge you as an assault on the police. Okay, Chinese bitch. The white policeman said, annoyed. The girl was so frightened that she immediately let go of her hand, and the 4 white police officers left with a laugh. Ziming frowned and watched this scene. After the police left, Ziming stepped forward, and then put the bag back on his back. Under Ziming's order, he was already prepared. He would do anything too much. Although Ziming had just arrived in San Francisco and didn't want to cause trouble, he still had to take care of something happened to his compatriots who might still know Tang Ran's clues. Hello? Do you know Tang Ran? Nothing is wrong without skipping words. Ziming asked the girl. Facing Ziming who suddenly appeared, the girl was taken aback, but when she heard Tang Ran's name, she nodded her head quickly and said, yes, I know Tang Ran. She is kidnapped now. You must help her. But she realized that Ziming was not a policeman, so she asked with a face full of confusion, excuse me, are you? I am the one. She asked for help. Ziming said. Chapter 160, this Hoover or Hoover? You mean Ran asks you for help? The girl was scared, surprised, said she still hesitant. Ziming looked up and down glances, apparently did not believe the words of Ziming. Because she wanted to come in since the Tang then select someone to help, then help the elders, if not the object, at least, that is a capable person, and Tang Ran also said to her that that person is a very powerful person, but Ziming in front of him is just a young man under 30 years old. What can he do? Weakly Ming's experience, he certainly understand what the girl in doubt, and he then said, my name is Ziming. Then ran really to me for help by someone else. You do not doubt it, or do not believe there anyway. Police, it's okay for you to tell me things. What do you think? Listen, Ziming. Then this girl, so he suspected, react very rude, so she immediately apologized and said, I'm sorry, my name is Snow. I do not doubt you're real. Ziming nodded and said, for which I am convinced that we still find a place to put things. Tell me. Snow also pointhead said yes, and then they went to a corner of the restaurant together. Ziming asked for a box, wait for them to sit down, light Snow once before, said, Zuxian Xingming, I am really sorry, but I really don't mean to doubt you. But I think she might tell her family first about such an important matter. I don't know what your relationship is with her. This question really stopped Ziming from asking, because he didn't seem to have a deep relationship with Tang Ran. But it also beat Ziming. He immediately said, I and her relationship a little complex hybrid, not a few words to explain. But you can believe me that people like her most trusted, whether it is in her after getting into trouble. I won't think of asking for help first, and I won't find your address by following the number immediately after receiving her call for help. Xiexu was taken aback for Ziming's answer, and then his eyes lit up and said, yes. She will find you without notifying her home. She must trust you very much, and you can find my home based on a phone number, which proves you are not ordinary. Xiexu spit out her little fragrant tongue in embarrassment and said, I'm really sorry, I shouldn't doubt you just now, but I believe you 100% now. Ziming was a little helpless. It turned out that she was gathering people in groups, And the girl who was closest to Tang Ran was also a little cute. Doesn't she remember that she didn't doubt what she said just now? However, Ziming didn't care. He said, "It doesn't matter. But I beg to be blunt. Why are you so sure that you were kidnapped? Just because you woke up this morning and found that she was not in your room anymore? No mistakes, no skipping. This is only one aspect, because although she has been to San Francisco, she is still unfamiliar with her life here. It is impossible to walk around alone. At most, she is only walking and running nearby. But she seems to go out for a run last night. I didn't come back." Xiexu became very annoyed when she said that. "It's all my fault. I know she's not familiar with me here. I should quit my job and come back to run with her." Maybe this is not the case. It will happen. It's all my fault. Xiexu, it's not your fault. You don't need to blame yourself. You have your job. And you can't think that she just went out for a run and didn't come back, right? No, make no mistakes. Ziming comforted her. But facing Ziming's comfort, Xiexu desperately shook her head and said, "No, it's not like this. I have already guessed that something might happen to her, and she has already asked you for help, right? I should be able to think of it. Yes, or at least I should not let her go out, because I have a gun at home. According to San Francisco law, if someone dares to come in, we have the right to kill him." Ziming frowned solemnly. It's not that after listening to Xiexu's words, she will be blamed. After all, she also has her job. It is unreasonable for her to watch Tang Ran 24 hours a day. But what makes Ziming strange is another point. How could they have a premonition that something will happen? Tang Ran also sent himself a distress message through Suhan. Thinking of this, Ziming said to Xiexu, "Wait for Xiexu, here I am very curious. Do you know that someone is going to be unfavorable to Ran?" "Nothing is wrong. No words." Xiexu nodded and said yes. This answer made Ziming's brows even more frowning, but Ziming restrained his emotions and just asked, "What happened? Can you finish the book and tell me?" Nothing is wrong without skipping words. "No problem." Xiexu sorted her thoughts and said, "In fact, this matter has to be discussed from last week. At that time, because of the forced marriage at home, it was very unpleasant, so she ran away from home and came to San Francisco. I think to take her to relax. We went to the Fisherman's Wharf in the north. But I never thought that it was the worst decision I ever made in my life, and I was kidnapped." Fisherman's Wharf is very San Francisco famous scenic spot. You have no problem with this decision. Did something happen? Nothing wrong. No words. Ziming asked. "We met a gang there." Xiexu said. This answer surprised Ziming, but he didn't interrupt Xiexu's memory. Just raised his hand to signal her to continue. "I took Ranran to Anchorage Square to go shopping that morning. I ate Dungeness crabs at noon, but I didn't think she was very interested, so I took her to Pier 39 to see the sea lions in the afternoon. I thought that the silly sea lion would make her feel better, but I didn't expect that we met someone from the gang on Pier 39. Recalling what happened that day, Xiexu felt very regretful, and she continued, "When we were watching the sea lion that day, someone came to talk to Tang Ran and said they wanted her contact information. I didn't want to care about this kind of person, but he kept chasing Tang Ran for it. I could not bear it and scolded him, but he said even if we don't give it today, it doesn't matter, he will definitely find us." "Then what then? Did you leave the Fisherman's Wharf?" "Nothing is wrong and no words are skipped," Ziming asked. Xiexu nodded and replied, "Yes. The atmosphere brought by those sea lions was destroyed by the disgusting person that day, and then I took it back. But who knows that when I was running around peacefully that night, but he ran into that person again, and he said he was looking for Anran." "He's looking for Anran? Is it here in this entire Chinatown?" Ziming asked in surprise. "I think he should be the gang in Chinatown. He thinks that we are also Chinese, so he wants to keep searching for Ranran here." "Isn't his purpose to find Ranran?" Xiexu said. "I went back with Ranran in fear that day, but the second natural ran into him again. I don't know what he said to Ranran, so I called you for help when Ranran came back. The original thing is already done." At this point, That person must be ill-intentioned towards Ranran. I should not let Ranran go out for a run by myself. I really shouldn't. It's all my fault. I think Ranran must have been bullied by now. But if she is really bullied, then I will be the biggest bad person, and the person who is most sorry to her. Xiexu said, crying sadly. After hearing the whole thing, Ziming felt confused. Although it sounded like this was a story in which they ran into a gang member, the gang member fell in love with Tang Ran, and then looked for Tang Ran every day and finally kidnapped her. But as long as I think about it, it doesn't seem like this. In short, Ziming's head was full of paste, as if something flashed in his head, but he couldn't grasp the point. In the end, Ziming had no choice but to comfort him. Xiexu, don't be sad. Maybe things are not as bad as you thought. After Xiexu stopped crying, Ziming then asked her, do you remember any other clues? Say something like a name. Name? Xiexu twisted her eyebrows for a moment and said suddenly, I remember, his name is Hoover. But after she said her name, Xiexu seemed to think of something tentatively and asked, but what about knowing the name? Don't you know the local gang, Mr. Ziming? To this question, Ziming smiled bitterly and replied, I'm the first time to come to San Francisco. I definitely don't know the local gang, but it's called I really know one of Hoover's Chinese, but that guy doesn't he seem to be a gang, but in the financial system. Ziming's first half of the answer made Xiexu very discouraged, but the second half made her again. He was overjoyed. So, do you know Mr. Ziming? That would be great. Then, Mr. Ziming, please try it first. Maybe it is the Hoover. You know that the current gangs are loan sharks. What kind of financial system might it be? Xiexu's words made Ziming a little bit dumbfounded. I think that China Bank is also a very influential Chinese bank in the United States. That Mr. Hoover is also the head of the Brighton branch of China Bank. He became a gang when Xiexu said it. It is a loan shark. I believe that if Hoover himself knows this, he probably has the heart to kill him. But on the other hand, to say a little Snow also said that, regardless of this is not to say Hoover, ask what they say, and what looks like a Chinese bank's headquarters in San Francisco, with his long served as branch, the identity may be a little bit more accessible here, and it's always right to ask. Thinking of this, Ziming said to Xiexu, what you said is right, maybe it's really like what you said. I know this matter, and I will deal with it right away. You go back first. If there is something else for you, you can call me. This is my mobile number. Ziming said to the Snow, wrote his phone number. The Snow looked very surprised and asked, how do you have a cell phone? Knew that if you have a cell phone, then how can you not call directly to the Hoover? Then you know it. Then also, it's in his hands. Don't let Ranran be bullied. Ziming was originally prepared to resort to such as the Snow was gone. But now the Snow are saying, Ziming, and then drive her away a bit too good, so Ziming had on the spot to come up with the phone number, dialed Hoover. Sing long hello, I'm Ziming. I arrived in San Francisco. I remember the last time you said you back to headquarters to report his work, right? No words so many wrong you think will give you called, and now back is Brighton. Nothing is wrong and no words are skipped. Ziming asked. Hoover received Ziming phone a bit surprised. So you do to San Francisco, that's great. I'm still in San Francisco, but maybe a bit busy recently. You do not know how long to stay here, so after being busy with things for a while, I will definitely treat you to a drink. You may not know that the bar here at Fisherman's Wharf is very good. Ziming laughed and said yes, very anxious. Note to the side, because the phone's slightest Ziming tang did not mention natural thing, so she gently pulled the sleeves of Ziming. Ziming gesture reassured her, then asked, who lines long, since you're in San Francisco like that, and I'm also here, nothing goes to the temple, and I hope you can help a little trouble. It must be very troublesome to let Ziming call you. Let's talk about it. As long as it's not too difficult, I can solve it for you, Hoover said readily. That's it. I have a friend named Tang Ran. She seems to have caused a little trouble, Ziming said tentatively, but before Ziming finished his words, Hoover asked in surprise, Tang Ran? Ziming, Don't you know Tang Ran too? Nothing wrong, no skipping. Chapter 161. Tang Ran is in the financial building. It's great. It seems that you are pinning all your hopes on you. It is true that you are her greatest savior. Mr. Ziming, you are really a very good person. Amazing person. I just said one name, and you will find Ranran right away. This is 1,000 times more powerful than any detective, Xiexu said very excitedly. She looked at Ziming's eyes brightly. It seems that there are stars coming out of her eyes. Obviously Xiexu's expressions and her words indicate that she admires Ziming very much, but it's no wonder. After all, when she woke up in the morning and found that Tang Ran was missing, she was horrified and the police didn't come over. Believe it, now it takes only a few words to see Ziming. She told Ziming a name. Ziming followed the name and found someone after a phone call. This was a miracle in Xiexu's eyes. But for Ziming, this was a coincidence that made him helpless, because he only heard the name Hoover familiar. This call was just a dead horse as a doctor who knows the hooligan. Xiexu said, Hoover. How about the President Hoover he knew? If you just rely on Xiexu's description, you wouldn't have thought that this Hoover was the other Hoover if Ziming was killed. It is of course a good thing to find it, but it is not a good thing at the same time. To say a good thing is to have a very direct clue. Just now on the phone, Hoover had admitted that Tang Ran was taken away by him, but it was not kidnapping, and said that if Ziming needs him to arrange a meeting. But at the same time, Hoover also said that it was a very important thing for him to take Tang Ran away. As for what it was, as long as Ziming went to him, he would be able to see Tang Ran and know what was going on. He was not on the phone. It's easy to make it clear. If Hoover said that, Ziming had to think more about it. After all, Ziming would not be as simple as Xiexu. He would not think that Hoover was a gang member. He took Tang Ran away because he coveted her beauty. The head of the Brighton branch of China Banking Corporation, he is a person who may enter the bank's board of directors in the future. It can be said that he has a promising future. It is impossible for him to do such a telling thing in San Francisco where the headquarters are located. But if it weren't for this reason, Ziming would have no idea why he would take Tang Ran away. This question made Ziming very confused. Xiexu suddenly said, Mr. Ziming, now that we already know where Anran is, let's go find her. Ziming nodded silently, thinking in his heart, now that I don't understand anything, I can only go one step at a time like this. Ziming then looked at Xiexu and said, I'll find her right away. But Xiexu, you have to go home first. What do you do when you go home? Should you call the police to catch that Hoover? Xiexu asked. Ziming shook his head a little bit dumbfounded. Of course not. You should go back to work. You should go to work. You should go to sleep. Don't let this matter affect your normal life. Of course I will solve the problem alone. Xiexu wanted to say something. Ziming said to her in front of her, I know that you are also very concerned about Ranran. I am very grateful to you for this. I believe that Ranran will be very moved when I know it, but this matter may not be as much as you think. Simple. First of all, we can't call the police. We can only solve it bit by bit on our own. You couldn't help in the past, so you should go back and wait for the news first. At this point, Ziming thought about it, then asked, Xiexu, do you know why Ranran is so attractive? It's because she is very sensible and knows when to do what. Xiexu nodded suddenly and said, I understand. I will go back now and won't give you a causing trouble. But if you have anything to do with me, Mr. Ziming must notify me. I will definitely help if I try my best. Who will let me do this thing? Ziming thought very much, said that it had nothing to do with her, but in order to avoid extra branches, Ziming finally just nodded and said okay. After sending off Xiexu, Ziming and the bodyguard took a taxi to the very famous Montgomery Street in San Francisco. This is the financial district of San Francisco. There are 40 banks headquarters, more than 100 banks business halls, and there are countless others. Insurance companies and other investment companies are here, making Montgomery Street also known as Western Wall Street. On this famous Western Wall Street, there are also two landmark buildings. One is the Transamerica Pyramid, and the other is the China Bank building. The fame of the Pan American Pyramid comes from his breathtaking postmodern architectural style, while the China Bank building is ordinary in terms of height and design style, and his fame only comes from the bank itself. Today Ziming's destination is the China Bank building. Ziming got off the car and looked up at the entire financial building. If Ziming had doubts before, now he fully believes that Hoover did not kidnap Tang Ran, because if it is really kidnapping, at least one should choose a more secluded place, right? It's true that many words can't be placed in the most prosperous financial building in the financial district, right? There are no mistakes in many words. Their most dangerous place is the safest place. This statement is for special circumstances. If Hoover really kidnapped people into the China Bank building, I'm afraid someone will call the police that day. But if it wasn't kidnapping, why did Hoover approach Tang Ran? This question made Ziming more and more confused. It seemed that he could only solve the mystery after seeing Hoover and Tang Ran. Ziming thought about it. He took out his cell phone and dialed a number. No one answered the call for the first time. Ziming felt strange and dialed again. This time Ziming dialed out. Someone came to him and asked him, "You okay? Are you Mr. Ziming?" Nothing is wrong and no words are skipped. Ziming nodded and said yes. The man said, "Mr. Hoover has been waiting for a long time, please follow me upstairs." Following this man, Ziming entered the China Bank building, and he took Ziming to the first place. At the door of an office on the 30th floor, he knocked on the door and informed him before he went out to tell Ziming that he could go in. After getting permission, Ziming entered the office. This is a very large office, the size of a basketball court, and it was divided into several rooms by several glass partitions. Ziming bypassed the partition and walked into the office inside, and he saw the man sitting in the boss chair. "Hoover, Mr. Ziming, I didn't expect you to come to San Francisco, but it's not interesting for you to come to San Francisco without contacting me in advance." Hoover came up and gave Ziming a warm hug, and he was still alive. Angrily blamed Ziming for not telling him in advance. Ziming smiled and said, "I'm sorry President Hu, but I didn't expect that we would meet in this situation. I didn't even expect you to be in San Francisco. I thought you were still in Brighton." "No way. Who made you the head of Brighton's branch?" "If it wasn't because of Tang Ran's affairs." Hoover still smiled and faced it until Ziming Hoover frowned when he said Tang Ran's name. Hoover first asked the person who had brought Ziming to go out, and then he glanced at him again, and looked at Ziming with some questions. Of course Ziming understood what he meant, so he explained to him, "This is my personal bodyguard. I trust him very much. I don't need to hide my affairs from him." Hoover wanted to say something, but then he shook his head and gave up. He took Ziming and sat on the next to him, and then he asked, "I'm sorry, I don't know where you are from, and who told you Tang Ran's name, but I hope you don't. It's good to ask more, so as not to be involved." Ziming's expression changed slightly. "What? Is this matter complicated?" "Nothing is wrong and no words are skipped." "Very complicated. Not as complicated as most people can imagine," Hoover replied very seriously. He then said again, "Mr. Ziming, I will tell you this because of the relationship between us. If anything else I will just let him get out of here without any explanation." Ziming suddenly smiled, and he said to Hoover, "But it's a pity that I am such a fucking person. I still need to understand, or if Hoover it is not convenient for you to say, you can also take me to see her, and I will ask her face to face." Hoover frowned, his tone very unpleasant word of warning. "Zuxian Ming, I take you as a friend and you just say those are, I hope you can respect my appropriate." Ziming same smile. "I think Xing Long you may have misunderstood what I said, so you do not have any lack of respect or take your baited mean. Just some things I need to know." "Why?" "I don't think this matter has anything to do with you," Hoover said. "It's real. I do not think it would have anything to do with me." Ziming subsequently changed his casual huifeng. Then he said, "Just a few days before the Tang then hit my pager, asked me to come help her. I ask Mr. Hoover, is this reason enough?" Nothing is wrong and no words are skipped. Ziming's sonorous tone virtually gave Hoover a very great pressure, especially in the last, Ming asked, stressing each syllable out of the question. Let Hoover feeling at that moment. The air around suddenly froze. It almost suffocated him. Of course, Ming didn't come here today to create pressure on Hoover. After speaking, he played down his momentum. Hoover took a sigh of relief. At the moment just now, Hoover realized for the first time what it means to be real on pins and needles. He didn't understand how a young man could have such a momentum, but he definitely didn't want to experience it again. So Hoover said, Ming, of course, enough is enough. I can make arrangements for you to meet her, Mr. Ming, but there are two things I felt the need to tell you that in advance. Ming nodded his hand to say, the first thing, Don, course is not enough to leave this building, Chinese bank building. Hoover then immediately say, Zuxai Anqing Ming, you do not ask me why, I ask that you also cannot tell, but I can. What I'm telling you is that the implications behind this are very big. Hoover has said, the second thing is I want to remind you, Mr. Ming, a lot of things very complicated. Even then, Miss Tang did not know, so you may not even see her understand anything. Ming nodded and said quietly, I think I understand, Mr. Hoover. If there is no third thing to say, please arrange. Troubled Don and I ran to meet it. Hoover said that he would like to help you, then stood up and went to his desk to make a call. After hanging up the phone, he said to Ming, I think I can take you there now. Ming nodded and said yes, and then to follow Hoover left his office. They take the elevator all the way dedicated line to the 43-story. Hoover came with Ming, did not close the door inside a room. The room seems to be divided in the outside. The outside is like a living room. There are two dark-skinned, strong-looking Chinese women sitting on the sofa. According to Hoover, they are here to take care of and protect Tang Ran. Ming and came in. Two bodyguards subconsciously stood up, apparently so that they felt something. Until they explain Hoover's fears were groundless, but still wary watching Tang. Then on the inside of the house rooms, Ming not bother to control wary of these two female bodyguards. He followed the Hoover direct knock on the door into the back room. Ming finally met Don Ran. Chapter 162 First Air? In Tang then located between the rooms is very good. The good does not mean to say here how magnificent, but that all the decorations here are very sophisticated, from the wooden tables and chairs and even the floor porcelain carved, are very rich in ancient charm and style with Chinese characteristics. Buddha told Hoover, Ming here is in accordance with the presidential suite of standard equipment, whether it is all the furniture or decoration, are selected from the best materials from domestic cost a fortune, or the best teacher even if a bolt were honed by hand. In addition to these, there are several blue and white porcelain vases in the room, which are all well-preserved antiques in the Yuan and Ming dynasties. These layouts made the mystery bigger and bigger, but Ming was not in a hurry, because as long as he saw Tang Ran, these mysteries should be solved. Ming such a thought, suddenly heard someone speak and he said, Mr. Hoover, I'm sorry, it is not possible to agree. I'm sure. Although it was a long time since I saw it, Ming heard that this was Tang Ran's voice for the first time. She was sitting on the sofa in the inner living room, with her back facing the door, so she couldn't see the door. Ming turned around and saw Hoover. Hoover embarrassed smile. Ming no longer control him, but then said to Don, then I ran, I was Ming, am coming to you. Finish. Ming could see Tang Ran's body shook. And then she stood up immediately, turned around and saw that it was Ming, and suddenly threw 3 or 2 steps into Ming's arms, crying, Brother Ming, is really you? I really came to rescue me? I finally waited for you. Ming gently patted her jade back and comforted her. Yes, I really came. I came to save you, so you don't want to. I'm scared. You are here, Brother Ming. Of course. I won't be scared anymore. Tang Ran raised her head, but then she saw Hoover next to him again, and immediately pointed at him and said, Brother Ming is this guy. He was the gangster who accosted Xiaoxiu and me on the road that day, and he threatened me to come here with Xiaoxiu's safety. He didn't allow me to leave the door of this room. Hurry up and teach this bad guy. Faced Tang Ran accusing, Hoover explained helplessly. Miss Tang Ran, it seems unreasonable for you to accuse me like this. I tricked you into here with a little trick, but I didn't seem to treat you badly, right? There are many words not only for you to eat and dress, but also for you to live in such a nice room. If you feel bored by yourself, you can also pick up your friends. I know that Xiexu, she must have not lived in her entire life. I've been to such a luxurious place. Hearing what Hoover said, Ziming suddenly saw that Tang Ran was wearing a black cardigan dress with white lace lining. Although Ziming didn't give too much attention to women's clothing, under the influence of Lin Muking's ears and eyes, you can also see that Tang Ran is very noble, turning Tang Ran, the cute little girl in the past, into a noble princess. Regarding Hoover's explanation, Tang Ran said with disdain, I don't want Xiexu to live with him, you liar. I won't believe what you said. Hoover was completely injured. Fortunately, Ziming asked everyone to sit down on the sofa in the living room at this time. Ziming sorted out his thoughts. He first asked Tang Ran, you just said that you are pretty sure you can promise Hoover what? It's me. When I first came in, Brother Ming, what I said was not aimed at you. I didn't know it was you who came in. I thought it was that guy. Tang Ran said, pointing at Hoover. It's him. He said he wanted me to marry a person I don't know. This answer was completely beyond Ziming's expectations, because Ziming also thought about many reasons for Hoover's house arrest of Tang Ran, and he saw Tang Ran's presidential suite under house arrest and Tang Ran's body. Ziming was even more suspicious of the precious decorations in his heart, but no matter how skeptical Ziming was, he would never have thought that Tang Ran would be forced to marry him. Why? You must know that Tang Ran was forced to marry by his parents in Nanjian, but what qualifications do you have if Hoover is unrelated to San Francisco? Or is he really as Xiexu guessed? He coveted Tang Ran's beauty. Hoover couldn't bear Ziming's sharp eyes and replied, actually, the matter is not what you think, Mr. Ziming. I didn't force the marriage. I just gave Miss Tang Ran a friendly suggestion. Hoover's words fell. Ziming was very displeased and said, a friendly suggestion? Is your friendly suggestion to put Ran under house arrest? Is this what you call kindness? And most importantly, who you marry should be respectful of her will. She wants her to choose herself. Who are you? And her lifelong events are still in your turn. Ziming's words were heavier than each, as if a heavy hammer hit Hoover's heart. It kept him out of breath. Hoover then explained, Mr. Ziming, please believe me. I am really doing this for Miss Tang Ran, because as long as she promises the wedding, she can inherit all the properties of the Tang Dynasty Bank. This explanation made Ziming very much surprised. He also noticed the key point in the sentence, inheritance. Hoover nodded and said, yes, it is inheritance. According to the Tang family rules, Miss Tang Ran is the first heir in the family, just because of her in addition to her status as a female, and she did not grow up in the family. According to the actual competitiveness, she might not even be in the top 100, so she needs to marry the top-ranked heir in the family. This enhances one's actual competitiveness. The first heir of the Tang family? Ziming looked at Tang Ran in surprise. Regarding Ziming's doubts, Tang Ran desperately shook his head and said, Brother Ming, I don't know what Tang family is, and I don't know what heir I am. These must be lies made up by this bad guy, just to deceive. I'm married, Brother Ming. Don't trust him. Hoover sighed. Tangran Bank is the second largest banking group in the United States, with an apparent asset of more than 1 trillion yuan, and the Tang family is the Bank of China, China's largest controlling shareholder. The Tang People's Bank is not a Chinese bank in a broad sense, but the private bank of the Tang family. For this reason, generally speaking, the heirs of the Tang family are equivalent to owning the Tang People's Bank. Legacy. Do I have to lie to Miss Tang Ran? Nothing is wrong. No words. These words surprised Ziming because he originally thought that the so-called China Bank was nothing more than a group of wealthy Chinese businessmen who jointly funded and established a bank representing the interests of the Chinese people. just like many Zhejiang Bank Huishang banks in the future. But how? It is also unexpected that the so-called Tang People's Bank is actually just a private bank with the Tang family's surname. Although such a Chinese bank is strictly a Chinese bank, it is not what everyone thinks it is. Hoover then said to Ziming, but it's not surprising that Miss Tang Ran said that, because she has always been in China in the past, and she doesn't even know many things. She doesn't know. Then, do you know it again? Ziming asked. Hoover nodded and said, of course I know, because she and my uncle Tang, the former patriarch of the Tang clan, because of the large number of generations within the clan, all of our juniors and people of foreign surnames should call him respectfully uncle. And Miss Tang Ran and him are almost imprinted in the same mold. I happened to serve my uncle at the time and I was very impressed with him. So I was sure when I first saw her at Fisherman's Wharf. This point. Hoover thought about it after he said it for a while and said, I know that it may be unconvincing just by saying that. Then, Miss Tang Ran, I think you can take out the DNA identification report I gave you. To believe that is the most convincing. When Tang Ran heard Hoover say this, she seemed to be irritated at once, covering her ears and shook her head. I don't know what appraisal report. You are a lie. There is no such thing. There is no DNA appraisal report. You deliberately said this to deceive us. Brother Ming, don't believe him. Miss Tang Ran, please forgive me. You are only deceiving yourself like this, Hoover said while his gaze was still looking in the room. At last, he stopped on the trash can not far away before it could be dumped. Hoover found a document in the trash in the past. He took it and handed it to Ziming, saying, this is the DNA identification report issued by the University of California Medical Center. The so-called DNA identification is the use of forensic medicine, biology and genetics. The theory and technology of analyzing the genetic characteristics to determine the paternity relationship between the two parties to be identified. This is the most advanced identification technology at present. And it is also the conclusion drawn by the University of California Medical Laboratory. This is the most scientifically based conclusion and is based on the repeated appraisal by the University of California Medical Center. Is absolutely impossible, because I was also worried that I would be wrong. So after Miss Tang Ran came here, I asked a doctor from the University of California Medical Center to do it for her. DNA identification, Hoover said. Ziming took the document and looked at it. As Hoover said, according to the identification results of the University of California Medical Center, Tang Ran was indeed the daughter of the Tang family. Compared with Tang Ran, Ziming, as a rebirth, he identified DNA. It is too familiar, and the University of California Medical Center is one of the top 10 authoritative hospitals in the United States for comprehensive capabilities, so the result is very authoritative as Hoover said. If the appraisal result really involves the inheritance of the Tang family's inheritance, it is in danger of being exposed at any time. Hoover would not have the guts to cheat. But as the identification results solved one problem, but other problems emerged one after another. Ziming looked up at Hoover and asked, in terms of DNA identification, I can trust you for the time being, but Tang Ran has always been in China. How come you suddenly become the heir of some Tang family? It is still the first in line, and there is the most important point. Ziming looked at Hoover. His eyes sharpened. If it's just your guess, you can see a similar looking person on the road. Just go up and ask the other person to do a DNA test. There are no mistakes in many words. Of course, no, but all of this is indeed a coincidence, Hoover said. First of all, I will find Ms. Tang Ran because of the recent inheritance of the Tang family. Due to the sudden death of the patriarch, it is too late to designate an heir. This heir is already in trouble for the right of inheritance, and the whole family is about to fall apart. Therefore, in order to calm the turmoil as soon as possible, several elders in the family asked me to secretly find the successor in line. I also went to Nanjing before. I came back to the Fisherman's Wharf without success but ran into her. As for how Miss Tang Ran was in Nanjing, this question is about 20 years ago. Hoover said, the Tang family originated from the big family in Lingnan, China. After the liberation, The patriarch at that time did not flee to the United States with the tribe for some reasons. 20 years ago, the Tang family also found Uncle Tang because of inheritance issues. He returned to the United States for the family. Because this trip was very risky, he gave Miss Tang Ran, who was only born at that time, to a side branch of the local family to raise. So now the family is once again facing the inheritance problem. My Uncle Tang was born back then. Some of the incidents of the People's Republic of China did not leave any heirs, and several heirs in the line were also making trouble. The elders in the clan thought of Tang Ran, who was still in Lingnan. Hoover said at last. Chapter 163. Let the masters come. As Hoover's voice fell, Ziming and Tang Ran hadn't spoken for a long time. After all, such shocking news would take some time to digest. However, Hoover did disappear from Brighton for a while. It seems that he was returning to San Francisco to deal with the inheritance problem within the Tang family. He even went to Lingnan to look for Tang Ran, but he did not find it, or at that time, Tang Ran had already broken up with his parents or ran away from home, and on Tang Ran's side, Ziming finally understood why her parents were so patriarchal, why they would still hug. Raise a girl. The relationship is within the clan, the widow of a big man. These things can finally match Ziming's memory, and helped Ziming solve many mysteries. Of course, after understanding these things, there are more and more troublesome mysteries, but these are not a priority. Ziming and Tang ran in silence, but there Hoover went on to say, since then Miss Tang is tertiary god-only daughter, so she naturally is. Family rules in the first heir. But the family rules are in contact within the eyes of most people. A woman is the one who marries out after the new rules of the Western royal family. Even if she is the first in line, it is still very unconvincing to the Tang family in the Chinese cultural circle of. And Miss Tang Ran has been living in her hometown in Lingnan since she was born. Not only has she never done anything in the family, but apart from a few elders, few people even know that there is such an heir, let alone support. Hoover finally concluded, so I think Miss Tang Ran wants to quickly improve her competitiveness. The best and most direct way is to marry another very powerful heir. This is the double guarantee of strength and rank. This will ensure the smooth inheritance of Miss Tang Ran. I believe that no matter who it is, including several elders in the clan, there is nothing wrong with it. Almost Hoover, then just finished. Tang then exclaimed, you do not say. I am not the heir down family. I do not want to inherit what Chinese banks. I was done then. I was born in South River growing up in Nanjing. I am an out-and-out Nanjing native. I am not an heir. I beg you to let me go. Okay. Hoover smiled helplessly at this. If it's just me personally, of course I would be happy to do this, but I'm sorry, this is related to the Tang family, which means that Miss Tang Ran, you have the blood of the Tang family in your body. From that day on, this is the mission you are destined to shoulder. Hoover's voice hardly ever. Tang then and again shouted, but I do not want to back negative this mission. I do not even want this shit of Down's blood. Finally, a word Tang then almost hysterical shouting out. After the screams, her eyes again turned to Ziming, flashing crystal tears in the eyes, and sobbing but said firmly, Ming brother, I love you. I don't want to marry someone I don't know. If I want to marry me, I only need to marry brother Ming you, even if it's just a concubine. Brother Ming, I beg you, help me. Following Tang Ran's words, her tears slipped from her eyes as if a bank had burst. Ziming was not hard-hearted. Tang Ran was so pitiful when I saw the pear blossoms raining. So Ziming reached out and hugged her in his arms. He said to her, don't worry, there is me here. No one can force you to do anything you don't want, but do you believe me? Nothing is wrong, no words. Listen to Ziming say. Don then finally smiled, her point of forehead and said, I believe. Beautiful pictures are always disrupted by people. Unfortunately, Hoover is such a character. At this time, he interjected, I'm sorry you too. I know I shouldn't talk at this time, but I still want to say, because the matter is now, I am afraid that it is not up to you to decide. And Ziming happiness is destroyed, then glared at Don Hoover, hoping to teach him to flay cramps. Ziming on the other side of sanity compared to a lot. Just interesting meaning of say one thing. Why is this has risen to the world? Is there a question of peace? Nothing is wrong and no words are skipped. That's not enough, but it has something to do with Miss Tang Ran's safety. I am also considering her. Hoover also spoke, pointing. Tang Ran moment, then said, I want to warn Mr. Ziming and Miss Tang Ran, you were unaware of the current situation. Do not understand a few air to entail exactly what the point was referred to. I will tell you that a villa was set on fire a few days ago, and none of the 12 people, including the servants and bodyguards, were spared. You want to say that if Don then left here will be a life threatening it? No mistake, not jump word. Ziming asked. Hoover shrugged. I can't be sure about this. Maybe they will kill Miss Tang Ran directly, or because of Miss Tang Ran's special status. They will put her under house arrest and force her to marry herself to increase her self-competitiveness, but in any case, it is very bad, and it is also the ending we don't want to see, right? No mistakes, no skips. In my opinion, this is not much different from your approach, is it? Nothing is wrong and no words are skipped, Ziming said. Okay. Hoover spread his hands and sighed. But at least I didn't do anything wrong with Miss Tang Ran, and I also respect her personal wishes very much. You should be very thankful that you did this, otherwise I don't think we can sit here and chat peacefully like we do now, Ziming said. If someone else said this to Hoover, Hoover would definitely laugh at the other party's naivety, even if the other party is a powerful figure in a certain organization, because such a hindrance threat is really weak. But the person who said this at the moment was Ziming, but it made Hoover feel a little bit in his heart. Hoover did not understand. This kind of statement is clearly a threat from someone with crushing power, but it is clearly only a person who has been caught by the Addams family. How could Ziming, who easily drove out Brighton? Ziming didn't care about Hoover's entanglement at the moment. He went on to say, but anyway, thank you very much for telling me about Tang Ran, and thank you for protecting her in the past 2 days. Ziming's words made Hoover frown. Before Ziming could finish, Hoover said, Mr. Ziming, don't you tell me your final decision is to take Miss Tang Ran out of here? Respect her own. Isn't the decision what Mr. Hoover said by yourself just now? Nothing is wrong and no words are skipped, Ziming asked curiously. Hoover said in embarrassment, I did say so, but I care more about Miss Tang Ran's safety. After all, she is the first heir to the Tang family. Ziming smiled. The first successor? I see, Mr. Hoover, or the successor behind you. What really cares about is not Tang Ran's safety, but that she needs to be your weight willingly, right? Because if she is reluctant, other heirs can use the question to discredit the heir behind you, or even cancel his inheritance qualification. So you have to do this. At their end, Ziming paused, then deliberately stepped forward to ask Hoover, Mr. Hoover, am I right to say that nothing is wrong and no words are skipped? Ziming's words hit Hoover's heart like a heavy hammer, and his mind was broken. He didn't expect Ziming to say things thoroughly in just a few words. What frightened him even more was that he didn't understand Ziming's purpose at all. It seems that I guessed it right. Ziming turned around and asked Tang Ran, what do you think? Tang Ran replied without thinking about it, I don't want to inherit any Tang family. I don't want any Chinese bank. As long as I leave here immediately, I don't want to stay here for a second. Facing Tang Ran's answer, Hoover immediately objected. No, you must stay here, otherwise you will only have one more enemy. The voice of the Buddha's speech has changed. It can be seen that Tang Ran's words really made him anxious. Perhaps the people behind him gave him a death order, so he must convince Tang Ran that if Tang Ran really ran away, the people behind him will not let him go. But Tang Ran obviously didn't care about Hoover's thoughts. He just said, one more enemy means one more enemy. You are afraid of the Tang family. I am not afraid, as long as there is Brother Ming by my side, whatever he wants. The Buddha looked at Ziming in astonishment. He didn't understand the magic power of Ziming, which made Tang Ran trust him so much. After all, in his opinion, Tang Ran's appearance and quality were not bad. let alone that she belonged to the Tang family. The heir in the first place. Even if she was just an ordinary girl, she wouldn't be like that. Regarding Hoover's astonishment, Ziming also touched his nose in a somewhat uncomfortable way. In fact, he didn't understand what kind of charm he had that would make Tang Ran trust and rely so much. With a light cough, Ziming said, "Well, since Tang Ran trusts me so much, then just listen to me. Only one word, and then let Don Hoover went quiet, because they know that there must be a way of Ziming and indeed have this ability. It's real." And then to Don, when the first heir, even accept your cooperation is not cannot. Ziming comes suddenly stopped here, immediately said, "Please note that I said here is cooperation, which is in full respect for each other's personal wishes, the two sides on the basis of equality, to work together for the same goal of a ways, not your house arrest and forced marriage. I say you understand me. No mistake, not jump word." Hoover seemed to listen today. Book General laughed. "I think cooperation's Xianqing Ming. You are not wrong, or what, you kidding me?" "I guess I'm not kidding, on the contrary I think I'm very serious." Ziming Tang looked natural look and said, "At least you say Don course is the first heir, is not it? Although we do not care about the identity, but also I don't want to interfere with the Tang family's inheritance storm. But if I have been involved now, and without a choice, since this identity can bring great benefits to Tang Ran, I don't think I understand or accept it. I think I don't know what to say now, Mr. Ziming. You don't seem to understand how strong the Tang family is." Hoover then said, "In 200 years ago, Down's family had become the world's largest super wealth family, and later, because as a Peace Corps War, US-Mexican War, Down's family, all immigrants to California, relying on its own China's wealth and funding from local consortia in the United States, led and performed a Western gold rush. The founding of China Bank relied on the gold rush to quickly accumulate capital to form a California consortium centered on China Bank. In the following 200 years, the California consortium continued to grow and rank among the top 10 consortiums in the United States, and the Down family rooted in San Francisco was even more terrifying, even compared to the Adams family in Brighton, even in wealth and local control. "Go ahead, even better than him," Hoover said. Listening to Hoover's words, Ziming and Tang Ran screamed together, and Hoover immediately widened his eyes. "Oh, that or else it." "Shall I jumped up Down family really bad?" "I'm sorry, I think this is not my style." Ziming unnecessarily shrugged and said, "And in Kobe Dayton I've provoke after the Adams family of the Earth Snake. I naturally don't care about another Tang family now. What's more important is that I may not come to San Francisco anymore. It seems that it doesn't matter if I get involved." Hoover's eyes widened and he was about to say something, but Ziming first said, "But Mr. Hoover, please rest assured, I just said that because I don't want to do this. So Mr. Hoover, I hope you help me contact the gentleman behind you. I know that you may not be the master in this matter, so I think I have to talk to him." Chapter 164, Tanglin, 5th in the ranking? Baosensky Book Club 224 741 inches for monthly ticket support. "And do the Lord's people to talk about?" Hoover faced some embarrassing, said, "I do not understand Xianqing Ming. Say what you mean. Do I arrange for Miss Tang, then you are not satisfied with it, or that you really want to see the methods of other heirs?" Ziming smiled and said this, "Mr. Hoover, you are over 40 years old man, and also in this way to scare people, does not seem necessary. You will be despised, right?" Ziming see some tangled Hoover's face. He went on to say, "I understand, it seems. Orgzu, did you receive the order as necessary to convince Tang? However, perhaps the gentleman's temper is not very good, so if you rush to disturb him before completing the task, you will make him angry, and the consequences are very serious. At least you cannot afford it." Hoover stared at Ziming blankly. He couldn't say anything because Ziming's words were all on the point, which made him scared. Seeing him like this, Ziming went on to say to him, "But the order is dead. but things need to be changed. Now my arrival has caused unpredictable accidents, so I advise you to go back and report first. Well, after all, it's still negotiable now. If we wait until we leave, then I'm afraid your trouble will be serious, Mr. Hoover. What do you think? You said you would leave here? Hoover asked. Ziming smiled and replied of course, then glanced at the door and said, or Mr. Hoover thinks that the two ladies at the door can stop us. Hoover stopped talking about this question because he remembered it. When I came in just now, the two female bodyguards showed nervousness. They were bodyguards personally selected by Hoover and retired female mercenaries. They were usually arrogant. It was the first time he saw them so nervous. It undoubtedly showed their fear of Ziming's bodyguards, so that person had to protect Ziming and leave. Without other preparations, I'm afraid he might not be able to keep him. Thinking that in the end, Hoover had no choice but to nod his head and said, well, I understand. I will contact you right away. Please wait a moment. After Hoover got up, he got up and went out to call, leaving Ziming and Tang behind. While in the room, Tang Ran lowered his head. Ziming comforted her and said that it was okay and nothing would happen. Tang Ran suddenly raised his head and asked Ziming, Brother Ming, do you really want China Banking Corporation? Ziming didn't respond to this question for the first time, and then Ziming reacted. Tang Ran thought he agreed to Hoover in order to inherit the inheritance of the Tang family. So Ziming asked Tang Ran back, Ran, do you think I look like the kind of person who is obsessed with money? Tang Ran immediately shook his head and said, Brother Ming can't be such a person. This answer was expected by Ziming. He went on to say, I am indeed not. Although I know from Hoover's mouth that China Bank of China does have very strong wealth, the wealth does not make me desperately crazy. The reason why I promised Hoover is that on the one hand, because San Francisco is the base of the Tang family for 200 years, it is better not to cause trouble or not. On the other hand, it is for Ran to consider your future. For my future? Tang Ran very surprised, to say, obviously still a little bit unclear. Ziming nodded and continued, it's for you in the future, because China Banking Corporation is at least the second largest banking group in the United States. As long as you can inherit this banking group, then you will not have to do anything in the future, and you will be able to live without worry. Having said that, Ziming saw what Tang Ran was about to say, and he continued, of course I also understand that this is not what you want, so I'm going to the third point. But you still remember Hoover just now? Have you said anything? Since the Tang family does not have an heir who can completely control the place, and these heirs fight with each other, no matter if someone is set on fire in their villa, it is true or false, but you being caught in the middle is very dangerous. I don't want and cannot let you take this risk. Then since these things are originally what you deserve, you may still be dangerous if you don't. Why don't we accept them? At least this is the wealth that was sent to you in vain. Ziming said. Tang Ran nodded and gave a heavy hum. She said to Ziming, no matter what Ziming says, she will do it. At this time, the only door of the room was opened. Hoover came in and told Ziming, I have already contacted there. The gentleman is expected to come in 2 hours. His name is Tang Lin, the grandson of my uncle and uncle. According to the family rules, he is the 5th heir to the Tang family, and is now the senior executive of China Banking Corporation. At the same time, he also wholly owns several of the top technology companies in Silicon Valley. He is the most in the family. Heir of strength. When Hoover told Ziming the news, in Los Angeles, southeast of San Francisco, a young Chinese who was about 30 years old put down his mobile phone. He was standing on the balcony of the room. He looked up. He glanced at the other side, and on the top of the hill opposite was the famous Hollywood white sign. He looked at it in a daze for a long time before he gave a scornful smile. Suddenly footsteps sounded behind him, and his secretary whispered to him, Sir, we can't delay too long. I heard that there are still many reporters waiting outside. The young man said before the secretary finished. Then let them wait a little longer. Here in California, the governor has to say hello when I see me. When will the TV reporters climb onto me? And I'm not here. Procrastination, but carefulness. There. Young man spoke with disdain and took out a cigarette. and then returned to the house after smoking it calmly. There was a very burly person sitting on the sand in the house. This man is a well-known figure in the United States, the famous muscle movie star Arnold Singer. A New York young man came in. He had some very slightly curved back, immediately his jawline generally straight, and cautiously asked, "Mr. Tanglin, do not know your test into account, how kind?" If anyone else sees this scene, they will be surprised. You must know that Arnold Singer is in his 40s and is the most famous star in Hollywood. His movies are popular all over the world. What about such a person? They should all be arrogant. How can they be so careful and humble to a young man? But no one in the house was surprised, because for them, it was as normal as eating and sleeping. Lin Tang called on the young people, just thought for a moment, said, "I think it is no problem. As long as you take to shoot your film, continue to shape their own tough guy image and charisma on the screen, I would not take a maximum of 10. I will be able to make you sit in the position of governor in 2 years. This made Arnold sing ecstatic, even a trembling voice. "Mr. Tanglin, is it true that you really will help me to become governor?" Lin Tang disdain curled his lip and said, "That, of course, is just a state long only, it is not difficult. Or do you want to doubt my words?" A New York hurriedly shook his head, said, "I certainly would not." "Suspicion, you are an important figure in Down's family, hold your hand throughout most of the wealth of California. You say the line is certainly on the line. I know like that what I go. Hello from whom?" After speaking, Tanglin stood up and left the room. He and his secretary's bodyguard took the elevator to the first floor. At this time, many reporters had gathered at the door. When these reporters saw someone coming out, they took out their cameras and wanted to take pictures. But then Tanglin with sunglasses came out. As Tanglin pointed his finger, these reporters fell silent. Office of Law, who is well known throughout California, Lin Tang Big Tycoons. After getting in his car, he arrived at the China Bank building in San Francisco 2 hours later. Without any politeness, he went straight upstairs to the room. Ziming said, "Lin Tang is coming, very gas potential, although a meeting is only temporary, but opening the door, still very surprising." First, a few beautiful young maids came in first to wipe the carpet clean with a rag and sprinkle petals, then Tanglin in a suit and leather shoes walked in. Tanglin's suit fits very well, and if you have a little eye, you can see that this is from the hands of European masters. Walk into the room, Lin Tang's eyes with an elan, almost equal to Ziming and Tang ran. Don ran on the seat and clasped his subconscious Ziming, with some fear. Ziming then pat her on the back. "Ridgelet, don't be afraid of her." Body side had to rely on Tang. Then this took a deep breath, and then she whispered to Ziming, said, "This person is really Down Master family. How do you do your mother door also sprinkle petals? Yang is also." "It won't be like this." A word to break the Donlin work, so that he suddenly pulled down the whole face. Hoover then immediately jumped up and shouted, "You must say this is Mr. Tanglin, is your cousin?" Tanglin waved his hand. Schematic. Hoover shut up and he stepped forward to take the initiative to shake hands. Ziming said, "Mr. Ming, hello, Lin Tang. I think I should be the person looking for Tanglin." His situation was somewhat unexpected to Ziming, but it was unexpected. Unexpectedly, Tanglin was too young. Originally, Ziming wanted to come and this heir should be 40 or 50 years old, but then Ziming thought again, since he is the heir like Tang Ran, then perhaps in the same generation, the age may not be too bad. Not too compared to these, his ability to adjust in a calm reaction after something fast and run down, but let Ziming feel that this is not a good phase opponents. Ziming Lin Tang shook hands and said something very nice to meet you, and then they sat together on the sofa, looked each other in the other. Tanglin saw that Ziming was only a young man in his 20s, and smiled contemptuously. However, Ziming saw that Tanglin and Tang Ran's appearance did not have much similarity. The fifth heir, but in terms of blood relationship, does not seem to be close, otherwise he would not rush Hoover to find Tang Ran, and give a death order requiring Hoover to convince Tang Ran. After thinking for a while, Tanglin asked first, "I have heard Hoover on the way here just now. You said you want to talk about cooperation with us. right? I don't know how you want to cooperate. Ziming finished listening to Tang Lin, suddenly laughed. I think Mr. Tang Lin's sentence seems to be flawed, because before asking how to cooperate, shouldn't we ask you what you want? Then I don't know what Mr. Tang Lin's purpose is to fight for this inheritance right. What? Tang Lin was very surprised at Ziming's rhetorical question. He did not expect that a young man like Ziming could still ask himself so calmly at this juncture. At the same time, his approach to the question was very good. At least he could making himself a little passive. Tang Lin went on to say, my purpose of inheritance is relatively simple. I just want to end the current inheritance farce in the clan so that the family can regain its vitality as quickly as possible. After listening to Tang Lin's words, Ziming applauded and said, it seems that Mr. Tang Lin is a very noble person, and everything is for the sake of the family. At this point, Ziming suddenly changed the conversation and said again, then such a thing, I think I can only say sorry to you, because there is no basis for cooperation between us. Chapter 165 is used to break the rules. With Ziming's sorry, Tang Lin and Hoover were stunned, looking at Ziming with a surprised expression of are you kidding me? In fact, Ziming's approach was beyond their expectations, or they also thought that Ziming might negotiate by picking and even forcing them to compromise. But that was the trump card that was only revealed when the two sides negotiated at a critical point. That's right. How can I just say it? Isn't this the same as when the landlord came up to Liang Wang to explode? Is it very weird and unreasonable? Ziming didn't care about this. He just looked at them very calmly and asked, do you have anything else? If not, we will say goodbye and see you later. After saying that, Ziming took Tang Ran and stood up together. Tang Ran said happily. Obviously, she was not affected by Ziming's words, or she was originally disgusted with the Tang Dynasty Bank and the Tang family inheritance. Therefore, now Ziming is leaving, she is of course the most happy. Ziming walked to the door and opened the door, but the two female bodyguards stood in the door. Ziming turned back and frowned and asked Tang Lin, if Mr. Tang Lin has nothing else to discuss, please ask your person to get out of the way. Right. Looking at the confrontation between Ziming and the two female bodyguards at the door, Tang Lin came back to his senses and said, Mr. Ziming, I hope you have heard a word called sufficiency. This is what I want to encourage with you now. If you have any conditions that you can put forward, and you don't want to make such a disagreement, don't you know that such behavior will only make people feel naive? No mistakes. No skipping. It turns out that Mr. Tang Lin thought so. I'm sorry, whether you believe it or not, I really want to leave. Not threatening you, Ziming said. You say nothing, and whether you are threatening or not is not what you said. Tang Lin said and laughed. He said while pouring tea to himself, since Mr. Ziming, you are really determined to leave, then please think of it yourself. Ziming couldn't guess that Tang Lin was watching his acting idea. So Ziming glanced at him, nodded to Ziming, and then walked 2 steps forward. And as they stepped forward, the two female bodyguards immediately felt tremendous pressure. They hunched over and assumed their fighting poses, and looked at with fierce eyes, like 2 wolves hunting. However, it's a pity that these 2 wolves are constantly retreating under the constant pressure of because compared to them, is more like a king of beasts patrolling in their own territory. They are indifferent to life and death. The 2 female bodyguards who were in the way were ignored. Finally, they had taken several steps and was about to walk out of the room. At this moment, Tang Lin couldn't help but shouted, what are you doing? You took my money. Don't you even stop him? Will it? Nothing is wrong without skipping words. Tang Lin's order was undoubtedly the last straw that crushed the nerves. Following Tang Lin's voice, the 2 female bodyguards burst out at the same time and then rushed towards there. The 2 female bodyguards are worthy of being retired mercenaries. Even though they are women, their actions are very aggressive and explosive. Even if Ziming is still some distance away, he can feel the whistling of the wind when they do it. One of them raised his hand and slashed at the throat of his sex, while the other raised his leg to kick the crotch. I can't help but say that their movements are very synchronized and very practical. Let alone ordinary people. Even a specially trained Lianjiazi will be unable to stand up after a second when they meet them. But it's a pity that the opponent they met this time was a gangster. The specially trained gangster, of course, reacted immediately. He first raised his leg to take the yin leg of a female mercenary and put the opponent's foot forcefully. He stepped on the ground, and at the same time he reached out and caught another female mercenary's hand knife. The whole set. The action was completed in an instant. Before Tang Lin could see what was going on, he heard two female bodyguards screaming and falling to the ground, which made Tang Lin and Hoover suddenly stunned. Hoover also exclaimed, "How is this possible? They are not embroidered pillows, but very powerful mercenaries, and close combat is their strength. Even retired Special Forces soldiers are not their opponents." Yeah? How could it? Hoover couldn't say the following words, because it's not surprising that these two female bodyguards were defeated. They didn't believe that there were any invincible people in this world, but now they're being defeated. Meeting in seconds, which made them unable to calm down. Ziming didn't have the time to pay attention to Tang Lin and Hoover, who were so surprised that they could put a duck egg in their mouths. They went out, but they were stopped again. This time they were stopped by the bodyguard brought by Tang Lin, who was wearing Tai Kai. A middle-aged man and a strong young man. Ziming turned around and asked Tang Lin, "These two should be Mr. Tang Lin yours, right?" "There are many words that are correct. Are you sure you want them to stop me?" "Nothing is wrong. No words are skipped." Tang Lin had to stand up from his seat now. He waved his hand to signal the two bodyguards to retreat. It was obvious that the two of them were relieved. This made Tang Lin frown. Obviously, his bodyguard did not have the confidence to defeat Ziming's bodyguard. Damn, what kind of monster did this guy bring out? Tang Lin cursed in his heart, but on the surface, he still calmly said, "Mr. Ziming, you want to leave? I have no objection, but you can take Tang Ran away." Tang Ran was not happy at the time. "Why? Yours. People can't beat Brother Ming again." These words slapped Tang Lin hard on the face like a slap, making him very embarrassed but unable to refute it. But fortunately Ziming said to him at this time, "I'm sorry, although I don't want to say it, but you seem to there really is no means to keep us. Or are you going to shut down the elevator in the entire building, or threaten us in other ways? Just like when you lied to Tang Ran to come here?" Tang Lin wanted to say yes, but he knew better that since Ziming had said this directly, there must be a way to prevent it, and more important than this was that he really didn't have a way to force him to stay. In the end, Tang Lin could only sigh, "I don't understand. What exactly are you trying to do? Didn't you ask Hoover to call me over to talk about cooperation?" "Nothing is wrong. No words are skipped." Ziming nodded and said, "Yes, I really want to cooperate with you, on the basis of equality between the two sides." Before almost finishing Ziming's words, Tang Lin said, "This is on the basis of equality between the two sides." Ziming, looking intently at Donlin, asked, "Are you really so sure about this no wrong not jump word?" Originally, Tang Lin was very confident, but when he heard Ziming's question, he became very unconfident. Ziming went on to say to him, "The first condition of equality is that both parties must be open and honest, but this seems like Mr. Tang Lin did not reach you. Just remember I was asking you what the purpose of family dispute down inheritances?" Ziming went on to say, "In order to inherit the end of the farce in the family now, so family to restore vitality as quickly as possible. This is your answer." Tang Lin spread out his hands and asked innocently, "It doesn't seem to be a problem, does it?" "Nothing is wrong. No words are skipped." In terms of words, there is indeed no problem, but it is a pity that this has nothing to do with Tang Ran and me. Tang Ran didn't even know that she was the heir of the Tang family 3 days ago. Ziming said. I paused here and said, "So for us, we don't care about inheritance farce or recovery, and the only thing we can care about is China People's Bank, because he has a lot of money." Ziming's words suddenly stopped here. He fixed his eyes on Tang Lin and finally asked, Do you understand what I said? Nothing was wrong and no words were skipped. Tang Lin nodded and said, yes. There is no problem. I can give you a lot of money, $1 million and $10 million. Ziming laughed, and he interrupted Tang Lin's words. If these money can buy more than 30% of the ownership shares of China People's Bank, then I think I am willing to accept it, and even I think I can buy the entire China People's Bank. Tang Lin frowned, and then Hoover when he got to his ear and introduced him to Ziming. Tang Lin looked at Ziming in surprise and said, I didn't expect you to have such an identity. It seems that if you intervene in this matter, I am afraid that if I don't it's impossible to satisfy you with enough weight. Ziming nodded and replied, yes, that's why I said that what we need between us is real cooperation. As for the $1 million and $10 million, it was donated to the charitable foundation. Tang Lin was silent for a while and then asked, then how much do you want? Ziming spread his hands. He said, I do not know what Down's heirs can inherit much, but I think more than 30% of Chinese bank shares should be. Ranging weak after Ming's words were finished, Tang Lin resolutely interrupted, this is impossible. Is it impossible, or are you not willing to Mr. Tang Lin? Ziming asked meaningfully. Tang Lin was stopped by this question. He frowned and thought for a while before replying, it's impossible. I don't want to. Because according to the rules of the Tang family, all heirs must act if they want to inherit the family property. It is enough to lead the family forward. Otherwise, if there is no record of work in the family industry, or only a record of failure, even the heir in the first place will not be eligible for inheritance. Listen to Tang Lin's answer. Ziming nodded and said, very good rules. This can help the family filter out those who only know how to eat, drink and have fun, and always keep the elite in power. Ziming said, suddenly changed his mind and said, then if this is the case, Tang Mr. Lin, why are you looking for Tang Ran to come back? Because I have made great achievements in the family industry, and because of these achievements, I was promoted to the 5th in line. So as long as I can marry my cousin Tang Ran, based on my work record at China Bank, coupled with the innate advantage of Tang Ran's cousin as the first heir, we are enough to defeat all competitors. Tang Lin said confidently. But it's a pity that Tang Lin is only 3 seconds confident. When he finished speaking, he listened to Tang Ran saying, bringing you. There are a lot of words that are correct. If you are really so good and have made very good results in China Banking Corporation, can it be you? 5th, I'm afraid that the first 3 will fail. Tang Lin's expression was a bit embarrassing. It's not like that. I plan to do this just to be able to inherit more safely. Ziming interrupted Tang Lin, you don't need to explain. This has nothing to do with us, because it is impossible for us to accept it anyway, but we can change it in another way. What way? Tang Lin asked nervously. At this time, he felt something very bad in his heart. Premonition. It is our cooperation to make Tang Ran the rightful first heir, and then we divide the inheritance of the family equally. Ziming said, it's impossible. Tang Lin shook his head and said, I have explained the rules of the family just now. It is impossible for a person without any achievements to inherit, not to mention that in addition to the elders of the family, there are a few of us who rely on rankings. The former heir, no one even knew her. She didn't have any capital of the first heir in the line. Your cooperation is nothing short of a fantasy. Ziming laughed. Mr. Tang Lin, is that really the case? If I remember correctly, it was the same 20 years ago. Tang Ran's father was always in the country, and he came to San Francisco after receiving news from the family. If you follow the rules you said, he didn't make achievements in the family. He also didn't have any chance of inheritance, but didn't he succeed in inheriting the family in the end? Didn't he? So, Ziming said at last, the so-called rules are used to break. I believe there will be other ways to do anything, right? Nothing is wrong and no words are skipped. Chapter 166. Tomorrow, family dinner. Tang Lin sat down on the sofa, rubbing his hair with both hands, looking very anxious. After a while, he raised his head and asked Ziming, are you really sure you want this? You need to know 20. The situation a year ago was different from now. I admit that Uncle Tang created a miracle, but after all, The miracle is just a miracle. Tang Ran is not her father. Ziming was not interested in listening to this, and interrupted him directly. It doesn't matter if it's not a miracle, but if you don't try something, you can't say it. I'm sorry, it's not my style. Tang Lin wanted to say something, but at this time Ziming raised his hand and glanced at the time. It's getting late now. We need to leave here, so we need Mr. Tang Lin to make a decision as soon as possible. My mind plus is messy now. Can I just think about it alone? Tang Lin asked. I can understand Mr. Tang Lin very well, but I am sorry that it is not possible. Ziming said. Is it worried that I will make an emergency layout of the building within the time I am thinking? Tang Lin asked, looking at Ziming intently, trying to arouse Ziming with this kind of question. Ziming nodded calmly and said, yes, after all, this building is called the China Bank of China building, and Mr. Tang Lin, you are also the senior executive officer of China Bank of China, aren't you? I think if it is me, just give me time. Arrangement. It is not difficult to keep a person in the building. Now if I am not careful in your place, I will look down on you a little too much. Who wants you to look up to? I just want you to look down on me. If you have the ability, you look down on me. Tang Lin screamed frantically in his heart, but he couldn't say it anyway, and it was a bit too cheap. He could only bite his teeth hard and stood up and said, well, I can promise you that we cooperate, and I will help Tang Ran inherit the family inheritance. Thank you very much, Mr. Tang Lin. I believe this will be a wise choice. Ziming said, but please forgive me for being so careless. We are not members of the Tang family after all. How can we believe that you will help Tang Ran inherit the inheritance of the Tang family instead of just offering a what about a bad check? After all, saying it and making it are two completely different concepts. Now that you have been promised Ziming, Lin Tang on this issue that has gone need to hide, he replied. Ziming said, tomorrow night there will be a family dinner will be meeting, including all the heirs of Downs and other important members of the family will attending this meeting. As long as Tang Ran attends this meeting together and reveals his identity in front of all the elders of the family, he will be proven the identity of the heir. Having thought, Lin Tang added, reminded Ziming's sentence, 20 years ago, Tang natural father pro, that is my uncle, he did just that. Ziming this silently nodded. So, then what next? Day the family dinner time and place for it? The time is about 6:30 tomorrow night, and the location is in Queenan. It is an island in the inner sea to the east that belongs to the Tang family. Since it is a private island, it is not found on the map of San Francisco. Only the inner sea wharf Tang the family's own boat is allowed to dock. Tang Lin said, tomorrow at about 4:30 in the afternoon, I will be waiting for you at number 36 of the inner sea wharf east of Chinatown, because there are only people who are proven to be the Tang family qualified to enter. So, I think I have will be there tomorrow. Then say goodbye. See you tomorrow. Leaving Tang Lin these words, Ziming took Tang Ran and left the room, while Tang Lin watched them leave without saying a word. He didn't sit back on the sofa until they completely disappeared from view. Watched weeping them away, Hoover immediately to Tang Lin, said, Mr. regarding this matter I am very sorry that this is in any case I did not expect results if you are not willing, then sir, I think we can still notice the building security office. I think there is enough time to stop them before they reach the first floor. Face suggested Hoover. Lin Tang was shaking his head, said, no, just let them go. Hoover would like to say, Don Lin but to ask him, you and who weeks Mr. Ming familiar it before the big customers Dayton encountered, can only be considered knowledge, and not particularly familiar with. Hoover very careful answer. Then tell me carefully about what kind of person Ming is, Tang Lin said. Hoover was stunned at Tang Lin's request because he didn't understand how Tang Lin would suddenly ask such a question. He was even more afraid that Tang Lin would ask him for the sudden appearance of Ming. Tang Lin, who made the request, also thought of something at this time. He then comforted Hoover, don't think too much. I just want to get to know this person from the side, because I have a hunch that we will have a long time to deal with him in the future. We can't eat any more losses like today. I don't blame you for what happened today. I was a little negligent myself. I didn't expect a person like this to appear suddenly. Hoover was very relieved for Tang Lin's relief. Moved. No, it's all my fault. It's because I didn't introduce this Ziming to your husband, which made you suffer such a loss. At this point, Hoover thought for a while and said, Sir, I miss me. Let me tell you what happened when I saw Ziming, because I am worried that my evaluation will contain a lot of my own subjective consciousness, which will interfere with your judgment. Tang Lin smiled and nodded and said, no problem. After receiving Tang Lin's reply, Hoover talked about seeing Ziming when he was in Brighton. Tang Lin also listened attentively. They were very attentive, so no one noticed that week. After Ming's bodyguard left his seat, he left a very inconspicuous black cloth group. Of course, this was not an ordinary black cloth group, but a bug, which was ordered by the consulate to give it to the police before he left, so he stayed on the sofa he was sitting on, because he was just a bodyguard, and the situation was more sudden than the situation just now. The bug itself was very inconspicuous, and it was still placed in the gap of the sofa. Therefore, Tang Lin Hoover they didn't find it until they left. At the elevator entrance, was monitoring the situation in the room with earphones. After all, this was in Tang Lin's sight. They would still worry that the young master of the Tang family would turn his head and turn his face. Finally, when they took off the earphones, Tang Ran, who had been holding back for a long time, immediately asked, how is it? What's going on inside? Did that girl send someone to block us down? How can I get down if I don't take the elevator? What did you hear? Faced with these problems, briefly described the situation in the room just now to Ziming. After hearing the narrative of, Tang Ran immediately cursed, this Hoover is really a bastard. Ziming took Tang Ran's little hand, patted her twice to be calm, and then said, since they are not going to block us here, then I'll leave first. After saying that, Ziming pressed the elevator and left the China Bank building with Tang Ran. They first went to Chinatown to report to Tang Ran's friend Xiaoxiu that they were safe, and then they only then went to the hotel to open a room. To ensure safety, Ziming chose a 5-star hotel next to Chinatown, but he didn't want a presidential suite, but only a sea view suite. After moving into the room, Ziming first took the phone and reported to Lin Muking that she was safe. Sister Muking, I have picked Tranran back now. You can rest assured her parents, but you still don't want her parents to come to San Francisco because of this. There are some very complicated situations that happened. I won't be clear about it for a while. In short, my premonition was correct. However, her identity and her disappearance are not as simple as we thought. Ziming, after thinking for a while, he said, there is a big family that is about the size of atoms involved. The situation may not be simpler than when we were in Brighton. Don't worry, things are not so bad. I think there are still. It's a big turn for the better. At least facing the Chinese family will make me feel intimacy. You know that most Chinese in San Francisco moved from Lingnan and spoke in Cantonese. It reminded me of our being in Hong Kong. I know that I will take care of Ranran and take care of myself here. When Ziming finished speaking and hung up the phone, he suddenly heard a voice behind him, and turned his head to see Tang Ran, not knowing when he was standing at the door. Ziming smiled and beckoned her to come over. Tang Ran came over timidly and said cowardly, I'm sorry, Brother Ming, did I trouble you? To Tang Ran's apology, Ziming pretended to be serious and said, of course you are causing me trouble, but it is still a big deal. The trouble. Tang Ran was frightened, but then Ziming turned to the front. The biggest trouble you cause me is that you cause trouble and don't tell me. I only need to know from your sister Muking. But it's not that, Brother Ming. You didn't contact me before. Don't I know your contact information? And I also found your partner who stayed in China and sent her a message for help. Didn't she help me transfer you? I really do not know, sir. Tang Ran worried. Solution release. This explanation embarrassed Ziming, because after thinking about it carefully, it was indeed the result of not contacting her deliberately before. Well, my contact now give you, after you had better remember, if something will be easy to tell the first time I know, Ziming said, holding his cell phone number to the Tang Ran. $i.com. Tang then forced the little head, and swore like to say, I certainly will. However, Tang then sitting weak Ming side, and cautiously leaning Ziming's shoulders, while relying on the side of the little girl is still very careful attention to the Ziming's face, for fear he will be dissatisfied. And Ziming just looked at her so quietly, and when she looked so timid like a mouse looking for food, she would laugh. Where else could she be angry? When Tang Ran saw Ziming's smile, she grew courageous and leaned comfortably on Ziming's shoulder. Brother Ming, are we really going to that inner sea terminal tomorrow to go to the one called Queenan? Tang Ran asked. Ziming nodded and said of course, and then he looked down and asked, Ran, are you afraid? Face on this issue. Tang Ran, proud to straighten their small breasts, replied, of course it is not afraid of no matter what place, as long as the Ming brother to go, I'll go. And Ming brother, you is not to say there is what is the place of the Tang family, and I am the first heir of the Tang family, then I should be the leader there. When I meet the elders in the family, when I inherit all the inheritance, I will remove Tang Lin and Hoover from the family first, and then give all the family wealth to brother Ming. Okay, can this course well, you do not know your brother Ming, but a big miser. Ziming Tang smiled and rubbed his natural hair, but Ziming thought was already thinking of what might happen tomorrow. Chapter 1 Article 167 Third and Fifth First. The entire San Francisco is in a half-built city on the island, so he's the direction things are the sea, Tang Ren Street in San Francisco's northeast. Then East and Chinatown, is a very famous inland sea pier. This inland wharf was originally connected to the Fisherman's Wharf, but since the wharf was occupied by two different families, it was gradually separated into the Fisherman's Wharf, which is dominated by fishery and foreign trade, and the inland sea freight business. The inner sea pier, unlike the Fisherman's Wharf, which has become a scenic spot, the inner sea wharf is still in use today. 1630, Ziming and Tang then drove together to the first inland marina 36 Snow Pier. Down the car watching the coming and going of 36 Snow Pier, Ziming and Tang Ran cannot avoid a little surprised, because originally thought that this so-called first 36 Snow Pier, wharf, if not non-existent, it is at least an open. The private dock is, after all, is to be in here in order to secure a boat to the spring. Can no one thought there actually is a bustling ferry terminal? Tang Ran was very puzzled about this. Brother Ming, is this really the number 36 pier? Let's not go wrong, right? There are no mistakes. For this problem, Ziming looked up 36 number signs dock and then said, if there is no addition of 30 vi dock, I think it should be here. But why are there so many people here? Are they all going to Queenan? But there is not the ancestral hall of the Tang family. Only the Tang family and people recognized by the Tang family can enter. So many people go together. Island, that is not a tourist attraction yet? No mistake, not jump word. Tang Ran asked again. Ziming shook his head and said, that I do not know. Maybe there are other considerations. Tang, for us, the most important thing now is to wait Donal in over him as the fifth Pickdown family heir. He will give us the answers to the questions we want. After Ziming said this, Tang Ran reacted, yes, it's 4 o'clock now, how come that annoying guy hasn't arrived yet? Did he deliberately lie to us? He actually didn't dare to come. Probably not, although I only met yesterday, but later I see that he still has Hoover's attitude towards us. He is also considered a human being. It is impossible to play this kind of meaningless cleverness. We just have to wait patiently for him now. It's fine if you show up. Ziming's words became eloquent. Almost here was his voice. A staff member at the dock next to him came over and said, is it Miss Tang Ran and Mr. Ziming? I'm sorry to bother you, and the Kashan restaurant gentleman say please go over. And he asked me to tell you to go to spring safety of the ship is about to leave, and then after a while, he wanted to remind you on board with him as soon as possible. And he also pointed to Ziming and Tang Ran, followed the direction of his finger and looked at Ziming. As expected, he saw Tang Lin sitting by the window of the tea house. Ziming thanked the staff and gave him an $100 tip. He happily took Ziming and Tang Ran to the tea house. It was still Tang Lin and Hoover sitting here. Tang Lin glanced at the time and then greeted Ziming and Tang Ran with a smile. It's just 4:30. It seems that cousin Tang Ran and Mr. Ziming are both very punctual. Ziming thanked Tang Lin, and then they sat down together. Tang Lin said again, I think you are here. Do you think this Pier 36 is different from what you imagined? This is because this wharf was originally a tourist outlet of the Inland Sea Wharf, and all the ships destined for Quainan will be mixed with other cruise ships to set off. The best way to hide a drop of water is to mix it in other water. It seems that you have taken a lot of pains to hide Quainan. Ziming said, there is no way. The Chinese were not in the mainstream in the United States in the past. If this method is not used, I am afraid that the Tang family's hidden wealth in Quainan will be looted. Tang Lin said, it turned out to be like this. I thought that the Tang family is really a very big family. The people here are all from the Tang family. Now it seems that most of them don't know what Quainan's is. Right? Word Tang Ran said. Tang Lin gave an affirmative answer to Tang Ran's question, and after a while, when a special siren sounded, he settled the account at the tea house, saying that it was the boat of the Tang family that came, and then he took Zhu with him. Ming and Tang Ran passed through a special VIP channel together. After inspection, they came to the dock. On this dock, it was much deserted compared to the outside. Due to time constraints, when they arrived here, except for the staff, there is no one. And here, they also saw that the Tang family came to pick up their ship. It was a sailing ship in the style of the Great Nautical Era, with an owl-wood structure. The ship was not big. It looked like it was drawn from a historical picture. The name of this ship is Xiuan, which means aspirations far away. The Xiuan was the ship that the first generation of the Tang family's first generation of ancestors crossed the ocean and came to San Francisco for development 150 years ago. However, it is reserved. When this ship came down, as the only ship allowed to sail to Quainan, it was also for the ancestors to remember the sufferings of their ancestors in order for future generations to remember that they were outsiders and needed constant efforts to survive on this land. Tang Lin gave. Ziming and Tang Ran explained, while taking them on board the Xiuan, if seeing this ship gives them a feeling of witnessing history, then on board this ship, they really have a kind of history. The illusion. The Xiuan not only maintains the design style and owl-wood structure of the entire ship 150 years ago, and the facilities on board and on the deck have also remained the same as they were 150 years ago, except for the sails. For other power, experienced old sailors are on the deck, and even the cabin is not powered on, and kerosene lamps are still used. Regarding the Xiuan, which was deliberately retained, Ziming could also faintly understand the thoughts of the ancestors of the Tang family. This is not arrogant and hypocritical, but such a sailing ship with difficult conditions and any accident at any time, it can better reflect a person's leadership potential. After all, a person who is spoiled and dare not face accidents cannot lead his family to greater glory. However, compared to this, being able to retain such a ship is also a reflection of the Tang family's wealth. After all, a wooden ship is not more susceptible to erosion by the sea than an iron ship. Therefore, this 150 years of maintenance is a huge amount of maintenance expenses. Coupled with the emergence of other power boats, it is not easy to retain so many sailors who know how to control sails. Obviously, compared to the upstart local tyrants in the Middle East who want to buy whatever they see, the Tang family is the embodiment of the true family heritage. As time passed, more and more people boarded the Xiuan. Although they knew they were all members of the Tang family or recognized outsiders like Hoover, they did not greet each other, but gathered together in small groups to form a small group. Ziming watched all this silently. He knew very well that this was a struggle for inheritance rights. Everyone regarded the other party as an enemy. How could he be close to the Mai family? Suddenly, there was a burst of crackling firecrackers from the dock, causing an uproar on the deck. Tang Lin frowned after hearing this, feeling a little headache and said, "It's that guy again. His name is Tang Yi. He is the third in line of the Tang family. He usually likes to show off. This time Uncle Tang suddenly passed away. He was the third in line and he became even more serious. While Tang Lin was talking, a 200 catties fat man stepped onto the deck and said loudly, "Hi, brothers and sisters who have no inheritance rights. Hello, Tang Yi, who has the right of inheritance, is on the ship. Don't worry, as long as I inherit the family business, I will not drive you all out. I will still make you the moths of the family, but you will all hand over you. That's the equity in your hand." Facing Tang Yi's arrogant words, he was popular but came out and said, "If I remember correctly, you are only the third in line, right? What qualifications do you have to say?" See someone dare to refute himself. Tang Yi looked at the man meaningfully and said, "I am not qualified." "Are you qualified?" "I'm sorry, I don't remember you as the number one person in the family." "You wouldn't be where you came from." "Dangerous people who got in?" "Yes." "There are many words where the crew is." "Please chase this person off the ship immediately." "Oh my god, I feel dirty when I look at him." Listening to Tang Yi's arrogance, Ziming turned to Tang Lin and asked him, "I didn't expect that to be such a person. So if there is such a person on the ship, do you, the fifth, do not care about it?" Tang Lin looked back at Ziming and asked, "Do you think I should take care of it?" "I don't know, but I only know that even if you don't care, with his current character, it will be your turn after he deals with that person," Ziming said. Tang Lin was silent. He thought for a while, then walked towards Tang Yi with a long breath, grabbed Tang Yi's hand that was about to slap, and said to him, "Okay, Tang Yi, please stop at it." Tang Wenyi was arrogant and upright. No one else dared to disturb him. Suddenly he was stopped by someone, which made him very annoyed. He turned around and prepared to yell at him, but he saw that it was Tang Lin who stopped him. He laughed. It turned out to be cousin Tang Lin. "How come you, the fifth-ranked guy, have the ability to take care of my third-ranked?" "Nothing is wrong and no words are skipped." Tang Lin frowned and threw away Tang Yi's hand and said, "The so-called ranking is just an order of succession, not the ranking of the family hierarchy. Do you understand?" "Nothing is wrong and no words are skipped." Tang Yi curled his lips. "It's the same as the truth. If you don't care so much, you can rank up to 105th. I think the whole Tang family will be very happy." "What do you think?" "You are simply unreasonable!" Tang Lin said angrily. He felt that Tang Yi was simply a neurotic. However, when Tang Lin was about to turn around and leave, he suddenly laughed again when he ignored Tang Yi. He turned around and asked Tang Yi, "Do you think that as long as you rank high in the succession order, you can be so arrogant? Regardless of the rankings, whatever happens later, of course, the higher ranking means more chances to inherit the family, and as long as my cousin dies, I will inherit." Tang Yi said, "Tang Lin, you want to inherit the family. It depends on whether you have this opportunity in your next life." "Of course I don't care, but someone can slap you hard," Tang Lin said. Tang Yi was stunned when he heard this. He looked around vigilantly, and then remembered something before he said, "Tang you guy, don't want to lie to me. I know that Tang Yu guy has been in the family since the last time he came. After the meeting, I have never been out of Quainan. I have been soaking in a few old guys, wanting to inherit the family. How could he still be on the ship today?" Tang Lin spread his hands and said, "I never said that. Cousin Tang Yu is also on the boat. I'm talking about other people." "Others? Are you trying to tell me a story, saying that it is the soul of the Ziyuan ship, or the heroic spirit of the ancestors of the family?" Tang Yi asked meaningfully. "I'm sorry, neither." Tang Lin shook his head and said, "I believe that cousin Tang Yi, you should remember the daughter of Uncle Tang that Grandpa Tang said in the family meeting last time, right? There are many words without mistakes." "Of course I remember. But isn't that the old guy telling us a story when he gets older?" Tang Yi said. "I'm sorry, what I want to tell you is that what Grandpa Tang said is true. The first heir in the line is real, and he is on this ship," Tang Lin said as he stretched out his hand to Tang Ran. Chapter 168 is destined to be high profile. Tang Lin's words are like a blockbuster. As he said these words, they immediately shocked everyone on board. That is the first heir to the Tang family in the legend. This must be placed in the position of the royal family as the crown prince, which cannot but surprise. Everyone on the ship is qualified to go to Quainan Island, has participated in the last family meeting, and heard the story of the first heir, but isn't that heir reportedly lost in the country, and the family sent someone to search for it and ultimately no results. How could he suddenly appear on the boat bound for Quainan? Is it also like her father who came to inherit the family business after receiving the news? Although everyone understands the truth, the prince may not be able to succeed to the throne eventually, and the first in line may not necessarily be the last to succeed, otherwise Tang Yi, Tang Lin and the others would not have to fight for the right of inheritance, but the heir to the first in line suddenly appearing will undoubtedly make the situation more complicated. Most of the people on the ship are not the top-ranked heirs. They all know that they have no hope of succession. But it is also very interesting to have the opportunity to see the first few heirs in line. Of course Tang Yi was also stunned by Tang Lin's words. He stared in the direction Tang Lin was pointing. Tang Yi Tang saw then suddenly laughed again. You tell me that we legendary first heir man, I say you cannot, because the first heir does not exist, so do not mind it just now. Is it possible to find someone on the road to be the first in line heir to the Tang family? Then our first in line heir is a bit too cheap. At the end, Tang Yi deliberately added to Tang Lin, it's even cheaper than your fifth one. Tang Lin just shook his head and smiled at Tang Yi's last sentence. You are really a pig brain. Don't tell me that Uncle Tang has just passed away less than half a month, and you have forgotten his appearance. Isn't it with her? Is it the same? Tang Yi mouthed to say something, but Lin Tang was his first step to ask. You do not want to say there are similar people in this world is not surprising. Perhaps tomorrow you have to pull back from the street and a very similar Tang Shushu girl. Then I hope you can be mentally prepared, because you can also give you a bigger surprise. Don Lin, while talking while juggling general to come up with a document, goes on to say, this is a report on Miss Tang Shushu of our natural and DNA paternity test report from the University of California San Francisco Medical Center. You will probably cousin Tang Yi, it's a bit unfamiliar, so I can explain it to you. This DNA identification report integrates genetics and biology. It is currently the most authoritative method of paternity testing in the world. It is also from the University of California San Francisco Medical Center, so it is almost certain that he will not. There are any errors. So you want to know the result? Tang Lin asked Tang Yi on purpose, making him feel a little bored. You have to say, less nonsense. Tang Yi intolerant said a lot of trouble. Tang Lin smiled slightly and said, I am very happy to tell you that, according to the identification results of the University of California, San Francisco Medical Center, she is the biological daughter of Uncle Tang and the first heir to our Tang family. How about don't get to know each other? Face of Lin Tang. Then, Tang Yi suddenly broke out. He saw Tang Lin grab the hands of the appraisal report, tore mercilessly thrown to the ground, and Lin Tang said, tell you, this little trick do not play in front of me. What Tang Shushu's daughter lost in the country? What the first heir, Zixu are black and some shit thing. Tang Lin, do you really treat everyone as an idiot? Do you think that if you do not know where to find a bitch, you can say that she is the first in line? Then I will rent one tomorrow too. When the chicken comes back, can it be said that it is your mother? Tang Yi yelled unceremoniously. Ziming frowned at Tang Yi's verbal abuse, but he looked at Tang Lin for a while before he was in a hurry to speak. On the other hand, Tang Lin, who faced Tang Yi's insults, was also furious. He only heard him gritted his teeth and said, you are such a dog. What a bastard. After the cursing, Tang Lin let out a sigh of relief and shook his head helplessly. Said, I'm sorry, I thought you could say anything. I want to tell you that the appraisal report is just a copy. No matter how you tear it up, you can't change anything, including she is the first in line. Well, let's get to know the first heir of our Tang family. At this point, Tang Lin blinked and said, or you want to demonstrate it? How to deal with you? Tang Lin waved to Tang Ran as he finished speaking. Following Tang Lin's movements, everyone on the boat looked at Tang Ran at once. Where did Tang Ran have seen this battle, and he was immediately scared to hide behind Ziming. Brother Ming, what does he mean? Why is everyone looking at me? I don't want to be the first successor to this. Ziming smiled and shook Tang Ran's small hand to relieve her, then turned around and said to Tang Lin, who was a little embarrassed not far away, since it's confirmed that she is the first successor in line, then according to your previous rules, you shouldn't take the initiative. Come to say hello, especially the third comrade. Hearing Ziming's last words, Tang Lin also laughed, and he also said to Tang Yi, yes, my cousin Tang Yi, if you follow your logic, you, the third in line heir, saw the first in line. If you don't go over and say hello, is it a bit unreasonable? Or do you think other people in the family don't need to do this or not? Do you take your order seriously? Tang Yi clenched his fists. His heart was furious. He wanted to kill Tang Lin and the bastard who did not know where he came from, but now it cannot be done. Finally, struggling for a long time, Tang Yi can only put down his fists. Step by step as Lin Tang walked over to the front of Tang Ran said, hello cousin Don Course. Very high interest that you can come to San Francisco. On behalf of all people with Down family, you are welcome, and I greet you most sincerely. Tang Yi was gritted his teeth when he said this, so his expression was a bit hideous, which made Tang Ran feel a bit disgusted and scared. There. Gay, are you sure you really are a family of people with Down? I think more like a butcher Howitt. Surface. However cowardly Tang Yi told Grim say hello. A word, the whole ship suddenly laughed, and even Lin Tang, Tang Yi comrades apparently the usual arrogant temper is not lovable, now see him being beaten, we are naturally very happy, but this happiness is based on Tang Yi's pain. As for all laughed at the center, Tang Yi is simply heir to the lungs are deep fried, and to know him as a third over the last heir of the family has always been very arrogant, and even who is second overall in order to putting on a good impression in front of the elders, she would not care about herself, and now she did not expect to be so insulted by her. He really has the urge to slap Tang Ran's beautiful face with a slap, even if she is looking at herself very innocently now. But more let Tang Yi to be mad that he has chosen to not do that, because that is equal to their own hands to break up the privilege of shaping their own future, but also how arrogant it. But even if it is not done yet, no theory of how all swallow. This tangle allows Tang Yi a kind of urge to vomit blood, but he eventually clenched fist held back, just teeth. Tang then, Lever, you are really good. It is black with Yi faces left, with Tang Yi left on deck burst into a bigger cheers, as if like to hear the victory of World War II in general, and even Tang Lin also a face incredible to her a thumbs up. But only Ziming would cipher Tang Yi in her heart, because everyone including Tang Yi would think that Tang Ran did it deliberately to slap Tang Yi in the face, but Ziming knew that Tang Ran did not deliberately, she did. She said she has a simple personality, and there are not so many twists and turns. Of course, her simple words can sometimes be embarrassing and embarrassing. No way, who makes her such a naturally black and cute girl? For Tang Ran, what happened to Tang Yi was unexpected and unexpected. It was expected because on the boat to Quainan, there must be only the core figures who entered the Tang family dinner, and it was easy to touch them. Heir to other top rankings, unexpectedly, Tang Yi would have such an arrogant temper. But this episode made Tang Ran a star on the ship. People kept coming over to greet her, praise her beauty, and let her not be sad for her father's death. It is understandable that these people did this in order to make a good impression on her. After all, this is the first heir in the family now. No matter how high the probability of successful inheritance is, it is always right to leave a good impression. This is the so-called Moore investment. What if she succeeds? It's always better to make a good relationship now than to seduce it temporarily. However, their thoughts were good, but what they did made Zuming feel that it was unnecessary. The reason was simple. Tang Ran's father had left before she could remember, and she was completely raising up with her adoptive father and adoptive mother. Yes, she always thought that she was her own, and she never knew anything about the Tang family and her biological father. She had no idea about these things, so just don't talk about good or bad impressions. After more than 2 hours of sailing, a small island appeared in Ziming's field of vision, but it was difficult to see due to the surrounding fog. This is San Francisco Bay. Due to the special climate here, the fog is heavy, but the fog here is even heavier and exists almost all year round. So the family found the island and built the ancestral shrine here. The island is not big, less than 2 square kilometers, and there is only the Tang family ancestral hall surrounded by Yubao. Tang Lin introduced to Ziming and Tang Ran. It took about half an hour before the Ziyuan ship docked at the port of Quainan. Ziming and Tang Ran followed Tang Lin to disembark, and when they looked up, they could see Tangjiu Fort, the only building on the island. It was a bastion with irregular concave and convex surfaces. According to Tang Lin's introduction, the dock was built to protect the Tang family's ancestral shrine. The Tang family rebuilt the outer dock according to the western bastion. After more than half a century of processing, it became what it is now. Although there have been no pirates in San Francisco Bay since modern times, the dock of the Tang family ancestral hall is still preserved, and there are fixed repairs every year to ensure the stability of the dock. It seems that the Tang family still understands the meaning of the 4 words to be vigilant in times of peace. Ziming commented with a smile. Ziming and Tang Ran followed Tang Lin to the main entrance of New Bao, and at the main entrance, a gentleman in a tuxedo smiled and said, "Welcome everyone back to Quainan. We are all members of the Tang family, so to hope that no matter what prejudices you have outside, everyone will be a family who loves each other." It was almost his voice that fell, and Tang Yi's arrogant voice yelled, "Hey boy, when will it be here? Did you speak? Tell you, our Tang family's first-in-line heir is here." Hearing this, Ziming frowned immediately. It seems that he and Tang Ran are destined to be unable to keep a low profile. Chapter 169 Pretend to be Tang Yu? As far as Tang Yi's arrogant tone is concerned, no one has a good impression, including the young man in a tuxedo standing at the door to greet him, but what he cares more about is what Tang Yi said. First in line heir. At the Apex novel, he was taken aback for a while, and then he smiled and said, "Uncle Tang Yi can really make a joke." Although at the last family meeting, his uncle mentioned that there may be the existence of the first heir, but it is only an unrealistic guess, isn't it? Tang Yi stared. "Who told you that it was just an unrealistic guess?" "Then I tell you very clearly now, you also listen to me, the first heir of that family is real." "Yes, and she also came to Quainan with the Ziyuan ship now. She is there now. Please keep your eyes open and take a look," Tang Yi said as he stretched his finger to Tang Ran behind him. He continued, "Is there any? That's our first successor. You also know my Uncle Tang. I don't think you're unfamiliar with that face, right?" At this point, Tang Yi thought for a while and said, "Or do you think she's what I just follow? Which bitch from a bar?" "Tell you. Even if it is, she is also the first in line. My cousin Tang Lin has already done DNA personal identification for her, and it turns out that she is indeed Uncle Tang's biological daughter. The world's most accurate identification method. I don't know anyway, you can figure it out. Ha ha." After saying this, Tang Yi walked into Yubao with a smile. Obviously he was deliberately picking out Tang Ran's identity, and then threw the matter to Tang Lin, regardless of whether it was buried. Faced with the doubts on the face of the young man in the tuxedo, Tang Lin stepped forward and said, "Yes, this Miss Tang Ran is the biological daughter of the deceased Uncle Tang. It is certified by the University of California San Francisco Medical Center, so according to the elder's meaning, I brought her to today's family dinner today, so he can go in too. Right? Or do you need to take a look at the appraisal report?" There. Young man in the tuxedo smiled and shook his head and said, "Of course not. I have my cousin's proof. Where can I still dare to question? And I am here to greet you all. I dare not do anything out of the ordinary." After he finished speaking, he smiled at Tang Ran and said, "Since you are the first in line, then two should call you soon Biao Yi, and Biao Yi hello. Very pleased to meet you." Before then what Don said, he turned to Ziming said, "Surely you must watch the Hello Uncle. This soon table uncle, yelled both Zuming and Tang Ran a big blush. Although Tang Ran always said that he liked Zuming, it was just that they both said in private. Now that they are so publicly speaking from another person, it still makes them very much embarrassing. So he who does not know what to say, smiled and passed on. Only Lin Tang feel very hurt, because the original Don ran to lying to marry him. Go all the way into the fortress. Dom ran very delighted and said, "This child does not know who is looking so young. I did not expect so sweet mouth, the gall to call me Biao Yi." But also Tang Ran took a peek at Zuming very shyly, and his heart was full of small smirks and shyness. In this regard, Zuming, of course it is easy to see her and want to say and who is behind about, but now is not the time you think I concentrated. Zuming had another said, "It's real child also then say, he is actually not as simple as it seems, especially when he heard that you were the heir in the first line. I think he should have something to do with the heir in the second line." Lin Tang then took the Buddhist Zuming said, "Zuxianxing Mini U guessed right, he is the second heir Tang Yu's nephew. Due to the Tang Yu's sister pregnant and gives birth to the legal age for marriage in no time after he was dropped off, he was not valued by the family. Even his sister didn't care about him, only Tang Yu, his uncle, took care of him. From now on, he has been very loyal to Tang Yu." That to say it, since he already knew, would not say the second heir Tang Yu should know it. Don Ran scared surprised rode. Donlin point head and said yes, and then asked Zuming Tang then how to do. Zuming thought replied, "Now that you have been exposed, then we will not hide the hidden. Elders take the initiative to visit your family, right?" Zuming Tanglin turned around and asked, "Do you have a problem in Down's family?" Tanglin shook his head and said that there was no problem. They went to the ancestral hall. According to Tanglin, before the start of the family banquet, the elders of the family would always worship their ancestors in the ancestral hall to show respect and pray for blessings to the ancestors. The Tang's ancestral hall was in the very center of the entire Yubao, and as it moved to the center step by step, Zuming realized that the Yubao was really a castle with one layer after another. In addition to the outermost bastion, there were several high roads inside. Wall, leave some space in the middle of each channel. Walls will, if we look from the air, there will be a lot like a circle in a circle round general. Only then might be about a half square kilometers of the most central places, is the Tang. The ancestral hall and old house are located. With Tanglin, Zuming and Tang Ran easily passed the inspection and came to the Tang ancestral hall. At the entrance of the ancestral hall, there was someone waiting at the door. He was wearing a black Chinese stand-up collar costume with a touch of stubble. Let him look more mature. Seeing this person, Tanglin immediately stopped and said coldly, "Tang Yu, I didn't expect that you guy really became the dog of a few uncles for inheritance." Hearing Tanglin yelling the name of that person, Zuming and Tang Ran no longer have any other fantasies. Obviously, the guy who walked in got the news of Tang Ran's arrival, and then told Tang Yu. Tang Yu analyzed that he would come to the ancestral hall first. Otherwise it would be difficult to explain that he would wait here specifically. Although Tanglin's words were very rude, Tang Yu was not angry either. He just said, "I'm just here to help a few elders do things. After all, there are some things that people have to do. You don't understand. If I were like you again, it would be too bad." As Tang Yu noticed Zuming and Tang Ran next to Tanglin, he stepped forward and said, "Presumably this is the first successor sister Tang Ran mentioned by his uncle in the last family meeting, right? A very beautiful girl. I am very happy to see you here." Tang Yu said as he came forward 2 steps, "I heard say that you are coming from the country, which is really too poor, and though I did not know that the Tang shushed you, is there any difficulties? But I think he must be forced to. We'll leave you in there, not to now. You can come to San Francisco would be great. Because you finally gave me a chance, I think Hill will be able to take good care of your place of Tang Shushu." Speaking of Tang Yu confidently stretched out his hand to Tang Ran. "Now, Sister Tang Ran, I think you can give me your hand, and I will hold him very gently." Regarding Tang Yu's words, Ziming immediately frowned. Although he and Tang Ran had never officially decided on a relationship, he could not tolerate his woman being teased like this. Does he really think he is Song Zongjai? Not to. Ziming did not wait to speak, but then Tang Ziming first hid behind some fear. Looking at Tang Yu said, Ming brother, this man, how he is not a mental illness are what normal people cannot tell those. Come on. One then let Ziming and Tang Lin could not help but laugh out loud. Ziming stepped forward to say, this is called Mr. Tang Yu. First of all, I am sorry for it. Then Ran, she speaks are so direct and without thinking about it, but you also seem to be very strange, because no one would say that to the person they met for the first time, right? I didn't say you. It was a bit too much to force you to pretend. What it installed be, I did not understand you to say anything. I just simply want to say hello to my sister and Don Ran. Although they knew this might scare her, but I could not help but want to do, because then Don, my sister, is really beautiful, and taking care of beautiful women, elderly people and children is my principle. It is loaded. B have said something, he has to. Ziming said, it seems you are the cousin of a friend of Don. Then, I do not know who exactly, how deep the relationship is not collected from now on. She has returned down the family as a member of the Tang family. It's not something you can climb. So I need you to leave her. Of course, I won't let you do this in vain. You can just say a number. As long as you say it, I'll do it. I can give it to you. Really? I say no matter what you give me. Ziming Rao, you ask the meaning of. Of course, no matter how much you want money, I can give the play, as long as you speak. Tang Yu said, I want Chinese shares 30% of the bank, but there is a kind of right to vote. You can also do this to me? Ziming asked. Tang Yu Jingmen eyes flash, but soon disappeared. He then said, shares part is very hard to say clear, but I can give you is this cash. Now the total assets of Chinese banks is Qianim Wu Yuan, equivalent to cash is 150 billion US dollars. Ranging from Tang Yu. Ziming finished, interrupted him and said, Don, Mr. Yu is an international joke and I still do. Mr. Tang, you really think the total assets of Chinese banks is only $500 billion? If Mr. Tang Yu, seriously, I don't think I would mind buying the entire China bank for 600 billion US dollars. I don't know what you think, Mr. Tang Yu. Tang Yu frowned for the first time. He looked at some impatience. Ziming said, in the end you think? Say. Ziming smiled and said, I didn't want to say anything. I just saw that Mr. Tang Yu's pretense is really bad. I can't stand it anymore. Don't you think I don't know the question you just asked? Deliberately? Did Tang Ran look down on me and then give up on me automatically? All I can say is that you are really an idiot. You dare to scold me? Do you know who I am? Tang Yu asked Ziming in a cold voice. Ziming nodded and said, of course I know the three big sentences that the villain pretends to be. You know who I am, you know who my dad is, and you know what my family is, but it's a pity that it doesn't work for me. I also know that Tang Yu, you are the second in line. If you can marry Tang Ran, you can basically be sure of inheriting the family property. That's why you waited here specifically after learning about the situation, and openly showed your favor to her. These methods are actually no problem, but there is just one thing. Please use more brain next time, otherwise I believe he will rust to death. Ziming said at the end, in fact, I and Tang Ran were caught in the beginning. Into your family inheritance storm, complete surprise. But now you see these people's IQ, it is so moved, so for the future of Down's family, we decided to fight and you fight the last. Although when he heard Tang Ran's identity, Tang Yu knew what her purpose was. But now when he really heard Ziming say this, he still froze there. But at this time, a voice suddenly came out from the ancestral hall. If you want to inherit, you have to show some real skills. First. Chapter 170. Another female heir? With this sudden voice, let the doorway individuals were stunned. But as Tang Yu and Tang Lin, who were very ambitious to fight for inheritance rights, of course they heard the identity of the voice the first time. Tang Yu first said, Uncle, I'm sorry, I didn't help you guard the door, and interrupted your ancestor worship activities in the ancestral hall. Tang Lin also followed closely. Uncle, This is all my fault, not according to yours. Correctly handle the contradiction between Tang Yu and cousin Tang Yu. As a result, it also disturbs your ancestor worship. When he had finished it, then, a few old people walked out of the hall. Not over and imagination are not the same, which is a few grey-haired old man was not, and still are black hair. But hair color have some fat, it is white, but at most, the temples are white. If you want to, it will be due to a reasonable diet and nutrition, plus the result of self-cultivation in the ancestral hall. Seeing these old people, Ziming and Tang Lin both thought of Tang Lin's introduction, thinking that these people were the elders of the Ancestral Clan Association. The Ancestral Temple Clan would say it is a very special existence of the Tang family, because the family set the age of the heirs. People who exceed the age cannot inherit the family property. This is to ensure the eternal youth of the family, but also to be vigilant. Which pulse of an industry monopoly to happen, let the whole family industry have the opportunity to inject fresh blood, and will not rot rotten. Not over other elders did not inherit the family, they can only enter the ancestral family would act as a monitoring and guiding role of the family. To put it simply, it is to look at the various properties of the family in normal times. When the patriarch makes a wrong decision or does something wrong, he can use his power to correct things, and even abolish the patriarch, and when the patriarch makes a wrong decision, he can even abolish the patriarch in the event of sudden death and no time to appoint an heir. The ancestral clan will come out to preside over the election of a new heir. With these powers, it can be said that this ancestral society is the last guarantee of the Tang family. You were just at the door, then a few of us old guys inside have been heard. It appears in succession on this issue. We will not have Dan's family successors are. Old man opened a joke. He followed after Don looked up and down glances and then asked, "You are the King Wing?" Left the country 2 decades of the daughter of Tang Ran. Face on this issue. Tang, while some puzzled look at him, did not speak the first time. Then Donlin, very anxious to explain to him, "This is Tang Jingxing Tang Shushu. He is our family now." All people with down seniority. The highest elder is also the head of the Ancestral Clan Association. Not only does he take care of all matters related to the ancestral temple sacrifices, but even when the head of the clan suddenly passed away, he was also responsible for finding and appointing an heir. Listening to this explanation, Tang Ran nodded suddenly and said to Tang Jingxing, "Hello, Uncle Tang. Although I never knew about my biological father, but I knew that I was called Tang Ran. Since I can remember, I will be called Tang Ran." Tang Ran. However, Tang Lin Tang also self-referral later followed. Xiao said, "Tang Shushu." Tang Ran cousin knew he did not come through San Francisco. The first day it came over today to come to you to say hello. Tong King Win's hand to stop Donlin next words. "What, you do not have to say hello. And we do not care about those imaginary Tang ceremony." Then he ran to Don said, "Tang Lin has been to give me a call. I already know your business, and after DNA identification, you can be completely sure that King Daughter, I welcome you back to the family business as the only direct descendant of Jing Rong. You are the first in line heir of the Tang family, and you are the most qualified. However, in our Tang family, there is never a ranking that can explain everything. If you want to really get the right of inheritance, you must tell us that you have this ability." "But how it can tell you that we have the ability to do? We cannot say to you now?" Ziming then chipped asked. For the problem of Ziming, Tong King Win's surprised a moment. He looked carefully up and down. Two very blunt. Ziming said, "I'm sorry, I do not know you. You would have no qualifications to talk to me. But since if it's for Tang Ran to speak, I might as well tell you. I won't say it, because if you can't even guess this, then I don't think you need to fight for inheritance anymore." After that, Tang Jingxing left the ancestral hall directly regardless of other things, leaving only Ziming, Tang Ran and Tang Yu. Tanglin. Tang Yu looked at Ziming with a smile and said a shame, then stood and asked Tang Ran, "Are you sure you won't marry me? You are the first and I am the second. As long as the two of us can be combined, the inheritance right is no one. It may be a threat, and that guy can only bring you endless shame. I forbid you to say Ming brother." Abuse of you Tang. Tang then immediately quit loudly, I say unto you, Ming brother is the world's most powerful people. He did not know this, then you are crazy. How many times more powerful? Tang Yu very sorry and said, Imfa feel sorry for you. Because for that guy was a complete idiot, but it does not matter, the family dinner meeting soon to be followed, and I think you will be able to see the true face of that idiot. To when we get married again, we can still get the right of inheritance, so please trust me, I will tolerate you and forgive your mistakes. And you will directly change your mind and be willing to marry me. Tang Yu pointed to Tang Ran and said that he also left the ancestral hall. Looking at his leaving back, Tang Ran said inexplicably, Brother Ming, is this person sick? I don't even know him, so he comes over. What to say to me? Marry it, but still so what? I will say yes to his voice. Ziming Tang smiled and then pulled the little hand and said, no way, that some people just like this, filled with more force, will be a little forget that he was pretending to be, and finally will be. Trouble joke. Then Ziming Lintang has to say, since the ancestral elders had left, we have gone here necessary, first while we go. Lintang is not intended to see, and then they came to the Tang old house. This building is the old one with down real family castle. Dinner in the big castle held the hall. When they come here, when Ziming has been sitting here a lot of people, and of course, the situation here is also on board, as everyone sat together in their small groups. Belonging people from different groups hardly have any intersection. Ziming and Tang Ran just came here and didn't know anyone, so they could only sit at the table of Tang Lin. But this arrangement made Tang Ran very uncomfortable. Suddenly she patted her behind, and Ziming asked her curiously. However, Tang was embarrassed to answer. Said, Zoo surrounding people are very strange looking at us. I felt I was behind the prank. Posted a note of what the same. Ziming laughed, then said, in the case of Don, of course, Ziming has long been aware of, we can say almost from the moment they sit down and start the whole people on the field in front of his little finger saying something. Of course no one will be so boring, and if something might be posted behind your back, I will tear him off as soon as possible. You don't have to worry about it. As for the current situation, it's just because we are the focus of the entire dinner. It is impossible not to be seen or discussed by others. Don't forget that you are the first heir in the Tang family, Ziming said. But now the entire Tang family knows it. Didn't Tang Lin tell us to keep it secret? He betrayed us. What rubbish. Tang Ran said angrily. Regarding Tang Ran's guess, Tang Lin innocently argued that I didn't. Ziming smiled and told him to rest easy. I think this has nothing to do with Mr. Tang Lin, because we were making trouble on the ship. It's too big, and these people are sharing all news for their boss inheritance rights, so it's not surprising that everyone knows now. Just as Ziming was talking with Tang Ran and Tang Lin, they heard a sudden ringing around them. And hail in surprise. This allows Ziming and Lin Tang feel a bit strange. They turned around and looked. He found an old man in a young girl's arm down to the explanations beside them. It seems that you are very busy here thing. Sentence to Tang Lin's heart startled. He immediately stood up and said hello. Hello Aunt Tang. Hello to cousin Tang Yao. Following Tang Lin's words, Ziming and Tang Ran immediately knew the identity of the visitor, according to Tang Lin in advance. The news to them was that she was Tang Huiyin, one of the elders in the Ancestral Clan Association. She was Tang Ran's cousin, that is, she proposed in the last family meeting that Tang Ran was the first heir. Tang Wei next to her was the fourth heir to the Tang family, and besides Tang Ran, she was also another woman in the top 10. It is this kind of identity that surprises others. Obviously, when everyone wants to inherit the Tang family, the sudden appearance of the first successor originally made everyone very sensitive. Now the fourth, if you take the initiative to visit number 1, you can't help but let everyone think about it. Could it be said that Tang Ran was brought to San Francisco by Tang Huiyin and Tang Weina in order to give them more inheritance? But if so, why would Tang Ran sit at the same table with Tang Lin? Tang Ran was brought by Tang Lin. Tang Huiyin did this to make Tang Lin suspect Tang Ran, or because their three veins had already put aside their own prejudices and were about to fight together. Not to Ziming and Tang Ran for it. They did not think so much, just feel that since Zuming learned of their identity, to make up first and then Tang Lin Tang, like say hello. Tang Huiyin looked up and down Tang Ran with a few glances and nodded with satisfaction, as expected. She is the daughter of cousin Jing Rong. She looks so much like him. Leaving you in China for 20 years really made you suffer, but you also don't blame your father. He came back alone to inherit the family property. I don't know how many people wanted to put him to death. In addition, there are a lot of hardships. Tang then smiled and said, very grateful. Xia Tanguan told me this, but I actually had a very good at home. I do not blame my own father. Tang Huiyin raised her eyebrows and said, that's fine. I know you are here to inherit the family property. You were also raised by me at the last family meeting. So in principle, I still hope you can inherit your father's status. Of Tang Huiyin and later said, not too I'm sure you've seen, and now the situation is probably not so simple. So I will not be here, lest others issuing out of what is not necessary illusions. After a time I will accompany you to have a good chat about your father. Having Tang Huiyin left, but Ms. Tang did not immediately follow the left, but the initiative to reach out to Don and then said, very high interest to see your cousin Don course. I really never thought I had you out. Such a first-in-line heir is incredible, but we are always in a very weak position on the issue of inheritance. So I hope we will have the opportunity to talk more in the future. Leaving these words, Tang Weiner also followed Tang Huiyin to leave. Chapter 171, Prince Tang Ran? Don looked at Ms. Tang Huiyin and the left. Lin Tang whispered said Zuming and Tang Ran, Tang Huiyin and the table regardless of M's cousin. If you just listen to do not be too seriously. Both Zuming and Tang Ran were surprised by Tang Lin's sudden remarks. Tang Lin later explained, I admit that the first heir to Tang Ran's cousin was indeed proposed by the cousin at the last family meeting, but she did this only to ensure the succession rights of cousin Weiner, because at that time, cousin Weiner was the only girl among all the top-ranked heirs. Otherwise, if it was not the case, why did she propose the first successor? Never went to see Don cousin, then you are only looking for me. Don Lin here and careful thought, said, and I think she suddenly came to the door is malicious. For the what Tang Lin said, Zuming smiled and said to him, Mr. Tang Lin, please don't worry, we are well measured in everything. The most important thing is that we are still sitting next to you, aren't we? Hearing Zuming said this, Tang Lin only smiled, and after a while, as Tang Jingxing brought in all the elders from the ancestral hall and clan associations, he announced the official start of the family dinner. Unlike the banquets in the upper class in the West, which generally dominated by self-help, the Tang family's dinner has a very strong Chinese style. All people attending the banquets don't have to stand up and walk around. Just sit down on your own chair. There will be waiters wearing beautiful cheongsams, carrying plates and delivering dishes to each table. Seeing that the food is almost ready, Tang Jingxing, as the head of the ancestral hall of the Tang family and the most prestigious elder of the family now, first stood up and said, hello, everyone, the Tang family and other foreign relatives. First of all, I'm very pleased that you can all arrive in Quainan on time to attend this family dinner. At the same time, I believe that you all should understand the purpose of this family dinner. More than half a month ago, my clan brother was also the former patriarch Tang Jingrong. Sudden cerebral hemorrhage, died in the hospital without rescue. This is the worst news for the Tang family. But what's worse is that half a month has passed, but we have never been able to choose an heir. It's not a normal news. And it's definitely not what a normal family should have. Tang Jingxing said afterwards, so since everyone has arrived here today, you must come up with a statement, otherwise don't leave. After speaking, Tang Jingxing made a gesture, and the servants that had been prepared around him closed the door one after another. With the big 8 doors are shut, while the hall immediately became deathly silence. Everyone Leng looked at all of this. Who did not think this situation will suddenly occur? Of course, this silence did not last long. Only a moment later they set off an uproar in the hall. Many people cried and cried, like suddenly suffering from claustrophobia. General, day. Now why should we shut here? What kind of conspiracy is this? Isn't it just to choose a new patriarch? Then shut down those heirs. Why are you shutting down with us? Anyway, you can't choose us anyway. I know, this place is here. All of them are the core clan members of the family. As long as we kill all of us, the head of the meeting can justify the inheritance of the family industry. Not everyone shouting in a tense worried. There are a lot of people to maintain calm, including Ming. Brother Ming, what do you think is going on today? Why do you want to lock us all up? Is that really going to deal with us? Tang Ran asked in a low voice. In this regard Ming smiled and shook his head and said, I do not know exactly how it's going. Not me think this will be the first to do so is still not absolutely, because this is not the last chaotic times, but here so many people, many of them are senior figures in various enterprises, both once and if something went wrong, it will bring to incalculable disaster, even if no matter how ruthless the first who will also have to consider. As for today with me are here. Ming went on to say, I think it should be to compete for several heirs. Others cliques each other, eat with a very ugly practice, so that he could not stand it. Ming turned his head and glanced at Tang Lin. Tang Lin smiled embarrassedly. Then Ming looked around the hall again, and then frowned. Surface appearance of the racket below, Tang Jingxing could not help but pound the table angrily. All me quiet. Relying on the prestige of the elders and the aura developed over the past 10 years, with Tang Jingxing's shout, the hall gradually became quiet. Then Tang Jingxing stretched out his hand to point everyone and said, the family was at the risk of 9 deaths. Coming to this place that was on the front line of the war at the time, the miracle created. But you look at what you look like now? Ask yourself carefully, are you both worthy of the surname Tang? After shouting, Tang Jingxing drank. After taking a few salivas and breathing for a long time, he said again, a group of mud that can't support the wall, please think about it. Tang Jingxing sat down angrily after speaking, and the hall was quiet again. Everyone looked at each other, thinking that what Tang Jingxing said was reasonable, but they didn't know what to say at this time. At this time, the second heir, Tang Yu, stood up and said, I think Uncle Tang's words are very reasonable. Anyway, if Uncle Tang is so angry today, we juniors are always to blame. So I think I should, on behalf of everyone, I would like to say sorry to Uncle Tang and other elders, and thank them too. Nothing else, just for their accommodation and care for us during this period of time. Tang Yu said and gave a deep bow to Tang Jingxing. With a bow, Tang Jingxing waved his hand, and Tang Yu went on to say, Uncle Jingrong's death is undoubtedly the greatest grief of our Tang family, but after all, the Tang family wants to move forward. So we have to face it. Regarding the problem of inheritance, Tang Ye's words were only here. Tang Yi stood up and interrupted him. Cousin Tang Yu said this is bad. I never think anyone will bypass the issue of inheritance, but the key to the problem lies in who will inherit, right? We all have studied Western history. We all know that every time a king died in the past, it would trigger a war of succession to the throne. Even serious multinational melee, our domestic feudal dynasty is not so direct, but also very intense in fighting, as we have Down's family, although not royal, but have wealth and power, but also enough to make anyone coveted. Unequal. After Tang Yi finished speaking, Tang Yu also interrupted him, so you want to say that you are the heir, right? Faced with the question of Tang Yu, Tang Yi suddenly laughed and said, it seems that you are really an idiot. Cousin Tang Yu, maybe you should also accept your own character of pretending to be B, because you finally failed today. After saying that, Tang Yi followed Tang Ran's direction and said, have you forgotten Cousin Tang Ran? She is the first heir of our Tang family. If our Tang family is the royal family, then she is the prince. Yes, the prince is now. So since she is here, is it my turn to fight for an heir? Or in your eyes, Cousin Tang Yu, you don't have the order of succession at all. Do you just want to inherit by yourself? When Tang Yi's words fell, Tang Weiner also echoed, I very much agree with Tang Yi's cousin, and my mother made it very clear during the last family meeting. The Tang family also has a first-in-line heir who lives in the country. Talking about inheritance before was a very selfish act, So now that she has arrived in Quainan, as long as her identity can be confirmed, then I think she should have the right to speak on the issue of inheritance. Tang Yu, Tang Yi and Tang Weina both having already spoken, everyone was looking at Tang Lin, who was fifth in succession. Facing the gaze from all directions, Tang Lin glanced at Ziming questioningly. Ziming smiled and said to him, "Just say what you want to say, don't worry about me." At this time, "It will be strange if you don't say anything." Tang Lin nodded and stood up and said, "I know you all want to hear my thoughts, but I just want to say that I am probably the most unsuitable to speak at this time, because cousin Tang Ran is the number one in the family, an heir. She is sitting next to me, and she was also found by me. The personal identification of her and Uncle Jing Rong's DNA was also done with my help, which means that her identity is beyond doubt. Despite Tang Ran's identity, many people had known it before, but now Tang Lin confirmed it again, still causing an uproar at the scene. For this reason, Tang Lin paused here and then said again, "First of all, I can be sure that cousin Tang Ran is the first heir we have been looking for, but as for the final issue of inheritance, I think it should be said by the family rules. Forget it. The ancestral clan will make the ruling." Tang Lin sat down after speaking. He apologized to Ziming and Tang Ran. "I'm sorry, I think I can only say that." Ziming said with a smile, "You say great. For now this situation, we do not want to stand on the cusp." But the reality seems to be against Ziming. When Ziming said this, other Tang heirs stood up to express their views. They all agreed to recommend Tang Ran, the first heir in line. After listening to a lot of stereotyped after the speech, Tang Jingxing raising his hand to stop the junior who made random words, he turned to Don then said, "Since we are so respected you come out you say a few words on behalf of it." Face sudden named Tang Jingxing, and then Don was taken aback. She unconsciously grabbed the sleeve of Ziming, looked very scared. Ziming patted her hand and comforted her, said, "No relationship. Since he had wanted to hear you speak, that you say to them well. But I do not know what to say." Tang Ran said, "Want to say anything can be, as long as you want to say, even if the wrong does not matter, I'm still here too. So you just let go say it." Ziming said. Tang then this down the heart, she carefully stood up and said, "It's real and I do not understand what you say. I do not know what Dan's family, do not know what's the overall order of succession of these. I'm just a life ordinary people in China. I just came to San Francisco to relax, but came here inexplicably. In this castle, I was said to be the first heir to the Tang family." Tang then began to speak very carefully, but she is very open to the later, and then she spread his hands down. He said, "Old truth, I do not understand is how you want, but since you said I was Dan's family the first in line to the heir, said that there is a large amount of property waiting for me to inherit, then I will say yes. Since no one can convince anyone you grabbed it, just don't grab it, give it to me, it will guarantee that these wealth will have a better future." Following Tang Ran's words, there was a moment of silence in the hall, and then I didn't know who took the lead first, and then everyone began to applaud together. Faced with such a situation, Tang Jingxing's eyes suddenly brightened, and he muttered to himself, "Why do I seem to be so familiar with this scene?" By the way, it was the reappearance of the scene 20 years ago. Tang Ran's father Jing Rong Biao. "That's how my brother was." With just a few words, he got everyone's applause. They said that the tiger father has no dogs. Although Tang Ran is a girl, she is still a woman. Tang Jingxing was very emotional, but he was righteous. When he wanted to say something, Tang Ran's next words surprised him again. "Because I will give all the wealth I inherited to Brother Ming." Tang Ran said. Chapter 172 I want to speak well too. Tang Ran's words made the whole hall suddenly become silent. Everyone looked at Tang Ran dumbfounded, as if they were instantly petrified, and even they just applauded Tang Ran. His hands were still frozen in the air. Obviously they both felt unbelievable about Tang Ran's words. "Will I give all the wealth I inherited to Brother Ming?" Although no one in this room would simply think that as long as he is the first pick, he will definitely inherit the family property, but this statement is really outrageous. You must know that this inheritor owns the China Bank, which is the absolute core of the California Consortium. It not only controls many high-tech companies in Silicon Valley, but also controls the Tang family, which is the only superpower's cutting-edge arsenal in the world. How can it be handed over to others at will alone? And Brother Ming? It sounds like a man's name. Is it Tang Ran's boyfriend or husband? But among the top heirs of the Tang family, it seems that there is no one with this accent. Is it someone who is at the bottom of the ranking? Or is it simply an outsider? If he is really an outsider, Tang Ran inherits his family's wealth and then presents it to outsiders. Wouldn't such behavior become a lunatic? Even if you Tang Ran did not live in San Francisco in the past 20 years and did not enjoy the wealth of the Tang family, at least you can inherit this wealth now. At least how you squander it is still a matter of the family, but you can give it directly to what's the matter with others. It is said that women are blind in love, but they are not blind to this degree, right? Of course, it is entirely possible that this is just her speech, and it is not intended to be implemented, but this statement is even more untenable, because it is completely unnecessary, let alone in front of all the Tang family. Don't you just want them to excite their sentiments to oppose yourself? Compared with the Tang family members whose heads were blown up by the doubts, only Zuming knew that Tang Ran's words were only her true inner thoughts, nothing more. Org's idea is to listen to everyone in the field is extremely crazy, but this kind of the so-called madness is based on their selfish greed on, not any of them is not betrayal, as long as the price tag enough. However, Tang Ran didn't have this concern. She believed Zuming wholeheartedly. Even if it was the inherited Tang family, it was a pie from the sky anyway. But more importantly, she also believed in Zuming. For Zuming, even though he could understand Tang Ran's thoughts, he was still astonished, because Tang Ran had put all of her on him. Such trust and entrustment could not but move people. The same kind of surprise that besides Zuming Lin Tang, compared to others in the hall, he is considered to be the most natural and Zuming Tang understanding of people, and then he can certainly Tang said Zuming Ming is my brother, it is due to know, just make him more jialing chaotic, due to this is not simple like or love cannot be explained, at least not in his range has been understood. The first back-to-back is God Tong King wins, as the Tang ancestral hall will be the first. Before he coughed, awoke the others ran after Tang was asked, are you the King of Glory daughter? I call you then ran it, I think you might have said something wrong just now, or we have differences in understanding, or you don't understand the Tang family, let alone how to develop a family, but no matter what, I think I need to know what you said. Who is this Brother Ming? Brother Ming is of course Brother Ming. He is the most powerful person. If you let me inherit the family and give it to him, even if I don't understand what the Tang family is, I believe he will definitely make the Tang family stronger. Yes, Tang Ran said firmly. Although Tang Ran's words were still surprising, everyone laughed again within a short time. Even the most prestigious Tang Jingxing also showed a smile. He shook his head and said softly, Ran, you down we say you do not know how the family is going on, you think he can make the family down gotten worse, your statement is a little bit too childish. At least for now the situation is very outdated. Face very politely questioned Tang Jingxing. Tang then insisted, but Ming brother he's really powerful, I believe he has the capacity of there. Following Tang Ran's persistence, a burst of boos erupted in the hall, and everyone laughed or whistled contemptuously, and some even ridiculed Tang Ran as much as possible with various gestures of contempt. Is the heir first in line turned out to be such an idiot? What is your name, Tang Ran, right? I think you should go back to China. There is a fundamental difference between San Francisco and you. You are as scary as a nuclear bomb. It will blow up the entire Tang family to ashes. I don't know what you do in China, but you don't know what a company is or a family business. Right? By the way, I'm afraid you haven't even eaten tea eggs. Right. However, in addition to Tang, but it was the spearhead is aligned with the Zuming, compared to Tang Ran, Zuming is they do not know the origins of this guy attitude unbearable. shame curse and more vicious. That what it mean, brother? You are relying on a woman's bitch it? Why did you come home from down from family? Sure these words are you forced her to say it. You sick people from the mainland. I really did crotch, don't worry, I'll expose you. You know that the assets of Tangran Bank must be in units of 100 million yuan. Do you know what the Tang family is? Do you know that we have a skunk factory under our hands? I'm afraid you know it. It's time to pee your pants, you disgusting bastard. For the entire hall increasingly harsh insults, Ziming Rao's no better temper could not resist. All special what to I shut up. Soon burst drink. The same time there is a loud gunshot. Then put the hall everyone earthquake Mongolia, everyone Ziming Leng Leng. Watching him still held in midair handguns. Gun? Why does he have a gun? Doesn't everyone have to go through a careful inspection before coming in? This was the first question that came out of everyone's hearts. Ziming slowly lowered his hand and said softly, this shows that your so-called inspection is of no use to me at least. Before Ziming had finished speaking, Tang Jingxing was angry. The incident started and pointed at Ziming and said, who are you? I don't care how you brought the gun in. Your behavior has violated the Tang family span. I need to ask you to go out. Where are the guards? Where did you go? Hurry up and get rid of this dangerous element. Right away. I don't care what you do. There. Guards have been guarding the door. In fact, they had moved before Tang Jingxing spoke. Wait for Tang Jingxing to get down. After receiving the order, they almost ran over to rush towards Ziming, but they stopped at the same time when there was still a table away from Ziming. Tang Jingxing yelled, why did you stop? Didn't you eat? You guys. Tang Jingxing's cursing stopped here, because he also saw what Ziming was holding, which made him suddenly feel something. Fear of suffocation. It was a grenade. And then Ziming just pulled out the insurance in front of everyone, and a crisp sound often made everyone trembled like a sound from hell. Compared with the fear and tension around him, Ziming held his hand thunder meaninglessly. Now can we talk about it? Ziming's words seemed to have some invisible power, causing everyone to back off unconsciously. In one step, they looked at the grenade in Ziming's hand, and their hearts were raised in their throats. Tang Jingxing deserves to be the head of the ancestral hall of the Tang family. He first calmly asked, you are the brother Ming in Tang Ran's mouth, what do you want to talk about? Ziming looked at Tang Jingxing and smiled and said, hello, Mr. Tang Jingxing. Let me introduce myself first when I meet for the first time. My name is Ziming. Who wants to listen to your self-introduction now? Who really wants to know? Who cares about your name? Tang Jingxing yelled in his heart, but on the surface he still pretended to be so calm that he couldn't wipe the two bean-sized teardrops that fell from his forehead. Hello, Mr. Ziming. Actually, I think we can talk in a peaceful way instead of making the arrow like what we are doing now. This is nothing to you, me or to Tang Ran. Good thing. What do you think? Tang Jingxing said. Ziming shrugged at this pointlessly and said, actually, I don't want to be like this, but the problem now is that in the situation just now, I don't think there is any better way besides this. Tang Jingxing also wanted to say what, however, was to Ziming said, get down to business, right? You just let yourself speak on behalf of Tang Ran. Then she just said he wanted to say, at this point does not seem a problem. This there is indeed no problem. After all, if she really inherited the Tang family, then she would also give her the family property to her own behavior. But on the other hand, I just reminded her that this is not desirable. Because she does not knowing the Tang family and not knowing how to develop a family, it is very unreasonable to say that it is very unreasonable to hand over the inherited wealth. I also have no problem, Tang Jingxing said. So what's the basis? We speak on basis, not Mr. Tang Jingxing. You just say what you think of when you tap your head. Ziming continued, staring at Tang Jingxing's eyes as he spoke. If I didn't remember, if it's wrong, today is our first meeting? And you didn't know us before, and you didn't even know that Tang Ran and I were such a person. Since you don't know, why can you conclude that we don't understand Tang family, don't know how to develop a family? Or is it just because of our age that makes you disrespectful? Tang Jingxing shook his head and said, I'm very sorry for that, but please believe that we do not disrespect you, means we just rely too much on experience. Then I think you can say goodbye to your so-called experience, because they are just shit. Tang Ran and I have the ability to manage the Tang family well. If Tang Ran can inherit it last. Ziming paused deliberately when he said that. He looked around and saw that although they were still afraid of the grenade in their hands, there was still a trace of contempt and disdain in their eyes. At this time, Tang Jingxing also said, Mr. Ziming, please allow me to borrow what you said to me just now. We must speak on a basis, and we can't just think of what to say and what to say. Then, now, Mr. Ziming, you are relying on it. What does it mean that you have the ability to take over the Tang family? It depends on what you have. You have to know that he is not omnipotent, and he cannot kill all of us. Ziming smiled and nodded. Indeed, let alone a grenade. Just 2 more grenade. I can't balance everyone here, but I don't intend to threaten you with this, because I know you don't believe it. Even if you change it to iron, I would not believe it either. But you can change it. For example, you can give us a company to test us or something. Isn't this way better than blindly nodding and shaking your head? Ziming thought about it. After thinking about it, he then added, I know that the Tang family has requirements for the assessment of heirs. I think it can be regarded as a kind of assessment for Tang Ran, isn't it? If you don't have that thing in your hand, not in this situation, I think I will be happy to agree to you. Tang Jingxing said. Hearing Tang Jingxing's words, Ziming laughed at the time, and then he heard Ziming say this is easy, and threw the grenade on his hand. Chapter 173. All reactionaries are paper tigers. Bao thanks to Moxia Bao for his support and monthly ticket support. Congratulations to Moxia Bao for becoming the #1 leader of this book. The reward is too great. Run. The grenade is about to explode. This damn Ziming, he is a demon. Hasn't the uncle already told him just now, and hasn't he already agreed? Why would he throw it out like this? Why can't he throw it farther? Why can't he still move towards another place? You bastard. Don't push me, you go quickly. As Ziming threw the grenade to the ground, the people in the whole hall seemed crazy, running away. The hysterical strange screaming in his mouth, desperately trying to stay away from Ziming, as if what Ziming lost was not a grenade, but a nuclear bomb. And Ziming just watched all this quietly, then turned his head to look at Tang Jingxing meaningfully and said, it seems that the people in the Tang family are not as good as they thought. Ziming's words like a slap in the face in mind general. Tang Jingxing severely hit in the face, so he was very embarrassed. He looked around the hall in a circle. The situation here has really made him feel angry. Finally Tong King Wins could not help but took a hard table, hard growled, all. Give me stop, go back to his place. Tong King Wins' prestige still there, but at the moment everyone had been too frightened, so he started ranting and useless. Tang Jingxing then yelled vigorously several times, until he was almost hoarse in the end, so that the Tang family in the hall gradually calmed down. At this time, some people had already ran to the door of the hall and were fighting with the guards. The door came out. This scenario allows gas to Tang Jingxing and trembling, he said, raising his hand, pointing to everyone, you see if you have what looks like. Think back to when we Tang predecessors risked thousands of miles across the Pacific Ocean typhoons. They had to be facing hunger, disease and any accidents that may occur at any time, more exotic foreign land for fear of the unknown, but they are fearless. But now you do? You put a fake grenade to scare into the case? Do you have? There is not even a little bit of the spirit of the Tang family. Tell me, why do you deserve the surname Tang? Listen, Tong King Wins say later, all of this is suddenly awoke. They look back to the Ziming. I saw he was still standing original ground with a smile, the grenade still on the ground, as quiet like a dead man. Where there will be, it's about to explode. Ziming, you bastard, dare you deceive us? We want to kill you. You liar, I want you to pay for your actions. Everyone, you made me a language cursing, and they again go towards Ziming Chung, are more aggressive. Obviously they feel that their intelligence insulted. This is very angry. Face of these menacing Down clan. has been sitting next to Ziming Lintang to stand up to persuasion. Everyone please calm down, he just gave us Mr. Ziming opened a sort of joke. He is actually very respect everyone, there is no malice in coming to our family dinner today. We also want to show the demeanor of our Tang family. As for the successors in line like Tang Yu, Tang Yi and Tang Weiner, they all had a mentality of watching the excitement and not afraid of big things, and they clamored to kill Ziming and vowed to defend the reputation of the Tang family. Ze looked around constantly towards their own angry crowd approaching. Dom ran very nervous and scared of holding the hand of Ziming asked, Ming brother, we are going to be okay. Ziming is confident, very easy smiles, of course not something. You forget old former teacher taught us to all reactionaries are paper tigers, and they certainly no exception. Boom. For sound deafening gunshot death, when the last Ziming pronunciation of words, he once again took out a pistol, smashed directly next to a bottle of wine on the table, red wine splashing all over the place, so everyone was stunned there. Ziming looked around and smiled and said, my grenade is fake, but the gun in my hand is real. I just don't know who wants to come up and try the taste first. Do NT be bluffing here? You can shoot if you have the ability. This is Quailan, a private island of our Tang family. Here are all our Tang family members. You can't run away. A person standing at the forefront shouted to Ziming. His words drew the approval of others next to him, and even everyone quietly took a step forward with this sentence, but only this one step. Their Ziming gun pointed at him. He desperately squeezed into the back of the crowd. Regarding this situation, Ziming couldn't help but feel amused. What are you running? I'm not still in Quailan. Do you think this is the private domain of the family? Don't I dare to move you? Then what are you afraid of? This time Tang Jingxing serious and said, this far now. Tong Qingsheng said while out of their seats in front of Ziming came through the crowd. He looked Ziming. Ziming also not afraid of him in the eye and, if conductive eyes, then I'm afraid when they view there will be lightning and thunder from now on. Finally Tong King wins the initiative to avoid the Ziming said to the others, we all go back to it today. The end of the matter. The Tang people are not allowed to go, so Ziming trouble. With Tang Jingxing's words, all the people in the hall returned angrily to their seats. Ziming also handed the gun to the bodyguard, and he put the gun back to his waist. And Tang Jingxing watched all this in silence. He saw the special holster on the waist of his wife. His eyes narrowed, and then he said, for today's family dinner, it seems that Mr. Ziming has made a lot of preparations. Ziming said, this is no way. Since the Tang family is such a family, if I don't want to prepare more in advance, I'm afraid I will leave Quailan safely. And even I can't help it. After saying a complete sentence, express what you mean, don't you? Tang Jingxing couldn't hear Ziming's words, just as satirizing them that the Tang family was not a gadget. Tang Jingxing had no interest in talking anymore if they wanted to be replaced by someone else. He directly found someone and threw them into the sea. But facing Ziming, he knew that he would never do this. Even if it was in Quailan, even if the other party seemed to have only 3 people. Tang Jingxing couldn't tell why this was, it was just an intuition, and he also believed in his instinct very much. Taking a deep breath, Tang Jingxing calmed down his excitement and asked, what do you want? Ziming smiled at Tang Jingxing's question, but his smile seemed to Tang Jingxing like a devil from the abyss of hell. He felt terrified. You are Tang Ran's uncle, so we'll call you an uncle in terms of seniority. Ziming said, then uncle, I think you have misunderstood something. It has always been not what I want, because my thoughts are completely unconcealed. I just help to help Tang Ran inherit the Tang family. That's it. You have been obstructing me. It is the family members of the Tang family who have been inexplicably ridiculing us. Why? You are still asking me now? Don't you think it's a bit of an upside down? After listening to Ziming's words, Tang Jingxing was silent for a while before saying, it's true. Then let us return to a normal trajectory. If Tang Ran wants to inherit the family business, he must first go through an assessment. After speaking, Tang Jingxing deliberately added, Tang Ran's father also went through this process. I have no objection. Ziming asked afterwards. I just don't know how you plan to conduct the assessment. I will arrange for Tang Ran to take over a company, and then analyze your results within a certain period of time, and then let's make a horizontal comparison with other heirs. Tang Jingxing thought for a while and said, of course, we will also take into account the short-term issues of your takeover of the company and other issues such as your lack of understanding of the situation in San Francisco. These will all be considered in the results. Tang Jingxing finally said, as for the specific company that will be taken over, I am sorry that this can only be decided after internal discussion by our ancestral clan association, so I can't answer you yet. After hearing these words, Ziming smiled. He stretched out his hand to Tang Jingxing. No problem, I am looking forward to the assessment. Tang Jingxing didn't expect Ziming to shake hands suddenly. After he shook hands with Ziming, he wanted to slap himself in the face because of this. Doesn't it mean admitting that he is equal to himself? After this, Tang Jingxing went back to his seat. Of course, after this incident, the family dinner could not go on. Therefore, Tang Jingxing could only choose to leave the meeting. All the Tang family members who came to the island could choose to leave the island or live on the island. Generally speaking, if there are no special things to attend a family dinner, most people will still stay on the island overnight. After all, sailing at night always feels less safe. But this time, when everyone learned that Ziming would stay on the island, others asked to leave. Because in their opinion, no matter how unsafe it is to sail at night, it is not more dangerous than the lunatic Ziming last year. But Ziming didn't care about this. After the dinner was over, he and Tang Ran followed the servants of the Tang family to their room. Under Ziming's signal, he took the initiative to hand the gun to the guards. The guards want to search, Ziming said. You gave good advice. You do not know his identity. If he really wanted to hide something, with that point you search ability, it is impossible to search out. Remarks let down the family's guards blushed with shame, and they also knew that they might not be able to find anything, so they gave up and left. When after the convoy left, asked Ziming Lin Tang came, I have not said yes to a good fight for the right of inheritance, and not any others forms of conflict. Why do you just have to do that, but also a gun and grenade is? Yes, my God. What are you going to do? Transform into a murderous demon with a serious tendency to violence? This is completely different from what we said. Face questioning Tang Lin and Ziming is still very easy to say. I think you should take Donlin. Calm down. In fact, this is no way I am, and I do not want to stir up trouble. But if someone were to hit the door, then he will definitely teach him how to be a man. Donlin some frustration, he said. Isaac Xianqing Ming. Why did you go to control Tang Yi? That he is an idiot. It did not have the brain of a man. Because of his father's sake, he was very arrogant in the family, things on board. You've also seen that you just don't care about someone like him. The more you care about him, he will become more vigorous, and you have committed public anger for this, which shouldn't be the case. Listen Tang Lin's words, Ziming asked with a smile. My husband Lin Tang. Do not tell me what you really think, that Tang Yi really is so arrogant to willful act without thinking of the people. This made Tang Lin was stunned to live, and he was a bit determined by asking, Ziming, what do you mean? Do not you want to say he was deliberately faking it? Ziming said, shaking his head, I do not know. Do not over. I can tell you one thing, that is just in the hall, to come up with a grenade fired from my last throw grenades pulled out of insurance. In addition to our entire hall, only fewer than 10 people did not move, and Tang Yi was one of them. The others were Tang Jingxing, Tang Huiyin, Tang Yu and Tang Weina. 170th chapter's goal mark, Deco 3 shifts, the third one. Congratulations to the new leader. When Ziming Tang Lin Tang ran back to the room, the face of questioning, the other side is deliberately point out Ziming Tang Yi also mommalili back to his room. Damn it, I really don't know what this family dinner is tonight. So many people can't figure out a Ziming who didn't know where it came from. It's really disgusting. And is Uncle Jingsheng true? I'm getting older, and I don't even have normal thinking ability. So Ziming crackled our entire Tang family in the face. Why didn't he throw him into the sea? Tang Yi and Jiao swore, while angry spat, what to say in front of the servants, but Tang Yi's eyes stare, said, you want to say something, you wipe on the line. Is it still possible to make ill rub it? Tell you, Im Don Third's family heir, damn slut, so I inherited the family after my first one to put you into the sea. After cursing and following his servant, Tang Yi pushed open the door of his room, but at this moment a voice suddenly came from the side, little cousin, who is this irritating you again? Tang Yi glanced at, and that is a very clear beautiful shadows, Danfing Liu Yim, small and thin lips, aquiline nose, and dressed to bring out the exquisite figure consistent, both in provoking the crime. However, Tang Yi has doubled supercilious, contemptuous, said, again you this show hoof, my cousin Ems, today finally figured out how to give me chic in it, no mistake not jump word. It down come the fourth family heir pick of Ems Tang. Tang Yi she faced frivolous also not polite words, not only is also not angry, but laugh again, no mistake, I think is long overdue. Tong can serve you in bed. But the premise is that you can help me inherit the family property, even if we divide it equally. I am not that picky. Tang Yi Pua cry, what the hell? What I especially want to inherit family property. Go to Hollywood to play. Most senior stars do not have to spend so much money. Tang Yi walked into the room and closed the door at hand, but Tang Weina walked in first, and then helped Tang Yi close the door. This allows Tang Yi very unhappy, he said. Special modi, I want to take a bath to sleep. Sleep, here you are again entangled. I really rape you, you know I did it. A while talking, while Tang Yi also made a very fierce expression, while also making a hand a very rude hand, clothes torn potential. However, for this threat, but Ems Tang disapproval light laugh, on the contrary, I don't think you can do it. Tang Yi had of a challenge to say something, but before Ems Tang said, well, my little cousin, and now the room and no stranger, you do not have to play, I know who you are. Arrogant and despotic, seemingly reckless performance, are what you pretended to be, in front of me, you can be yourself. Tang Yi is not the first time to talk, what seemed to consider, but is not intended to. Ems Tang, her self-serving, went to the room to sit down on the couch and said, I just should said, and this room no outsider. You do not need to play in front of me, and Tang Yi. Usually in front of their elders, so even if there is Tang Yi cousin, and now even I would also like to pull a fast one. Go, no mistake not jump word. Tang Yi did not speak, can only continue to. Ems Tang said, it's real, I understand you, even though you say it is heir to third overall, but time does not actually appear in the Tang before then, you actually is the first second, cousin Tang Yu's most threatening competitor, so you have to disguise yourself as a very impulsive dude, so that he will not think that you are really a threat, so he will relax his vigilance against you and you will have a chance. Speaking of this, Tang Weina paused deliberately before staring at Tang Yi and asked, am I right? My little cousin. As Tang Weina clicked on this point again, Tang Yi also figured out something. He sat on the sofa opposite Tang Weina, lit a cigarette, put it on his mouth and took 2 deep breaths, exhaling a burst of smoke. Tang Weina raised her eyebrows and covered her Kyung's nose and said, you guys are really bad, you smoke in front of the ladies. My cousin Weina, as far as I know, you also smoke, right? There are many words that are correct. Do we still need to be courteous? Nothing is wrong and no words are skipped. Tang Yi sneered, well, what do you want with me? Really understand style and no little gentleman guy. Do not let Tang is such a man. No mistake not jump word. Tang Weina complained, but it was nothing more than a complaint, and then she said seriously, actually, I have nothing else to do when I came to you. I just want to ask if you have any views on Ziming and Tang Ran. Tang Yi frowned, I'm sorry, I don't quite understand what you mean. Do you mean Tang Ran's inheritance problem? Nothing is wrong, no skipping. Tang Weina nodded and said yes. Tang Yi went on to say, Uncle Jing Sheng has already said that she recognizes her as the first successor. but she also has to go through an assessment. At this point, I have no reason to suspect that Uncle Jingsheng will behave favorably. I'm not suspicious of Uncle Jingsheng, but am very curious about what kind of assessment the elders of the Ancestral Hall and Clan Association will give to Tang Ran. Tang Weina said, "It's nothing more than giving Tang Ran a company to let him make achievements, but I can't guess which company it will give her." Tang Yi said, staring at Tang Weina and asked, "Looking at you asking like this, you seem to know it." Tang Weina smiled and said, "For this, I can guess that it is nothing more than the most difficult company, which appeared at the family meeting, and Tang Yi, my little cousin, you also suggested to sell it." That. Following Tang Weina's reminder, Tang Yi finally realized something. He looked at Tang Weina and asked, "Cousin, don't you want us to do something?" "There are no mistakes in many words. It's better than waiting to die, isn't it?" "Nothing is wrong without skipping words," Tang Weina asked rhetorically. "It's true. So you went to Cousin Tangya's room just now, and you were talking about it?" Tang Yi asked. Tang Weina didn't seem to expect Tang Yi to ask this. Her face immediately became a little embarrassed. At the same time, on the other side of the old house in Quailan, all the elders of the Tang family did not sleep, but sat around the family conference table for a meeting. As the head of the Ancestral Clan Association, Tang Jingxing naturally took on the job of presiding over the meeting. He first looked around and said, "I know everyone is too old to stand up to toss, and now you all want to go back to rest at this night. But at least it's not possible now, because we still need to solve Tang Ran's assessment problem before that. I don't know if you have any good suggestions for this." Faced with Tang Jingxing's question, everyone fell silent, and no one knew what to say at this time. It took a while before someone said cautiously, "Cousin Jingxing, if you want me to say that we don't need to give her any assessment at all, just ignore her." This statement was approved by many other people, and someone has already started, and others have also said, "Yes, what are they?" "I really don't know what they are." "They actually came to Quainan with guns and grenades to cause terrorist incidents. This is bad. When it comes to the extreme thing, we simply let the guard kill him at night, and then throw it into the sea. It's not that much trouble." "I don't agree with this," Tang Jingxing said. "First of all, Tang Ran is indeed the one. Cousin Tang Jingrong's biological daughter is our rightful first in line, and she hasn't really done anything to harm the Tang family. I don't think we should do this," Tang Jingxing said. Tang Huiyin asked next to her, "Do you have any ideas?" "Nothing is wrong and no words are skipped." Tang Huiyin, who was originally sitting like an old monk, said after hearing what Tang Jingxing said, "I don't have an answer to this question, but if I have to say it, I support other people's opinions." Tang Huiyin's words are a bit out of the ordinary. Tang Jingxing expected that he originally thought that Tang Huiyin would support him, but he did not expect that she would suddenly turn against him. With Tang Huiyin's support, other people also said, "Whether Tang Ran or Ziming, we shall treat it completely. Without this, our Tang family will still be the Tang family from today." Facing this almost one-sided situation, Tang Jingxing was taken aback for a moment, then suddenly his phone rang, and the housekeeper himself brought to the meeting room. After seeing this phone, Tang Jingxing did not hesitate to signal the housekeeper to the next room. He immediately got up to listen. After a while, when he came back, he immediately made a decision. "Well, about Tang Ran and Zuming things, I think our argument can come to an end. You just need to think about how to design assessment questions for them." It's surprising that Tang Jingxing is so firm suddenly, but Tang Huiyin just looked up at Tang Jingxing, and then said, "If you have made a decision, then my suggestion is Jik, my reason is Ji. The development of the company at this stage is very bad, but at the same time he has a very deep foundation. I think it will be enough to prove their ability." If Tang Jingxing's sudden change is surprising, then Tang Huiyin's immediate follow-up also made people are dumbfounded, but neither of them breaks at this time. Tang Jingxing first took a few deep glances at Tang Huiyin, and then immediately made a decision. If everyone has no other objections, then I want to make sure that Tang Ran's assessment. After that, Tang Jingxing paused. After confirming the attitudes of others, he finally said, "First of all, we can first recognize Tang Ran as the first in-line heir, and appoint her as the CEO of Geek, and come back based on the performance of Geek after she took office. Give her a score." "I totally agree," Tang Huiyan said and raised her hand first. "In fact, many things are like this. It is difficult to do without a role model." This time, Tang Jingxing, because Tang Huiyan has set a good role model, others have followed suit. When the time came the next day, when Ziming and Tang Ran got up in the morning, their room door was knocked open. Tang Jingxing walked in. He said to Ziming and Tang Ran, "According to yesterday's consultation, our ancestral temple and clan will decided to support your appraisal decision, and for the fairness of the appraisal and work, so I made a special trip to you today to tell you." Tang Jingxing took out a document and said, "This is an employment letter. As long as you went did you sign on it, you are the CEO of this Geek company." Chapter 175 The Cursed Company? Geek company? I didn't expect that they would give you Geek company. It seems that your impulsive actions have indeed become a very bad foreshadowing, and it is clear that this arrangement was intentional. Tang Lin frowned and said, looking at the opposite Ziming and Tang Ran, looking a little worried. They are still on their Ziyuan ship, but they are now leaving Quainan Island for San Francisco. Because of Ziming's grenades and pistols last night, most of the Tang family's clan members left Quainan overnight. Therefore, when Ziming and the others left today, there were only a dozen people on board. Ziming, Tang Ran and Tang Lin were chatting on the deck. Ziming mentioned that Tang Jingxing personally came to the room to find Tang Ran in the morning, and gave her a contract and assessment. Tang Lin frowned when he heard Geek company. Hearing Tang Lin's worry, Ziming said to him, "You want to say that this Geek company is like the fog around us so that we can't see anything, right?" Ziming said and pointed to the side, "Because in the special climate of San Francisco Bay, the sea will often get foggy, and in Quainan Island this place, the fog will be more intense, especially in the morning. It is common that the visibility is less than 5 meters, so it is rare. The boat club is willing to go here. That's why the Tang family chose to build the ancestral hall here. It is also for this reason that Quainan Island has not been discovered by ordinary people in 150 years. Facing Ziming's analogy, Tang Lin nodded hurriedly and said, "That's it. You don't know how these fogs are formed, what dangers are waiting for you in the fog, and you don't even know your dangers. Is it from the fog or underwater, or from the sky? So I think this Geek company is a trap for you at all." Regarding Tang Lin's affirmation, Tang Ran took the Geek campaigner's information and looked at it repeatedly. "Is there any problem with this Geek company? Although I don't understand the development of the company, he has factories, sales and even a dedicated R&D center. It is a very complete company. Geek's problems are not. It's not what you can tell from the introduction documents. He does look complete, but if that's the case, how can he lose money for a whole year? You know that the entire IT industry is rising in the sun." At this point, Tang Lin thought for a while and then said, "I don't know if you have heard a saying that there is a person who understands it, even if he only has a primary school graduation diploma, but as long as he can find a way to rent in Silicon Valley, going to an office to start a computer or other internet technology company, he can become a new millionaire in just 1 year." I know this is very exaggerated, but from another perspective, the current situation of the IT industry is very, very popular. Tang Lin then turned to the front and said, "But in such a popular situation, Geek's still so depressed. Don't you have any concerns?" Tang Lin's words made Tang Ran a little worried. She looked back at Ziming. Compared to them, Ziming seemed very relaxed. "Of course there is worry. After all, I can think of it since Uncle Tang Jingxing said that this is an assessment. I thought he would let me start a business from scratch. I didn't expect to give me a ready-made company. It's already very good. But I think better off starting from scratch," Tang Lin said. Ziming shook his head and said, "I don't think so, because even your exaggerated statement just now has a prerequisite, that is, to understand the IT industry. But unfortunately I don't understand it. And not only do I not understand it, but because I am the first time I came to San Francisco, I still don't understand the market and other humanities here. I think I don't have time to understand these systematically under this assessment, so instead of spending time on my own to explore, it is always good to have a ready-made thing, because all I have to do is to help him throw away his mistakes and bring him back to the normal track of development. Tang Lin wanted to say something, but Ziming raised his hand to interrupt him. Okay, I think we'd better talk about what went wrong with Jeek. Tang Lin was stunned by this question. He didn't seem to expect Ziming to ask this, but since Ziming doesn't want to ask again, after talking about that issue, he didn't need to hold on to it. So Tang Lin rationalized his thoughts and said, I'm sorry about this, because I don't understand. I just heard of this Jeek company. Some people say that it is a cursed company, because 3 years ago, Jeek the company is also one of the companies with the best development momentum in Silicon Valley. Since he was acquired by the Tang family and his founder was forced to jump off the building, he has been in a slump. So you think it is the soul of the founder of Jeek that is cursing this company? Ziming asked. Although this statement is very illogical, there is only this explanation now. Tang Lin replied. It's just nonsense. I see it clearly that you are incapable of taking this company to a higher level, or that this company has fatal flaws that have not been discovered before it is acquired. And this has led to the company's decline. It would actually push the problem to ghosts and gods. If it weren't for ulterior motives, then IQ would be worrying, Ziming said. Regarding Ziming's words, Tang Lin tried his best to explain. This is not the case. Our family once hired the most famous appraisal company in the United States with a high salary to conduct a comprehensive appraisal of Jeek. Although I don't know the specific parameters, the result is this. This company does not have any development potential, and this acquisition was also called out at all previous family meetings as the worst acquisition. So I just knew it. So in other words, this Jeek company is the Tang family at all. Have you completely given up the treatment? Ziming asked. It can be said that. But the family has also tried its best to save the Jeek company. Even the most capable professional managers of the family have been sent, but without exception, they do not have any thoughts about the future of Jeek. Hope, Tang Lin said. Then this is really cool. Tang Ran suddenly said loudly, making Tang Lin look confused and bewildered. Tang Ran then said, you think, a company cursed with life, a company that everyone else thinks is not saved. If my brother Ming takes action to bring him back to life, I will be very excited just thinking about this situation. La, Ziming asked a little surprised. That's a company that has been cursed by the unjust souls. Aren't you afraid? Maybe the company is still haunted. Tang Ran subconsciously took Ziming's hand, but he was still proud. He straightened up his little Kyung's nose and said, I'm not afraid if there is brother Ming. Ziming smiled and rubbed Tang Ran's hair, while Tang Lin was dumbfounded by him. He couldn't imagine. Who are these two? I have already mentioned the hidden dangers of Jeek. They are not worried at all. Instead, they think about how cool it is to create miracles. This is out of the category of self-confidence, and it is completely arrogant. If it was someone else, Tang Lin would obviously give up such a collaborator, but Ziming, he thought of Hoover's words again. First, and so we see if he can make what it right, or the promise he can really bring any miracles instead. Tang Lin thought so in his heart. At the same time in the cabin's a number of years, as well as two pairs of eyes are staring Ziming. Tang Lin Tang also ran on deck. They are family heir down third and fourth overall and M's Tang of Tang Yi. My little cousin. What do you think they are talking about? So happy, Tang Weiner asked. He who is talking about the situation Deco company. Don Lin, they know the situation of the company. Deco told that Ziming. Ziming said after analyzing the situation Deco's own can make every minute. Deco the company has become a top-tier computer company in Silicon Valley and believes that this is not a problem for them at all, so they are so relaxed. Tang Yi said. M's Tang was scared surprised asked, how do you know? Do you read lips too? I certainly do not know. I just said I was all in vain. Tang Yi hands a share, said not over my cousin M's, which the hip also want to know. Do not tell me you cannot think. Oh, how could Tang Weina fail to hear that he was mocking her head as not as good as her ass? However, she was not angry. Instead, she leaned over Tang Yi's ear and blew the fragrance very softly and said, "You little villain, even your cousin dare to say that. Are you not afraid that I will punish you?" While talking, M's Tang physique touched while following Tang Yi. Tang Yi's eyes widened suddenly. He had no idea that Tang Weina would dare to do this. Tang Weina giggled and said, "Oh my little cousin Tang Yi, why are you looking at people like this? Don't you want to eat them?" While talking, Tang Weina's little hand didn't stop. Even though the pants were separated, Tang Yi still felt the tenderness of Tang Weina's fingers, but it was more of that kind of flexible teasing, which made Tang Yi suddenly have it. Most loyal Auntie B. Tang Weina seemed to be emotional too. "Little cousin, you seem to be quite energetic." Spirit that is inevitable, because as he needs to find a hole dig into. Tang Yi stretched out his hand to hug Tang Weina as he spoke, but Tang Weina slipped out of Tang Yi's arms very dexterously, and Tang Yi was stunned. Tang Yi stupidly at the time, M's Tang has come to the door of the room, her back to the Tang Yi smiled and said, "My little cousin, you have to remember some things but not in a hurry." Oh, leaving the sentence, Tang Weina opened the door and left the room, and Tang Yi realized that he was being tricked. "Damn Sao Hoof, I will do it sooner or later." "Damn you." And Ziming and Tang Ran, you can laugh to your heart's content now, you will cry when you get to G Company, Tang Yi said bitterly. Today, the wind direction in San Francisco Bay is very strong. In just 1.5 hours, the Ziyuan reached the inner sea pier. Ziming and Tang Ran separated from Tang Lin. Tang Lin had his business to do, and Ziming and Tang Ran also. He planned to go to the G Company cursed by Tang Lin immediately. I won't say more about the extra words. I can only tell you that if you encounter any troubles, or if there are other things you don't understand, I can help and I will try my best to help. Leave this sentence, Tang Lin left by car, and Ziming and Tang Ran also took their rented car and left. Their goal was to go to the G Company in Silicon Valley. Silicon Valley is a world-renowned place. On the south bank of San Francisco Bay, he was initially known for designing and producing silicon chips. Later, with the wave of the technological age, Silicon Valley, backed by California and Stanford University, has gradually developed into the world's most famous electronics industrial concentration area. According to incomplete statistics, there are more than 1,000 high-tech companies in the entire Silicon Valley, including more than 200 listed companies. The bread here contains some unknown small companies, including top multinational companies such as Google, Apple and Intel. With the concentration of high-tech companies, it often means the concentration of talents. According to a rough estimate by the California government, Silicon Valley is home to nearly 1 million scientific and technological personnel from all over the world. Among them, there are thousands of academicians of the American Academy of Sciences. Against this backdrop, Silicon Valley is even more legendary. Jico's location in Silicon Valley is naturally a member of these legends, but unlike other legends that have already happened, his legend has just begun. Chapter 176 The Problem of G Company Part 1 Ziming and Tang Ran drove to the Otto Building, which is a famous office building on the downtown street of Perot, and Perot is located in San Francisco and San Francisco, between Clara. It was originally just an ordinary farm. Later, due to the establishment of Hewlett-Packard Company here and the subsequent Silicon Valley exhibition, there are many high-tech companies located here today, so Perot is also known as it is the center of Silicon Valley. California Avenue is the most central street in Perot, which is the center of Silicon Valley. Ziming and Tang Ran went upstairs to the 19th floor of the Otto Building. The G Company that Tang Ran is about to take over is located here. As the largest company on this floor, the G Company's sign is right in front of the elevator, and you can see it as long as the elevator door is opened. In front of the sign, there is a tall, thin young man with glasses waiting there. Ziming and Tang Ran stepped out of the elevator. The young man was stunned when he saw Ziming and Tang Ran, and then stepped forward and asked uncertainly, "Is it Miss Tang Ran and Mr. Zuming?" Zuming nodded and replied, "She is Tang Ran and I am Zuming." After getting the answer, the young man breathed a sigh of relief. "Hello, my name is Chen Qian, the former head of G Company. I'm sorry you came too suddenly. Let me not prepare it all, otherwise I should pick you up to join the company." The former person in charge. "You are the CEO of Geek now?" "There is nothing embarrassed to admit. After all, Geek is not you now. It's caused." Zuming waved his hand and continued, "In addition, I don't think there is anything to prepare. It should be what it looks like. Even if you prepare well, the actual situation is not like that. It seems to be useless, isn't it?" Zuming's words made the young man named Chen Qian startled for a moment, and then nodded and said, "Indeed, no matter how much piece is painted, there is no way to conceal the truth, especially after I leave Jiko in the future." Having said this, Chen Qian seemed to think about what he shouldn't say. He immediately took Zuming and Tang Ran into the company. Originally, Chen Qian meant to go to the conference room and ask the company's people to come and meet each other. But Zuming asked him to take office by office. Chen Qian didn't understand Zuming's request, but since they were sent by the Tang family, his foreign surname didn't have much to say, so he had to do it. They walked in from the outside, so the first place they went in was the outermost marketing office. This is a very large office. He is half the size of a basketball court. But there are only 5 people sitting on his desk, talking on the phone, or writing something. Chen Qian explained this is the largest office in the company, and originally there were a lot of marketers. However, as the company's situation continues to deteriorate, these people will only be left after continuous layoffs. Compared with other people, their performance is still very good. After finishing talking, clap your hands. 5 salesmen all stood up from their seats and walked over. Chen Qian introduced immediately, "This is what I told you, Miss Tang Ran and Mr. Zuming. They will take over the company in place of me in the future. They are professional managers appointed by the board of directors. As long as you follow them, I believe that Geek will be better. Please rest assured, Mr. Cheng, we will sincerely cooperate with the new boss, show our best positive attitude, and do our every job well." One stood up and took the lead. "This is the manager of our marketing department, named Fu Tao. He relied on his marketing ability and the recognition of customers to become a manager step by step." Chen Qian introduced Zuming and Tang Ran. Following Chen Qian's introduction, Fu Tao took the initiative to step up and say, "Hello, Miss Tang Ran and Mr. Zuming. I'm Fu Tao. I'm very happy to see you here. I'm sorry, I think the marketing department is the best part of the company, whether it was when the company was glorious in the past or after its decline. I think our marketing department has never given up the company. It can be said that no matter the past, the present or the future, we will always support the company." Regarding this, Zuming and Tang Ran just nodded but said nothing. This surprised Chen Qian, because he originally thought that since Zuming and Tang Ran were here, they would give an enthusiastic speech to encourage them. Employees' motivation is, they take the initiative to go to each office. That is the purpose. But he did not think they actually want to say a little "are not." Why is this? Not too surprised, owned by surprise. But before he did not know Zuming and Tang course, how they had to do was what he patted the shoulder. Tao motioned him pay with his colleagues continue to work. The second one that Chen Qian brought Zuming and Tang Ran into was the Technology and Research Office. From the sign on the door of the office, it could be seen that this was a newly merged department, and Chen Qian's introduction also proved this point. Not Hiding 2, which was originally just a technical office, is responsible for all the company's customers come to provide technical advice, but then due to the constant layoffs, now merged and research office, also left 3 people, but the number of people, though small, but they are also the elites retained by the company. I personally appreciate their abilities. I believe that as long as they are present, any difficulties can be resolved. Before a ride side Zuming said as he walked into the office with room, which is an old to younger configuration. Of course, this is relatively old in terms of 2 young men, but in fact it is only 30 less than 4, only 10 years old. Technology behind the Operation and Financial Research Office, and the two front office is not the same. There is only one middle-aged woman with glasses. Front to Ziming Cheng introduced the road, the company accounting cashier Susan Miss. She is also a veteran of the company. She is not only a very serious and responsible work, but also more able to speak his mind. It seemed to prove that Cheng Qian's introduction was average. When Cheng Qian finished saying that, Susan looked up and said, "Mr. Cheng, should I hire an accountant? Promise. You know that Jeek is not a small company. He has a lot of accounts every day. Even if I don't drink coffee, I can't finish these tasks within 8 hours. If you can't keep your promise, I can assure you that even if you pay more, I won't." Working overtime. Susan's words made Cheng Qian feel a little embarrassed. He said, "I'm sorry, Miss Susan, but it's not that I don't want to keep the promise, but that my job has changed. The next person to take over the company is this Miss Tang Ran." "Okay, Tang, I hope you can pay more attention to the accounting work. Otherwise I can guarantee that tomorrow the tax department will come to help you check the accounts." Susan continued to work with her head down after she finished speaking. In response, Cheng Qian shrugged awkwardly and said, "I said, Miss Susan is more able to express her thoughts, but she is still very serious and responsible for her work, and she is also very familiar with the company's accounts. It's an old employee from the establishment of the company to the present." "Then if you don't hire an assistant for her, will she really go on strike?" Tang Ran asked suddenly. Cheng Qian shook his head and said, "I'm sorry, I can't judge this, because I have never heard of such a situation, but with his character, I am really worried." Ziming silently noted, "It's not only right at work, it seems that she is also serious about herself. The last office is the office of the vice president of the company. She and I manage the company together, but her job is to manage the company's logistics." Cheng Qian, while talking, he took Ziming and Tang Ran and knocked on the door of the last office, and met the only vice president of Jeek. It was different from what Ziming and Tang Ran thought. This vice president is not the bald middle-aged man, is not a very energetic young man, let alone a middle-aged woman, but a very young and beautiful girl. If Cheng Qian hadn't said it in advance, anyone would say that it was Cheng. The formally raised Xiaomi. Coming out of the vice president's office, Cheng Qian said to Ziming and Tang Ran, "In addition to the office in the Otto building, the company also has an electronics factory in Dongpao district. However, after the previous layoffs, the factory has almost ceased operations, and there are only 7 workers who are still there. If you need to rush to work, you can only rent from other companies." Cheng Qian also felt very embarrassed about the term renting. There is no alternative. After all, the situation is very bad now. Ziming shook his head and said he didn't care. He glanced at the time and asked, "Now it's 4:30, and it will be off work soon. If you have no other arrangements, Mr. Cheng Qian, I don't know. Can I treat you to a meal?" For Ziming's invitation, he originally wanted to refuse before the trip, but Ziming couldn't help but he finally agreed. So more than half an hour later, they sat in a box of a Chinese restaurant on California Avenue. After ordering the dishes, Cheng Qian first said, "Thank you very much for the hospitality of Miss Tang Ran and Mr. Ziming, but please forgive me, as the future managers of Jeek, you should invite others to dinner together, or one of them, middle-level management cadres, because I am the one who is about to leave Jiko. I will not have much influence on Jiko. Of course I will invite other people. After all, I have met them just now." Everyone being a Chinese, some superficial effort is still necessary, but today I invite Mr. Cheng Qian. I think it is also necessary. Ziming said, "This is because Mr. Ziming or Miss Tang Ran, you have a lot of questions you want to ask me, right?" Cheng Qian asked. Ziming was not surprised that Cheng Qian could guess, because he had never concealed his thoughts, but he shook his head and replied, "There must be a problem. But there are not so many. I just want to ask you, what do you think, what's the biggest problem with Jeek? Or why do you think he has fallen to this point?" Facing this problem, Cheng Qian showed a helpless smile. "This is a big problem. and it must be impossible to finish it in a single sentence. It doesn't matter. Ziming shrugged senselessly and said, "It doesn't matter, because we are in the restaurant now. I think I have enough time to listen to you telling this story." Chen Qian laughed again, and then he said, "Well, I think Mr. Ziming, you may have guessed it with your cleverness. The biggest problem with Geek is these employees." Chapter 177 Cowards or Heroes? Employees? Is this because these employees rely on their long time in Geek company and are senior employees, so they rely on Lao deliberately to work hard, which causes the situation of Geek company to become worse? Tang then asked, Chen Qian was a little surprised by Tang Ran's question. "I don't understand why you think so. We don't adopt a lifelong employment system like Japanese companies. If someone deliberately does not work, it has some ulterior motives. I will ask him to leave. This is Silicon Valley, and I can find other replacement employees at any time. No one can't be replaced, and I've only been in a month without any emotion burden." Before Jing Cheng explained this, Ziming and Tang Ran suddenly remembered that this is not in the country, and there is no business establishment. In a private enterprise, if someone dares to rely on the old and sell the old, then the boss can always let him in order to improve efficiency. He left. That's the case, but if it's not the problem of employees relying on the old and selling old, can there be other problems? Ziming asked. Chen Qian nodded and said, "Actually, I can understand your thoughts, and in the current situation of Geek, it is true that the old employees account for the majority. They did not work hard, but they did not work hard. It means, but because of their veteran status, Geek has fallen into today's predicament. In short, this issue is very complicated," Chen Qian said, scratching his head in distress, as if he didn't know what to say. And what he said was unclear, so Ziming and Tang Ran were also confused. Suddenly, Chen Qian seemed to have thought of something suddenly. He took out a document from his body and handed it to Ziming. This move made Ziming stunned. Obviously, after this previous contact, he could also see who was the person in charge. Ziming naturally accepted it unceremoniously. Chen Qian explained to this is a report on the company's performance this month. I originally planned to fax it back to the board of directors. But since you are here first, you also have to understand the company's situation. I'll show it to you first." Ziming nodded silently, then opened the file that Chen Qian gave to look at with Tang Ran. Tang Ran glanced at it and said, "Although I don't know the situation on the side, but your $200,000 performance is actually a bit less. I am afraid that this is not enough for the office rent." Tang Ran's evaluation made Chen Qian feel very embarrassed. He had no choice but to continue. "This performance is actually for a reason. You can focus on the old employees who are still in the company, and the new employees with poor performance. I've been laid off, and I've already introduced old employees to you at the company." Following Chen Qian's introduction, Tang Ran found those familiar names. She was curious. Their performance is very good compared to others. Not bad. It seems there is no problem. Chen Qian shook his head. Their performance is good, and it is indeed better than those of the new employees. But the problem is precisely here. I think you must not guess this problem arrived. Before finishing speaking, Ziming said, "If I guess wrong, when you take office, you should have set a baseline for all employees whether to be laid off, that is, everyone. The performance of these old employees happens to be equal to or slightly higher than the performance baseline you set, right? How do you see it?" "This document does not seem to list the baseline I gave them," Chen Qian asked in surprise. "It's not true. But I think that the performance of these old employees is basically the same. That's why I guessed it. It seems that I was mistaken." Ziming continued, "Then let me guess again, since the problem of employees is not a problem of not being able to work hard, so is it because they can produce more orders, but they are all down, just to achieve the performance you stipulated to ensure that they will not be retrenched? Okay, I don't want to generate as many orders as possible. If Ziming's previous guesses only surprised Chen Qian, then he is shocked now. Chen Qian looked at Ziming dumbfounded, feeling extremely unbelievable. If you know that it took him a whole month to discover this situation, he didn't expect Ziming to see it just by looking at the performance report. What kind of person is this? Of course, Chen Qian also understands that Ziming now has his own reminder, and he also has the company's performance report in his hand, but based on these, he can discover that this kind of insight is still terrifying. No wonder the board of directors will hand over the company to you to manage. It seems that you do have this ability, especially you, Mr. Ziming. You are so surprising. Chen Qian said sincerely. Thank you very much for your compliment, although I think it is more of the performance document you gave me. I just simply read the information above, Ziming said to himself, and then continued, but speaking of this problem, it is really difficult to deal with, because they did not work hard. They are indeed some of the company's best performance. You cannot dismiss them just because you suspect that they deliberately suppressed the order. This will definitely lead to lawsuits. Yes, then Mr. Chen Qian doesn't know what countermeasures you have in mind for this situation. Facing Ziming's question, Chen Qian shook his head with a wry smile and said, if I can think of a way, the board of directors will probably not come to you again. I think you may have misunderstood Mr. Chen before, and we will come Deco company is related to another thing, and your ability does not matter, or, we also do not want you to fight for a job. Weak Ming said. Chen Qian Ziming looked at some inexplicable. I do not understand your meaning, but I do not. I will prepare reason why the facts document, in hopes to hear the views of the board of directors. Wujian restaurants. The waiter started serving dishes. Ziming opened a bottle of wine for himself and Chen Qian respectively, asked Tang Ran for a bottle of milk, and then toasted Chen Qian. Mr. Chen Qian, I am very grateful for what you told us today. Let us know the real situation of Jeek Company. I toast you a drink. After saying that, Ziming raised his head to have a drink. Chen Qian sighed. Actually, I am a bit unwilling. After all, I came to Jeek Company. I hope to bring him out of the predicament. This is the first time I have led a company independently. I really hope that I can really make a career. I also hope that I can create miracles. But obviously I think a little too much. Chen Qian shrugged with a wry smile, and then said to Ziming, but I believe you can do it, Mr. Ziming. Ziming smiled casually, not commenting on the question. And Tang Ran took the initiative to help Ziming fill a glass. Drinking wine, Ziming toasted Chen Qian and asked, I don't know what Mr. Chen Qian's plans are in the future. Chen Qian was stunned when he heard this question, then shook his head and said, I will submit my resume and think of a way. Get a job. Ziming raised his eyebrows and asked, why does Mr. Chen Qian say that? Isn't Mr. Chen Qian the important manager of the family? If I were, I'm afraid I won't be kicked out in just 1 month. I'm gone. Chen Qian said with a wry smile, and then he said about his own business. It turned out that he was just a business representative of another technology company. Because of his outstanding performance, he was picked up by a headhunting company and hired by a high-paying branch company. If I hadn't been tempted by the high salary of the Jeek board of directors, I am afraid I will still be a very good business representative. Chen Qian said with emotion. It seems that people should not be too greedy. I only have the ability to do my own business, but still delusional to lead a company. It is still a bit too arrogant. But I just hope that my marketing ability will not be taken away together. At least I will point to my marketing ability to find another job. Listen. Ziming nodded silently about Chen Qian's words. Although Chen Qian's words contained a lot of self-deprecating elements, Ziming also understood. It seems that Chen Qian is indeed not an important manager of the Tang family, and may not even be considered a member of the Tang family. This is probably because the Tang family has used other methods to make Jeek turn a profit. Other professional managers looking at Jeek's situation, I didn't want to come over and make trouble for myself, so the Tang family had to dig someone from the outside. From the book, Jeek's problem seemed to lie in performance. So the Tang family found Chen Qian through a headhunting company. Ziming thought about this information in his head and asked Chen Qian, well, would you like to stay in G company? Chen Qian was completely stunned by the sudden question, and Tang Ran was also very surprised. Looking at Ziming, Chen Qian looked at Ziming in a daze and said, Mr. Ziming, please excuse me. This joke is not funny. But I didn't make a joke. Ziming said, I know my invitation is very presumptuous, but according to what you said earlier, Mr. Chen Qian, you don't seem to go back to the original company, so instead of looking for a new company, I think it's better to stay in Geek. I can guarantee that you will get the same salary as before. If Mr. Chen Qian doesn't believe me, I can write a check to you right away. Ziming took out the checkbook from his pocket and wrote to own $1 million check to Chen Qian. Is this enough? Looking at the surface that a string of zeros on the check before, though perhaps this may be an empty promise, but had a premonition before the drive, it really is true. Thinking of this, Chen Qian looked up at Ziming and asked, why? Because I need someone who understands Geek's colleagues and has strong business ability to help me, and Mr. Chen Qian, I believe you are the person I am looking for. Ziming said very firmly, and then he asked Chen Qian again, and I believe you are not reconciled, right? Facing Ziming's rhetorical question, Chen Qian was silent, and Ziming continued, maybe between us the contact with Geek is not deep, but I can feel that you are a very motivated and responsible person. When you come to Geek, you are more to expand your ambitions and to bring Geek back to life, and not just for the money. If it's just for the money, then I believe that you can go to those big companies with your business ability, so that maybe you can easily get a bonus of 100 and 200,000 in a month, and then get a higher salary or even a share dividend by being promoted to a higher position. Ziming paused here and said, but you didn't choose this, you chose to come to Geek. I don't know about headhunting. How did I talk to you? I don't know how Jiko's board sees you, but in my eyes, you are a hungry wolf eager to prove yourself. You will not show off how much food you have hunted. It will prove to everyone that you can defeat a lion and you are the most powerful ruler on the grassland. Before the process, you have been in Jiko for a month, which means that you have worked hard for a month. Within this month, no one knows how much effort you have put in, so give up now that you are willing. Ziming stared into Chen Qian's eyes and asked the last question. Then do you want to admit your failure like a coward, or follow Lao Tzu's fucking job again and become the hero who saves Jake? Coward or hero? Facing this question, Chen Qian's red eyes shouted out his answer. Hero, I want to be a hero. You. Chapter 178. Yiliang black Audi sedan parked in front of a Chinese restaurant in Perros, California street, attracted a lot of attention of passing pedestrians. The car is no doubt that Ziming arrived in San Francisco after a buy a new means of transport. Ziming and Tang ran in their car, bodyguards in checking the general situation of the car, which is Paul Dart accomplishment, after all, is to buy a new car, nor any effect bulletproof explosion, as a bodyguard, not fail in every start before moving the car. The car will first check it again to ensure safety, and he had a magnetic detection device. If there is suspicious of electromagnetic signals, even he could shield directly out to make sure that it is not the radio signal that detonates the bomb, and finally you can sail the boat for 10,000 years. And this time is the end of the meal. Thinking back to the situation that they were not allowed to send them during the meal just now and before the end of the meal, Tang Ran can't help but frowned Xu's eyebrows. Brother Ming, do you seem to trust Chen Qian? Why do you ask? Do you think there is any problem before the ride? Ziming Tang Ran looked a bit surprised and asked, did the relationship you have any questions to ask? To ask, it does not matter. Tang then shook his head, it's real specific. I do not come up, and I just feel today we have to talk in front of the process too easy. Whether it is before Ming brother you ask him questions about the company's existing deco, or later Ming brother, you invited him to return to Jeek to continue working. Everything is going very smoothly, as if he was acting according to an existing script. In the end, Tang Ran added. Even before Cheng, he also prepared performance documents. This is so strange. Although Brother Ming's words are very convincing and make people listen with enthusiasm, I still think that Cheng Qian agreed. It's too refreshing. As if there is no mental activity. Tang ran aside while still paying attention to the expression of Ziming. Finished, she immediately explained. Ming, fact, this is just my brother. A feeling that I feel may not be accurate. I just. Ziming Tang then rubbed his head, smiled and said to her, had you a sense of feel out of it? Tang then faced this sentence subconsciously stunned for a moment, stared and asked Ziming, I feel? Do not feel out, Ming brother, you have the same feeling with me. Of course, even if I'm the protagonist, but this M greater than M book is not the kind of white text that can make the other party pay their respects by giving off the power of the king, at least not entirely. Most things will have a reasonable explanation. And now that I have agreed to my invitation so easily before this process, and I have also told me the campaigners' problems, this kind of smoothness always makes people feel strange. Ziming. It turns out that Brother Ming, you also feel this way. So why did you do this before this journey? Tang Ran asked, guessing, is he the Tang family deliberately sent to Brother Ming to make trouble for you? Ziming thought. After thinking, I think he should belong to a certain heir, not the elders of the ancestral clan association. Even so, it is very dangerous, and his behavior is simply a spy sent to you by others. Ah, so let's drive him away, Tang Ran said anxiously. I don't think it is necessary to drive away. Ziming shook his head and replied to Tang Ran. What Tang Ran thought? Ziming said first, of course you think about it. If you were Chen Qian, you would want to stay in Ji. What is the science company doing? Tang Ran was stunned. She didn't understand why Ziming asked this question suddenly. Ziming went on. It's nothing more than spying on me or trying to sabotage me, right? If that's the case, as long as he catches his tangible evidence, he can be expelled directly. This is not difficult. I think even if so, you don't want to keep him, right? But it's not too late when he does that. Already? Tang Ran asked again. Perhaps this is the case, but we have no choice, because the company was originally a difficult problem when it was handed over to us, so now instead of us slowly finding a way to understand ourselves one by one, it is better to leave him here. Here? How much can help us, can't you? Ziming. So Brother Ming, is it because there are too many lies? Tang Ran asked in a daze. Ziming shrugged unnecessarily and replied. Tang Ran was very concerned. But Brother Ming, if you want to use him like this, and beware of him, it will be very tired. I think Ran you must have left something. Then, is the employer did not suspect the suspect not? Since I left him, I will not worry of him, for the simple reason that he does not name Don. Out of this, Ziming continued, this means that at most there is only a cooperative relationship between him and the heir behind him. The relationship itself is not reliable, and the relationship with me is very similar. I can hardly believe him. How much loyalty there will be, so instead of guarding him, it is better to give him trust and wealth, to draw his loyalty to our side, and let him use it for me. Isn't this happy for everyone? Tang Ran suddenly realized, yes, Brother Ming, you are so right. You are the king style. Other methods that want to use one person but are afraid that the other person will betray him and set countless obstacles for the other party, and you thinking of comparison is basically what people do. Face praise of Tang Ran, Ziming embarrassed Sota said, it's real I did not so good. I just simply think we had very unfavorable situation, and if this time go one pair of suspicion we may have people who will help a lot. And then it will definitely not be done. No mistake. If now before a journey let us afraid, then Deco Company and many more other people how to do. We cannot doubt that everyone, even if we can put them all fired cruel, but we still have to recruit new employees. So do we also have to doubt new employees? If we doubt it, we will fall into an endless loop. So Brother Ming's approach is the best. Tang Ran, Ziming was a little surprised that he did not think he was just from the head. She actually put these all thought. It seems that her potential is still very high IQ thing. This time the car has been checked, sat back in the driver's seat, Under the direction of Ziming, he started the car run directly to the hotel. And as Ziming's car left, Chen Qian came out in the alley of a brother not far away. He watched Ziming's car leave and exhaled a heavy breath. The feeling was as if it was pressing on his chest. The stone was finally moved away, and I was finally able to catch my breath. Before he knew that Ziming to bring their own pressure, so he does not understand, it obviously just a less than 3-year-old young man. How would it feel to own this? Chen Qian didn't understand. He took out the $1 million check that Ziming handed him, looked down for a long time, until the phone on his body suddenly rang. Chen Qian took it out to connect, and immediately frowned upset and, "Boss, I'm sorry for not calling you right away, but you do not have to insult me like this and also brought my family, which is too much." Then Chen Qian was silent, but his fists were clenched, but finally let go. He said, "Boss, don't worry, I have successfully let him accept me. He hopes that I can stay in Jeek to help him. I am not suspected. Everything is progressing. It's all going well. Tomorrow he will invite everyone in the company to dinner, and I will report to you after it is over. Don't worry, he didn't give me the money. Even if he gave it to me, he would burn him." A few more words. Chen Qian hung up the phone. He looked down at the check in his hand, and finally made up his mind. He put the check back into his pocket with a heart stern. There. Next morning at 9 in the morning, Ziming and Tang Ran drove to the auto building. This was the time they had agreed with Chen Qian yesterday, and as the elevator door opened, Chen Qian brought several directors of the company to wait. "It's here." Seeing Ziming and Tang Ran stepping out of the elevator, the journey first said, "Dear Miss Tang Ran, Mr. Ziming." "Good morning, Miss Tang Ran is more beautiful than yesterday. It also makes me believe that you are indeed the new president of Jeek. Let me believe that Jeek will be more brilliant in your hands." Actually, Chen Qian's was not a complete compliment. After the dinner was over last night, Ziming took Tang Ran to buy new clothes and even left this morning. At the hotel, Ziming also took Tang Ran to make a special look. This was for today's meeting. After all, she is the CEO of Jeek. Even if she is 20 years old, she must show the domineering power of a 40-year-old superwoman. Following Chen Qian's compliments and the others applauded, Tang Ran, the girl, obviously had never experienced this battle. She subconsciously looked back at Ziming. Ziming also looked at her and gave her confidence. Tang Ran waved her hand. "You don't need to say anything extra. That's too much. Let's go to the company for a meeting first." I believe that Mr. Chen Qian must have arranged everything about the meeting, right? "Yes. Please go to the meeting room with President Tang and Mr. Ziming." Chen Qian led the way. He first brought Ziming and Tang Ran to the meeting room, and then he went out and called everyone in the company to the meeting room. The conference room of Jeek Company is very large, enough to hold dozens of people for meetings. Before coming, Jeek Company had to hold company-wide meetings. There will be many people standing in this meeting room, but now, even meetings are held. The tables are all dissatisfied. In front of Ziming, the 11 people in the company sat lazily on both sides of the conference table. They either leaned back on the chairs with their legs up, or slanted on the table, and there was even a marketing department. Of female employees are still applying makeup in front of the mirror. In short, none of them paid much attention to this meeting. I want to come here because after the acquisition of the Jeek Company by the Tang family, many leaders have changed. Therefore, these people are accustomed to changing leaders. Not only that, but the company has experienced so many times in every situation. In the second layoffs, they are all surviving outstanding people and have absolute confidence in their own existence in the company. Anyway, it's just a cutscene and just pass by at will. This CEO must not have been here for as long as they are. So what is he doing so seriously? This is what these Jeek employees think at the moment, which makes Ziming frown, because this lazy work style is fatal to any company. It seems that Chen Qian's analysis yesterday makes sense. Employees really are the biggest problem in Jeek. But no matter what, the face is still to be faced. Let the storm come more violently. Ziming thought this in his heart, but to his surprise, These problems were just beginning. When Ziming glanced at Tang Ran and was about to let Tang Ran start today's meeting, suddenly Sung Yeon's cell phone rang. Chapter 179 Our Performance Goals. Bow. Thank you for the support of the 6 monthly tickets of II 1702. President Tang is sorry, I think I need to answer a call first, which is very important. Accompanied by the phone ringtone, a person raised his hand and stood up to Ziming and Tang Ran and said that this person Ziming knew, and he was Fu Tao, the company's marketing manager. Tang Ran was completely unprepared for this situation, so she turned her head subconsciously to ask Ziming what to do. But at this time Fu Tao walked out of the meeting room while saying sorry, and left Ziming and Tang Ran directly there. This surprised Ziming and Tang Ran. You must know that today was the first day the new president, Tang Ran, had a meeting. How could anyone give the leader to hang out on the first day of the meeting and answer the phone? This is too unruly. But what surprised Ziming even more was that the other people in the conference room were still doing their own things, and no one took this matter to heart, as if it was nothing at all. The important things are the same. Brother Ming, is this the cultural difference between China and the United States? Tang Ran asked in a low voice. Regarding this, Ziming smiled bitterly and shook his head and said, I think this should be more of the unique cultural difference of Jeek. Ziming's words are more euphemistic, but the meaning is clear. Even though there is a real difference between Eastern and Western cultures, there are some differences, but it only stays on emphasizing personality and commonalities. Respect for bosses and individuals are still the same. You can't disrespect others just because you have a personality, especially when the new president has a meeting on the first day. This is impossible no matter where it is. Don't say that the phone must be turned off and mute during a meeting. Even if there is something, can't you wait until the meeting is over? There are two possibilities for this situation. One is that he has been instructed by someone to deliberately give Tang Ran the new leader a prestige, and the other is Ziming's most worried issue before. In the past, due to the frequent changes of leaders of the G company, the leaders have long lost their superior majesty in the hearts of employees. In their opinion, you don't know when you will be dismissed anyway, and your position as a leader has not yet. These employees are stable, so there is no need to respect this kind of thing so seriously. Just fool around. Ziming frowned. He didn't know what was going on with Fu Tao. It would be easy to get rid of him, but it would be really bad if it was the second one. After all, it is said that the development of a company is like an army fighting. To win, it must be serious and responsible, and it must be forbidden, because if it is a spy, it would be fine to drive it away. But if these employees are really so lazy, really did not put the company leaders in the eyes, more than a dish of loose sand, how can such a team fight and win? In particular, we still have to fight a battle that will completely turn Jigo over. Of course, there is another possibility, that is, there are both situations, and that is even worse. When Ziming thought about this, Chen Qian next to him suggested to him, Mr. Ziming, I'm sorry, this is just an accident. Let's continue with the meeting. Tang Ran was surprised at Chen Qian's suggestion. Aren't we waiting for Manager Pei to come back? What is called a plenary meeting without a manager? President Tang, I think we can still have a meeting while waiting for Manager Pei to come back. And there are other people in the company here now? It can be counted as a plenary meeting, otherwise we don't know how long we will have to wait. Chen Qian said tactfully to Tang Ran that Fu Tao might not come back for a while, and they would be embarrassed to wait here. Tang Ran had no idea. She turned her head to look at Ziming. Ziming thought for a while and helped Tang Ran decide, then wait. It depends on how long our manager Fu can make this important call. With Ziming's decision, they waited for a quarter of an hour in the conference room before Fu Tao came back. He opened the door and sat in his seat. He didn't realize what was wrong with his departure just now, and asked in a daze, where is their meeting now? The meeting hasn't started yet. We are all waiting for Manager Fu to come back, Ziming said to him. Really? Nothing is wrong without skipping words. Fu Tao was a little surprised. That's really sorry. I was just a call from a customer. He might bring a large order of more than 100,000 for the company. Ziming looked at Fu Tao and could see that he was still talking. It said sorry, but in fact there was no feeling of apologizing in my heart. So, it seems that Manager Fu is worthy of being the manager of the company's marketing department. He is really dedicated to work all the time. Tang Ran freely praised Fu Tao according to Ziming's arrangement before starting the meeting and said, "Well, now that everyone is here, I hope you can concentrate on the meeting." At this point, Tang Ran deliberately paused. After a while, she looked around and saw that everyone looked at her very fast-face, and then continued, "First introduce myself. Although we have met yesterday, I think we still need to introduce it again today. My name is Tang Ran, and I will officially become the president and CEO of Geek from today." Following Tang Ran's words, Chen Qian took the lead in applauding and saying hello to Mr. Tang, and the others followed by applauding to greet Tang Ran. Tang Ran then launched Ziming. "This is Ziming. I will hire him as the company's first vice president, with all the powers equal to me, including handling all the company's affairs and external decisions." This decision it surprised everyone, although they all understood that since the new president brought someone over, they must be placed in a crucial position. In fact, several previous presidents have done such a thing, but she was directly appointed as a partner. The first vice president who has all the equal powers himself. This kind of trust is no longer as simple as putting his heart in his heart, is it a mom and pop shop? Before he could go deeper into this issue, Tang Ran introduced, "Mr. Chen Qian, I believe you are all old acquaintances, so I don't need to make more introductions. He who was about to leave the company has now been hired back by me. The general manager of the company." Simply made a who's who. Tang then took a right to speak to Ziming. Ziming smiled and said simply, "I am a workaholic, so I only worked for a meeting." Sighed as he said. Ziming opened the notebook on the desktop. "I have read the company's performance report and your resume before I came here. I just want to say that what you did was really bad." Vice President Zhu, "I think you are mistaken. The really bad people have left the company." Faced with Ziming's criticism, Fu Tao, the marketing manager, immediately protested, and following his protest, others people also joined in one after another. Ziming listened to the conference room sound. "You made me a language." He said nothing, until he later were all finished before saying, "The original difference? Jargon you do this reminds me of a story. It was a conversation between Mencius and King Liang Hui 2,000 years ago. They said that on the battlefield, two soldiers ran away because they were afraid of fighting. One ran 50 steps, the other ran 100 steps, and ran 5. A person who takes 10 steps will make a joke that a person who runs 100 steps is a coward." Here's Ming's story. The conference room all Chinese are silent. Accountant Susan said, "Two soldiers were cowards. They have fled, not because let's run 50 paces so it is not a coward." Ziming glad there are people actually take the words. I also think so. So when I hear someone say really bad people have left the company, I was very surprised. Vice Week Total, would you please take a serious look at our performance, rather than scattershot oblique accusations purpose. We have been very hard. You cannot simply because of the bad performance of the company, say that we are very poor, which it does not make sense. Fu Tao very full break Ziming road. For Fu Tao suddenly interrupted. Ziming is not angry, but smiled and said, "If this is aimless refers Sanker's why course is unreasonable, but what is not, I think I am more than your own clear." Fu Tao shocked, then what is he to explain? But Ziming said, "Not me today is not to dispute with you who is more bad. I said I am a human brain just a job, so this what I need to say at this meeting is the company's future work plan. Whether you how to have a dispute, it cannot change the fact that the company's poor performance, but it'll make a difference to you. First of all it is necessary to change your bad performance, so I'll give you set a goal." Ziming said, rose from his seat, walked on the blackboard behind him, picked up the chalk and wrote a number, And as this number is written, conference room suddenly in an uproar, everyone shouted in unison days now, while Fu Tao is once again protested, Vice week total, I hope this is an April Fool's joke, or you are a stupid bastard. Ziming laughed, he spread his hands, said, I guess you could call me a stupid bastard, because I was very serious, and not in the open any joke. We from now on, to the next month 30 before the number, it is necessary to complete the performance of 2 million. Although Ziming had written this number on the blackboard in the conference room, when Ziming really said it, everyone took a breath. 2 million, Vice week total, what are you crazy, or simply have not seen our performance last month? There were only 200,000. Yeah, this is simply impossible. Such a high performance, assigned to each of us. How much do you have? This is exactly the writ that will kill us. Listen here, I sentence you complain. Ziming seems too shocking to them is not big enough, then added, tell you, it is 2 million in sales, or am I discussed this matter in the future? And General Manager Cheng, if it were me, I would want to at least reach this number, Ziming said, and wrote a million numbers on the board. Once again stunned everyone, even this time they are scared to speak up. Whole will be meeting room, a deathly silence in the face of digital, wrote Ziming. Fu Tao, including everyone, including this time, do not know what to say, but Ziming is still smiling. After looking around the entire conference room, he said, this guy must be an unrealistic lunatic. I know you must all think of me in your heart now. You who think so, it is because you have become accustomed to the performance of 200,000 a month, to become accustomed to a loser. If you last month, the performance of 20 million people, you will feel the 1,001's performance simply look down on you. You should totally have a higher pursuit, not just 10 million. Ziming said. As Ziming finished, it is time to pay. Tao stood up and said, Vice week total, you the truth, we know everything. The problem is you say look down is based on 20 million, but we did not on this basis. Our performance last month was only 200,000, but you set us a goal of 2 million or even 10 million. This is no longer what a strong man can't express, it should be driving people crazy. Is it? But if I tell you that this can be done, Ziming asked. Chapter 180. Are you threatening me? Please don't look at me with such skepticism. I'm not just talking about it. Apex novel. Ziming thought for a while and then said, well, I don't think you guys know me. I was Brighton is doing other things. I once did a project. I said I could achieve 100 million. At that time, no one thought it was possible. But in the end, I moved towards this goal, and I did it in less than a month. Since I was able to do it when I was in Brighton, now I have come to Jeek. I think I can do it too. Ziming continued, before I came here to take up my post, I told Jeek I have done a comprehensive understanding, including looking through the historical performance of Jeek, but I found that Jeek also had a monthly performance of 15 million yuan. Or is it that those performances do not exist? Fu Tao explained, Vice President Zhu, the performance you mentioned did have, but that was already a long time ago. At that time, the company was in its heyday, and the company had a total of 200 from sales to factory. Many people, but now we don't even have 20 people left. This is completely incomparable. It's man-made. If you shrink back because of various objective difficulties, then there won't be any miracles in this world. And I understand these objective difficulties, so I know that I have set a goal of 2 million. Am I? As Ziming's voice fell, Fu Tao opened his mouth to say something, but Ziming didn't want to talk to him. Explain more and say directly, actually, I am writing down this number here today, not to discuss its feasibility with you, but to give a work goal that we must complete. We must move forward this month. As he works hard, everything we do is for him. At this point, Ziming's tone eased a little and then said, I know this is a very difficult number, so let's just leave him alone and let him go. On one side, we can take out all our things first and see how far we are from this number. Ziming's first choice is naturally the marketing department, Manager Fu. If the 2 million figure is an arduous battle, then you are definitely the trump card I rely on the most. So first of all I need you and your brothers sort out their respective sales leads and list all the orders that may exist. I will need to listen to your report later. Ziming then turned his eyes to the other side. Manager Liu, may I ask if we can really do you have enough production capacity to take orders of 2 million or more than 2 million? This is the manager of the technology R&D and engineering department named Liu Qiang. He is an engineer in his 40s and the earliest employee of Geek. For one, he has been managing the manufacturing part of the factory. Later, as the company went downhill, the layoffs became stronger and stronger, and he gradually took over the technology and R&D departments. Now facing Ziming's problem, he thought for a while and nodded and said, I think it's okay. Although the factory has lost a lot of people due to layoffs, the factory still has the equipment capable of producing 10 million orders, so it can be said that as long as there is an order, we can hire workers at any time. Even if we are not lucky enough to hire people, we can also temporarily rent from other companies, and the same can be done. Nodding, Ziming's eyes returned to the marketing department. And he said, MGA. Clue, your marketing department are finishing up yet? How long I can hear your report? If you want to hear the vice president of weeks, I think we can always report to you. Pay while talking, Tao handed his notebook to Ziming and said, this is the possible order we have sorted out. I hope that Vice President Zhu will not be too disappointed. Ziming took Fu Tao's notebook, and when he saw the above after the numbers, he immediately understood what Fu Tao meant by saying don't be too disappointed. Tang Ran also took a look, and said with dissatisfaction, Manager Fu, your marketing department's figures are too far behind expectations. Only 200,000. Isn't this almost the same as the company's performance last month? President Tang, I understand the determination of you and Vice President Zhu, but this is the limit of our ability. I believe Mr. Tang, you should have understood the current situation of the company before taking over the company. Fu Tojin possibly explained to Tang Ran. Sorry to pay the manager, it is the kind of thing you listed. Hard for me to believe that this is the company's current real ability. Ziming said to that page torn from a notebook crumpled thrown in the trash. Years, it seems necessary for me to help you have to resort out what the company's market as well as the customer's problem. I do not rule out the possibility of reallocation. Wajian, Ziming's sharp eyes swept from everyone's face. He was keen to discover the marketing department to hear a young man of Chinese descent in the redistribution of the market and customer, obviously a lot of excitement. To Ziming immediately he clicked and said, can you stand up and introduce yourself to me? In the young people at the time he shocked, and obviously he did not think Ziming suddenly point his name. Cannot believe a sudden. Not too excited, he also did not immediately fainted. He reacted quickly, stood up and said, Don Deputy President Zhu, hello, my name is Zhu Heng. 2 months ago Deco candidates to the company, currently pay the manager asked me to be responsible for the real estate industry. When Zhu Heng in doing self-referral show, while the former also wanted to tell Ziming Cheng, Zhu Heng is the only one who stayed. Deco campaign is new, he is the first month of protection, in the second month after he took over, although Zhu Heng's sales performance is not very good. But in all of the new man is very top-notch, even if the elderly and other contrast, but did not have much less. Listen, before he and Zhu Hen electric show, Ziming nodded and said, the original or my own family, so Zhu Heng I'm glad to meet you. I hear you say that MGA ask you to be responsible for the real estate industry. You seem to this requirement is not satisfactory. So which industry do you want to be responsible for? Zhu Hen hesitated and seemed to be a little worried about Fu Tao's attitude, but when he saw Ziming's encouraging eyes, he immediately said, I want to be in charge of the education industry, because I was responsible for this in the original id company. I also said the same during the interview. I don't understand why I became the real estate industry after I officially joined the company. I had never been in contact with it before. Ziming Fu Tao looked at, namely Fu Tao only understand the meaning of Ziming. Ziming, he said, Zhu, vice always the case, until someone in the education sector has been responsible for real estate and only this one is blank. so I adjusted him to go. Ziming nodded silently and then asked Ziheng, you said you had done education in other companies before, so do you still have customers? I mean customers who can place orders recently. Facing this question, Ziheng thought about it very seriously, then nodded and said, yes, and there are more than one. So can you tell me the information of these customers? Ziming then said to him, don't worry, I won't steal you customers, I just want to verify some things to ensure authenticity, and if possible, I also need you to give out how many orders you can get from these customers. Ziheng said several customer information, and gave out of the orders that these customers could give. Ziming wrote these one by one in his notebook, and then asked Fu Tao, do these customers overlap with yours? Fu Tao answered without hesitation, these are my customers. Ziheng said that he is expected to get more than 150,000 orders, so how much can you get from these customers? Ziming asked. Vice President Zhu, please forgive me. This number has no meaning at all. I can make a false report of 2 million or even 10 million. What we have to do is to really do it instead of bragging, right? Fu Tao said. In other words, Manager Fu, your expectation is not up to this number, right? Ziming ignored Fu Tao's Huquan's hang and directly picked out the key points. So from now on, these customers will belong to Ziheng for the time being, but I have to make it clear. If Ziheng can't achieve your performance this month, then from next month, these customers will have nothing to do with you. Do you remember? Ziheng nodded happily and said that he remembered. But at this time Fu Tao was very dissatisfied. Vice President Zhu, this is not fair. These are my customers. You have no right to give to others. Ziming did not lift his eyelids in response to Fu Tao's protest. Mr. Fu, I will only say some things once. The customer belongs to the company, not Anon's private property. If you can't make a performance, you should leave it to someone who is more capable. Fu Tao sneered. Vice President Zhu, I think I call you Vice President Zhu on the face of President Tang. I also hope to get along with you and President Tang in harmony, so I hope you can think carefully. I want to say it again later. Ziming said, is there anything wrong with what I said? I don't think I need to modify it. Fu Tao spread his hands and said, well, Vice President Zhu, if you insist. But I think you must be mistaken. You said that I can't produce performance. Then you should also check the performance quarterly report of Geek to see who has made the most orders in Geek, or else you think it's with these people who have only sold a few personal computers. Can they hold up a performance of 200,000? And now, you actually want me to assign my customers to a rookie who has only been in the company for less than a quarter? Fu Tao said. Then I can hardly imagine that the company's performance this month can reach 150,000. Ziming frowned. Manager Fu Tao, can I understand that you are threatening me? Oh no, I don't think I have this meaning. I can more understand that this is a way of communication between you and me, Vice President Zhu. Fu Tao then turned to Tang Ran and said, President Tang, I personally respect you very much. And I have reason to believe that you will take Geek to glory again, but it seems that Vice President Zhu is a little unstable now. I think he needs to calm down. To suggest you invite him out first. Look. Before Fu Tao finished speaking, Tang Ran raised his finger and pointed at him and said, you should be the one who should go out. Fu Tao was stunned at the time, and he had a look on his face. Looking at Tang Ran incredulously, you want me to go out? President Tang, did you make a mistake? I'm the marketing manager and the person with the most orders in Geek Company every month. Are you sure you want me to go out? If someone else heard Fu Tao say this, they might think about it, but Tang Ran cares about Ziming very much, so she didn't hesitate to say, yes, I just want you to go out. I not only want you to go out, I want to fire you immediately. Hearing Tang Ran saying that he was going to fire him, Fu Tao was rather happy. It seems that you may not know that I have been in Geek Company for 2 years, of which I have been a marketing manager for 1.5 years. Even if I change in the middle, now that there are 5 presidents, I'm still the marketing manager. Do you know why? It's because I can create orders for the company. Once I leave the company, the company will immediately collapse. So the board of directors would rather replace the president than it'll change me. Do you understand what I said? Fu Tao stood up and held the table with both hands, staring at Zuming and Tang Ran, and said, I don't want to do that, so don't be shameless. Zuming was also happy. He walked slowly back to his seat and said, is that right? So it seems that we are going to sing a big show today. At this moment, a voice suddenly said, okay, this thing will stop here. Chapter 181 Sings the Trick? Mr. Ziming, she is Pan Wenjin, the vice president of Jeek Company. I heard that her family background is very difficult, so young, she was placed in the position of vice president without any qualifications. But I don't know why. She is clearly the vice president of the company and has a very powerful background, but she often doesn't care about anything in the company. As long as she speaks something, the board of directors will listen to her. The former president of Jeek Company was dismissed the next day because of a conflict with him. When she suddenly called to a halt after the conversation between Zuming and Fu Tao, Chen Qian whispered her situation to Zuming. Although Zuming had known all the information yesterday, he was still a little surprised now. Zuming clearly remembered yesterday. When I first met this young and beautiful girl, Zuming suspected that she was Fu Tao's lover, and only later learned her identity. In addition, Pan Wenjin was too quiet in Zuming's eyes. No matter it was yesterday or today, Zuming heard her speak no more than 5 sentences. It seems that she wants to maintain her cold image and become the supervisor of Jeek Company. And another very important point is that her surname is Pan. This is a wealthy family that immigrated to San Francisco with the Tang family. Judging from her ability to remove the former president, she will definitely be a direct descendant of the family. However, despite being surprised, Zuming was still a little bit lucky, because as long as this Miss Pan Wenjin said something, Zuming would have a way to figure out who she was or what purpose she had. With Pan Wenjin's voice, everyone else in the conference room also became quiet, and they all waited for Pan Wenjin's statement. Pan Wenjin was quite satisfied with the situation. She leaned in her chair and said, Vice President Zhu and Manager Fu, I have been listening just now, so I think what you said makes sense. Regardless of the customer's reassignment, still continue as before. All have their own strengths and weaknesses. I believe that the essence of your quarrel is to hope that Jeek's performance can be improved, so I hope that some things will stop here. Pan Wenjin said, ask Zhu Heng, you said that your previous company has always been in charge of the education industry. Now that you are in charge of the real estate industry after coming to Jeek, you are very dissatisfied with your current situation, right? I'm not very dissatisfied. It's just that I have been in charge of the education industry before, but now I suddenly want me to be in charge of other industries. I will be very uncomfortable. The previous customers and the possible orders will not give me any advantage. I think this is very unfair to me. Zhen replied. Pan Wenjin turned to Fu Tao and asked, I need to know why you let him be in charge of the real estate industry. Fu Tao shrugged his shoulders indifferently and replied, it's just that there is just one person missing in the real estate industry. I think he has similar sales experience, so he was assigned to be responsible for this customer. Pan Wenjin nodded and said to Zhu Heng, you heard, all of this is for a reason, and Manager Fu did not target you at all. Just because of the company. Without a person in charge of this industry, you will be responsible for this industry, and this is a job. You can't swear at him just because he is different from your original responsibility. As you say, fair. Pan Jin, interesting to suggest, asked with a smile. I think anything in this world there is no absolutely fair. Do not let Fu Tao put their hands up and kiss hard to establish, subject to do you think it's fair to have all the customers who made the order? Or do you think that you were in charge of the education industry before, and other people should give you a position? Then, Manager Fu Tao has been in charge of the entire industry. Does the entire marketing department have to hand over their customers to him alone? This face of Pan Wenjin well-founded. Zhen was scared, unable to speak. But then Pan Wenjin said, of course, since you really have confidence in the education sector, The company is now in a critical period. I think you can give it a try. Pan Jin thought said, not to be fair, I think we can think of a compromise. It is responsible for those customers with you and Zhu Heng. Fu Tao manager. Fu Tao, after all, is the manager of our company. Deco, the marketing manager of, is from ordinary sales step by step. He has very rich marketing experience. I believe this will enable you to get more orders from customers. Maybe it can really reach Zhu Heng's 150,000. Maybe. That said Zhu Heng, Flower Qiaoli and Jiang Mei. In that it has turned to Zhu Ming said, followed by Vice Week. Always you. I think you just practice really rude. Manager Fu Tao is the mainstay of our company. Deco, as he himself said, the vast majority of the company's orders are done by him. If the company loses Fu Tao manager, a month or even 200,000 results have no means complete. Here paused. Pan Wenjin said, of course, I also understand Deputy Week. The total of your thoughts, as a temporary rescue, Vice President of Field Succession, you need to Li Wei for his warning to others. Pan Jin then turned the topic of conversation, said, but I want to say that you picked the wrong target. Fu Tao manager, that he is not good at that. You can freely kill monkeys, but the mainstay of the company, so I just need you to take back your words and apologize to him in this conference room, right away. Pan Jin, stressing each syllable of Zhu Ming, said, especially the last sentence, immediately, almost always cold to the bones in general, let everyone else in the room subconscious shivered. Zhu Ming certainly did not go as she said payment Tao apologize, but interesting meaning of her in the eye with Pan Wenjin. See, Zhu Ming does not give in, her eyes sharper together, which makes the atmosphere in the room suddenly drop to freezing point. This time Fu Tao stand up and say, Pan Total, Deputy Chief Zhi have to apologize to me, would not have had, after all. He is also the company's development in order. Well, a little impatient is understandable. In fact, just now I'm also a little impatient of, otherwise it won't make Vice President Zhu so angry. Vice Week Total, hello studious school to pay a bigger picture. Tao manager, you just do it. Send, I think you simply do not have the qualifications, Vice President of the company. Deco, Pan Jin said. Zhu Ming laughed. He laughed watching the Pan Wenjin, said, you? They are Yanchi out of it, echoed each other in the comic. Talk about it here. With Zhu Ming utter these words, a sudden silence in the room, including the former owner of the company. Deco process, including both an incredible look at Zhu Ming. Zhu Ming cannot imagine how they would say such a Pan Wenjin then. Does he really know Pan Wenjin's backstage? But even if you don't know the backstage, you can at least tell that Fu Tao and Pan Wenjin are giving him the steps. Why is he still so top? Isn't this intentional to create contradictions? Vice Week Total, you know what you just say it. No mistake, not jump word. Pan Wenjin gritted his teeth and asked, and he could clearly feel the anger he endured in his words. At this time, even though they didn't know what Dian society was, they could guess from the following Yi Sang Yi, and they were definitely not any kind words to praise them. Apologies. Taking advantage of Pan Total has not really broke out and quickly bow to apologize, to admit afterwards to say a few good words to coax, and later said he would respect her everything. She will obey commands like, if you really annoyed Ban Zong, that. But what a disaster. All Deco companies who have stared at Zhu Ming, was very anxious to Zhu Ming out with the idea. Not two explanations. Apparently does not read minds, or intend to do so, said Zhu Ming. Never even saw him leaning casually on his chair. Some funny, said, I do not know what I'm saying. Instead, you and the Pan Deputy MGA, you know what you're saying? No mistake, not jump word. Pan Wenjin squinted his eyes dangerously. What do you mean by asking that? Of course it is what Vice President Pan said just now. You are again assigning Zhu Heng's customers to Zhu Heng and manager Fu Tao. I want me to apologize to Fu Tao again. Don't you think your pretense is a bit too much? And in the person who hates others pretending to be in front of me, Zhu Ming said, and you seem to have forgotten. I am only the Vice President of JIC, and I still don't have any real power. What a vulgar and rude man, Pan Wenjin said coldly, biting his silver teeth. it seems that I need to tell you something. Yes, I hold 20% of Geek's shares and still have voting shares. That is to say, to some extent, I am better than the president who holds only 15% of the shares. Deco Company wants more right to speak. As you say, I do not have any real power. Pan Wenjin very contemptuous laugh. It's just I do not want to steward it. If I want to, then president of the beauties you cannot hold. Surfaces regarding Pan Wenjin's contempt. Tang Ran said rudely, I will definitely keep Brother Ming. I can't keep it. I think it's you. Pan Wenjin clenched her fist tightly. What a stupid woman. I wanted to let you go. It's a horse. But don't blame me if you are looking for death by yourself. Just let you and your man go to hell. It seems that today's drama is not too big, Ziming said with emotion, and then said to Pan Wenjin, then Vice President Pan, why don't we play a game together? Let's call the chairman together with a lot of words, to see how he will decide in the end, and let everyone in the company be a witness together. Pan Wenjin, he snorted coldly, can anyone help prepare the phone to be used next? Hearing Pan Wenjin's words, Fu Tao smiled and got up, and took other people except Zihen to help Pan Wenjin prepare the call. It seems that everyone is not optimistic about us. But what do you think? Ziming asked Tang Ran teasingly. Regarding this question, Tang Ran of course firmly believed, Brother Ming, you will definitely not lose to that woman. At this time, Chen Qian was sitting on the side without saying a word, not knowing what he was thinking. After a few minutes, the phone is ready. Fu Tao, the Pan Wenjin personally called the chairman of the phone, so after the call is connected Tang Ran said, hello Chairman Tang, Tang I Ran. There is also natural to Don asked, it's President Tang Ran, hello, is there any problem with you calling me now? Nothing is wrong and no words are skipped. A very serious problem. Vice President Pan Wenjin and I have no way to be in Geek Company. She and I must have someone to leave Geek Company. Who would you choose? Chairman Tang. Tang Ran said. Chairman Tang was dumbfounded at the time. Obviously he couldn't think that Tang Ran had thrown such a problem to him on the first day he took office. Chairman Tang thought for a while and said, President Tang, I know you young people being together will inevitably cause some friction, but the problem can be solved. Otherwise, I will invite you to dinner at noon and we will be together. Before he finished talking over there, Pan Wenjin interrupted him and said, Uncle Tang, to also want to reconcile with them, but unfortunately these two guys are unreasonable stupid pigs. I don't understand why you chose them. I think it's better to let them go. I know Uncle Tang you usually love me, you will definitely agree to me, right? Nothing wrong, no skipping. Pan Wenjin's words made Fu Tao smile proudly. Obviously, judging from Pan Wenjin's name and tone of the chairman, the two Tang Ran and Ziming, who did not know where they came from, were defeated. Tang Ran ignored Fu Tao's pride. Under Ziming's encouragement, she also said to the phone, Chairman, it's not simple friction, but I can't work with Vice President Pan, so we must have one left. After Tang Ran finished speaking, Ziming then added, Chairman Tang, I am Ziming. I am the first vice president who accompanied President Tang to take office together. I think I need to talk to you. The people of Geek are on the phone, waiting for your decision, so I hope you can consider it carefully. In addition, we also know that you hold more than half of the company's equity, and you have the right to talk about all company matters. Decisive. Chapter 182 of the Land of Death and Then Rebirth. Union Square is the most expensive and luxurious shopping mall in San Francisco. All kinds of fashion jewelry and various large department stores compete here, making the whole square more expensive. Many expensive clothes or mink coats ladies, as well as the super luxury cars worth millions in the open parking lot, make people feel like they are in the upper class of the Tongwa Kingdom. Even the top 10 heirs of the Tang family often come here. Strolling around, a very exaggerated off-road vehicle was parked in the most expensive open-air parking lot in Union Square. Tang Yi got out of the car and went straight upstairs to the St. Naz private restaurant, which was once rated as #1 in San Francisco. Tang Yi was at the waiter. The guide came down to the box inside. Tang Weina waited here. She invited Tang Yi to sit down. When confronted with Tang Yi, she directly asked, "Did you hear about the G company yesterday?" Tang Yi nodded and replied, "Of course. Our cousin Tang Ran and Mr. Ziming fell out with Miss Panjia on the first day in Jeek's company, and in the end they even went to Uncle Tang, forcing him to choose one of the two. How could I not know such a fun thing?" "Then what do you think of this thing?" Tang Weina asked. "What do I think? Of course I was very surprised." "My cousin Weina, you don't know." "When I heard this news, I was stunned. I never thought they would put Pan Wenjin on the first day. Him killed. I guess the old man of the Pan family is going to be hospitalized," Tang Yi said afterwards. "But this is also a very cool thing. It was originally the one who followed me, and the one who rebelled against me died. Besides, Jeek was originally me. In the Tang family industry, why did Pan Wenjin's little girl point fingers in front of my Tang family? There is no other reason to let you go. I can't help saying that they do this thing with my demeanor. It seems that the Tang family is the Tang family. No matter where you live, this character is still the same. Ha ha." Tang Weina took a sip of coffee and asked, "So you want to say that they are pretending to be very reckless like you? Deliberately the conflict with Pan Wenjin? The purpose is to let us relax our vigilance against them." Faced with this question, Tang Yi thought for a while and asked her, "My cousin Weina, do you really want to know?" "Skip the word." Tang smiled. A pair of Mama have bent the sky, the moon, feminine possessed over, breathing, such as blue for Tang Yi, said, "Of course. Do I know you do not mind? No mistake does not jump word." Tang Weina was originally a country with a natural beauty. Now Tang Yi faced Tang Weina's temptation, subconsciously swallowed, nodded blankly and said, "I think I understand." As Tang Yi's voice fell, Tang Weina immediately screamed, because while Tang Yi was talking just now, she stretched out her hand to hold the fullness of Tang Weina's upside-down chest. Seeing Tang Weina in shock, Tang Yi sniffed his hands intoxicatedly and said, "Is this the fragrance of cousin Weina's milk? It's really refreshing." Tang eyebrows down vertical. What was about to say, but Tang Yi then immediately added, The reason they do this is real simple, is to really want to make a career of." "Why do you say that?" Tang Weina asked, holding her crisp breasts in her hand. Obviously Tang Weina was very annoyed by Tang Yi's sudden salty pig hand, but she was even more curious about the motives of Tang Ran and Ziming, because they were in Jeek's company. Their performance will directly affect the inheritance of their children of the Tang clan. "Cousin Weina, if you are the president of a company, do you want to become the emperor who decides everything in one word? Or the prime minister who keeps arguing with another person, especially if you have to make a performance?" Next, Tang Yi asked. Tang Weina did not give an answer to this question, because the answer is obvious. No one does not understand the benefits of centralization, and no one is willing to have an oil bottle that sums up against himself when he is charging and fighting. So Tang Yi mean he had deliberately and Pan Wenjin from the conflict? The purpose is warning to others. The company Deco quickly establish their own absolute authority. No mistake not jump word. Tang Weina asked this, but she was shocked in her heart, because when a new official takes office, everyone knows the three fires, and it is not that no one will kill chickens to establish their own authority, but generally speaking, just kill an insignificant chicken. Okay, but they chose Pan Wenjin, who is the most important person in Jeek company. That is not a chicken, but a phoenix. Tang Yi looked at Tang Weina's shocked expression and said, "But in the end Uncle Tang chose to support them, didn't he?" "That's because the Jeek company is giving Tang Ran the exam questions." If Tang Ran, as the first heir of the Tang family, was squeezed away by others on the first day of the company, wouldn't it be a slap in the face of the Tang family? Is it? So there is no second option for this topic besides supporting Tang Ran's cousin. Tang Weina continued. But what I want to say is that the trouble between them and Pan Wenjin made Jeek even worse. Indeed, the reason why Jeek is still able to survive is the result of the Pan family's backing. Tang Yi then turned around and looked at Tang Weina and said, Don't say whether they know this, even if they do. It doesn't matter, because it's the only way to make the game more interesting, isn't it? My cousin Wayne, doing this is to respond to the sentence of Sun Tzu's Art of War by throwing himself into the ground and then sinking into the ground and then reborn. When Tang Yi and Tang Wayne met in Union Square, the other side was on California Avenue in Peru. Ziming and Tang Ran also drove to the auto building to work. They parked their car in the parking space at the entrance of the building. They got off the car and walked into the building. They were immediately stopped by Fu Tao, who had been waiting here early. Fu Tao stopped them and begged them, "President Tang, Vice President Zhu, I know it's wrong. I beg you to give me another chance. Seeing that I can bring so many orders for Jeek, I promise I will dig out all my orders as much as possible to help you to achieve a performance of 2 million. I only ask you to let me go back to Jeek Company." Listening to Futo's words, Tang Ran was very unhappy and said, "I know it's wrong. I don't think you expected Chairman Tang to support us, right? It's true that there are a lot of words. It's no good for someone like you to come back to the company." Facing Tang Ran, Futo's face was full of embarrassment. At this time, Ziming said to him, "Mr. Fu, the opportunity was yesterday. We have already given it to you, but you did not cherish it yourself, so if you missed some things, you missed it. Since Manager Fu, you can support the performance of G Company alone, then I believe you can also do very well in other companies." "Okay, President Tang, and I have something to do. If you don't get entangled anymore, don't blame us." After talking about Ziming and Tang Ran, they walked into the elevator, and Fu Tao didn't dare to move because of Ziming's threat just now and the guards nearby. This Fu Tao is also really disgusting. He had already been fired yesterday, but he still came to beg us today. In the elevator, Tang Ran said with a small mouth and was very unhappy. Then she suddenly remembered something. Turning his head to ask Ziming, "Brother Ming, you said he wouldn't really be a spy sent by other areas like you said. There are no mistakes in many words." This is difficult to say, but judging from his performance today, it is. "It's very possible," Ziming analyzed, "because it is not like China, but there is no establishment. Resignation and job change are common, especially since this Fu Tao can support a G company. It means that he is very capable. So he can make a good development by hopping to other companies with his ability, and there is no need to come back and ask us. So he will do this, or his performance is based on Jeek. It's done, or he has other more terrifying thoughts." Tang Ran said after taking Ziming's words. "That's right. Congratulations Ran, you will answer." Ziming rubbed Tang Ran's hair happily. Then Ziming and Tang Ran arrived on the 19th floor of the auto building where Jeek Company is located. When they walked into the company, including the accountant Susan, technical department manager Liu Qiang and the others in the marketing department, they all came out to greet Ziming and Tang Ran on their own initiative, and was alarmed by the movement outside. Chen Qian also quickly came out to say hello to them. Facing all the employees of the entire company greeted themselves. Ziming and Tang Ran were very surprised, but it was easy to understand when they thought about it. After all, they were still vividly remembering what happened yesterday. All Jeek employees clearly remember that when Ziming, Tang Ran and Pan Wenjin and Fu Tao really turned their faces yesterday, they called Chairman Tang in front of everyone. In fact, Chairman Tang wanted a peaceful solution, but Ziming, however, he was forced to choose one of the two. In the end, Chairman Tang had no choice but to make a choice, but he chose Ziming and Tang Ran. And then security came up and drove Pan Wenjin and Fu Tao out of the building. This has an unparalleled impact on all Jeek employees, because they have always believed that Pan Wenjin is the invisible emperor of Jeek. After all, they had seen a president before, and because of conflicts with Pan Wenjin, they were mercilessly dismissed. But now, Pan Wenjin has been defeated in the fight with another person, and it is clear at a glance which background is more important. These employees are just ordinary people. They don't understand the twists and turns above. They only defeat that Ziming and Tang reigned Pan Wenjin. They are the most powerful. They also advocate the strong and are more afraid of sudden unemployment. The situation is terrible, but there is a job with an income. How can this be better than unemployment? So now facing Ziming and Tang Ran coming in, they all show respect from the bottom of their hearts. Especially Zhu Heng, the only newcomer who stayed straightened his waist, and his young face was full of vigor, as if Fu Tou's departure was equivalent to rejuvenating his life. Ziming's gaze swept over everyone. From the fear on their faces, Ziming knew that he and Tang Ran had established absolute authority in their hearts through yesterday's contest with Pan Wenjin. Then, he should lead him. They went to create a miracle. With such thoughts in mind, Ziming waved his hand to let everyone go on their own, and then asked Shi Chengqian to go to the conference room together. How is the situation? After yesterday's events, their numbers should have improved today, right? There are no mistakes. Many words Ziming asked first after sitting down in the conference room. It has indeed improved a lot, but there is still a long way to go from the figures you put forward by Vice President Zhu. Chengqian replied, and he also took out a document to Ziming and said at the same time, this is what they reported. Give me the plan, Vice President Zhu. You should take a look at it yourself. Ziming received the documents handed out before the process. The numbers on the above were indeed very bad, but Ziming was not discouraged. He gently put down the documents and asked Cheng Qian, so this matter depends on you. You are a president who was hired back with marketing skills, and after the meeting yesterday, I also looked at the previous meeting minutes. When you are about to step down as president, have you ever prepared a big project, right? Nothing is wrong and no words are skipped. Cheng Qian was a little surprised. I didn't expect Vice President Zhu to even find this. It was just my original idea, but later I found that my idea was too naive. Anyway, if you have a goal, try first. Give it a try. It's better than forcing our employees to hand over all their orders all day long. Ziming said. Chapter 183, Home Affairs and Diplomacy. Sunflower is a relatively high-end restaurant on California Street. Although it is not as good as the private restaurant on Union Square, at least most people still have to think about it if they want to spend once. At 6 o'clock in the afternoon, Ziming and Cheng Qian came here. Mr. Ziming, what we invited this time is just an ordinary manager of their company's logistics department. Although he has the title of a manager, he actually can't do anything. At most, he can only give some constructive comments. It doesn't have much practical significance, not to mention that this time their company's project is very large. I am afraid that even the head of their logistics department can't make a decision. So, sit down in the restaurant's box and watch the process. After looking around, he whispered to Ziming, although he hadn't finished what he said, but the meaning was already very clear. Are you worried about today's expenses? Don't worry, today is my treat. I don't want you to pay or spend the company's money, Ziming said jokingly, and then sternly said, I understand what you mean, but as Li Bei words, I am born to be useful, and small people are also useful for small people. The best way for a company to train successors is to do it step by step from the bottom. It is not unreasonable, because only fighting is the first. Only those who are online can see some problems more clearly. Cheng Qian himself was the G company that was dug with excellent business capabilities, so he quickly understood what Ziming meant. You want to come through him to understand the situation of their company side by side, as well as the head of their logistics department or even the decision makers of their company. I never fight unprepared battles, Ziming said. I now understand why President Tang would rather break with Pan Wenjin and drive them away, because if they are still in the company, you may not be able to fully use your abilities, Cheng Qian said with emotion. Ziming smiled and said nothing, but fortunately also summed up his own past life marketing techniques. Remember, otherwise they might really want to drive in front of the former marketing expert. Shame. And at this time, Ziming also heard someone knock on the box door. After a while, the door is opened. The box. A white man walked into the box. He saw a warm front came to greet him away. Cheng, my friend, I am very grateful. Thank you. Did not forget old friends. Even if you are now a president of a company which, I'm sorry I have been forgotten that damn name, that I received your invitation. But also to the Sunflower Restaurant. I was so happy. It seemed that his relationship with Chen Qian was very good, so he came in and said to Chen Qian, I've heard of Sunflower's fame a long time ago, but as you know, I have to pay back my income. I am afraid that car loans and housing loans are not enough to support my consumption. Face it. Before he was embarrassed to say to the white man, pause, that Ziming, vice president of one of the first real general manager decos just me who is the head of the company today. He also meant to invite you to the Sunflower Restaurant. Following Chen Qian's words, the white man looked at Ziming in surprise. Chen Qian introduced Hawes in a timely manner. Through Chen Qian's introduction, Ziming learned that Hawes was doing business before Chen Qian. She was the most supportive of his client. Ziming stood up while listening, shook hands with Hawes, greeted him and asked him to sit down. When we all sat down before the process is very sensible to speak and said, Hawes, I hear say that you need to say if your company's information base is updated right. Worthy of my former friend's drive, your information is never far is the fastest. Hawes' former Cheng thumbs up, said, not wrong, because the repository of equipment and software systems too old, so that in last week, there has been excessive backlog of information, resulting in new customers. Data cannot be in time, so the company decided to pool information on equipment and software for overall system update within a month. You have to change when you are old. This is a very responsible approach. I just don't know what your budget is, Chen Qian asked. Hawes raised two fingers on this, 2 million. This is the conclusion that the company has reached after an overall evaluation of the information database. Hearing this answer, Chen Qian looked at Ziming in surprise. He couldn't believe his ears, because the 2 million project was tailor-made for Ziming. If it weren't for Chen Qian to know Ziming in advance, it is impossible to know the project of CFOC. He would even think that Ziming set the performance target based on the number of CFOC's projects. Compared to Chen Qian's excitement, Ziming was very calm. He asked Hawes, can you introduce me to the person in charge of your company for this project? In return, you can order whatever you want in the Sunflower Restaurant today. This is really good news to be happy about, but is it only today? Hawes asked. Of course not. I know Mr. Hawes, your wife is very happy. Joy Sunflower Restaurant, so if our trading can done enough, I do not mind once again. Please, Ziming said. Hawes Hai-Hing clapped and said, Mr. Ming refreshing. It was very comfortable. I am willing to trade Mr. Ziming. So in return I certainly can tell you, though this time the project is by our logistics department coordinating, that is, our head only has the power to nominate and make suggestions, and the final result depends on the decision of the company's top management. It is understood that, after all, worth $2 million project is not a small sum, is holding responsible attitude. Company executives must be to ask such questions. Ziming went on to say, but I have faith respectful attitude, or to it's good to go through the process. If you have time, you can make an appointment with the heads of your logistics department for a meal or a cup of coffee. After all, the nomination of the project still has to go through your logistics department. At the end, Ziming gestured to Hawes and asked, can you introduce your head to me? Hawes' point head replied, of course, no problem, perhaps because it is our first chairman of relatives, so his style is very strict. Hawes paused at this point, and asked a little uncertainly, I don't know what you need to know. Ziming shrugged senselessly and said, just say whatever you want to say, but it should be as detailed as possible. It even includes which books he likes to read, which celebrities he likes, what TV shows he likes to watch, where he likes to go on vacation, and what interests he has. Hobbies, what are the furnishings in the office, or who else in their family, what are they doing, etc. Do you want to know so much detail? I doubt you a bit now, after all. Besides FBI, I really want to pay. I have never seen anyone who needs such detailed information. Hawes looked at Ziming in surprise, but even though he didn't understand why Ziming needed to ask this, he still told Ziming what he knew. Ming also took the notebook and wrote it down bit by bit. In this way, 1 hour passed quickly. Even though Hawes' introduction was very unprofessional, he also talked about wherever he thought of. Not only were there repetitions in the middle, but many parts were even inconsistent. But fortunately, Ziming wrote them all down, so when Hawes finished speaking, Ziming summarized and sorted it out, and he could probably imagine what kind of person Hawes' head was like. In this regard, Chen Qian also gave Ziming a thumbs up admiringly. I used to think that my marketing methods are the most powerful, but now I see you, Mr. Ziming, that I understand that my methods are simply too good. It's naive, because I have never been so prepared for any project. Only you are the real marketing. I have to say that if we are opponents, I'm afraid I won't even have the slightest chance of winning. This is because I have to fight to win down, so just a little sloppy. After all, know ourselves and to know yourself thing, Ziming said. After coming out of the Sunflower restaurant, Ziming and Chen Qian returned to the company. At this time, everyone in the company was gone. Only Tang Ran was still waiting here anxiously. Originally, Tang Ran wanted to go to see Hawes with Ziming, but later, Ziming thought that he was just an ordinary manager and didn't need such a big battle, so Ziming put Tang Ran in the company first. Seeing that Ziming finally came back, Tang Ran ran out happily. How's Ziming's situation? What kind of client did you meet? Was it the head of that company? Does their project have $2 million? There must be no problem with you, right? Ziming smiled and interrupted Tang Ran's continual question. I didn't ask the real decision maker of that company. What we met today was just an ordinary manager, but we still got it from him. A lot of very useful information. The most important of which is that their project has 2 million. This is great. Our task is complete. Tang Ran cheered happily. Ziming didn't stop Tang Ran's joy. They went into the meeting room and talked about the company's next plan. Chen Qian hurriedly said his thoughts and then left. Obviously he understood the relationship between Ziming and Tang Ran, so he was not embarrassed. Be a light bulb here. After leaving before the journey, Ziming said to Tang Ran, my plan is to take all the employees of the company to a barbecue or to watch a 3D movie. Why shouldn't we take everything right now? Is your attention focused on the project? Tang Ran asked in surprise. Ziming did not answer this question directly, but first asked Tang Ran, what do you think the purpose of the Tang family's question is for this exam? Is it just to check your business capabilities? Or in other words, our current goal, is it purely for the 2 million performance? Or is it to bring the entire G company back from the edge of decadence? Ziming Yui did not ask this question casually. It is actually Ziming since receiving this test question. Issues that have been considered. The reason is simple. The Tang family is a large family with a history of 150 years. To inherit this family, business ability alone is obviously not enough. I am afraid that the overall ability of the heir must be considered, especially the leadership and organization ability. Yes, then if this is the case, the 2 million project of CFOC is far from enough. To put it simply, if you compare a company to a country and performance to diplomacy, then leadership and organizational skills are internal affairs. If a country is to prosper, internal affairs and diplomacy must be indispensable. Be hard. But even if the Tang family didn't have this requirement, they were just short-sighted asking the heir's business ability. Ziming would also do the same. For nothing else, just to teach her how to become a true leader and let her take control of her own future. Otherwise, if it's just a $2 million project, Ziming can do it himself. Just find Tong Gang, Li Cheng, Ilbidov, or even Deep Blue Airlines. They can do it easily. It doesn't make sense. What Ziming wants to do is to teach Tang Ran the essence of management. After all, How much money is left to Tang Ran is not the goal. To leave him with a qualified campaign is future. She herself is also a qualified leader, but on the other hand, this is also training herself. Tang Ran is just cute and naturally black, but in fact she is still very smart, so she quickly understood what Ziming meant, so she nodded vigorously and said, I understand. I think outdoor barbecue is very good because of this. It's more like a collective activity. Well, just do what President Tang said, Ziming said. However, Chen Qian didn't leave the meeting room directly. He heard Ziming and Tang Ran's last words outside the door, which shocked him. Chen Qian took a deep breath and said silently, Mr. Ziming, this is a great manager who can really build a dynasty. Chapter 184 Barbecue in the Wilderness. Bao thanks to Moxiabao 3 monthly tickets for the support. Thank you for the monthly support of Freshware Funds I and Fengshan Yushao. Quainan Island is definitely a very characteristic island on the San Francisco Bay. Although the sea around it is spring and summer. Thick fog is permeated in autumn and winter. But when you really arrive on the island, there is no fog. It seems that the fog is specially used to cover the island, which is very magical. However, if Quainan Island did not have this characteristic, I am afraid that the Tang family would not choose to build an old house and ancestral hall here. In the courtyard of the Tang family's castle, several elders from the Ancestral Clan Association are drinking tea, and the housekeeper of the castle is reporting some things about the family to them. But suddenly Tang Huiyin waved his hand to interrupt him and said, Don't talk about these bits and pieces. Don't you know what the most important top priority of the Tang family is now? The housekeeper was stunned. He subconsciously glanced at Tang Jingxing, the head of the ancestral hall, but Tang Jingxing only lowered his head to drink tea, and he was not even interested in raising his head. Compared to the future of the family, things that are just a few $1 million are of little importance. Let's talk about the situation of Tang Ran and Jeek. After all, they broke up with Pan's family the first day they went to the company. This is not a good sign. Their butler nodded and said, according to the news I got, in Panwenjin. After he and Fu Tao left Jeek, Tang Ran set Jeek's goal of completing 2 million sales in 1 month. Hearing this number, Tang Huiyin raised an eyebrow and said, Tang Ran is really a big-hearted child. Didn't she know that Jeek's performance in the past few months was only around 200,000? Following Tang Huiyin's words, other members of the clan cried out in surprise, because they were all in the business field. Those who have retired are only worth 2 million, which is not in their eyes. But if they want to say that the plate they have received is only 200,000, they have to make 10 times the performance of the plate. It must be surprising. Is this kid going crazy for inheritance? It's good to be ambitious, but keep your feet on the ground. Everyone could not sigh, shaking his head over the initial surprise in the future, and even openly said, they are a bit too unrealistic. Such a person will only destroy the family. She was not worthy to inherit. Faced in this situation, Tang Jingxing gently placed the teacup on the table. His teacup seemed to be magical. As the teacup settled, everyone was quiet immediately. Then Tang Jingxing said indifferently, the madman and the genius are forever only we can make a judgment on any one person or one thing. Maybe we need more information. Tang Jingxing said that he gave the steward a continued gesture, and the steward continued. They played against each other yesterday. The logistics manager of Fokker contacted and obtained the overall update information of the equipment and software system of the information database of the company in the near future. This project is worth 2 million yuan. This news caused an uproar for everyone. Some of these clan members were surprised by Tang Ran's luck, and some were despising their scheming and deliberateness. However, more people were saying, it seems that this is all their recent work. Yes, but one project alone may not be able to determine their ability, right? The heir of our Tang family should have more responsibility than a salesman. Tang Jingxing looked back at the butler, who continued sensibly. This morning, Tang Ran took all the employees of Jeek to Banai Yushan Wilderness Park. When the news was revealed, all members of the clan association felt as if they had eaten dead mice. Here comes the word. Damn it. Don't Tang Ran want the $2 million project of CFO? Then why don't they work hard for this project? At least they should first meet the person in charge of this project. What wilderness park are they still going to now? Are they idiots? Or do they expect the redwoods and cougars there to create performance for them? All the people who were ruthlessly slapped by Zhu Ming and Tang Ran screamed in anger in their hearts, but they didn't expect that this slap was just an appetizer. Hearing the news, Tang Jingxing suddenly thought of something. So he immediately asked Tang Huiyin, "Did you think of something?" Tang Huiyin smiled and said, "If I didn't guess wrong, they did this to restore the morale of the entire company. In other words, they don't just want to simply create performance. They really hope to bring this geek company out of the brink of collapse." At their end, Tang Huiyin paused before saying, "In the 20th century, someone did this a year ago." As Tang Huiyin said this, the faces of all the members of the clan changed suddenly, because it was obvious that they had already thought about who the man was from 20 years ago. "So do you think it means that if you have a father, you must have a daughter?" Tang Huiyin asked when looking at Tang Jingxing. Tang Jingxing shook his head and replied, "I don't know, but I am looking forward to it." The Banyu Mountain Wilderness Park is just like his name. It is a large park enclosing a wilderness to maintain the original ecosystem and natural landscape in the park to attract tourists. It is roughly similar to the famous Yellowstone National Park, but here the level does not reach that level of protection, and many of the landscapes are deliberately developed to please tourists. But in general, this Banyu Shan Wilderness Park is also a great place for leisure and entertainment. Zhu Ming and Tang Ran took the entire Geek Company's outdoor barbecue, and this is the natural choice. Zhu Ming and Tang Ran took their Geek Company and a group of people to sit on a minibus. The car stereo was playing very cheerful Western music. Amidst the music, Zhu Hen happily said to Zhu Ming, "Vice President Zhu, I really didn't expect that President Tang and you would actually take us to Banyu Shan Wilderness Park today for a barbecue. That's the most prestigious barbecue site known to the entire Silicon Valley. In fact, go to San Francisco Bay and just set up a few racks." "Okay, since we are going to do it, then of course we must strive to do our best, and this is the first time that I have taken my brothers to have a barbecue together. President Tang and I are really stingy, and they led you to set up a few tents at the beach," Zhu Ming said loudly. Susan and other white people were all laughing, while Zhu Hen and other Chinese people were all. She smiled and said she didn't dare to talk behind her back. In a joyous atmosphere, Tang Ran came over and asked, "Brother Ming, why do you seem to be very unhappy? Is the atmosphere in the car still not up to your requirements?" Zhu Ming first looked back at all Geek employees. He glanced at it and said with a bitter smile, "Of course, do you really feel that they really want to go out for barbecue, and that this is a collective action by the company, which is a very happy thing for them? Anyway, at least I don't think so. Maybe they showed good emotions, but it was more because they needed to keep the job and give the leaders the face, not because they really wanted to do it." Listening to Zhu Ming's words, Tang Ran looked back. At a glance, he said, "I really think the smiles on their faces are hypocritical when you listen to what Brother Ming said. Does this mean that they still don't agree with us?" Zhu Ming shook his head and said, "I think it might not be our cause, but the entire campaign's entire team." Tang Ran stared at Zhu Ming. It was obvious that she still couldn't fully understand Zhu Ming's meaning, so Zhu Ming had to continue. "Explain to her, in fact, it is the sentence we talked about before. The whole Geek Company is very lack of the cohesion of the team. This is what we want to find for them, but now we look at the state they show, it feels difficult. Brother Ming, don't be discouraged. I believe you will succeed." Tang Ran said firmly. "Let's take a step and take a look. I hope the final result can be as we wish," Zhu Ming said. The minibus continued to drive on the highway and arrived at Banyu Shan Wilderness Park about half an hour later. Since it was the first time, the park management took them to the barbecue camp. It is said to be an outdoor barbecue camp, but it is actually a river beach that was opened up by hand. There are a few traces of bonfires on the beach. Obviously, the location of the barbecue here is fixed. The park manager left after instructing them some safety matters. In fact, they originally wanted to send a safety officer to stay, but Ziming declined. However, this disease is not Ziming stingy, but there is such a soldier here, even if it is a real wilderness. Not to mention that this is just a fenced wilderness park. When the park manager left, Ziming and Tang Ran began to take the company's employees to work. Under Ziming's division of labor, women went to the river to wash vegetables, and men went to find timber racks for barbecue racks. Don't go too far. Although this is a quarantined camp, the park management also said that it is impossible to guarantee 100% safety, and the wood was lost by the park, and it is nearby. Ziming I told those who were looking for lumber, after all, be careful to sail the Wanyan ship. But after all, this is a man-made park, not so dangerous, and basically everything is prepared by the park, so it will be ready soon. Afterwards, there was very skilled in lighting up the fire. Everyone was sitting around the two barbecue grills. There is no doubt that everyone first took out the wine and drinks to fill them up, and finally took the lead to raise their glasses before the trip. Today we have to thank President Tang and Vice President Zhu, because they brought us to Banayushan Wilderness Park and gave us such a barbecue party. Let's toast them together. Under the leadership of Chen Qian, they all toasted together. Although Susan and the others did not understand Chinese wine culture, they still knew about drinking, and they happily followed. And after Chen Qian, Ziming also responded to everyone with a glass, and then said, I am very happy to be here with you today. Just now you all said that you admire President Tang and me, as well as General Manager Chen Qian, because we are all young and successful, but I want to say that our pressure is greater than that of any of you. Ziming stopped here suddenly. He looked around and then said, I know you don't believe me, because we are so rich at such a young age. What is the pressure? But I think you must have heard one sentence, the more money we take, the greater the responsibility, and if we can take so much money, it also means that we will have to bear more many responsibilities, whether it's President Tang, or our predecessor, General Manager Chen Qian. Ziming compared to three people and said, our goal is to bring Jeek back to its original peak, or even exceed its original peak. While speaking, Ziming was paying attention to everyone's expressions. He could see that everyone was surprised. Obviously, what he said suddenly made them very incomprehensible. They were a little confused by this sudden act. Only Chen Qian responded very cooperatively, but unfortunately, I didn't complete the task. So I still have to see President Tang and Vice President Zhu. I believe you can definitely do it. So this is what you promised to stay. Why did you become the general manager? I always thought you stayed for money and prepared to see us jokes. Tang Ran was surprised, and her words also caused everyone to laugh. In the laughter, the suddenly came to Ziming's ear and said a word of danger, which surprised Ziming. Chapter 185. 1 second hero for a coward in his life. Actually, I also really want to watch your jokes just for money and stay. At least that can reduce my pressure a little. But unfortunately, your practices and ideals are so convincing that I can't help but do it. Impressed, Chen Qian said helplessly amidst the laughter of other company employees. His words made Ziming unavoidably surprised. In fact, what he said was a bit too general, because he didn't need to do this at all, or that he can be in another form, and now he is either really subdued by himself, or he has another identity. Although the attitude of the king must be able to use everyone, including the internal response of the enemy, this does not mean that he is really completely unaware. So Ziming pressed this suspicion to the bottom of his heart. In the laughter of all the employees, Ziming said, for the sake of the practice and ideals of General Manager Chen Qian, I think I can get away with a glass of wine. With Ziming when this sentence was spoken, other employees next to him immediately made a fuss. Ziming couldn't drink it now. However, after drinking it, Ziming said again, actually, General Manager Chen Qian said that I have practice and ideals, which made me I am ashamed. Because strictly speaking I don't have these noble things. All I have is the confidence that I can bring Jeek into trouble. Ziming paused and then continued, I know this kind of statement is a little bit talkative. It's ridiculous. But in fact confidence is most important in many cases. Just like when President Tang and I broke with former Vice President Pan Wenjin before. At that time, who would have thought it was President Tang and I stayed? This is confidence. Ziming said, of course there are many other factors, but if we don't have confidence as a prerequisite, we might choose to be patient in the face of Vice President Pan and Manager Fu's aggressiveness. Do we have to spend every day in a quarrel? I don't know what you think, but I don't want it. Ziming spread his hands out. So many things are like this. If we are confident, we will choose to do it. Then there is at least the possibility of success, no matter how much this may be, but there will always be. On the contrary, if we don't have the confidence to cringe and dare not do it, then there is definitely not even a point. In my opinion the same is true for Jeek. When everyone heard Zhu Ming's last words, they all showed very surprised and confused expressions. Zhu Ming was not surprised that they had such an expression. He asked them back, do you remember the performance goals I gave you before? Nothing is wrong and no words are skipped. Zhu Ming raised two fingers. I make an order of $2 million a month. I know that you still don't believe that this is an achievable goal. So, is it true that these 2 million can't be reached? Now, it's just that you don't believe you can do it. Facing Zhu Ming's rhetorical question, all Jeek employees' faces were covered with embarrassment. But their embarrassment didn't last long before it turned into an embarrassment. Horrified, because they all saw an unknown object slowly approaching behind Zhu Ming. Oh my god, that's a cougar, and it's still a very large cougar. It must be attracted by the smell of our barbecue. Is it so big that our barbecue can feed him? Will it even connect us? Eat it together? Let's run fast. But I heard that the cougar only preys on moving things. So I can't run either. What should I do? Damn, am I going to die here today? Make no mistakes. Susan yelled in horror, and first stood up and ran left and right in a circle, while the others also stood up and circled under Susan's infection. This is not a wilderness park. This is not a safe area to be quarantined it. How would cougars appear here? Here's management side is the idiot. I prefer to believe this is a worst prank. In the tense atmosphere, Tang Ran also nervously grabbed Zhu Ming's sleeves, and Zhu Ming patted her little hand gently to tell her that it's okay not to be afraid, then pointed to the group of headless flies running around in front of him. But for the people who didn't dare to run out of this river beach barbecue camp, Tang Ran was amused by their funny appearance, and her mood relaxed. Brother Ming, are they really good like this? Isn't my brother a special forces fighter? He should have a way to deal with the puma. Right? There are many words, Tang Ran whispered. Zhu Ming told her not to worry. Zhu Ming stood up and shouted, calm down. Zhu Ming shouts like what magic in general, with his cry, people have all Zoar immediately stopped. Zhu Ming looked stunned at the spot. Someone seems to have anti-B over. Vice week total, I know who you are, that you have a cell phone to beg you to quickly call the park management side of it. So they immediately sent to our guns. We want to be safe, members. We want the best safety for help employees. Zhu Ming smiled and shook his head. I know you. They are now very necessary, but I'm sorry, I did not make the call, because I think we're very safe. Zhu Ming was finished. There someone exclaimed, where are we now? Secure cougars out there. Vice President of Weeks, I beg you to hurry up, call. Okay. Zhu Ming still refused and said, I will say it again, I will not do, because for us it is now safe. Everyone mesh stare cow-die watching Week Ming. Zhu Ming saw the horror and incredible from their eyes. They could not believe how Zhu Ming would say such irresponsible words. Zhu Ming calmly then a circle. You have to see. Here we have 5 men, remove a few women, there are still 11 men. Then you tell me we are 10 a man, not even a can't the big cat get it right? You have to see it and run away in a panic. Don't you feel embarrassed? Nothing is wrong, no words. But the deputy week total, which was the cougars are, but also just so big, and I've seen the documentary, said the cougars bite force is sufficient to snap a steel pipe. If we just bite it will be broken arm and broken leg. Yeah. That's not courage. Can indemnity compliment? This employee would not finish, but first, Before he stood up, he came around. Ziming said, "I believe the deputy weak total, cougar just solitary animals. It certainly appears today in an accident just here, but in this wilderness the park, it will also be in a full state. As long as we work together, it will definitely be scared away by our courage and dare not come up." After Chen Qian had finished speaking, he turned to face the cougar. Ziming could see that Chen Qian was actually very nervous. After all, it was a genuine cougar. Just meeting it in the wilderness would make anyone scared. In fact, Ziming himself would also be nervous if it weren't for being here. Ziming gently patted the shoulder before the journey to signal him to relax, then turned back and said to the other employees, "I know you are scared, but because we are scared, we have to move forward courageously. Only in this way can we protect ourselves. They are all men. It is our responsibility to protect the ladies around you. So what about you? Do you choose to be cowards for a lifetime, or to be heroes, even if only for a second?" Faced with Ziming's question, everyone was stunned. But Ziheng stood up first. He shouted, "Hero, I choose to be a hero, even if only for 1 second." When Ziheng also came to stand firmly beside Ziming, then the cougar on the side seemed to feel something too. It immediately stopped the pace that had been moving slowly, and stood on the spot alertly, looking at this side. And here, with the action of the cougar and the infection of Ziming's shouting, employees of other companies also shouted, "I also want to be a hero, I don't want to be a coward" slogan, standing by Ziming one by one. By his side, even Susan and other ladies stood by at the end. At this time, the cougar obviously sensed the power of the entire Jiko company, and it turned around and ran away. All the employees of Jik company saw this scene. They cheered immediately. Ziming also let out a sigh of relief. Although there is a puma escorting here, there will be nothing wrong with just a cougar, but he still hopes the cougar can be driven away by the employees of the company. Everyone has seen it. This is the strength of our team. As long as we believe, as long as we have confidence in ourselves, we can drive away the terrible puma. Even if it is the most powerful carnivore on this continent. We are all vulnerable to our confidence, so this is our Geek company, and this is the power of confidence. Ziming said, "Today, you are all heroes belonging to the company and yourself." With Ziming finally by shouting out a word, the cheers of all Geek employees became louder. They shouted and jumped as if they were living the happiest holiday. When all employees' emotions reached the apex of the time, Ziming suddenly said, "It's real, a cougar was just an accident we met. We really have to face is the performance of $2 million this month, as well as the real renaissance of the company. I'll tell you a good news." Ziming said, "Just yesterday, I Cheng and former general manager found a foot in check. When the customer has a $2 million project, then we are not able to through this project to complete this month's performance, and then use our own hands to lead the company to a true revival. And are you willing to become the heroes of the company?" Face on this issue, all employees in unison shouted the answer, "I am willing." I believe that if you have had plenty of confidence, Wedeco company is invincible. Ziming said loudly. Standing beside Ziming, did not regain consciousness before the process up to now. He cannot even imagine today, the day the film. Is very strange how things happen. For Ziming, the puma came at the right time. It just acted as an excellent sparring training for all employees to exercise courage and confidence. And more importantly, Chen Qian saw the willingness to work hard from everyone's eyes. Vigorous. This is what he has dreamed of since the first day he joined the company, but no matter how many methods he used, he still couldn't achieve it. Thinking of this, Chen Qian let out a sigh of emotion. He thought in his heart, no matter what happens today is a coincidence or something else, it has already proved Ziming's greatness. Do not over. In fact, in a place not far from the Ziming, they flood. That administrator is fed to a cougar, but not when the feet to the side Kanji and Ziming, wonder muttering, those people are what did mad hot believers do? Why did I not afraid of cougars? It would also have thought from the Myrna sum of the cost of maintaining the security of a pity. Chapter 186 The Lion of the King. At the Silicon Valley Convention and Exhibition Center on April 15, 2015 is a sea of high-tech. Brings it all together at the high-tech companies in Silicon Valley. Even many foreign high-tech companies have to showcase themselves. Rented booths here, wallpaper, high-tech products painstakingly researched, and reporters all over the world are holding cameras and video cameras to faithfully record these epoch-making products that may change the future. The booth of Geek Company is in the most conspicuous position near the main booth in the center. Inside, there are many high-tech concept products such as intelligent robot, holographic 3D smartphones and virtual reality functions, which make people feel like they are in the world of future science fiction. Although artificial intelligence and virtual reality technology are still in the experimental stage, they have made a qualitative leap compared to the past, especially when artificial intelligence with deep learning capabilities appears. So we have reason to believe that in the future it will certainly popularize our lives. And our Geek Company will work hard to achieve this goal as soon as possible. At the gate of Geek's booth, Zheng, the CEO of Geek, spoke eloquently when interviewed by dozens of reporters. Dan, expressing his views on future technological innovation. After Zheng's speech, the reporters were unwilling to ask, "Hello Mr. Zheng, we have all seen a demonstration of the Cougar artificial intelligence system just now. And you also explained the concept of this system to us, but it's strange that your design concept for this system is to facilitate the smart security of future smart cars and homes. But the Cougar is a carnivorous beast. May I ask you to choose the Cougar to name this system? Is there anything else? What's the intention? Or does the system itself have other coverage?" When the first reporter asked about the naming of the Cougar, other reporters all echoed and asked this question. Yes, I remember back then. The first mobile phone operating system launched by Geek is also called the Cougar system. It seems that Geek has a unique preference for Cougar. What is the reason? Is it because of the domineering of the Cougar or the adoption of the Jai ecosystem? Do names occupy the entire market? Zheng smiled slightly. In fact, when the name was first determined, I knew that the name would have a lot of ambiguity. But I still insisted on using this name. This is not true. I act arbitrarily, but I think only this name can best represent the Geek Company. As for one name, you can dominate the entire market. Zheng shook his head helplessly. If this is true, then I think I should move the company into a church rather than a laboratory. Zheng's answer goes beyond everyone. Unexpectedly, there was an uproar at the scene, and when they heard the last sentence, everyone burst into laughter. In laughter, Zheng continued, "The reason for the Cougar is actually very simple. In my opinion, this system is destined to create an era. Just like the mobile phone operating system proposed 10 years ago, it can lead the trend." At this point, Zheng paused before continuing, "You know that Geek knows about me, Zheng, perhaps through the mobile phone operating system, perhaps through the smart program, or the game industry. But what I know, however, the company started with a puma, or it was a puma that really awakened the company and set the company on the road of technological hegemony." So, Zheng said at last, "America for Geek, the lion is a new life and a sign of moving towards the future. Whether it is now or in the future, if someone asks what is the deepest impression of Geek, I will tell you without hesitation. That is Cougar." All the reporters raised their cameras and frantically filmed and discussed. The center is undoubtedly Zheng and Cougar, because they all saw Zheng's performance in recalling the past at the end, and everyone can look at it. It is not an ordinary Cougar, but no one knows what it means. Only the real old man of Geek can remember things and people 25 years ago and know that it is a real lion of kings. Time back to 90 years. At 10 o'clock in the morning, Zhiming and Tang Ran walked into the company's meeting room and sat there. Zhiming looked around the meeting room and suddenly felt that the atmosphere was a little wrong, so he asked, "Do you have anything to say?" "Tell me." "But President Tang and I don't seem to be late, so shouldn't we be fine for coffee?" Zhiming's little humor made everyone laugh, and after the laughter, as the company's veteran, Liu Qiang, manager of the technology R&D engineering department, stood up and said, President Tang, Vice President Zhu, we want to say sorry to you at this meeting. Ziming spread his hands together. Then why are you sorry? It's because of our previous attitude towards you and Jeek. Liu Qiang replied, I believe that President Tang and Vice President Zhu before coming to Jeek must know that Jeek has been brilliant in the past, and was even the best in Silicon Valley. A good company, but it has only started to go down in the last few years. This is the reason why our old employees have no enthusiasm for work. Ziming did not ask anything this time, but just made one to Liu Qiang. Please continue. Gesture. Liu Qiang went on to say, once the chairman and president of our company were both Mr. Li Ji. He also brought Jeek out of it, but because of the prosperity of Jeek, he was taken over by a large consortium. As a result, Mr. Li Ji lost his position as chairman. Of course, things like this were normal in business competition, and we can all understand it, but the problem is that after Jeek was acquired, the consortium continued to install their people came in, they robbed our clients and resources, and distributed our resumes to headhunting companies and competitors. They used these dirty methods to replace the old men of Jeek company one by one. Liu Qiang said with an angry laugh, I can't help but say that this consortium is really a genius. It can actually think of these ways to deal with us. But these are not the most absolute. They actually forced Mr. Li Ji to death in the end. Mr. Li Ji died in his own home, but when he died he was still holding a military order given to him by the board of directors. It was a performance improvement agreement. If Mr. Li Ji could not lead the Jeek company before the end of the quarter achieving a performance of 20 million, then he will be dismissed by the board of directors, and will not receive any compensation. Is it clear that I want to drive Mr. Li Ji away? Those bastards, Mingming's company is Li. Mr. Ji's, they came to occupy the magpie's nest and drive Mr. Li Ji away. This is too much. We all understand that Mr. Li Ji has been helping us before, but now Mr. Li Ji has chosen to end his life. After he leaves, our life will definitely be more difficult, Liu Qiang said afterwards. But we are not easy to bully, so we are also fighting back. We maintain our sales performance, and we use our contacts to grab customers from them. We deliberately make things difficult for them. But as long as it is their order, we have to do a bad job, and we have to embarrass them. So in such internal friction, Jeek has become worse and worse, until it is where it is today. Liu Qiang suddenly turned his head at this point. He looked at Ziming and said, but that's all because of those in the past. People, they all just want to turn the company into their personal product. Only President Tang and Vice President Zhu, you are really for the company for us. Do you want to be a coward for a lifetime or a hero for a second? As long as we have confidence, our team is invincible. We will always remember what you said to us, so we are willing to work for you, Liu Qiang said. Liu Qiang's words were sonorous and powerful, and the others were also very firm, but Ziming did not rush to express his stance regarding their words, but just watched them quietly. This made Liu Qiang's eye stunned. He asked cautiously, Vice President Zhu, are you angry? I'm very angry. Ziming reached out his hand and pointed at everyone and said, you think you are fighting against the consortium, is to inherit Mr. Liu Ji's legacy. Are you revenge for Mr. Liu Ji? Actually not. You are just ruining this company for your own revenge. For the consortium, a Jeek company is nothing more than one of his many investments, and for Mr. Liu Ji, Jeek is all he has. Ziming said, so Mr. Liu Ji chose to use his own death to end the endless internal friction in Jeek. It is to make the company go back to the battlefield and become the most dynamic company in Silicon Valley. But what about you? What are you doing? Faced with Ziming's question, everyone bowed his head, and Ziming continued, a company that has achieved a performance of 10 million from the peak in the past month to only 200,000 now. The number of employees in the company has decreased from 200 at the peak to less than 20 now. What are you fools talking about? Contentedly. Retaliation. I think if Mr. Liu Ji is still alive, he will definitely be mad at you. Ziming's words are like steel needles, and they have been pierced into the hearts of every old employee. Tears of regret. Vice President Zhu, you are right, we are so stupid, We are the stupidest stupid all day. Liu Qiang said. With Liu's strong call for sound, others I sentence you are shouting. At the end he had all eyes are gathered in the Ziming, who, one by one to Ziming as their last hope and asked, Vice week total, we now how the atonement. In this regard, Ziming gives the answer is very simple, all good job of it. Trying to make Deco Company to become the Silicon Valley and the world of superclass company, this is the best way to take away your sin, and have confidence in it. Everyone in unison say the Ziming is very dissatisfied, did not eat dinner, or do you have forgotten confidence yesterday against the Cougars to answer me again? With Ziming, then, almost everyone is a big hysterical call for confident body in such a meeting room, completely shocked to the former process. He Leng looked at all of this, he can feel in front of these people and confidence in the firm, but also with the amazing sound footing, let more people are afraid of fighting spirit. He couldn't believe that this was Geek Company, a garbage company that only had 200,000 sales in a month. No matter how experienced people came, they couldn't drive it. Even before the journey himself, more than once he would like to, if he can stimulate the morale of these employees, then your own can be very easy to live with. Deco Company may ultimately fail to do themselves. No one wants weak Ming could do it so simply by relying on a cougar. Is this luck? Cheng did not know before, maybe a little luck component in it, but he believes that more is relying Ziming of a man and his wisdom, charm, and not with his leadership unparalleled completed. These thoughts all made Cheng Qian feel excited, because he believed that what he was following was a huge miracle. Chapter 187 Hamlet. The past is like the stool you pulled out. Since it has passed, there is no need to look back, because all you can get is disgusting, unless of course you have some special hobbies. With this joke, a chuckle broke out in the conference room, and Ziming went on to say, so no matter what time, our eyes must be looking forward. And now in front of us is a company called CFOC. According to our news, they will update the equipment and software system of the company's information database as a whole within 1 month. At this point, Ziming deliberately stopped for a while, and then continued after sapping everyone's appetite. This project is worth $2 million. Although everyone thought about what Ziming might say before, when Ziming really said it, it still surprised everyone. First of all, a project worth $2 million is indeed too large for them, but what surprised them even more is that the number of this project is exactly equal to their performance target. In other words, as long as they win this project, they will have achieved a performance goal that surpassed the previous month's 10 times the performance goal, which they previously thought was a fantasy goal. And more importantly, it still did not squeeze them to complete it under the premise of more orders. Thinking of this, everyone is full of respect for Ziming. Perhaps Ziming contacted this project in advance. He did this to boost the confidence of all employees. But if Ziming didn't know about this project in advance, at least he didn't know about this project before setting the performance target. Then this is even more serious. This kind of sleepy people pass pillows and some are hungry and others pass steamed buns. Someone needs performance. The plot of the gift project is completely the son of heaven. In the admiration of everyone's eyes, Ziming went on to say, hearing $2 million, I believe you should all understand that the most important goal of the company in the next phase is this project. I will not say that I want this project become all of you, but at least when you are eating and dating, you still have to think about it. It is not a project of any one of us, but a project of everyone in our Geek Company team. As long as we can after winning this project, I will give you a bigger party. Of course, this time I promise that there will be no more cougars with us, Ziming said. The casual ridicule filled the meeting room with a relaxed atmosphere. Zheng stood up and said, Vice President Zhu, undoubtedly I would rather give up my other customers. I will also work hard for this project. But now the problem is this competition. Fokker is not our customer, and we don't know him. Yes, grinding the gun is the biggest problem we are facing now. Ziming then turned to the front and said, but I always believe in a word. No, the only problems that cannot be solved are those who are unwilling to use their brains. No matter how difficult the problem is, there is always a solution. Then, to solve this problem, we must rely on the four brothers of our marketing department. Ziming stretched out 3 fingers, his eyes scanned. They said on their faces, I can only give you 3 days. I need you to develop your internal relationship with CFOC as much as possible on the premise of ensuring your own orders. Whether it is the security at the door or the circuit maintenance master, even the toilet cleaning aunt can do it. After 3 days, you can still be ignorant of our goals. Then Ziming ordered the technical department again and said, Manager Liu, I'm sorry that you haven't rested either. In time, your technical department should also learn about CFOC, especially the equipment and software in their information database, and make the best plan within our capabilities. There must be no equipment or system incompatibility, or other technologies. All the problems. After the task was set up, Ziming announced the adjournment of the meeting when there were no more problems. After the meeting, Ziming left Zihen alone. How is your situation? Although the campaign's goal is to focus on the CFOC project, but your 150,000 order guarantees that I will not be written off because of this. Ziming said, Vice President Zhu, if you reduce the task for me, I will hold my grudge against you. Zihen joked, and then went on to say, those of my customers are all old customers, even if I am not in charge of the education industry. In the past 2 months, I still have not given up contact with them, so they still trust me very much. As long as there is no major economic crisis for 150,000 orders, I think it will be fine. This is really a pleasing answer. You do it well. I'm looking forward to. Ziming Zihen bait on the shoulder to encourage his sentence. Zihen honors soldiers just as the general excitement left. Obviously in Zihen's view, Ziming's ability to pat him on the shoulder to encourage him is equivalent to awarding honors. Off the Zuheng, Ziming turned around and came back and said the former Cheng, these people handed to you, I understand now the heavy task. These people have this kind of problems, but we now have no choice, and I believe in your ability before Cheng. Even with this kind of team, you can also bring on the battlefield and win this must-win battle. I have confidence in you. Speaking, Ziming also patted Chen Qian's shoulder. Chen Qian immediately said, please rest assured, Vice President Zhu, I will not let you down. Chen Qian was stunned when he finished speaking, because originally he was surprised at Zihen's performance. In his opinion, no matter how much he admired Ziming, he wouldn't be excited like that when he was encouraged to pat his shoulders. There are a lot of words, but he didn't realize until now that he was slapped on the shoulder. He was indeed a kind of trust from the bottom of his heart, as if there was some magic power, and he couldn't help but want to serve this person. Before he had to write those imperial style of the book I am quite believe, but until now saw Ziming. He really believed. Then weeks before leaving and Cheng Ming with the company, they came to a Rome restaurant on California Avenue East. After waiting for about a quarter of an hour, they saw a familiar figure walking into the restaurant. It was Hawes, who they had seen before, walking over with a small person. Cheng before him had beckoned. Hawes. 2 people came over and offered to the former, and Ziming. Cheng introduced, this is Mr. Brown, is in charge of our logistics department. But also the campaigners say Ifuk the vice president belongs to the decision-making level of the company and has a great influence on any project of the company. Mr. Brown, these 2 are my friends, Ziming and Chen Qian. They have always hoped to invite Mr. Brown to share with you for dinner. Pause. Referral shall finished, and before Ziming Cheng very warm handshake hello to Mr. Brown, then please sit down. Before he called the restaurant beckons artists playing in the side. This is the very famous canon in D major. The melodious music can make dinner like a poet. I hope Mr. Brown can like it. Cheng before Brown introduces, while also juggling General took out a book and handed Brown said, this is a hardcover limited edition of Hamlet, Mr. Shakespeare's most famous works, but also reflects the most prominent humanistic care, as Hamlet himself said, what a masterpiece is humanity, but the world is a magnificent tent. And then, Before he turned the topic of conversation, he went on to say, "Not being the so-called 1,000 hearts, there are 1,000 Hamlet, and I know Mr. Brown, you are also very love of classical literature, so I believe this Hamlet gave you the most suitable. No theory or canon Hamlet, before the process is pre-prepared. Brown has put on a horse things like classical art and Zuming Cheng told before, in order to pre-process the fastest and Brown closer relations before prepared for such an out. Of course, he also made up a lot of things about classical art beforehand, otherwise he would not know canon and D major, and would not be able to prepare this Hamlet." Brown then had that this Hamlet, he looked up and down a lot and then suddenly smiled. "My grandfather had been taught me, if you want to catch the cunning fox on the ice, you must first prepare who exudes the smell of blood, the rabbit." Having said this, Brown suddenly raised his head and held up the book to look at Chen Qian and said, "This is the bloody rabbit, but it's a pity that not every fox will be fooled." Face Brown this, before he felt a little embarrassed. "Mr. Brown, you are this is what to say, what the fox, what rabbits? Did not think your grandfather was an excellent hunter, do not think it really makes only is your when you say this to me, some are playing the piano to the cows, and I don't understand it." "Listen, not understand, right? Then I say you can understand the point. Under California law, even if only the clerk of bribery, is also subject to legal sanctions." Brown said, "Mr. Brown, it's just a book. How can it be regarded as a bribe? And according to our concept of China, only the sword hero is presented with the most of it." And hurried away solution before release. Brown shook his head and said, "You are the first one I have seen for bribery, so you can choose to tell the jury for this reason and see how they choose. Make no mistakes." "Oh no, my respectable Mr. Brown, listen to my explanation. This is not the case." Chen Qian hurried to explain to Brown, but before he finished speaking, Brown interrupted him. "Hush, my sad sir, this is a very elegant and noble place. You are too uncultivated." Chen Qian was stunned there. Facing Brown, he didn't know what to say, and Brown looked at Chen Qian with contempt. Said, "Look at that, what a sad clown, he is completely exposed in front of me. Do you think you really understand what classical literature is when you take out a Hamlet? No, Chinese, you are always just a head in the mud. A rolling pig can't become an elegant white swan." Brown got up to leave after speaking, but Ziming called him. "Mr. Brown, is it enough? There are many words that you think you are angry and ashamed of. Can you beat us?" "Then I can only say that you are wrong." Following Ziming's words, Brown turned his head and looked at him meaningfully and said, "You said I was wrong?" Ziming nodded and said, "Could it be that isn't it? You used the illusion of bribery to deliberately frighten my friend to make him feel frightened, and then, as you hinted, begged you like a stupid goat. I think I've explained it just now. I don't have the power to judge whether this Hamlet is bribery. He can go to the court to explain to the jury, maybe they can understand. But it's not me." Brown said. Sad. Ziming sighed. Usually people will pretend to be faithful and future behaviors, but they use sugar to wrap their most devilish nature. If Mr. Brown, you really intend to do that, why are you still up to now? Don't want to put down the book in your hand? I think what you said is just to hide the devil's icing, right? There are many words. Brown was silent. He looked at Ziming with a sullen face, gritted his teeth, asked, "Are you mocking my posture?" "Nothing is wrong and no words are skipped," Ziming said very easily. "In fact, there is no good or bad in my words, only how you think." Faced with Ziming's words, Brown, who had been somber, suddenly smiled. "Mr. Ziming is right. Are you really a real Hamlet?" The secret of chapter 188b. As far as I know, Mr. Brown, Hamlet doesn't seem to be a compliment, Ziming said with a wry smile. "Really? But as you said, Mr. Ziming, there is also no so-called commendatory or derogatory meaning in my words, only how you judge it." Brown laughed and teased, and then he masturbated. Said, "But in my opinion, I still like you very much, because in this impetuous society, everyone is vying to be the Hamlet in the eyes of others, just like this friend of yours. What do I say to him? I just believed something and didn't think about it by myself, forgetting that every hamlet has its own most distinctive characteristics. Chenkianian blushed at this, but Brown said to him again, "You don't I need to feel sorry for this, because you are just an ordinary person, but this Mr. Ziming is the one who really sees the world through and can truly avoid getting along with the dirty." Regarding Brown's repeated praise, it was Ziming's embarrassment no matter how thick-skinned he was. He said to Brown, "I think I'm just a little bit paranoid, and I still can't reach any height, especially the height of the red dust, and in talking with Mr. Chenkian about Brown today. Come out. There is indeed a question that needs Mr. Brown to help us answer. But in my opinion, Mr. Ziming, you are not paranoid, but a dedication to the truth." Brown sat back on his seat after speaking. After a while, he continued, "As for Mr. Ziming's question, I think I know that it is about the overall update of the equipment and software system of our logistics department's information database. Right?" Ziming is not surprised that Brown can say so directly. After all, even in Silicon Valley, 2 million projects are not a small number. There will definitely be many companies competing, and Brown is the most important person who directly handles this project. Naturally became the primary breakthrough target of various companies, so under the bombardment of countless information about eating and chatting, he naturally formed a subconscious reaction. Ziming nodded and said, "Yes, let's get to know Mr. Brown officially. I am Ziming, the new first vice president of GEEK. I don't know how much hope you think I have for this project." Brown is very interested. He raised his eyebrows. "It seems that you are really quite different from others. At least until now. No one has ever asked me how much he hopes he has when they see me." Brown was reprimanding Ziming for being unruly, but he was not angry, and he said happily, "But please forgive me for being blunt, Mr. Ziming. If you just sit down and talk to me like this, then I can be sure that you have no hope, because firstly you have too many competitors, and secondly, in this project, I only have suggestions but no decision-making power. I cannot directly decide on your documents. This is me. Today, Mr. Brown is the most important reason for your coming out." Ziming asked him, "I really want to meet other people in your company, including the president who really made the decision." Faced with Ziming's question, Brown looked up and stared at him. After a few glances, he said, "For Hamlet, I can introduce a few people to you, but don't think that I will betray the company's interests and make any dirty transactions with you." Ziming smiled and said thank you. Brown then told Ziming about some basic information about the company, which is similar to what Ziming through other channels. This company is a large investment company, and his chairman and president are not the same person. Hillay is the chairman of the company, the founder of the company and the final arbiter of all major affairs, while Liberton is the president of the company, or it would be more appropriate to call him executive president. He is responsible for all the daily affairs of the company. When encountering major issues related to the company's strategic direction, although he has the right to temporarily dispose of it, he still has to submit it to the board of directors in the end, that is, let Hill make the final decision. In addition to Chairman Hill and President Liberton, there is another name that is very important. He is Cam. Brown reminded. "Chief Financial Officer?" Ziming blurted out. Obviously Ziming had done some research on CFOC in advance, and at least he had already remembered a few major names in his mind. Brown was not surprised by this. He nodded and said, "He is the Chief Financial Officer, but he is also the founder of the company. One of the people, he is in charge of all the funds of the company. Without his consent, even the President of Liberty, the funds he can mobilize in the company are very limited." Brown thought about it and said, "The company has many other things, people, but compared to them, other people have too little influence on the company's major decisions. Especially this project is only for the information database. Many departments are not involved at all, so it is mainly these three people." Ziming thanked Brown. Through Brown's introduction, he could basically imagine the situation of the CFOC company in his mind. The chairman of Hillay is like a king, looking high above all the employees of the company, that is, his subjects, while the president of Liberton and the chief financial officer of CAM perform their duties and check and balance each other like the left and right. Thank me, I don't have to. I just like Hamlet, and I just provide you with some information that you can find. Brown said again, but there is one more thing I think I must remind you. It is this time that the information database equipment and software are upgraded and updated, because the previous processing is too slow. So your plan must ensure the stability and advancement of the entire project, and must also ensure the compatibility with the previous equipment. Ziming nodded, said, I think you can rest assured, Mr. Brown, this must be the top priority of our work. While talking, Ziming gave Chen Qian a wink, and Chen Qian clearly let the violinist play again the canon, and then in the melodious music, Ziming and Brown finished the dinner together. I don't know if Jeek will also participate in the technology exhibition in 3 days, because the president of Liberton will personally go to the exhibition to inspect. Maybe he will use this opportunity to select the company and plan that he thinks is the most suitable. I will accompany you when that happens. I look forward to the performance of Mr. Ziming and Jeek. Goodbye. Leaving the last sentence, Brown and Hawes left the restaurant on the ride. Leng Leng looked at Brown. Before he and Hoy Adams' ride the car disappeared in the end of the road. Some emotion, said, I do not believe, I didn't expect this Mr. Brown to reveal such important news at the end. Then, before he turned the topic of conversation went on to say, do not over this once a week thanks to your vice president. I always thought that the past few days have been trying hard to learn classical literature. Already we have good skills, but do not be Brown Mr. sees it. Speaking of this, Chen Qian laughed self-deprecatingly and said, it seems that this temporary embracing is still fake after all. Fortunately, Vice President Zhu, you really know classical literature, otherwise it would be difficult for us to sit down with Mr. Brown this time. Chatting, let alone getting such important information. Classical literature, you say, is Hamlet. I want to say I did not know you believe it, Ziming said. When the process before the time on the shocked, to see an incredible aliens. How could it not just Mr. Brown said Zhu, Vice President of Hamlet you and you also say that to him. The classic dialogue in the Hamlet, if you don't really know Hamlet by heart, how can you say it casually? I really do not know what it Hamlet, Ziming Cheng thought to ask before. I said those dialogue, do not you think before the journey familiar to you? Surface of the Zooming asked, before Cheng and shocked, totally unknown by Zooming so he asked what that meant, so the only unknown answer, seems a little familiar, such as if I also remember there. Before he finished speaking, Zooming said to him, don't be so unconfident. The dialogues I said in front of Mr. Brown are the classic dialogues you picked out. That's it. I said why these sentences are so familiar to me. Chen Qian's words stopped abruptly at this point. He looked at Ziming in horror, as if he wanted to say something but couldn't believe it. Ziming smiled and said to him, it seems you have guessed. I really do not know what Hamlet, the reason I would say the dialogue. In fact, I only know that dialogue. Although just before he would have been thought of this point, but now Ziming said he came out. He felt very weird, because he is no way to imagine, a Hamlet obviously do not understand people, how you can rely on with a few lines of dialogue that I had embarrassed, I conquered a person who knows classical literature very well. This logic simply doesn't make sense. Ziming saw doubts before the process. He suddenly asked, do you know loaded B secret? What is the right tactic? Face of this sudden problem Ziming Cheng felt before the brain has completely keep up the rhythm of the Ziming, just not being explored Hamlet and classical literature. Why did it suddenly get involved in the installation B? What else installed B secret tactics? This thing, what secret? For these problems, before suddenly give way and you feel how is schoolboy a kind of mentally handicapped, and can only Leng Leng shaking his head. This time, Ziming did not give away before guessing. He told the former Cheng said, loaded B the most important thing in the installation B is loaded when B, not the installation B the time nobody is allowed to install B. Ziming, then some tongue twisters, but allows the drive before suddenly realized, I understand, Deputy weak. You mean I always say too much before? Zhu Ming nodded and said, no mistake, you begin to see from the first glance. Mr. Brown, in front of him, kept themselves as enthusiastic about how classical literature, and even take the initiative to come up with the collector's edition of Hamlet. It's too fake, it's too hypocritical. It can be seen by an individual. And you don't know Hamlet at first, so if you say this in front of him, don't you make more mistakes the more you say? But I did not do it. I just, when he was leaving, with Hamlet's lines, left him. And nothing more, Zhu Ming said. But can it just be a sentence that pops out like this? Chen Qian still couldn't understand it. You have to remember that you are facing a completely unknown client, and you are not a university professor who is giving a lecture to him. He will not and be in the mood to listen to your long talk. You have to learn one sentence or two. Within words of his greatest shock and surprise, let him have that shines on you, and you want more chat. Whether it is you will easily fail. Zhu Ming said the former process. Every word and sentence of Zhu Ming beat Chen Qian's heart like a drum in the morning and evening, giving him a feeling of enlightenment. I remember, thank you very much, Mr. Zhu Ming. Chen Qian said to Zhu Ming very solemnly. Indeed, facing unknown customers cannot be as long as a speech. You must use the most refined and simple language to directly point to the key points in order to most effectively grasp the hearts of customers. However, everyone understands the truth, but it is not true. Anyone can do it. If Zhu Ming caught Brown today, Chen Qian believed that it was Zhu Ming who had conquered Brown with his own wisdom and charm. Hamlet was just a disguise he put on the outside. Because if he didn't have his own background, he would only rely on Hamlet's words. Dry lines can't convince a person. Maybe if there is no real background, he would not dare to say these few words, just like himself. Chapter 189, Forte Technology Exhibition. In San Francisco's Union Square, Tang Yi swaggered into the St. Nas private restaurant, led by the waiter, into a luxurious box. Tang Yi walked into the box and was happy. Oh, my cousin and cousin are on time. There are two other people in the box. They are Tang Yu and the fourth heir to the Tang family, the successor Tang Weiner. At this moment, they were sitting at the table facing each other and drinking coffee, while on the other side, there happened to be a chair, obviously waiting for Tang Yi to come in. We came here early, my little cousin Tang Yi. You are not late. Tang Weiner chuckled lightly. Compared to Tang Weiner's ease, Tang Yu frowned slightly and said, as a member of the Tang family and the third in line, Tang Yi should have a sense of time. Punctuality may not be the best, especially in front of people of different identities. It's me and Weiner now, but what about the other elders? You are a very unruly and educated behavior. Tang Yi didn't even bother to listen to Tang Yazhuang's long talk. Walked in and sat down directly on the chair. I said, cousin Tang Yu, everyone is our own. You shouldn't pretend to be in front of my cousin and Weiner, and you are not afraid of being struck by lightning. Tang Yujian raised her eyebrows and was about to curse. Tang Weiner came out and said, it's all yours. Don't hurt your peace, we still have things to talk about. Tang Weiner's voice is soft and very nice, coupled with his charming and moving expression, and her words. It is difficult for people to continue the angry quarrel. Tang Yu only then gave up his anger, but he said with a cold snort, let's talk about business first. According to the news, yesterday Zhu Ming hosted a dinner for Brown, the head of logistics department of CFOC, and Brown told Zhu Ming some of CFOC's staff. The news also told Zhu Ming that Liberton, the president of the future CFOC company, will go to the Science and Technology Exhibition to personally inspect various technology companies. Tang Yi, interesting to suggest. Looking at the Tang Yu, said, think of you. This guy could be so well informed. News, not a spy planted in the Zhu Ming, right beside the guy a lot of error-free word. This has nothing to do with you, Tang Yu said coldly. Tang Yi no so-called shrugged. It is indeed, and I have no relationship. After all, is the guy who explanations around betraying him. Well, him just simply despise such behavior. That it. How about you, Mr. Tang Yi? Well, Ren, why are you all kind of yelling? A little education are not the way. This is the most despised, especially your bike broken car. Every time I hear all let me get goosebumps all over. Tang Yu said back in an unceremonious battle. Tang Yi what would like to say, but this time, Ms. Tang is very timely to stand up and became a peacemaker. Tang Yu and Tang Yi this did not talk at all. They see this. Ms. Tang had said, not to Tang Yu table brother, then I'm very curious what is your purpose for asking me and cousin Tang Yi out today? Do you want us to help you deal with Ziming? Nothing is wrong, no words. With Tang Weiner's question, Tang Yu's coldness couldn't be broken, but he didn't feel much better. He just sat there quietly and said, Tang Yi, you often walk around various exhibitions. You will be more familiar with the various situations of Weiner. And I remember that you have invested in several high-tech companies. Although there are not many projects worth 2 million, you can let them try to participate in the competition. Here the voice was off. There would mercilessly Tang Yi asked, let's do this do that, how about you prepare a stool? Grab the seeds you watch a movie. No mistake not jump word. Of course I will also do my things. There is a friend of mine in the CFOC company. I think I can do other things internally. Tang Yu said annoyedly. And this exhibition, I will also make more. Many companies have participated, but more will depend on you. Remember, no matter who of the three of us finally gets the inheritance right, the Tang family will still be the Tang family, but if they get it, then the Tang family won't know what the surname is in the future. So, Tang Yu said firmly, we must stop all of this no matter what. Whether it's the business of Jike or the business of Tang Ran and Ziming, all must be destroyed. Futai IT Technology Exhibition is a large-scale technology exhibition organized by Forte Corporation. It is a technology exhibition that emerged with the rise of high-tech companies in Silicon Valley. It is used to showcase various high-tech companies for its products and future concepts. Forte Technology Exhibition is an occasional exhibition based on the technological development of Silicon Valley, which has a great influence in Silicon Valley and even the United States. Information about the Science and Technology Exhibition was written stroke by stroke on the blackboard in the conference room by Zuming. This was another plenary meeting of Jike. The company's president Tang Ran, general manager Chen Qian, and marketing department and everyone in the technical department is in the conference room. However, the Jike company is now full of calculations, which is 15 people. Whether the plenary meeting is not much different. According to the news that General Manager Chen Qian and I have previously inquired about, the future president of Safek Company Liberton will personally go to the Forte Technology Exhibition to inspect each company, as well as the current IT market and computer before the bidding starts. Have a certain understanding of the equipment. To put it more straightforwardly, this is a preliminary examination conducted by the president of Safek on all possible bidding companies before the bidding. Winning this preliminary examination will have a huge impact on the future bidding. Explanations. His hands on the table and looked at everyone present at the meeting, said, so, after I and President Don to discuss the decision, Wedeco Company must also participate in this science fair. Despite the blackboard when Ziming when writing the relevant information of Futai Science and Technology Exhibition, everyone thought that Ziming wanted to participate, but when Ziming really said this, it still caused an uproar in the conference room, but everyone did not expect it. The thing is, this surprise has just begun. I am a very strong person. So since we are going to participate in this science and technology exhibition, we must come up with something that must conquer customers, so that even if there is no full score in this test, at least it must be in more than 90 points. Ziming Point of Technology, Liu Strong Manager, you are the University of California students and graduates of information technology professional, has always been you are doing this piece of technology, so this to you. There is no problem. Face to the point. Ziming, Liu Qiang looked very embarrassed. He hesitated for a while, finally said, Vice week total, I am afraid that this task cannot be completed. Liu strong words just say it was the beginning of a corrective. Ziming, Liu manager, you can say it is difficult, as I can also ask questions directly. But please do not say directly deny not complete. I'm sorry. Liu Strong again put together your own ideas and then said, I have a science and technology exhibition is difficult, because the company Deco only done some science and technology, and the experience did not participate in this large-scale science and technology exhibition. I don't know what to do, let alone face the customer directly this time. I don't think Vice President Zhu, a lot of our equipment is also very backward. Liu Strong said the last heavy sigh. In fact, not difficult to understand his words. The central idea is no part of this technology exhibition company in the past Deco most glorious time, now come down in this way, and also equipment the times are completely out of touch. How can we participate? To know that, but Silicon Valley's biggest technology exhibition will be laid, which is not ashamed in front of everyone. Ziming nodded. Cheng recognized that this is indeed a very important question before us. Ziming followed by a fierce turn the topic of conversation, but this is not the reason you retreat, Liu. You have to understand that you are the manager of the technical department. Deco campaign is technological backwardness and you have the most direct relationship. You do not think of ways to improve the technology, or rent your friends or technology from other companies. Do not complain to me, just buy. You can solve the problem. No mistake, not jump word. Liu Strong bowed his head. I'm sorry, Deputy Weak Total, I understand. I will immediately move up and fight before the start of the exhibition. Technology, let us be the most advanced technology companies in Silicon Valley. Ziming smiled and waved his hand, said, this unrealistic promises. Even after the end of the meeting, the former general manager Cheng will give you a document that was say IFUC company information library is now a variety of equipment and software. You take the technology and study it carefully. Liu Strong in front of a fierce light. I guarantee certificate fulfill the mission. At the end of the meeting, Ziming and Chen Qian left the company together. They need to go to Futai company to discuss participation in the exhibition. After all, this kind of exhibition is not a roadside stand. Anyone who wants to set up can pull a cart to set it up. It needs to be arranged uniformly by Futai company. And as Liu Qian said before, JEEK has never held an exhibition before. This time it is a temporary holdover, and it is even more necessary to negotiate. Got into the car, Ziming, before he suddenly asked, the Vice Total, do you really believe that Liu Qian technology in Silicon Valley to make the most first-class equipment and software in such a short time? No mistake, not jump word. Ziming this did not answer, but asked him, that what you believe it? No mistake, not jump word. Chen Qian shook his head and replied, I don't believe it. There is no insulting or demeaning Liu Qian. I want to say that if he really has this ability, I'm afraid that JEEK will already become a super first-class company in Silicon Valley. No matter what the consortium thinks to control the company, it will eventually give way to profit. Is indeed so. Deco Company's past success is only thanks to the rise of internet technology, the actual place itself and not a particular draw. Ziming went on to say, it is not important, although technology is a male the performance of the company's hard power, but it can also pass through the joint construction of booths with other companies, relying on other high-tech companies to fake tigers, plus some things specifically for CFOC. A week before Cheng hear the sound of foreign Ming's words, the Deputy Weak it always question your real concern is how to actually go in the exhibition, right? No mistake, not jump word. Ziming thought still asked him, Cheng former general manager, if you are Forte company, will allow you to go performance continued loss of such a small company into the exhibition No mistake, not jump word. Chen Qian thought about it and replied, I don't think I will allow it. It has nothing to do with the size of the company. The key lies in the loss and turnover of JEEK. Although I don't want to say it, 200,000 a month's business, well, I'm afraid it's not enough to pay for the exhibition. If such a company is allowed to enter the exhibition, it will be smashing its own sign. This is something that anyone who wants to be a brand will never allow. So, I can only hope that the person in charge of Forte company is not an outstanding manager. He just wants to create higher performance, so that I will still have a chance. Ziming smiled. Chapter 190, I'm here for the exhibition. The Stanford Convention Center is the largest and most advanced conference center in Peru. Adhering to the academic spirit of Stanford University, it also makes the Stanford Convention Center solemn but without losing a trace of youthful vitality. The new Futai Technology exhibition was therefore selected here. Zuming and Chen Qian came to the Stanford Convention Center. They got out of the car. Zuming looked at Chen Qian's nervousness and said to him, "Don't be so nervous. Today we are here to show off. No matter how much money you say, I can afford it. Don't save me money today. I'm the biggest prodigal in the world, you know." Chen Qian nodded in a daze, and then they walked up the steps. Before they arrived at the door, they were stopped by the security staff of the convention center. A black security guard said politely, "I'm very sorry, because of the exhibition, the Stanford Convention Center is closed now and will not accept any visitors. 2 people can wait for 3. The Danhu exhibition began to buy tickets again. Facing the black security guards, Chen Qian gave Zuming subconsciously. He only gained confidence after receiving Zuming's encouraging eyes, and raised an unhappy brow and said, "What tourist? I think you should look at your eyes, because in my opinion, your eyes are useless. We are going to participate in the IT company of the Forte Technology exhibition." There. Black security guard did not buy the journey at all. The previous account. "So that's the case. Then please show me the access card of the exhibition company." Chen Qian had prepared for this. "Our company decided to participate in this technology exhibition on a temporary basis, so the access card has not yet been issued." "Calm down. But we can ask the person in charge of Forte to testify. I think he should be here, right?" The black security guard still didn't buy it and said, "I'm sorry, I'm just a security guard. I don't know about it. But if you can find the person in charge of Forte company, you can contact him outside. As long as someone can do it for you, promise, I can let you in." "How can I say that you don't understand a bit?" Chen Qian was deliberately angry. "I said a minute company to participate in the exhibition, not a media reporter to make trouble. If don't worry, you can always follow me and take me to find the person in charge of Forte, instead of stopping me here. There are still very important things waiting for me to deal with. If you are delayed here, show up should you pay for any loss." There. Black security guard was frightened by Chen Qian. His eyes were a little dodging. At this moment, Chen Qian continued to hit the iron while the iron was hot and turned his head and pointed at the car that was still parked at the door and said, "Did you see what it was? That is the luxury car Audi worth more than $100,000. We drove that car. That is a symbol of our status. Or do you think anyone can afford that kind of car?" "What you are doing now?" "What I did was to prevent a distinguished guest from going to check his booth. Do you know how violent business ethics this is? I can file a complaint against you for this, and even ask you to pay 10 times the economic loss, hundreds of $10,000. Can you afford it?" Chen Qian said solemnly. "Ah, is there such a big loss? Then I can report to my manager or I will accompany you in." There. Black security guard said to Chen Qian incoherently. Apparently he was completely frightened by Chen Qian. "No, I knew what to do." But at this moment, a white man carrying a rubber rod, who looked a little dangling, came out. He looked at Zimingqing and there was a black security guard who asked, "What's the matter?" "It's so noisy at the door," shouting, "Don't you want this month's bonus?" Seeing the white man came out, the black security guard immediately found the savior and said, "Manager, they said that they are also members of the exhibiting company, and they want to go in to see their booth." The white manager looked up at Zuming and Chen Qian and said, "Is there a permit?" There. Black security guard shook his head and said, "Number." The white manager yelled, "Then you won't let them go? Isn't the Stanford Convention Center not their system?" But he said they have a very important project. If things go wrong, they would complain. Blacks want the security efforts of solution release, but white managers are once again interrupted. Then go kick him. Their ass. As long as you can kick their ass to blossom, they will not complain to you. Chen Qian couldn't listen at this moment and stepped forward. "The manager, I don't know what is wrong with you here, but our project is very important. I need to go in first. If you don't, rest assured, you can follow. Together, I can communicate with your leaders after the event and give you a little bonus. Tens of thousands and hundreds of thousands of dollars are nothing to us. What if I don't? Said the white manager and walked up. Let me see what it is. White's manager looked up and down glances, before he suddenly said, They will not be the right person because what I've heard Deco Company wants to temporarily came to join Forte Technology Exhibition, but it's a garbage company that doesn't have any technology, isn't it you? Cheng Qian was stunned. He couldn't imagine how a white manager would suddenly say such a sentence. He didn't understand how this white manager, who had never met before, knew that he belonged to Jico. Isn't it possible that you still have the mark of Jik on your body? Cheng did not understand before, but Ziming thought it might be someone in the back of the hands and feet moving, so he stood up and said, I am. They really Deco Company. But we're going to participate in the science fair, and not in conflict. My God, is your head filled with shit? The white manager deliberately exaggerated. Don't you know that all the companies that can participate in the Forte Technology Exhibition are all big companies with a market value of tens of millions? But what's the market value of your Jik company? Let me think about it. Your sales for the entire month last month were only a pitiful 200,000 yuan, right? It's not enough to rent the cheapest booth inside, you said. Didn't you come to make trouble? Face merciless ridicule on the front of the white manager. Ziming is still calm, said, I'm sorry, on this issue, no matter how many times you ask, I answer all the same. I did come to the exhibition. The white manager laughed and said, Exhibition? Oh God, are you kidding me? Or did you bring a Terminator or some other technology that can change the world? If none of these, I'm afraid I can't afford to pay the rent for the exhibition, because Jik is really too good. Jik was really unsatisfactory for some time in the past, but that was all in the past, and it is based on the strength of Jik underlying. It's very easy to become a strong company. Ziming added, I know you have your rules, and we don't want to break the rules, so I hope you can help us contact the person in charge of Futai Company to facilitate this transaction. I think it will be of great benefit to you. There. White manager deliberately pursed his ears and said, but I don't want to do this, I just want to drive you out. The white manager reached out. Ziming said again, hit me fiercely. At the order of the white manager, several black security guards around him immediately took out the rubber rods from their bodies and rushed towards Ziming aggressively. However, some people are faster than these security personnel. They only rushed to Ziming's body, and a big foot kicked them in front of their chests, kicking them all back one by one. He just stayed with Ziming all the time. The unobtrusive soldier king. In the blink of an eye, the security guards who were still aggressive just now can only fall to the ground and moan. The white manager looked at all this in a daze, with a look of dementia. They couldn't believe it. Ziming shook his head helplessly and said, Hey, originally, I wanted to talk to you. After all, it's not easy for you to do security. I don't want to break the rules, but you want to stop me. Hit me, then I can't help it. While talking about Ziming, he walked into the conference center. The white manager was about to call Ziming, but he suddenly saw the eyes staring at him like a falcon, making him shudder suddenly, and couldn't say anything. Following the signs, Ziming and Cheng Qian went directly to the main venue of the conference center, where booths of various companies were being set up, and a tall and thin Jew was standing on a high platform watching all this. Cheng Qian recognized him at a glance. That's Barber, the project manager of Forte Company. Ziming Cheng and his former walk. It is natural to find him before he introduced himself. Barber Mr. Hello, I am Deco Company's former general manager Cheng. Once in the first half of the meeting we have seen for prospective technological yes. This time I hope to also participate in the exhibition at Stanford. Barber looked very puzzled Ziming Cheng and before the eyes, even though he cannot remember how has this man away before, but he said, Mr. Cheng before, I'm very high interest to see you here, but I'm sorry, I don't understand what you mean. Are you still not registering to reserve a spot at the exhibition? That's it. We really hope to temporarily participate in this exhibition. Chen Qian said, "That it tell me about your company featured it, or what epoch-making high-tech products and the like, because I'm sorry, I do not have a deep impression on Deco Company." Barber said, "For this requirement, careful thought for a moment, before he then said, I have a high theoretical attainments on memory expansion. According to our latest research shows that now the computer memory is very delayed. Our newly developed computer, the memory can expand an ordinary home computer by more than 10 times. I believe this must be an epoch-making technological advancement." Barber smiled and shook his head and said, "I'm sorry, but if this is the case, it is not in line with our company's interim request to join. We fought a technology exhibition. The most important requirement is to technological innovation, but I'm sorry, you just say, I don't see any innovation. The memory is updated very quickly. I think it will be more than 10 times what you said in less than 3 years." At the end, Barber suddenly remembered something. "I remembered the G company you mentioned. Is that a small company with a monthly turnover of less than 200,000? Such a company also wants to participate in our technology exhibition. Are you all idiots?" "Oh, God. I was actually listening to your explanation so seriously before, listening to your company's technological innovation. I'm just an idiot." Cheng think the solution before any release, but Barber suddenly spoke about them. "Also, how did you come in here? If I remember correctly, no identity cards of people are not allowed to freely enter here. I want to this complaint was security. You have to go out now." "Mr. Barber, this has nothing to do with security, but we used our own methods." Chen Qian was anxious to explain to Barber, but Barber interrupted him unceremoniously, and raised his hand to the door. Forte does not welcome anyone who does not follow the rules. Please leave immediately. Facing Barber's order to chase away guests, Chen Qian had nothing to do. At this time, Ziming suddenly said, "We can leave at any time." "But doesn't Mr. Barber want a deal worth 1,190 chapter God class black sheep, worth 1 million transactions? Are you saying that only 200,000 a month in sales of funny business?" "I'm sorry, I did not see any link between the two." Pakistan uncle said so, but his hand pointing to the door slowly dropped. Ziming keenly caught this signal, so he went on to say, "Yes, it is a 1 million transaction. If possible, I don't mind upgrading this 1 million to 2 million, 3 million or even 5 million, 10 million. You said that Jeek's monthly turnover is only 200,000. I am not otherwise, but what I want to say is that it is already in the past. Now that I have come to this company, it is different." What's not the same? Are you trying to tell me that you are very rich, and this company will be willing to go spend their money? Error-free does not jump word. Barber asked meaningfully. Ziming asked Barber in return, "You mean to say that I was a bit of a prodigal by doing this, right?" There are no mistakes in a lot of words, but what I want to say is, I am happy to prosecute, and I am happy to take my money and go everywhere. Spend, in order to achieve my goal. I can spend tens of millions of dollars. It doesn't matter. I lose my own home and you have a half-cent relationship, and more importantly, I have a way to make so much money. I am unbeaten. How can I spend so much money? At there, Enziming smiled and looked at Barber and said, "Mr. Barber, you seem to have never seen a god-level prodigal like me, right?" Little characters. Barber was flushed by Ziming's old face. "Do you say that you are a prodigal son?" Nothing is wrong and no words are skipped. Facing Barber's questioning, Ziming smiled casually. He snapped his fingers and handed the bag he was carrying to Ziming calmly, and Ziming put it in Barber's hand. In front of him, there are 300,000 cash in it. "Don't ask me why I only put 300,000, because this backpack has a limited capacity. So I can only put so much." "What do you want to do?" Barber wrinkled brow asked. He suddenly had a very bad premonition in his heart. "Don't you believe that I am a prodigal son? I think if I am unbeaten to show you, I would be too sorry for my self-proclaimed god-level prodigal name," Ziming said as he came to the edge of the high platform. facing away not far. The employees of various companies and the workers who were setting up exhibition halls shouted, "Listen, people over there, money is sprinkled here. If you want money, come and grab it." After shouting the first sentence, then Ziming immediately reached out and grabbed a few bundles of banknotes from his backpack. He pulled off the bundled paper and threw it into the air. When the workers below heard Ziming's words, they all looked up in a daze, and they saw the colorful banknotes slowly fall like snowflakes flying all over the sky, and some people can reach out and receive them. "This is money. This is really money," the workers shouted excitedly after receiving the money. After confirming that what Ziming had sprinkled was real money, these workers began to bend down to start the crazy money-picking mode, and other workers who were far from the high platform also ran as fast as possible when they saw this situation coming over. After they robbed the banknotes on the ground like army ants, they all looked up at Ziming again, waiting for him to spread the money next. Facing the hopeful eyes below, Ziming said loudly, "Tell you, I am a god-level prodigal. Today I am very happy. I will give you money and worship me as much as you want, you slaves of banknotes and scraps of America." After talking, Ziming took out a few bundles of money from his bag and threw it out. As the colorful bills fell down, the people below looked like beggars who had been hungry for a month, waiting for a beggar, jealous. The mad scramble for them, their side fighting for cursing each other, while also singing the praises of Ziming. "Generous father, your out now is definitely God's will. I would like to be your faithful servant, devout, kiss you every day on the tip of my toes. I only ask you one thing, is to continue to give us money. We need more money. Enjoy to fight it to grab it. Who grabbed the money that belongs to whom?" Ziming forced to spread his money, and he also handed some money to the side of the bar before Cheng said, "Do not stunt here, we sprinkle money together, yeah. God is so prodigal level of play." In the week under Ming's instigation, before he took the bill, also learn explanations to the following spread, and soon Ziming bag on less than half of the money. Then see the following: Ziming many women simply robbed, but the man. So Ziming came to the other side of the high table. He said to the woman, "Here the little girl who, take off your clothes, let me see your big wave, just let me satisfied. I'll give you more money." The following women were originally due to fight, but those men to physical problems, being anxious. Ziming listened now suddenly say, they like to hear the voice of God in general. One jumped up happy, mad rush over the entire convention center under the influence of the money atmosphere. They took off their tops without hesitation, and even took off their underwear when they were a little more open, in front of so many men. "You who are honest girl, then the United States women, my money, you give up." After saying this, Ziming directly threw his backpack with money in front of the women, and then saw women of all skin colors. They rushed to the backpack naked and desperately grabbed the money. This is really a race. 8th cut the picture. I did not expect 300,000 can do. It seems that the ancient people honest bully me. It really is money talks. Ziming feeling something. Come back and look away before Barber. They have been completely stunned. They're speechless. How it like. What do you think of Mr. Barber prodigal way? I do. No mistake, not jump word. Ziming asked. At this time, Barber was shocked by the picture of the money grabbing in front of him and was speechless. He just asked in a daze, that. Is it really 300,000? Nothing was wrong and no words were skipped. Ziming laughed. Is this Mr. Barber also fake it, or you think I can come up with a bunch of white paper to make these people so mad scramble for it, especially those naked women? But you are so throw 300,000. What is your purpose? Barber and asked. Of course, in order to prove I am a god-class spendthrift. Yeah. I have not said yet. No mistake, not jump word. Ziming answered with surprise. Barber had finally recovered from the scene of the money grabbing before him. But when he heard Ziming's answer, his head suddenly froze again. Barber has lived for more than 40 years, not to mention being used to seeing the vicissitudes of life. He is also well informed. However, he has never heard of people like Ziming, because he has seen or even heard of the prodigal son, at most buy some sports cars, play with celebrity women, or simply take drugs to mess up the party. Where do you hear that someone just throws out money when they don't agree with me? That's too bad for money. And if there is a little legitimate reason, but he is just to prove that he is a god-level prodigal, is this also a reason? There seems to be no need to prove this bad name, right? No mistakes. Not too strange, Barber. This is not, after all, he saw all those black sheep cannot be called, although they can spend money, but also their assets up to tens of millions, and even a lot of people are still there in their own business. Many people's money is tied to their assets, and it will still be painful for them to lose 300,000 yuan at once, so they can only do other things. Ziming is not the same. The other did not say, on the north of Russia and his party to come up with a 10 trillion from the former Soviet Union to bring down turret plan, although the situation of these assets are mostly, but also Russia and north of a public financial oligarchy to divide, but to go to their own hands also. There are always a few 100 million, and 300,000 and a dime simply ordinary people as 1 month's wages among the tens of billions in which, naturally there will be no feeling distressed, not to mention, Ziming still has a purpose. Over there, they are criminals who are here to make trouble. Get them out. Suddenly he shouted, and turned his head to look, only to see the white manager who had just met at the door. At this moment, he was followed by more than a dozen. A security guard in uniform came over here aggressively. Obviously he was going to avenge his revenge at the door. I really want to lose a little money to Futai Science and Technology Exhibition. It seems that there is no chance now, Ziming said helplessly. Barber immediately understood what was going on, so he immediately yelled at the white manager over there. Go back to me. This is my important customer. Barber's words suddenly stopped all the security team members. They looked at Barber in a daze, as if they couldn't believe it, and Ziming waved at them at this moment and said, go back. You have no chance to take revenge. Ziming's words were like a slap in the face. It was drawn on the white manager's face, and it made him feel hot and painful. But at this time, with Barber's words, he could not help Ziming at all. So he could only knock off his front teeth and swallow it back. When the white manager left, Barber turned his head back and said to Ziming, okay, I believe you are a god-level prodigal, so how much budget do you have for Jiko to join temporarily? Ziming stretched out a finger. I just promised 1 million. Barber shook his head and said, it's impossible. You know our Forte Technology Exhibition is very important. We also want to build the exhibition into a brand, so we are very pay attention to the ability of each participating company, and even if the strength of the participating company is not enough, we will help him to make up for it. I think this item alone is very difficult. Ziming smiled and added 2 more a finger. I see. That 3 million. Barber raised his eyebrows and said, Mr. Ziming is really refreshing, but 3 million is not enough. After all, you are temporarily requesting the exhibition. This is because we have already on the premise that the arrangement of the venue is arranged. This. Before Barber's words were finished, Ziming changed his fingers to 5 and said, 5 million. 5 million is a very huge number. But with a large company like APA, the participation fee they took out is very high. If you can also take out valuable technology products like them, to think this price is very reasonable. Barber said. Ziming's finger turned into 10 million. Barber took a breath, and he almost agreed. But in the end he said, if you can add a little more, it will be more perfect. Is that so? Let's forget it. Although I like the prodigal, but I don't like your insatiable attitude. Abandoning these words, Ziming and Chen Qian turned around and were about to leave, and Barber immediately grabbed him. 10 million, just follow yours. But before Barber's words were finished, Ziming interrupted him and said, 8 million, you can do it. You can't pull it down. This answer made Barber a little vomiting blood. He originally thought that Ziming was really being taken advantage of and wanted to slaughter a little bit more, but he didn't expect that he was so self-willed and reduced it a bit. It really gave him the impulse to die. He wished he could slap himself. He had known it 1,000 times. One promised, what do you want to do more? It turned out to be 2 million less. What a stupid pig. While Barber cursed himself in his heart, he nodded like a chicken pecking rice and answered Ziming, "No problem, 8 million is 8 million. Ziming happily shook hands with Barber. "I'm very happy to join the Forte Technology exhibition." After saying that, Ziming thought for a while and said, "Yes, I actually prepared the 300,000 that I threw just now for Mr. Barber, but you don't believe. I can only prove the 300,000 in this way." Hearing this, Barber heard the sound of his heart break at the time, and almost no blood spurted out. Take a day off tomorrow. I hope you can forgive me during the Qingming season. Chapter 192. This Prodigal is Not Simple Part 1. Tang Yu, Tang Yi and Tang Weiner are here again in the Sanna private dining room in Union Square, Inches, San Francisco together. Cousin Tang Yi and Cousin Weiner, I remember that I told you only yesterday that Ziming will definitely go to the Forte Science and Technology exhibition by any means, and you all promised to stop him. But why is Forte now? President Cook, he temporarily interrupted the meeting in New York, flew back to Peru, and personally came to sign with Ziming. Can any of you give me an explanation? Tang Yu gritted his teeth and asked Tang Yi and Tang Weiner. You can clearly hear his tolerable anger from his words. In response, Tang Yi and Tang Weiner looked at each other, and then Tang Yi said, "I said Cousin Tang Yu, you have misunderstood me and Cousin Weiner. We have all done our best. As the children of the Tang family, I think you must also know that in order to avoid the struggle for inheritance rights in the family, all family children who interfere in the assessment of other children on the surface will lose their inheritance rights, so we can only come in the dark." Tang Yi spread his hands and sighed. Said, "I found the security manager of the Stanford Convention Center. He has done his best." Tang Weiner said, "Cousin Tang Yu, I think it is unreasonable for you to blame us, because we didn't think that Ziming could do it. Such a thing. Throwing 300,000 money almost made the entire Stanford Convention Center crazy at that time. That's it. The security manager told me that men fight for money, and women take off clothes for money. It's crazy." Tang Yi followed Tang Weiner's words and said, but in the end he looked at Tang Yu again and asked, "Cousin Tang Yu, Cousin Weiner and I, regardless of success or failure, we at least did something. What about you? Didn't you have people around Ziming? Why didn't you see what he did?" Listening to Tang Yi and Tang Weiner's harmony, and finally turned the target to his own practice, let Tang Yu. His forehead was so angry, but his character still made him hold it back. Have you forgotten that Tang Ran and Ziming immediately had a good time cleaning after taking over the company? The person I put in must be used at a critical moment. How can they use it casually? Tang Yu explained patiently. Cousin Tang Yu, we just ask casually. You don't have to answer us so seriously, don't you? As the big brother of our generation, we still don't believe you. There is nothing wrong and no words. Tang Yi said lightly. Tang Weiner also said, yes, Cousin Tang Yu, in fact, this time we didn't expect that fellow Ziming could be so prodigal. He actually gave away 300,000 yuan in the Stanford Convention Center. I think I have seen and heard about it. A lot of prodigal sons, but like him, this is the first time I heard about it. I believe the person in charge of Forte Company though was also shocked by his hand, so I agreed. Originally, Tang Yi's words did not make Tang Yu vomit blood. But later Tang Weiner's words made him feel a lot more comfortable. He thought about it and said the information he had received. The person in charge of Forte's company there is Vice President Barber. It was not the 300,000 that he was really shocked, but the 8 million budget proposed by Ziming. What? 8 million budget? This is thought to help Ziming. Tang then won the right to inherit. Want crazy? No mistake, not jump word. Rao is the Downs family pick third and fourth heirs and M's Tang Yi. They hear the digital future are also eat a surprise, because as even Forte Technology exhibition again how influential they it's not like this. After all, the budget of 8 million is spent here just to win a project of 2 million. How do you think this deal is a loss? And the successor wants to lead the family to the next level, but he didn't come to such a prodigal family. Isn't his approach the same? What is Ziming thinking about this time? M's Tang Yi and both think road. Tang Yu then said, I know you. They are not understanding him. Such an approach, but is now more important, should not be so much of his money came from it. No mistakes, no skipping. Following Tanya's rhetorical question, Tang Yi and Tang Weina were shocked at the time. This was something they didn't expect, and it was indeed the most easily overlooked part. They work as downstairs, everyone has their own industry, and therefore spend more money being nothing, but then the Tang and Zuming cannot, they are the sole owner of the family business. Is that on the verge of bankruptcy? Jeek, how can there be so much money? Could it be that his background is not simple, this time to fight for their right to inherit ulterior motives too? He had all thought so. At the same meeting room at Stanford when the conference center, and before Ziming Cheng was sitting in a chair waiting for the final signing, Barber received a call. Later he went out, leaving them in the here and now. Vice week total, we really spend $8 million to buy such a temporary booth. You come in? No mistake, not jump word. Cheng Qian asked. Ziming looked pale as he yan and he asked, is not it? Feel to spend $8 million to fight a $2 million of the project. Take a little sesame watermelon, change the meaning of it. Cheng Qian smiled awkwardly and scratched his head. He didn't know what to say. At this time, Ziming shook his head and sighed. If General Manager Cheng only sees the $2 million project of CFOC, then the $8 million we spent is naturally a loss. But what if you can take a closer look? When the former process went shocked, because he is completely unknown Ziming phrase and then move forward to look at what that means. No way, Ziming had to give him a hint. The $2 million projects are just our performance this month. Are you going to let the Geek company close in just 1 month? Nothing is wrong. No words. Ziming, then like a sober reminder, wake up immediately, give way before, he hung his head in shame. If it's just a $2 million project, we don't need to participate in such a high-tech exhibition at all. Even if time is tight, we still have many other ways to enter the CFOC company's vision. After all, 3 days to prepare for an exhibition, it was really too rushed. Ziming then changed the subject and then said, can this Forte technology show is not an ordinary exhibition, he is a future-oriented technology and large-scale exhibition. His popularity is very high. To participate in this exhibition are also famous high-tech companies, and that it is now we can show up on this technology exhibition. Is it that we and other high-tech companies are in a horizontal line yet? So once let other people got this message, we will Geek's orders be more and easier. Vice always you say yes, I too narrow a vision. Somewhat discouraged before Cheng said. Cheng Qian couldn't help being discouraged. Although he knew that there was a gap between him and Ziming in the past, he thought it could be made up, but after this incident, he realized that he was really far from Ziming. First, to say the least, to one that took out $8 million of Forte technology to attend the exhibition, he is in any case could not make this determination, or that he would count can lower this determination to come up with $8 million. It may not be possible to negotiate with Forte company. The reason is simple. I want to participate temporarily. Forte company has its own related system, and it is difficult to join in. Besides, the people of Forte company are not stupid. You suddenly asked for a temporary exhibition without any prior notice, and you are still willing to participate at such a high price. They will definitely doubt your motives. You know that Barber still knows Geek. That what this 1 second ago, it increases the difficulty of the negotiations. So urgent moment in time, they might be Forte company's high opponents of the knife. Slaughtered after key can also be arrived at very remote places. Go against the up. These are real problems that are likely to be encountered, but after Ziming's interpretation of a prodigal son, the situation is suddenly different. They will think that Ziming is just purely rich and willful, willing to pay a high price to participate in the exhibition, just for their own sake. Happy. So he had taken advantage of in order to retain such a one as possible. I can only say good things to do, to make the benefits. Thinking of this, Cheng Qian could not help but admire Ziming, admiring his deliberately pretending to be a prodigal son. It seemed absurd, but in reality it contained great wisdom. At this time, the door of the conference room suddenly opened, and a bald head walked in. After the previous introduction, Ziming and Chen Qian knew that he was the president of Forte Company, Cook, and hurried back from New York upon the news. He was fully responsible. Barber, vice president of Forte Technology Exhibition, followed him. Cook came over and shook hands with Ziming cordially. Mr. Ziming, the new vice president of JEEK, and Mr. Chen Qian, general manager, I'm sorry to keep you waiting. Ziming is unnecessary, he said. It does not matter, but Mr. Cook trouble you, so also all the way back from New York to fly. And I'm not Mr. Barber partner sold the technology exhibition. Cook smiled without embarrassment and said, that can't be said, it's just my pure respect for Mr. Ziming. Ziming waved his big hand and said, don't talk about this, and there is no meaning to blame Mr. Cook. Let's talk about business. My JEEK company is going to participate in the exhibition. Please rest assured, Mr. Ziming. Since I have returned from New York, this matter must be true. It's okay. Cook then turned to the front and asked, it's just that I'm curious, Mr. Ziming, why do you insist on participating in the exhibition now? Of course it's to get the ad of JEEK company out. Ziming said, your Forte Technology Exhibition is not the most influential and the highest technology in the entire Silicon Valley. Will there be exhibitions attended by many large companies? Then I only have to let JEEK participate in this exhibition, not just with other companies. Are the big high-tech companies on an equal footing? Nothing is wrong and no words are skipped. Cook froze for a moment, as if he had never experienced such a weird negotiation method. Suddenly he was a bit caught off guard and didn't know what to say. Ziming went on to say, there is another point. In order to highlight my JEEK company, I also need to participate in the exhibition with other high-tech companies and companies. That is, I can borrow the names of other big companies. Cook was shocked. He didn't expect Ziming to make this request. He frowned and shook his hand. Although we are hosting the exhibition, we don't have any rigid requirements for cooperation with other participating companies. Participation is voluntary. Before Cook finished speaking, Ziming said again, I know that I can't let my friends suffer. So I also prepared 2.5 million yuan. As far as I know, Forte Company still has a special science and technology fund, right? There are no mistakes. I can donate to this fund, or directly to Mr. Cook or Mr. Barber, as long as you can speak. Chapter 193 This Prodigal Son is Not Easy Part 2 Mr. Ziming, our Forte Company is the organizer of the exhibition. In principle, we are only responsible for providing venues and publicity. We are not involved in providing any form of cooperative exhibition, nor will we participate in any commercial activities. Upon request, we can provide customers with opportunities to contact each other, and we can also provide customers with corresponding services for cooperative exhibitions. This is what Forte's President Cook said to Ziming, and based on these words, he quickly invited a friend of his, that is a tall, short hair. There is a pair of rimless glasses on the tall nose, and a man with a beard. This is my friend. We used to work for Hewlett-Packard together, but now he is Steve Jobs, the chairman of Apex. I think Mr. Ziming from Apex, you must have heard of it. It is a company that has created miracles. The company? His company was sold out within an hour on the day of listing. So that he created at least 4 billionaires in 1 hour, and in Silicon Valley, Apex is synonymous with technological innovation, so I think it suits your requirements very well, and it will also be a good combination. Cook introduced Jobs to Ziming, and although Jobs was a little surprised when he saw Ziming, he took the initiative to reach out to Ziming with a smile. Looking at the hand that Jobs stretched towards him, Ziming had mixed feelings in his heart. Perhaps now the name Jobs is only well known in the Silicon Valley circle, but Ziming, as a rebirth person, is not the same as this name. It couldn't be more familiar. After all, more than 2 decades later, when smartphones became popular in the market, his name was so eloquent that it was hard to know. However, it is not 20 years later. Mobile phones are still in the era of the big brother. Apex is not the high-tech giant company that leads the world smartphone trend in later generations. It is just a computer company with a little value. and Jobs does not. Passing away became a marketing gimmick for the company, and he was just a corporate leader who looked a little different in the eyes of others. Zeming held Jobs' hand and looked up at that famous face, thinking that he could have the opportunity to shake hands with such a famous person. I am afraid that in the future generations, many fans will go crazy. Mr. Jobs and Apex are very familiar to me. If I have the opportunity to work with Apex, then I would be so happy, but I am very curious that Apex will allow us to exhibit with them. No, make no mistakes, Zeming asked. Jobs and Cook looked at each other, and they both saw a hint of surprise in each other's eyes. It seemed that Zeming's reaction was somewhat different from what they had predicted. Cook first said, "Mr. Zeming is like this. I have introduced your situation to Steve Jobs. He is very interested in Jike and you, so he can decide to cooperate with you on a trial basis." Before Cook finished his words, Jobs interrupted him. "Mr. Zeming, right? Let me tell you the truth. I am no longer in Apex, but I need a certain amount of capital to run my new project." It happened that Cook said, "You can provide me with the funds needed." Cook kept winking at Jobs, telling him not to say what he had done so hard to help him. Of course Jobs could understand Cook's painstaking efforts, but he didn't know why. After listening to Zeming's words, he was reluctant to lie to him. He then said, "Of course, although I have left Apex now, but I still have a sufficient amount of shares in Apex. If you and Forte have reached an agreement, I can help you facilitate this kind of cooperation. I am confident that my words will not go away with the wind," Jobs said. After that, Cook went on to explain to him, "That's the case, Mr. Zeming. You may know that Jobs left Apex, but that's just the right of the company. Jobs, he is the founder of Apex, and he is also the founder of Apex. The person who has the most influence on Apex, even if he leaves the company, his decision will be as imperial to Apex." Zeming waved his hand and said, "I have no time to understand the grievances between Jobs and Apex, as long as if you can do my thing, the money will not be less than yours." Jobs' eyes lit up. Obviously he understood Zeming's overtones. Zeming's attitude was very obvious. He knew the little things between himself and Cook. It can also be seen that he and Cook are taking him as a victim. He just doesn't want to care about it. His purpose is very clear, it is for the exhibition contract. On the other hand, Cook said to Zeming, "Of course, since we are all here, we will definitely treat Mr. Zeming's matter as the top priority. I believe that in the Science and Technology exhibition 2 days later, Jike will definitely it will be next to API company." Zeming took out his checkbook and wrote a check for $2.5 million with satisfaction. Cook was very pleased to take it, but Zeming slapped him with a slap. In the desktop, Cook face puzzled look. Zeming told him, "Mr. Cook's promised to keep it to my satisfaction, but API company, it seems that you guarantee and not have any effect." Library smiled awkwardly at Zeming. He then vigorously winked at Jobs, but Jobs turned a blind eye, and just asked Zeming, "Can you tell me why you must participate in this exhibition and be with Apex?" No mistakes, no skipping. Facing Jobs' problem, Zeming shrugged his shoulders easily and said, "Because Jike's influence is not enough, I need to start the brand for him through this exhibition. As for Apex, I'm sorry, I have nothing wrong with it to choose him, it's just that you are right in front of me, Mr. Jobs, that's all." In other words, if the chairman of another company is standing in front of you, then you will also cooperate with him, right? Nothing is wrong without skipping words. Jobs pressed Zeming, "I really don't want to answer this question, but if you must ask Mr. Jobs, then I can tell you, yes, as long as this technology company is very famous and influential in Silicon Valley now." Zeming do not shy away from answering. Jobs smiled and shook his head and said, "This is really a very ridiculous answer. It reminds me of a story of a soldier and a general. The soldier said that he was as majestic as the general, and the general did not believe it. So he went to patrol the barracks with the soldiers. All of the soldiers salute them, so as long as you are with the general, you can temporarily have the majesty of the general, but the majesty gained in this way is illusory after all, and the general is not always by your side. So what if the general is gone? There will be a prototype, isn't it? Nothing is wrong. No words are skipped. The Western version of the story of the fox and the tiger. Ziming teased and said, but it seems that Mr. Jobs got the point wrong. The point is not who borrowed the power, but the soldier has a dream of becoming a general, right? If not, an unreconciled heart. I believe this soldier will not try to borrow the majesty of the general. Ziming and Jobs' needle point to Mai Mang actually made Cook very anxious, and he persuaded him with a single word, Mr. Ziming and Steve Jobs. In my opinion, your cooperation is very constructive. There is no need to worry about why you must temporarily join the Forte Science and Technology exhibition and choose each other there. These are very wrong and unfriendly. While talking, Cook even made very exaggerated moves. He was nothing more than trying to get Ziming and Jobs out of the tit-for-tat. However, it turns out that Cook did this in a superfluous act, because when Ziming said his dream, Jobs was stunned at the time. He chewed on the word dream repeatedly, as if he had thought of something, and his spirit suddenly became a little dazed. Ziming nodded and continued, it's a dream. If Apex is selling computers and technology, then Geek is selling our dream. Then between your dream and Apex, is there any difference? Isn't computer and technology the dream of mankind in the future? Why do you say that your dream will be more noble? Jobs seized on this point and questioned. Ziming laughed and said, these are two completely different dreams. You have to put them together and say that I can't figure it out. For me, dreams are creativity without limits. Ziming said, if it is a growth industry, creativity is to make products more efficient, easier to use for work. On the contrary, if it is a shrinking industry, then creativity is to quickly change from the original after the model exits. You can quickly change yourself before the products and services become outdated and difficult to use. As Ziming finished speaking, Jobs was completely shocked. He stared at Ziming with wide eyes, as if he saw God. Incredible. After Ziming finished speaking, he sat back in his chair, sipping coffee, and quietly waiting for Jobs' answer. After a while, Jobs took a deep breath and said, I think I was persuaded by you. I will take you to see Peter. He is the person who is really in charge of API. He will accept and you, participating together. Ziming said happily, this is really good news, but I think Mr. Jobs, you were not persuaded by me, but by the money I gave Mr. Cook. There is nothing wrong with it. Then you can rest assured that since I can give Mr. Cook $2.5 million, as long as the cooperation with Apex is successful, I can also give you the same money as you want, and I will not treat you badly. Then, Ziming left after discussing the time to go to Apex to discuss cooperation with Jobs. Seeing Ziming and Cheng Qian leaving behind, Cook took a long breath and said, Jobs, my friend, fortunately he doesn't care, otherwise you will have a bad temper. I'm afraid you won't be able to get the money. After all, there are not many prodigal sons like him in this world. Prodigal son? Cook, you said he was a prodigal son? Jobs asked in surprise, pointing to Ziming's back. Isn't it? Even he himself admits that he spent money at the Stanford Convention Center, and later spent $8 million just to temporarily participate in the Forte Science and Technology exhibition, and also spent $2.5 million with AI-send companies to participate in the exhibition. Isn't such a prodigal person? Nothing is wrong and no words are skipped. Cook asked very incomprehensibly. Jobs shook his head, sighed and said, perhaps, he is really a prodigal, but in my opinion, this prodigal is not easy. With emotion, Jobs was silent for a long time before saying, I have a hunch. This person will do things that surprise God, and this is the most important reason why I will choose to agree to him. My friend, let's take a look. Chapter 194. What is Ziming's background? Bow, thank Yanmeng Liu Ocean for monthly ticket support. Leaving the Stanford Convention Center, Ziming and Cheng Qian walked towards the parking lot. Along the way, Ziming still felt a little emotional. After all, he was the Steve Jobs who created a magical brand. Although after Cook mentioned Apex, He thought that he might meet this legendary tycoon who led Apex to success, but thinking and real encounter are still two completely different concepts. However, Ziming thinks that he has matured a lot in the 3 years of Rebirth, because if he were 3 years ago, he would be very excited to see a famous person like Jobs suddenly, but now he is quite a legend only because of the legend feeling, that's all. Suddenly it felt very quiet. Ziming turned his head and saw that Chen Qian seemed to be wandering around the world. This made Ziming joked, "What? Now that we are out, I still can't believe that we have participated in the Science and Technology exhibition, and we are going to cooperate with Apex. Did you cooperate?" "Yes, it's just like dreaming." Chen Qian nodded and said, but then he shook his head again. "No, it is difficult to have such a perfect dream, it seems to be a script arranged by God." In the same way, all we need to do is to execute. Vice President Zhu, even if I am a staunch atheist, I still have to wonder if you know some kind of magic. Ziming shrugged meaninglessly and said maybe. Chen Qian went on to say, moreover, there is also a cooperation with Apex. I used to cooperate with Apex in my original company. Although it is not the #1 company in the world, it is also a very famous computer company in Silicon Valley, especially in the eyes of investors. Apex has the most investment potential, so even though Apex's business conditions are not good, the stock price has not plummeted. So you believe if Geek can compete with API, sending a company to cooperate will immediately allow Geek to open up its reputation in the science and technology circle? Ziming asked. Faced with this problem, Chen Qian nodded, but Ziming sighed and said, of course it is the best if it can, but don't forget, Mr. Jobs said by himself just now, he is no longer in Apex. He just left his own shares, and was deprived of the decision-making power by the board of directors very early. Chen Qian froze for a moment. Vice President Zhu, are you worried that Apex will not accept this proposal? Maybe not, right? Ziming shook his head and said that I hope so. And then they drove back to the company. Together they went to the president's office and reported the situation to Tang Ran. After briefly explaining their own affairs, Chen Qian left wisely and left it to Ziming. The solitary space with Tang Ran. After Chen Qian left, Tang Ran suddenly sighed. Brother Ming, I know this Apex company. He is a relatively influential technology company in Silicon Valley. How much did you spend to persuade the Jobs? It is estimated that about 10 to 30 million will be invested in Jobs to operate his future projects. As for Apex, since Jobs has left Apex now, it is impossible to judge. Ziming answered truthfully. After hearing Ziming's answer, Tang Ran sighed again. She then stood up and walked in front of Ziming and took Ziming's hand and said, Brother Ming, I don't want this project anymore. We will do this business honestly. Is it all right? Hearing what she said, Ziming immediately understood what she meant. Of course you think I spend too much money, right? Tang Ran lowered his head and muttered softly, Brother Ming, I know I shouldn't care about you like that. You spend your own money no matter what you spend. But there is really no need to do this for me. I don't know what Tang family is, and I don't want to inherit any Tang family. I just came to San Francisco to relax. You don't need to spend so much money for me. I know it's not easy for you to make money. Tang Ran said in a low voice at first, and then choked up. Ziming hugged her distressedly and said to her, of course you don't need to worry. Brother Ming is now poor and only his money left. If I don't spend it, I really don't know what to do. These millions, 10 million is just a meaningless number to me. Just treat it as a few yuan. But that's tens of millions. How can it be considered a few yuan? Brother Ming, you just know to tease me. Tang Ran raised his head and said with dissatisfaction with the little cherry mouth. Of course you have misunderstood Brother Ming. I really didn't lie to you. Ziming said, and I will spend the money. And I think the money is worth it. Of course, what I said is worth not for you. It simply refers to the investment invested in this project. Don't look at the money I put out. Why don't you think that I can get more money back in the future? Is this true? I have invested tens of millions, and can I get more back? Tang Ran asked in surprise. Ziming smiled confidently, of course, don't you believe me yet? At the same time, In the Tang family's old mansion on Quainan Island in San Francisco Bay, several important elderly people from the Tang family's ancestral clan association were standing up, sitting around a table. The atmosphere seemed more solemn. Brother Jingxing, I can accept that Tang Ran is the first heir to our Tang family, but the path of Ziming Tai is unknown. I very much doubt his motivation to help Tang Ran, so I think even if Tang Ran is in this time for her outstanding performance in the assessment, she should also be deprived of her inheritance qualifications, or she should get rid of that Ziming and let the heirs of the Tang family do the assessment on her own. An old man with frosty temples said emotionally, and under his lead, other people also echoed one by one, yes, that Ziming has a problem. He can put out tens of millions at once. It must be someone from some other consortium. This time I found Tang Ran on purpose. The purpose is to target our Tang family. As a member of the Tang family, we must prevent this from happening. As the head of the Tang family ancestral clan, Tang Jingxing sat there quietly, watching and listening. The noise of these people. In fact, Tang Jingxing had expected such a result before the clan meeting. After all, Ziming was able to take out tens of millions to participate in the Futai Science and Technology exhibition. Even he was surprised when he knew the news for the first time, let alone said that these people in the clan association are idle and have nothing to do. Tang Jingxing noticed that Tang Huiyin did not seem to participate in this scolding battle, so Tang Jingxing gestured for everyone to be quiet, and then asked Tang Huiyin, Huiyin, what do you think? Tang Huiyin didn't feel anything about being named. Unexpectedly, she just sorted out her hairstyle a bit and said, I think it's too early to say anything about it. This argument raised by Tang Huiyin surprised everyone. Everyone looked at her in surprise and did not understand what she meant. Some people also raised questions in person. Tang Huiyin, you said it's too early to say. Then when do you think it is appropriate? When the Tang family is all inherited by an outsider, will our Tang family become the laughingstock of everyone else? Then you are the biggest sinner of the Tang family. Facing this very heavy question, Tang Huiyin was not moved, but instead asked softly, if it were you, you were going to defraud our Tang family's property, you would tell the world in a high profile that you are rich, and do you have other backgrounds? Tang Huiyin's rhetorical question caused everyone to shut their mouths, because it was indeed the case. If they wanted to seize the Tang family's property, they must first pretend to be harmless and expose them prematurely. Your own strength will only make the other side wary. It may also be that Ziming is too young. Facing the current situation, there is no solution at all, so he can only choose to take the money to open the way. It may also be that he does not understand the news channels of our Tang family and thinks his tricks can be used. I lied to us, some people guessed. But the words now are obviously not as confident as before. Tang Huiyin said disdainfully, you are the only one who is so stupid. That Ziming is much smarter than you. Tang Huiyin's words seemed to have stepped on his tail, and the man immediately jumped up and pointed at Tang Huiyin and asked who she was scolding as stupid, as if there was a big discrepancy and he was about to do it. Tang Huiyin sneered disdainfully, even lacking interest in talking to him. What else did that person want to say? This is Tang Jingxing, who stood up and said, okay, don't talk about it anymore. Although Tang Jingxing's words were very conciliatory, his tone was unquestionable. Everyone also spoke after he spoke. She closed her mouth. Very wisely, Tang Jingxing said, we were very surprised that Ziming was able to pay 10 million yuan to Futai Company suddenly. However, I also agree with Huiyin's opinion that it is not suitable for us when the situation is unclear. Act rashly, otherwise it will be very naive. Tongking wins. Then he said, of course, for explanations can come up with about 10 million things, as we cannot ever happened. Speaking of this, Tang Jingxing paused, and finally made a decision, so I think we better not get too involved. The assessment of Tang Ran is still going on. But we now have one more task, which is to immediately find out what Ziming came from. If he simply wants to help Tang Ran in the assessment, it doesn't matter, but if he has any other ideas, I will never spare him. Although the ancestral clan association of the Tang family is on the surface a place for equal conversations similar to the parliament, as the head of the meeting, Tang Jingxing's words are still very weighty. So when he made a decision, the Tang family's intelligence network it started to operate immediately, and all the spearheads were directed at one person, and that was Ziming, who accompanied Tang Ran in the assessment. Not to Ziming did not know the situation, but even if he knows it does not matter, anyway. He's also no information on where people cannot see. As for the Tang family, if they want to be disadvantageous to themselves and want to commit crimes in the hands of a warrior king who has experienced battles, it is still somewhat difficult, and if it is too blatant, then Ziming believes that the motherland behind him will not sit idly by. How to say his hands still holds so much money on it, not to mention several leaders are very happy joy themselves. Even if they hate themselves, in the national interest, they also put their own well-protected job. At the moment of the week, Ming has come to Stanford Conference Center, because Steve Jobs right here waiting for him. He took the initiative to Ziming shook hands. It's real, I want to tell you about what I project, but also for you. You really want, and XP company reached an agreement, so we still go first. And I would very much respect your opinion, Jobs said to Ziming. Ziming then smiled and replied, I do. What did not think the conflict between the two events, because Steve Jobs you can and I talk about your future projects on the way. I think he'll be very interested as to XP the company, with your founder here, I think there should be no problem. Jobs shrugged, or the promise of it. Chapter 195. Traitor Jobs. Apex is headquartered in another city not far from Perot, which is also one of the core cities of Silicon Valley. After an hour's drive, Ziming and Jobs arrived at Apex's headquarters. However, Apex in this era is not as large as the industrial scale of later generations, let alone the ultra-era design of F. The current Apex headquarters is just a stepped building with an obvious futuristic sci-fi style. Like other companies, the door is hung with the national flag of the state and the three flags of API. Is this the headquarters of Apex Corporation? It's really a magnificent building. Are the computers that are popular in the Commonwealth designed and produced from here? It's really unexpected. But today we are here to conquer this place. Yes, Chen Qian came over with Ziming. After getting out of the car, he looked up at the API company building opposite, and said uncontrollably. Ziming smiled and patted Chen Qian's shoulder and said, very ambitious, but Apex is only our partner. Especially now that they have not agreed, we should be more humble. Chen Qian I thanked Ziming, and at the same time, he worked hard to memorize what Ziming said. He is very clear about the gap between himself and Ziming. Therefore, he must keep in mind every sentence of Ziming. Maybe he still can't understand it now, but he may be able to do it in the future. Understood. After all, transcendence is to start from imitation. At the entrance of the Apex company headquarters, there was a short fat man standing there. He happily came up to greet him when he saw Jobs. Jobs also introduced them to Ziming. Michael, he is my best friend in Apex company. This is Mr. Ziming and Mr. Chen Qian. They are the representatives of GEEK, which I told you about. Today, I'm here to talk to API to discuss cooperation. Michael first greeted Ziming politely, and then he didn't. He thumped Jobs angrily. Although Michael looked very short compared to Jobs, who was 1.9 meters long, he still raised his head and cursed very uncomfortably. Damn you, you can let Apex develop quietly. Every time you come over, you can always make people feel bad. Jobs said without being ashamed but proud of it. The emotions of horror movies are all that is quiet, and only constant scorching is the correct development posture. After some jokes, Jobs asked, is everything ready? Michael nodded and replied, everyone is waiting for you in the company. But what they are waiting for, I am afraid I can't understand it. I can only say, my friend, you have to be a little psychologically prepared. Jobs nodded silently. He turned around and smiled apologetically at Ziming, and then they walked into the headquarters building together. 10 minutes later, they were there, in the meeting room of Apex Company. This is the large conference room of Apex. Generally, Negotiations with customers and other things are discussed here. Jobs explained to Zuming and Chen Qian, and Michael immediately went to notify other people that the meeting was held. After 5 minutes, a few middle-aged people walked into the meeting room. After Jobs introduced, Zuming knew that these were the top executives of Apex. When everyone sat down in the conference room, a man with squinted eyes and a particularly bright forehead stood up and asked Jobs, "You are just an ordinary director of Apex, and you are a director who has been deprived of decision-making power, but Apex, there are many other people in the company. I ask you not to always think of Apex as your own private property. It's impossible. Do you understand?" In their face of the question, Jobs stood up and asked tit-for-tatly, "Is it not mine? Is it your private property?" "Mr. John, I ask you to understand that you are not the owner of Apex. If your marketing methods cannot make Apex through the current crisis, you will immediately start from here. Fuck off. Apex is an innovative company, not a place for you to use your personal political skills." When Jobs and John pinpointed a quarrel with Mei Mang, another thin middle-aged man stood up and said, "Okay, although the disagreement between the two of you is an open secret, in front of the guests, we still have to maintain our due unity, right?" With the words of the middle-aged, Jobs and John stopped quarreling, and it is naturally that there is such a great charm. Bauer succeeded Jobs as chairman. Bauer pointed to Zuming and Chen Qian and asked, "Jobs, my friend, you should first introduce the customers you brought." Jobs calmed down his excitement a bit, and then introduced Zuming and Chen Qian, and explained that JEEK would cooperate with Apex on the plan to participate in this science and technology exhibition. This plan has been approved by Forte, and they will also give up another best position in the middle. I think Apex can accept this plan and cooperate with JEEK to participate in the exhibition. Jobs has not said yet. After speaking, John couldn't help standing up and interrupting him. "I'm sorry, Mr. Jobs, I really can't listen to it, because your thoughts are so incredible." John said to Zuming, and Chen Qian went on to say, "What are these two people? From Jico, right?" "I'm sorry, I have never heard of this company." "I think this is not because I am ignorant, but Jico is not so well known, right? Or JEEK is a little known company, but it's just a small company. Why do we have to cooperate with them at the exhibition?" John looked at Steve Jobs and asked, "What is special about their company? The results of the research? Or are they relatives of your Steve Jobs' nephew?" With John's question, there was a burst of laughter in the meeting room, but amidst the laughter, Jobs was very serious. He stared at John with sharp eyes and said, "I used to am not sure, but now I'm completely sure that Apex's dilemma is caused by you as an idiot." John smiled disdainfully, and he looked at Jobs with slanted eyes and said, "What? Mr. Jobs is now already. Are you reduced to this kind of unqualified abuse?" Jobs took a deep breath, held back the anger in his heart, and said to John, "I'm sorry, I don't think this is abuse, this is just a reminder to you. Just like now, I can understand that you don't accept my suggestion, but I don't understand why you want to mock it." "So you want to know the reason?" John said meaningfully. "The reason is simple. Apex is a high-tech company, not a charitable foundation, let alone a small business relief association. We have no reason or obligation to help this JEEK company." "Mr. John, you said that." "I think you didn't. I want to listen to me seriously." Jobs put John's question back in the package, and he went on to say, "I never said that cooperation with JEEK is an obligation of Apex. From the beginning, what I emphasized is the equality between the two parties. Reciprocity, that is, if we can cooperate with JEEK, then their vice president can pay us 10 million in remuneration." After this sentence, there was an uproar in the conference room, and everyone was surprised. Looking at Jobs, they didn't believe this number. Although Apex Company created 4 billionaires within 1 hour of the day of listing, but those are more of the assets of the entire company, and it was once brilliant. Now with the continuous promotion of personal computers by other companies to seize the market, Apple's funds have already gone wrong. It is for this reason that they will be so surprised when they hear that they can earn 10 million yuan. However, John still stood up and objected. If this is a deal, then I think that as the CEO of Apex, I do not agree with this transaction. The reason is very simple. Our core technology of Apex, it's not that you can buy 20 million, or Mr. Jobs, your friends from Jico, they just want to put a bowl behind us to be beggars. When John finished, the others in the meeting room, everyone took a breath of air conditioning again, because John's words directly stepped on the door of life. John's meaning is very simple. If Apex accepts the cooperation with Geek, then as a partner, Apex is bound to provide Geek with industry, technology and service support, whether it is computer hardware or software. These aspects undoubtedly involve the core technology of Apex. If it is so rashly given to another company, this is not allowed by any company, because other companies have patent rights. Even if they have obtained this information, they cannot use it directly, but Geek is different. Due to the existence of the cooperation agreement, Geek can directly use all the core technologies. API company suffered a big loss. It seems that Geek is obviously unwilling to be a beggar, so it needs the technical support provided by Apex. When John said this, he suddenly laughed. He looked at Jobs and said, 10 million wants to buy the core technology of the entire Apex company. I can't help but say that, Mr. Jobs, your ambition is really big. Could it be because of you? After being deprived of the decision-making power by the board of directors, I have been holding a grudge, so I don't know where to find a G company, and then want to spend 10 million to buy the core technology of Apex, and then grab the market with Apex. If this is the case, then New Jobs is the biggest traitor of Apex. John finally said. Following John's last words, everyone else in the entire conference room was like a machine gun that had been pulled the trigger, one by one, venting their anger towards Jobs. 360 Search Magic Penge, Rebirth of the Business Tycoon update fast. Line by line of traitor and line of vicious scolding reached Jobs' ears, and instantly defeated the tall man. He slumped down and sat in a chair. He couldn't imagine that he had created Apex Company and worked hard for Apex Company all his life. How did he become a traitor to Apex Company in the end? No, it's not the case. The cooperation between Apex and Geek is purely on the basis of mutual benefit. They will not steal our core technology. They just want to do a good job at this technology exhibition. You have to believe me, Jobs murmured, but no one would listen to his explanation at this time. Instead, it aroused John's ridicule. Cooperation will not steal. My God, Mr. Jobs, you want to tell us to make us believe that you are they the purest angels? But unfortunately, we are all past the age of believing fairy tales. So you should go back and tell your daughter these words. John's words once again made others in the conference room laugh at Jobs. Amidst the laughter of the entire room, Jobs bowed his head in pain, and said softly to Ziming, I'm sorry, I didn't expect this result. I'm really sorry, they are really stupid without any vision. What Jobs said made Chen Qian feel a little sad. After all, Apex had condensed his countless efforts. He dreamed of returning to the company again, but now he is regarded as a traitor, which makes people feel sad. Chen Qian turned his head to look at Ziming, but saw him smiling and saying to Jobs, it doesn't matter, my dear Mr. Jobs, you have done what you can do, haven't you? I will leave the rest to me. Steve Jobs raised his head, just listen to Ziming finally said to him, does Yui gun kind of thing. But I'm good at. After all these years a lot of things can try to do Hanson BB is not it. 196th Should Zhang Zhan take advantage? Jobs stared at Ziming stunnedly. He didn't understand what it means to be able to BB, so try not to do it. After all, there is no such thing as BB in this era, but even if there is, Jobs, as an American, looks like the same can't understand. However, the sentence that was handed over to him can still be understood, and it is precisely this that surprised Jobs. Does this situation mean that he wants to turn it over with one mouth? This is undoubtedly a big joke, but what makes Jobs feel incomprehensible is his instinct telling him that Ziming can indeed do it. While Jobs was very entangled, Ziming suddenly yelled to everyone, a bunch of trash, shut up for Lao Tzu. Lao Tzu is here to bring you money. Ziming's cursing made everyone in the meeting room. People were stunned at the time. They all looked at Ziming incredulously. No one thought that Ziming would curse people without saying a word. And most importantly, didn't he come to talk about cooperation today? How dare he be so arrogant? It's like how confident he is. The roles of both sides are wrong, right? There are a lot of words and his last sentence bring money. What does it mean? Facing the incomprehensible expression that everyone hadn't recovered, Ziming said, the US dollar is the only currency officially certified by the United States in the United States and the world. This may be an awkward financial term, but in the United States, regardless of whether we eat or buy a car, we must use US dollars. Any company that wants to pay employees, distribute dividends to shareholders, and expand reproduction is inseparable from US dollars. If Ziming's previous yelling was to bluff everyone, then Ziming's words at this time confuse everyone, because no one understands what he is talking about. Sitting all the big capitalists here, don't they still know what the dollar is? And you, the Chinese who don't know where they come from, teach them what the dollar is? I know you certainly don't understand what I'm talking about, so let me put it briefly. I mean, now I have a huge sum of money worth tens of millions of dollars. Do you want to take it away? Do not skip words, Ziming asked. There was an uproar in the meeting room. Everyone was a little excited. After all, no one does not love money. Even the shareholders of Apex Company with a net worth of at least 10 million in the meeting room. They and Apex Company are not missing 10 million, but they don't mind asking for another 10 million. However, as the CEO, John reacted immediately. He said to Ziming, "This is Mr. Ziming from Geek, right? There are many words that are correct if I understand correctly. What you said, the meaning of bringing money, refers to the absurd thing that Mr. Jobs mentioned just now, allowing you to spend 10 million to buy Apex's core technology. If this is the case, then I will tell you very responsibly, it's impossible." Following John's words, there was laughter in the conference room again, and some even cursed. Yes, you never want to do that. Even if we die, we won't betray our core technology. You just die with that traitor and get out. The just shrugged meaninglessly, and Ming Zhu have said, so I want to say, Mr. John, you understand IT wrong. Model types within IT is me or Mr. Jobs, neither at the idea of buying core technology. Is that so? Nothing is wrong. No words. John asked meaningfully. Then what Mr. Ziming means is that you only need to place a position in the Science and Technology exhibition. Do you not need any technical support from our Apex Company? Then I think you should look for this matter. Futai Company discussed that they are the host company of the Science and Technology exhibition, and we are only participating companies. Ziming did not directly answer John's ridicule, but directly said to him, I think, Mr. John, you must have never heard a story. This story is about a pig. He always likes to interrupt others. Or he hurriedly expressed his opinion after hearing half of what others said, and then the pig was very disgusting, and in the end he was beaten to death. Although Ziming's story is endless, when he finishes it all, let everyone in the meeting room laugh out loud. Obviously they all heard it. Ziming, this is a story, clearly accusing John of interrupting his dissatisfaction. Of course John himself understood. He was flushed with anger, but he had nothing to do with Ziming. In the end he could only accuse Ziming. You guy, can you only rely on this kind of boring abuse to occupy you? Do you have the upper hand? Nothing is wrong and no words are skipped. I'm sorry, I don't want to be like this, but for people like you, if I don't do it, I'm afraid you won't sit down and listen to me at ease, right? Ziming said casually, and it drew a burst of laughter from everyone. John had never met someone like Ziming in his life, so he didn't know how to fight back. He could only mutter, it's really nothing. Quality bastard, see if you can't tell a result. How I will deal with you. But this sentence became the object of others to laugh at him again. Ziming raised his hands to signal everyone to be quiet, and then said, I know everyone is worried that the cooperation between Geek and Apex may cause Geek to steal Apex's core technology, but I want to say that this is definitely nonsense. I don't mean that Geek does not need all the services provided by Apex, but that the service content that Mr. Jobs and I discussed before is not so rich. Then your cooperation content. What is it? This time it was Apex's chairman Bauer who asked instead of John. Hearing a question from the person who really controls the life and death of Apex, Ziming knew that the topic was coming, so he quickly sorted out his thoughts and replied, "Let you take advantage." The beginning of this sentence aroused everyone's curiosity. Ziming then continued, "Our Geek company needs to participate in this FUTI Science and Technology exhibition, but we don't have a good project that we can come up with, so we must find other for large companies to cooperate. Apex is our first choice. Of course, I advocate cooperation with Apex, not the kind of all-round cooperation. To a greater extent, we just need to expand rapidly through this technology exhibition. Because of its own popularity, Apex only needs to provide us with concept products that you are not sure about the market response. We will be responsible for helping you to see the market response at this technology exhibition." Speaking of this, Ziming after a pause, then continued to talk. "I know that for a large company like Apex, in order to maintain the vitality of its products, there will definitely be many research projects going on at the same time, but can these projects become the product is finally launched for the market? But it requires a lot of courage. After all, no one can predict the market. If the product responds poorly in the market, then consumers will condemn Apex instead. Let's put it this way: every time the company launches a new product, it is actually a thrilling gamble." Ziming supported the table with both hands, and finally said in a more oppressive posture, "Then now, why not let another company do such a gamble? Come and help you complete it. If the product's market response is good, you can launch it. On the contrary, if the product's market response is poor, then the product was exhibited in Geek. This is just a joint exhibition. You won't have any negative effects, won't you?" Ziming raised his hands. One hand is better and the other hand is worse, telling everyone vividly. Ziming's words made everyone's eyes shine brightly. Indeed, as Ziming said, there are many research projects in Apex, but it takes a lot of courage to turn these research projects into products. This is a problem that every company has to face. The kind of thing that can be turned into a product with a random idea, and finally very popular in the market, only exists in the world, and in reality, regardless of the launch of any product, regardless of the final response, it must have been researched for a long time and abandoned many other relatively best solutions. This is especially obvious in large companies, like the personal computers launched by Apex. Behind the models and configurations that have successfully seized the market, there are at least 100 models and configurations that have been abandoned. There are still many models, configurations and software that Apex has not even introduced to the market because they think they are not mature enough and are uncertain about the market response. Now, if it can be marketed through Geek, wouldn't this problem be solved? Success is your own. If you fail, you can give it to Geek. This is the best of both worlds. Faced with this kind of obvious advantage, everyone seems to be a little eager to yearn, but because they are only directors, they have not rushed to speak, just waiting for the decision of CEO John and Chairman Bauer. In this scene, how can the chairman speak first? Bauer looked at John, waiting for him to speak first, and John also understood this, but he is now struggling. Judging from Ziming's words, this is indeed a cooperation worth trying. In fact, many other companies are working. He did it, but his instinct kept reminding him that he must not do it. As a qualified professional manager, John decided to learn more. He asked Ziming, "What is your purpose? Why did you choose this way of cooperation?" "In order to quickly expand our brand awareness, we must choose a big-name company to do business cooperation. And you are worried about their market's response to the product because you pay attention to the brand, but we are completely different. Our brand and Apex are completely incomparable, right?" Ziming said. John was silent for a while and said, "So what about your budget? Even if it's just a concept product that has not been released, it is the research result of Apex." Ziming raised a finger. or what I just said. I give you our 10 million, but your responsibility is not limited to all technical services of Geek at this exhibition. If there are technical services for follow-up projects, Apex must also be responsible for the end. What about patent rights? John asked again. Ming smiled. I do not need the any of think there is to this question ask at all. The I do not because of think by will sell the any patents the Apex, and the I do not have the any idea also of embezzling patents the Apex, the even if it's just something you don't need patent. To this end, we can also sign a special contract to stipulate all of them in words. After speaking, Ming stared into John's eyes and asked, "Does Mr. John have any questions now?" "Nothing wrong." Skip the word. John felt the tremendous pressure from Ming. He took a deep breath, quickly analyzed his mind, and then nodded to the chairman Bauer next to him. After getting John's answer, Bauer stood up with a smile and said, "Mr. Ming, I think we can start to talk about the next cooperation details between Apex and Geek." Chapter 197 Go to Realize the Dream, Steve Jobs. It was dark when Ming Ching and Jobs left the Apex headquarters building, which means that they have been here for a whole day. Apex novel, but this day's time is still very worthwhile for Ming, because when he comes out, he has already obtained the cooperation agreement with Apex. Of course, this agreement is only a draft agreement, and this is due to Ming. It's just the vice president. In theory, he doesn't have the qualifications to sign such an agreement. On the other hand, Ming also wants to go back to the lawyer to strictly check the agreement, so as not to set any traps on the agreement. With this agreement, Ming and Jobs did not rush to return to Perot, but went to a nearby restaurant for dinner. Obviously they solved the problem of cooperation with Apex, so the next step is Jobs' side. Promised. They sat down in the box together. Ming could see that Jobs' mood was not very high, but of course it was not because they were eating Chinese food. In fact, as early as the Apex headquarters building was frustrated again in front of John, a little depressed. To this end, Ming poured a glass of wine for Jobs and said to him, "Mr. Jobs, in fact, you also helped me a lot with today's affairs, and in the end my cooperation agreement was obtained. Not surprisingly, the agreement can be signed as long as I bring it back and study it with the president. Generally speaking, this is still similar to our expectations." Jobs shook his head and said, "But in this negotiation, I didn't perform what I should have. Function. All things were done by you, Mr. Ming. I am really ashamed. And there is one more thing, Mr. Ming, I'm afraid you don't know, the cooperation projects they gave you are all from my company in Apex. The project was established at the time, but I didn't expect them to be all taken throughout now." Ming glanced at Jobs. Although Jobs had deliberately reduced his words a lot, Ming was still very easy to guess. He wanted to say it's that those cooperative projects were thrown out as rubbish by Apex. "I think I can understand your feelings, but it doesn't matter. Maybe those projects are very epoch-making. Perhaps in my hands, I can prove that Mr. Jobs' vision is the most forward-looking." Ming said to Jobs. He was not all comforting Jobs when he said so, but he was really embarrassed. Although Ming knew that Apex was very serious at this time, he did not expect it to be so serious. This point, it's a bit too extreme to throw out everything with the Jobs brand as rubbish, but this is great news for Geek, because based on Ming's future experience, Jobs' vision is still very forward-looking, so even if Ming doesn't need to understand the specific content of these projects, just by the name of Jobs, he is very worthy of his 10 million. It's just that Steve Jobs, who has been kicked out of Upper, doesn't know it. He can only smile reluctantly and say something, maybe, on this issue. Ming couldn't talk to him too much, so he had to change the subject and said, "All right, Mr. Jobs, let us forget about the unhappiness in Apex. Now it's time to talk about the transaction between us." Faced with this question, Steve Jobs was a little confused. "The deal between us? Of course, we discussed at the beginning, Mr. Jobs. You helped me to facilitate the cooperation with APA, and I was responsible for investing in your new project?" Ziming asked deliberately at the end. "Mr. Jobs will not forget this deal between us?" Jobs shook his head and said, "Of course not, but in the negotiation with Apple, I not only did not help, and even almost ruined the negotiation. Under such circumstances, what qualifications do I have to come back talking about this transaction?" "But without Mr. Jobs, I might not be able to sit in the same meeting room and negotiate with the people from Apex," Ziming said. Jobs stared at Ziming in a daze. The corners of his eyes were a little gleaming. He was really moved by Ziming. He was a little frustrated when he was kicked out of API company, and the cooperation with Ziming only got what he had done. But didn't expect Ziming to be so righteous. Jobs believed that if he were replaced by someone else, he would not mention the transaction between them again if he was useless in negotiating with Apex, but Ziming still insisted. This kind of sincerity could not help but move Jobs. Jobs choked up and said, "Mr. Ziming, you are really the most sincere partner I have ever met. Your selflessness and your uprightness, I can believe that your future must be very brilliant." Yes, Jobs' words made Ziming blush, because he was not as noble as he said. On the contrary, he just hoped to keep Jobs through this transaction. After all, his project can only be bested by handing over to him. It worked well, but he didn't expect to touch the softest part of his heart, which moved him so much. "I hope so," Ziming said casually, "but Mr. Jobs, I'm very curious about what the project you want 10 million for. Isn't it Toy Story?" Hearing Ziming's question, Jobs was at the time he was shocked. He looked at Ziming incredulously when he saw the devil on his face, and muttered, "How did you know this name? This should be a secret. Has it been leaked?" "But how is this possible?" Ziming looked embarrassed and helpless at Jobs' shock, because he had never expected it. "This week the original Ming will say this Toy Story." Ziming knows Steve Jobs is just outside ECP project in memory, only this animated film Toy Story, so Ziming just casually mentioned a moment, in fact, just to Ziming just adjust the atmosphere, but I didn't expect to say it directly. This also made Ziming a little dumbfounded. Memory, shouldn't this movie be released in 1949? How come Jobs knows it now? Then Steve Jobs, then solved this answer. Jobs sighed and said, "It seems weak." "Mr. Ming, you really are not ordinary people, so since Mr. Ziming, you know, that I will no longer conceal. I later left the company ECP, to fortune looking for new projects available for investment, and finally I find to an animation studio. I call him the Pixar Animation Studio." Jobs went on to say, "Although Pith Animation Studio is only a vassal of the film company, helping some films to produce special effects or editing short films, I believe that with the technical attitude and ability of Pith Animation Studios, they will definitely be able to make them independently. An animated film recognized by the market. Toy Story is such an animated film project." Jobs became more and more excited when he talked about it. Toy Story tells the story of a toy cowboy and a toy spaceman in a wealthy family with many toys. Cowboys are the kids' favorite toy in the past, was later brought back to spacemen prefer toys. Kids, afraid of the space cowboy men threaten his boss position, because this space just want men to drive out, but because they are accidentally fell out of a window. So the cowboys and the spacemen encountered various things along the way in order to go home, including the toy sadists of the neighbors, and the stray dogs on the street, and then the cowboys and the spacemen were in countless adventures. The story of gradually turning the enemy into a friend. Jobs continued, "It's real. This cartoon is to put things in our daily lives can be met to exaggeration, I believe absolutely make any man-made marvel. Wow, so there are so many rich in our midst. Is it something wonderful? It can better educate children about friendship and tolerance, and also make them understand that jealousy is a terrible emotion." Jobs was talking endlessly, but as he talked about it, his mood fell again. Finally, he sighed heavily and said, "Toy Story animation is a project that I started after I acquired BIS Animation. It's been 4 years now. In these 4 years, I have led more than 100 people in the studio to optimize and recreate the whole story. I believe it is a very complete and interesting story. Speaking of this, Jobs suddenly turned to the front in pain, but he has never been able to really complete and push it to the market. Because you lack the corresponding funds? Ziming asked. Jobs nodded and said, yes, I lack a lot of funds. You know that a movie is 90 minutes or longer, and every minute of it needs to be carefully crafted, especially for animated movies like Toy Story. I have to promise. The artistry of each frame requires a lot of work, not only painting, but also computer special effects synthesis, which requires a lot of funds to support. Is it the animation machine and software? Ziming asked. This is one aspect. Every second of an animated movie needs to be supported by a lot of pictures. This requires a considerable capacity of storage equipment and sufficient supporting software. In terms of equipment rental, software optimization and labor costs, that is a considerable amount of expenditure. But in addition, there are also communication with the theater, as well as post-organization and publicity costs, etc., which will cost a huge investment. Jobs sighed again when he said that. He said, responsible. This is something I didn't expect. Originally, I thought it was easy to make an animated film, so I took over the BIS animation studio and prepared a startup capital of $2 million. But until the work really started, found out that I was really naive at the beginning. $2 million. I can only make an animation title. In fact, this is your high request, Mr. Jobs, because in my opinion, the $2 million is enough to complete a 7 or 8 to a cartoon. Ziming said. Jobs immediately retorted and emphasized, but this is an exquisite animated film, which requires meticulous art, not the kind of crude mass-produced animation. After speaking, Jobs immediately realized that he shouldn't lose his temper with Ziming, so he apologized to Ziming and continued, maybe I am too demanding. In short, this animation has been constantly doing and stopping during these 4 years. Pizzy Animation Studios spends more time completing the special effects production of other movies, and will continue the production of Toy Story only if the performance is completed and the company can operate normally without losing money. So now how is the production progress of Toy Story? Can you tell me? Ziming asked curiously. Jobs hesitated for a moment and then said, now it's half done, but all the sketches and shots have been completed. As long as there is sufficient funding, I am confident that my animation studio can be completed within a month. So this is your dream, right? Ziming asked again. Yes, since I was very young, I hoped to have a cartoon film that I made by myself, and I will try my best to realize it. Jobs firmly said. A childhood dream? Ziming said to Jobs. Well then, I think I promised this investment. Jobs was stunned. He stared at Ziming, as if he couldn't believe it. Ziming then said to him word by word, I said I will take care of the next investment in Toy Story, and you can realize your dream. Jobs. Preparations before Chapter 198. Faced with Ziming's final declaration, Jobs did not cry out as he finally got what he wanted, nor did he clench his fists with excitement. On the contrary, he was very calm, like the sea under the pressure of black clouds. No one knew that in his calm appearance. Next, what kind of emotions are hidden? In front of Ziming, Jobs slowly got up. He bowed deeply to Ziming, then got up and said, Mr. Ziming, I know that any language is very pale and weak at this moment, or that I am not a poet and writer. It is impossible to accurately describe your personality and wisdom, but I can always feel your noble and upright brilliance, which shines on me at all times. In the past, I always thought that the so-called business was a kind of intrigue, and I vowed never to give up for the purpose. Especially when I left Apex, I believed in it even more. But today, it is Mr. Ziming that you told me with practical actions. In fact, my personality and wisdom can also be great. I very much hope that one day I can humbly crawl under your feet and use my loyalty and ability to do even a little bit for you. Jobs said and made a deep bow to Ziming. With a bow, Ziming looked at the situation, and he didn't know what to say at all. To be honest, it is not the first time that Ziming has been praised so much. It is not the first time even Jobs praised himself in person, but this is the first time. Ziming really felt that he was a very humble believer. The posture was facing himself, which couldn't make Ziming feel at a loss. After all, Ziming believes that he is just a black-hearted capitalist who wants to make a small amount of money, including supporting Jobs' Toy Story because he is convinced that this is a cartoon that can sell well, nothing more. There is no noble personality and wisdom at all, he said, but didn't think that in the eyes of Jobs, he became the existence of a saint purifying all the ugliness of time. Such a sharp contrast made Ziming feel embarrassed no matter how thick the face was. So Ziming said to Jobs, "I am not as great as you said. Compared to Jehovah, I think I want to find King Solomon's treasure." Ziming was a joke. He just wanted to relax the box. Embarrassing atmosphere. But he did not expect that these words would make Jobs feel a more noble personality. After the dinner with Jobs, Ziming returned to the hotel in Peru. Tang Ran was waiting in the living room. Seeing Ziming came back, she immediately stood up and asked, "Brother Ming, how's the situation at API Company? I heard that the new chairman Ball of Apex is now in power. He and CEO John are very at odds with Steve Jobs. Now Apex is also in the process of de-Jobsizing. I am very worried that you will go to the meeting with Jobs. It has the opposite effect." "All right, Ranran, I want to say that you don't have to worry about these, because these are not problems." Ziming took out the contract and said to Tang Ran, "I have obtained the cooperation agreement with API Company. Tomorrow, we will go to a barrister in Peru to have a look. As long as there is no problem, we can sign the contract with each other." "I need to pay to them how much money?" Don Ran, very concerned, asked. "Still good before we say $1 million. The company did not seem Expedia price hike of habit, or fear that they will hike directly to me to get rid of." Ziming said, "No matter how it says, Ming brother, I thank you very much," Tang Ran said, stepping up her head and kissing Ziming. This was something Ziming never expected, because in Ziming's impression, Tang Ran was still very shy despite her outgoing personality. What happened to such a bold move today? However, Tang Weeks can feel the idea in the Ming heart. She said to Ziming, "Ming brother, I love you. From our first meeting in the South River I liked you, though. When you were Mew King's sister from mainland over, but you seemed to know everything, like your every move attracted me. From that time I realized I could not escape this life." Tang Ran went on to say, "Now that I came to San Francisco so capriciously, you put aside all your things and came to me. This moved me very much. I was anxious after learning that I was kidnapped, and you now know me. It is the heir of the Tang family who will do everything to help me in this way. But I can't do anything. But I don't want this. I want to be your woman, even if it's only for one night." Faced Tang Ran so some confession, Ziming does not know what to say, even Rebirth. But in terms of a woman's innate weakness, Ziming cannot imagine how there will come a day when not know how done. So Ziming had said, "But I have a girlfriend, you fight to the mainland paging information, and that is my girlfriend." She called Suhan, her manager, my business in the mainland, and your Mew sister King. We also had a deep relationship, and, as you know, she is now in the United States. Ziming Tang said these apparently wanted to quit then. But then Don is still firm, "I do not care. Compared to these, I am more concerned about my brother Ming is not sorted out in your side. How can he do? How can I really make these outstanding girls follow me so desperately?" Ziming had this idea in his heart at this time. He rubbed Tang Ran's little head at the same time and said, "Don't worry, you are very smart and you can definitely follow me. But you have to work hard to enrich yourself. After all, you are going to inherit this Tang family's successor." Tang Ran nodded vigorously and said, "That's for sure. With the help of Brother Ming, I will definitely inherit this Tang family." After inheriting the Tang family, it's part of Brother Ming. As long as Brother Ming needs you, it's okay to let me sell the family. Tang Ran's words made Ziming a little bit dumbfounded. It felt like he was really tricking his little sister. And if the elders of the Tang family heard Tang Ran's declaration of love like this, it is estimated that they would all be so angry that they would vomit blood and die on the spot. "So Brother Ming, let me love you today," Tang Ran said, and kissed Ziming's lips again, but Tang Ran just kissed him, and didn't see her for a while. When Ziming was wondering about any next move, he heard Tang Ran cry and said, "I'm sorry Brother Ming, I don't know what to do, I'm too stupid." For Tang Ran's simple words, Ziming was very simple. Helplessly smiled unkindly. "It doesn't matter, it means that you haven't experienced it. It means that you are very pure." "What's so sorry about this?" "It has nothing to do with smartness or not. And I won't blame you," Ziming said softly to Tang Ran. But Tang Ran wanted to say something, but Ziming said first, "But if you really want to, I don't mind teaching you." Tang Ran was ashamed of Ziming's words. He lowered his head, a pretty face flushed like sunset. When their time came the next day, Ziming and Tang Ran first went to find a lawyer. Under the professional appraisal of the lawyers, the cooperation agreement drafted by API company did not have any problems or traps and loopholes that were deliberately set. With this result, Ziming and Tang Ran took it to Apex with confidence. And then the agreement was officially signed. Because it was just a cooperation agreement at the technology exhibition, although the amount was not small, there was still no signing ceremony. It's just that the two parties simply signed the contract in the conference room of Apex, and then exchanged reservations with each other. Everything is normal. It's just that in the conference room of Apex, when Jobs and Apex's chairman Bauer and CEO John were surprised when they saw Tang Ran, because they originally wanted to come, it should be at least a very old and intelligent talent that can let a person like Ziming do things for them. How could she be a young girl? Only Jobs took a second look at Ziming. I am afraid that in his opinion, this also answered one of his doubts. Why would he still live in a place like Jeek with his wisdom like Ziming? Now he understands that this is all because of love. After the signing ceremony, Tang Ran returned to Perot, and Ziming took Liu Qiang and his two employees to the technical department of Apex. Ziming was greeted by a tall boy with glasses. Ziming introduced to Liu Qiang, "This is Levin, a technical engineer from Apex. This time we are cooperating with Apex to maintain all the equipment and software on display, is done by him and his team. So in the 2 days before the start of the exhibition, he will show you all the projects we want to cooperate with. And what you have to complete is to show what he has done. Remember everything you have said? Do you understand? Make no mistakes and skip words." At this time, Liu Qiang was still in a daze, because he never thought that one day he would come to Apex's technical department and listen to Apex's senior engineers to talk about Apex's core technology content. This made him very excited, and it was not until Ziming asked again that he suddenly reacted, nodding his head hurriedly, saying that he must work hard to finish. Then Liu Qiang took the initiative to say hello to the technical engineer of Apex on Pidian Bidian's past, and asked him about Apex's core technology. Although Levin was very upset about this, he could only endure it under the campaigners' arrangements. I told Liu Qiang a little bit about his temperament, and Liu Qiang also listened hard and earnestly like a pupil. Regarding this situation, Ziming is actually a little worried. Although Liu Qiang is a high-achieving student who graduated from the University of California, compared with Apex, the high-tech products he can come into contact with at Jeek are still too few. Therefore, Ziming is not sure how much content he can really understand. But now there is no other way. There is no other person in Jeek company, so Liu Qiang can only get it. After leaving the technical department of Apex, Ziming and Jobs went to a coffee shop outside. Ziming took out a check and handed it to Jobs. "This is the 10 million fund I promised. Even if I invest in Toy Story, you can find me if the fund is not enough," Ziming said to Jobs. Although Ziming was surprised enough for Jobs, Jobs still asked in a daze, "Mr. Ziming, did you give me this 10 million? Don't you have to sign a contract or something?" "Nothing wrong, no skipping." Ziming waved his hand needlessly and said, "Of course not. I think I can trust Mr. Jobs." Jobs silently accepted the check, but Ziming added, If Toy Story is made, it has been completed. When it comes to the final stage of publicity and marketing, remember to inform me in advance and I want to participate in it. Although he was a little surprised by Zhu Ming's last sentence, Jobs nodded and agreed. Chapter 199 Casual Influence On April 22, 2015. This day was when the New Week Silicon Valley Technology Exhibition officially ended. At 10:30 in the morning, the exhibition was on the main stage of the Silicon Valley Convention and Exhibition Center. Conduct the final reporter question and answer. Suddenly, there was a commotion in the conference hall. You must know that all the representatives of the highest technology companies in Silicon Valley are here. What else can the reporters exclaim? The answer is Mr. Barber, who is the chairman of Forte Corporation and the general person in charge of this technology exhibition. For all reporters, Barber is the symbol of the Silicon Valley Technology Fair and the most influential part of the technology fair. Therefore, when he came out, all the reporters immediately raised their cameras and frantically took pictures of him. As Barber entered and finally sat down on the stage, all reporters' questions were immediately transferred to him from other technology companies. However, Barber has faced reporters for half his life, so he knows exactly what he knows. Things should be said, what should not be said. Until he heard another question, he suddenly became embarrassed. The whole world says that the Silicon Valley Science and Technology Fair is the vein of global science and technology, so I would like to ask Mr. Barber, you have held so many science and technology exhibitions. How do you maintain the vitality of the science and technology exhibition, and make each one better? Faced with this question, Barber showed a wry smile. One term is better than the other. Are you sure this is not making me happy? Barber's rhetorical question caused an uproar at the scene. Everyone looked at Barber in surprise. I don't understand why Barber said that. Regarding everyone's expectations, Barber sighed and said, although the times are developing and science and technology are advancing, all technological developments are traceable. And everyone is also tremblingly in technological innovation step by step. 25 years on the road, no one has such unparalleled vision and foresight, and can use his unconstrained imagination to create a technological future. Barber smiled to everyone at the end. Speaking of it, I'm afraid you can't imagine it. Whether it's the smartphones we use now, the social software and operating systems we use, even the camera functions of mobile phones and the upgrading of computers are all ideas proposed by one person. It is said that from what he said, the world has only 25 years of information technology explosion, and only then has our current science and technology exhibition. Please don't be surprised, because you may not even think of it. That's it. Things are just what the person said casually, just like your usual chat. Barber added, he is such a genius, as great as God. With this comment, the scene immediately exploded. Go. All the reporters asked Barber madly about who that person was. Is there really such a genius? Or is this a lie made up by Barber himself? Facing everyone's doubts, Barber firmly said, of course there is such a genius. He is in this world. Let the time go back to the day of December 22, 1990. The Stanford Convention Center, which was originally adhering to the solemnity of a university, turned into a lively ocean of temple fairs. Not only did various propaganda banners have been typed out, but there were also many advances at the door. Tech toys, kids and dolls wearing various company logos are selling cute toys, distributing various flyers to promote their company. The entrance is lively, and of course it is not too much in the conference center. Not only are the kids dance performances on the main stage, but there are also many performances beside the booths of various technology companies. In addition to these, every technology company participating in the exhibition has also produced its own most advanced concept high-tech products. These products include the latest electronic game consoles, computers and mobile phones, as well as the latest operating systems and various operating software, as well as other technological equipment, etc. These concept products are all directly exposed by strong light, and one by one is dazzling. As one of the exhibitors of this science and technology exhibition, Ziming also came to participate in this exhibition. It is only different from other exhibiting companies. His purpose of participating in the exhibition is not to launch the company's technology products. In fact, it is geek. In the current situation of the company, it is impossible that there will be any technological products that can be launched. The most important thing for him here is to wait for the arrival of Liberton, the president of CFOC. According to the information he received in advance, the Liberton president will personally visit the Science and Technology exhibition today, grasp the first-hand information of the current technology market, and also choose who is the partner for the software update of his company's information database. Judging from the information received, although the president of Liberton is not the final decision maker of CFOC, as the president of the company, he still has a say in the company's projects and wants to have a say. It is also for this reason that it is very necessary for Ziming to open a breakthrough from Liberton on the premise that he cannot directly contact CFOC's chairman Sile. But walking in the conference center, Ziming looked at the technology products displayed in the various booths, but he was not interested at all. Finally, after declining another exhibitor's introduction, Ziming couldn't help complaining. Oh, is this the most forward-looking technology exhibition in Silicon Valley? It's too boring. What are these? That is, any county fair is much better than this. Ziming was complaining sincerely, but listening to their ears before Cheng was as incredible as hearing the news of the end of the world. Before the process, because he had witnessed several miracles of Ziming before, he now admires Ziming very much. Therefore, even if Ziming speaks wildly, he will not refute it. But some people can't bear it. Mr. Ziming, this is the highest standard technology exhibition in Silicon Valley. Every company will present the company's most advanced concept products at the exhibition. I can guarantee that this is already the most cutting-edge technology product in the civilian field in the world. Understand? Please don't talk nonsense, Barber said to Ziming very seriously. As the vice president of Forte and the site director of the Science and Technology exhibition, Barber is the general person in charge of the scene. Ziming is the one who arranged the progress meeting. He also knew that Ziming was a god-level prodigal. He was worried that something might happen to him, so he came to him to see the situation. But he just heard his complaint, and he immediately couldn't bear the accusation. But Barber has wronged Ziming. You must know that Ziming is a reborn person. After 30 years of the information technology explosion, returning to this era when there is no smartphone, he is naturally very backward. It's the most advanced rural product, even if it is indeed the most advanced. It's just this reason that Barber didn't know, and as the on-site person in charge of the Science and Technology exhibition, Barber would naturally not show up alone. He was also surrounded by people from other exhibiting companies, and they all heard Ziming's seemingly arrogant words. These people didn't know Ziming. They thought he was a passerby pretending to be B, and they all accused him. A company took out its own products and said to Ziming, "This Mr. Ziming, right? Look at this pager. Yes, the latest product developed by our company uses the latest memory chip, which can accept and store many pieces of information, and one piece of information can display a lot of bytes, which is very suitable for people with busy business. No longer need to be afraid of temporary accidents, but beep, it's a difficult problem to receive too much information to store." For this pager, Ziming just chuckled and said, "This kind of thing that can only receive information but cannot send information unilaterally will definitely be eliminated in the future, regardless of him. Which company is it? It is stupid to invest R&D costs on this." By Ziming such a curse, the man suddenly lowered his head, because Ziming did have to call on the focus, so that he could not refute. Others have also laughed at him stupid. Then someone stand up and come up with their own products, said, "The weak Xian Qingming, you look at this. This is the newest mobile communication equipment of our company is that we now use mobile phones, but they used a newly developed integration technology. The mobile phone has been shrunk several times, so that anyone can easily hold it in the hand. At the same time, The latest lithium battery technology also makes the standby time of the mobile phone longer. Ziming looked at the phone, nodded and said, "This is okay. After phone will be a trend. After all, everyone has the desire to be contacted at any time, and your path is on the right track. But the shape and the inside the operating system needs to be strengthened." That week Cyan Ming, you look at this is I have the latest development of thins, he has the operation more convenient. We have also developed a more and more fun game. Cyan Ming, you look at our computer equipment, using the latest chip processor. Our concept machine has exceeded 64 meters memory limit. In the future this is certainly the most leading computer. This is the latest office software developed by our company. It contains a lot of face of all this around, constantly surrounded by noisy own their own company concept product managers. Ziming cannot really stand it and shouted, "Let them shut up. Do you talk about what you are proud of? Just the small phones you are holding? Or the latest red and white console games? Or the latest computer accessories? I will tell you directly, these are all shit in my eyes." Ziming, this sentence immediately around uproar, even though they knew Ziming just very arrogant, but no one would think to this point, so a time and stood. While all of the time stupidly, Ziming went on to say, "You have a small cell phone of really good, but you have not thought about the phone call charges are too expensive. We can combine it and pagers, sending each other to launch a mobile phone, the function of limiting the byte text information. There are also games. Do you think you are right to target the red and white machines? I will tell you that the red and white machines will be eliminated one day because they are too restrictive and not passionate enough. Why don't you engage in some large-scale games, such as say there are buttons under your feet, dance machines that dance to music, shooting machines, or large video game consoles in public places, the kind that can drive, ride a motorcycle, or shoot a gun. Wouldn't it be more shocking and passionate?" Ziming danced and continued, "There are also computers. Do you think your software is easy to use? Future computers should be for individuals, and personal home computers are the mainstream. So the development trend of various software should be closer to the people. The simpler and easier it is to use, the better. Those special software of yours should be used by those professionals." As Ziming's last word fell, the surroundings were suddenly silent, although not far away, the speakers on the main stage were still playing. It's very popular music, but on Ziming's side, everyone still feels very quiet, as if the music is still on the horizon. And the reason for this feeling is undoubtedly Ziming's words, which shocked everyone as if morning bells and evening drums. This weird and extreme silence lasted for a long time. In the end, I don't know who applauded subconsciously first, and then everyone began to applaud Ziming the most. Chapter 200, The Essence of Sales? Awesome. This is the most shocking technology speech I have ever heard. Your vision and outlook for the future are world class. I believe that if Silicon Valley follows your language develop, sure to make this world turned upside down. Imagine how you think of these, your thoughts just as elusive as people of God. You will be changing the world's great man. Most people, what is incomprehensible is that you said that this exhibition is not as good as your country's rural areas. My God, I can't even imagine what kind of country it is. What is born in a country that is closed to the world? I can't help it. The Red Land has generated the strongest interest. On the side of the main stage of the Forte Technology exhibition at the Stanford Convention Center, enthusiastic applause and exclamation of various accents rang together, and their central goal was to spurn the garbage of this technology exhibition and tell them, Ziming, who is the future direction of science and technology development. Their name for Ziming has changed from the slightly contemptuous you at the beginning to the very respectful you. Of course, while exclaiming for Ziming's insights and strategic vision of the market, they were even more curious about Ziming's identity. So someone asked Ziming, "Dear sir, how did you think that technology would have these development direction? You judge the market and predict the future of technology is really surprising. Is this your country given you such a vision, or what company you are now serving it?" However, Some emboldened enough big the company naturally does not need to be like this. They directly sent an invitation to Ziming. Hello Mr. Ziming, our company is the largest electronic equipment manufacturer in the United States. We need a strategic analyst like you very much, and I can take you there. Seeing our president, I believe that with your vision and your judgment on the market, you will definitely get a job with an annual salary of at least 1 million, no matter what your academic qualifications. Onlookers are human nature, no matter where you are. In this way, the onlookers of these companies on Ziming naturally attracted the attention of the reporters on the spot. As a result, reporters from all walks of life also gathered around and started to interview Ziming. Hello, Mr. Ziming. I heard that you just published your views on the future of science and technology. Could you please share some more details? For what purpose do you want to say it? Which technology company do you belong to now, or where do you intend to work in the future? What is the annual salary you expect? And how many years do you think the technology gap between China and the United States is? Facing the noise problems surrounding you, one sentence made Ziming feel that the first two are big, so Ziming told Chen Qian unkindly, sorry, I have nothing to say about your problems, two can only tell you that I am currently working at Geek. If you want to know more news, our general manager Chen Qian will take you to our booth for detailed explanation. After saying Ziming, he will prepare a little bit. Chen Qian, who didn't have any, pushed it out, just patted him on the shoulder, and briefly confessed that it's up to you, and then he took Tang Ran and Geek Technology Manager Liu Qiang out of the crowd. There is no way, after all, in the current situation, before the sale is the best solution. Only after crowding out the crowd, Ziming's cell phone rang immediately. Ziming knew that Liberton had arrived, so he and Tang Ran immediately walked towards the door. A few minutes later, Ziming and Tang Ran had arrived at the main entrance of the Stanford Convention Center. Although there were a lot of people who came to participate in the science and technology exhibition, Ziming still saw a familiar figure. That was Brown, the head of logistics department of SAFEC. The person who wants to come and walk in front of him should be the person who is waiting for him. Now that he saw people, Ziming quickly went up to say hello. Mr. Brown is very happy to see you at the Science and Technology exhibition. Brown also shook hands with Mr. Ziming, and then he introduced Ziming. These two, it is the chairman of Sci-Foc Company Xili and the president Liberton. Originally, Ziming only thought that the only person who came to the exhibition this time was President Liberton, but he did not expect that Chairman Xili would also come, which made Ziming. I was a little surprised. But this kind of astonishment took only an instant. Then he immediately went forward to say hello to Sile and Liberton, and introduced himself. Mr. Sile is still Liberty, Mr. Hai, Imjiko. The company's first vice president Ziming, and this one next to me is the company's president Tang Ran. Upon hearing Ziming's introduction, Xili and Liberton looked up and down Ziming and Tang Ran. Xili said with a frown. Geek Company? I'm sorry, I haven't heard of this company. Are you Brown's friend? Faced with Hilly's question, Ziming hadn't spoken yet, but Tang Ran rushed forward and replied, no, in this way, we are a computer technology company. We learned through channels that your company's information database needs to be updated and upgraded. I think our company is very suitable for this project. So we have had some contact with Mr. Brown before. It's a very coincidence that I was able to meet here today. Tang Ran's answer was neither humble nor overbearing. Ziming glanced at her and knew that Tang Ran did this because she was determined to follow her after that night. So, that's a coincidence. Are you President Tang Ran? It's a very beautiful Asian chick, but I'm sorry, we haven't heard of any Geek Company. And we are going to upgrade. The information database is a very large system engineering, so we need a bigger and more powerful company to do this project. You may not be able to do it. Xili said to Tang Ran. Although she was rejected, Tang Ran did not give up. She still explained, Mr. Hillay, please believe that our Geek Company has this strength. Or you can go to our company's booth first. I believe there are many impress your equipment and software display. Xili did not respond to these words. but Liberton was quite surprised and asked, "Are you also participating in this Forte technology exhibition?" Tang Ran nodded and said yes. Xi said, "I was very dissatisfied and said to Liberton, it's not a big deal to participate. Did you forget that this kind of science and technology exhibition can be attended by paying for it? Under such a system, you can't rule out some small companies. I would like to take this to increase my visibility." After learning Liberton's lesson, Xi turned around and said to Tang Ran, "I'm sorry. The upgrade of our campaigners information database is a very important project, and we hope to find a more powerful technology. As for you, I think you can hand over some follow-up projects to you. For those projects, you only need to contact our logistics supervisor." After talking about Xi, he took Liberton to leave, but Tang Ran without giving up, she followed up and said, "Mr. Hill, I can understand your thoughts. Your campaigners information database must be very important. But no matter what, the deal is not to find the best, but to find the most suitable, isn't it right? It's true that the hard power of the big technology companies is better than ours, but it doesn't necessarily mean that they can complete this project better, right? Those big companies have big business and are naturally responsible for the projects. There are many, so there will not be enough manpower allocated to your company, so it will be difficult to guarantee the quality of the project. On the contrary, our company is not as strong as those large companies, but can concentrate on your project and will definitely do it well. This is our greatest advantage," Tang Ran said. Regarding Tang Ran's words, Ziming nodded silently, and couldn't help saying that what she said was still very good, at least from the point of entry and persuasiveness. There was no problem. Xi have said impatiently, "But, Miss Tang Ran, I have the I made of think it very the clear the just now the I do not need Jeek's project. And the I had never have the any of idea dealing with the if company a junk. No matter how entangled you are, I will definitely be angry." Tang Ran was stunned. She felt aggrieved and wanted to cry. It was obvious that she had worked so hard and she hadn't said anything wrong. Why should she be so right? Where's her? There was no way. Ziming had to go forward and say to Xi, "Mr. Xi, I think you must want to go to the best company in the science and technology exhibition to see their latest technology and equipment software, right?" Originally Xi saw Ming Shanlai is very bored, because he just said that these people are not allowed to keep following up. But Ziming's words surprised him, so Xi nodded and said yes. Ziming immediately asked him, "So what does Mr. Xi think of Apex?" "That is a very powerful technology company in Silicon Valley. Their campaigners' computers and software are very good." Hilly looked at Ziming a little inexplicably and asked, "So Mr. Ziming, you mentioned Apex. Do you want to take us to visit it? Or do you want to talk about your relationship with Apex? Is there any cooperation?" "I want to say that there are both reasons," Ziming said. "As an exhibitor of this science and technology exhibition, our Jeek company is definitely better than you on the layout of the venue." "I understand, so let me lead the way for you to effectively reduce the time it takes to find your way." "Of course, on the other hand, we are indeed a partner company of Apex, and we are even a partner at this exhibition." Following these words, Ziming could clearly see that Xi and Liberton both raised their eyebrows in surprise. But Hill still said, "So, it seems that I may underestimate you, then I can give you a chance now to take us to the booth of Apex Company immediately. If we go all the way and after we get there, if you don't bother us like flies, I think I will be happy to cooperate with you on other projects." After saying this, Xi gave Ziming a please gesture, and then Ziming smiled at them slightly, and together with Tang Ran, he served as a guide for Xi and the others. Back to Ziming, Tang Ran whispered sorry to Ziming. Of course, Ziming understands why Tang Ran apologized. She thought that she had taken Ziming's job willfully and wanted to come out to persuade Xi. Instead, Xi became very disgusted with Jeek Company. Ziming came out to the rescue. "There is no other way but to start with the leader." "It's not your fault," Ziming said to Tang Ran. Our geek company is indeed too bad. They don't know our details are okay. They only think that we are going to compete for 2 million projects. International jokes. Under this premise, we want to convince them that there are many difficulties in themselves. You have done a good job. Even if it is me, it may not be any better than you. Tang Ran shook his head and said, "No, Ming brother, don't comfort me. I know that I did a terrible job. If brother Ming, you must have another way." Ziming knew that this kind of persuasion had no effect, so he had to change the way and said, "Let's do it." Of course, you remember that there are many college questions in the marketing area. The essence of it is not that you keep talking about how you fit well, but that you can meet the needs of the other party. I remember Wall Street. The Wolf once told a story about how to sell a pen in one sentence. This sentence is very simple. You need to use this pen to sign, Ziming said. Tang Ran nodded suddenly, and silently remembered what Ziming had said in his heart.